Wait a minute. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler. I get a terrible feeling of depression, and then this awful urge comes upon me. The urge to hurt someone. The urge to inflict pain. The urge to kill.
Another Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. And so I tell you tonight the unusual tale, the urge to kill. Henry Drake sits in his big office staring out over the smoking stacks of his busy factory. Production is at its peak. The demands of the past year have brought untold problems to his desk and placed heavy loads on his shoulders. Henry Drake and his partner, Philip Putnam, had started this factory 5 years ago and built it into a smooth-running, highly profitable organization. But now the added demands of war have more than trebled the production and the worries as well. Phil had put up most of the money and Henry the brains. It was Henry who always had to make the decisions. But now something is happening to Henry. He is beginning to slip. His memory is playing tricks on him.
Good morning, Mr. Drake.
Oh. Morning, Ethel.
Mr. Putnam wants to know if you studied those contracts last night.
Contracts? What contracts?
Why, the ones he gave you last night. You said you'd take them home. They must be signed by noon.
Contracts? Why, I don't know what you're talking about. When did Phil give me any contracts?
What? Just before you left last evening.
Well, that's funny.
Don't you remember?
What? Remember? Well, yes. Yes, I do remember now. Yes, of course.
Well, may I have them?
Well, let me see. What on earth did I do with them? Oh, tell Mr. Putnam to step in here.
Yes, Mr. Drake. Mr. Drake would like to see you, Mr. Putnam.
I'll be right in.
I'll ring if I need you, Ethel.
All right.
Good morning, Henry. What's up?
Why, about those contracts you gave me yesterday evening. Just what were they about?
What? What do you mean? Haven't you read them?
No. No, I haven't.
Good heavens, man. They were supposed to be signed by noon today, and it's 10 o'clock now. Now, where are they?
I don't know where they are, Phil. I can't find them. I'm sure I didn't take them home.
Oh, you must have.
Strange. I can't remember a thing about them.
Well, what did you do after you left here? Where'd you go?
Why, I went home. That is, I think I did.
Think you did? What's the matter with you, Henry?
I don't know, Phil. I can't seem to recall a thing I did last evening.
Are you kidding?
Certainly not. Why should I kid about such a thing?
Well, don't get sore about it. It's certainly ridiculous. This is a serious situation.
I know, Phil. I know that better than you do.
Well, call your home. They've got to be there. Have Rita send them over by special messenger.
Yes, sir?
Get Mrs. Drake on the phone. You don't look very well, Henry. You're as pale as a ghost. Look at the perspiration. What's wrong with you, man?
I don't know. I really don't know. I feel terrible, and my eyes are bothering me. Bright flashes keep passing in front of me, and my ears throb.
Oh, hello? Oh, Rita, this is Phil. Henry brought a contract home to study last evening. Look around and see if you can find it, Yeah, it's very important. In a blue binder, about 20 pages. What? I see. Thanks. She's in the library now.
Oh.
Yes? You can't? Yes. I see. Really? Well, all right. Now, call me back.
Well, what about it?
You have no idea what happened to you after you left here last evening at 6?
Did I leave at 6?
Certainly. So did I. She said you didn't come home for dinner. She decided to go to the opera. And when she came back at 12, you didn't come in until 1. Said your shoes and trousers were all covered with mud. You went straight to bed.
Was it raining last night?
Of course it was.
I don't remember that.
Rita's going to look in the coat and suit you were wearing last night. She'll call me back.
What on earth is happening to me? Where could I have gone?
Yes? Yes, Rita. Well, you couldn't. I see. Very well, thanks. Goodbye. Not a trace of the contract. Now what?
Phil, I've got to tell you this. This isn't the first time this has happened. It's been going on for weeks. About twice every week, a terrible depression comes over me, and then when I wake up, I can't for the life of me remember what happened the night before.
Well, maybe the strain has been too much. You better see a doctor at once, Henry.
Oh, I know I should, but I'm afraid to.
Why?
I'm afraid of what he might tell me.
Oh, nonsense. Go and see a doctor right now. I'll go down to your place and search it from top to bottom.
Very well, Phil. I'll go now. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Henry stumbles in a daze from his office and walks about the city for an hour trying to make up his mind to see a doctor. He doesn't have the courage to tell his own doctor, so he finally decides to visit a psychiatrist. Then he remembers the name of one of the most famous in the country, Dr. Schultz, the state psychiatrist.
I know you're not a general practitioner, Dr. Schultz. As a state psychiatrist, I know you're a busy man, but I've read a few of your books, and I thought you'd be willing to help me.
Well, ordinarily I wouldn't, Mr. Drake, but I know who you are and what you've been doing. I'll do what I can.
Thank you, Doctor.
You say you have lapses of memory?
Yes. I wake up in the morning and can't remember what happened the night before. In the morning I have headaches and see strange flashes before my eyes and hear throbbing noises.
How often does this occur?
About twice a week, but I remember everything I do during the day.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever had a serious ailment?
No.
Ever had an accident? Anything that might have caused a concussion?
Well, not that I remember. I may have had as a child.
Have you been working under an exceptional mental strain?
Yes, I have. The pressure's been more than doubled. For the last year, the problems have been so heavy that I've been unable to sleep. I've studied them until dawn, until finally I was unable to remember them.
You don't go to sleep easily?
No, not till very late. From all appearances, I wander about until 1 o'clock in the morning. Where, I don't know.
You're married?
Yes.
What does your wife think of your strange behavior?
Well, naturally, she doesn't like it. She says I walk in and go to bed without saying a word. So now she doesn't even ask where I've been.
Are you and your wife incompatible?
Well, somewhat.
Have you ever been interested in another woman?
I have not.
Any children?
No.
Have you ever been caught in a predicament where you were forced to do something dishonest in order to escape a severe penalty?
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I'll put it another way. Do you fear anything or anybody?
No.
Do you hate anything or anybody?
Yes. Lately, I dislike my work, my business, intensely.
Why?
I don't know why. Maybe I've had too much of it.
Who is closest to you in your work?
Well, I have a partner, and we have a secretary.
And who are they?
My partner is Philip Putnam. My secretary is Ethel Watson.
Oh, you both have the same secretary?
Yes. That way we keep things more orderly.
Could you get along without her?
Oh, I never thought of it. She's very capable, but I suppose I could get along without her.
Does your partner have as much responsibility in the business as you?
I do most of the mental work.
You resent that?
You mean, do I think he should take more responsibility? Yes, I do. But he isn't capable. He plays golf and takes days off at a time. Yes, I do resent that. But I know nothing can be done about it.
Is your partner married?
No. For a while, I thought he and our secretary were growing fond of each other, but in the last few months, it seems to have cooled.
Are your financial affairs in order?
Exceptionally so, never better.
Are you worried about the outcome of the war?
No more than anyone else. I realize it'll keep every nose to the grindstone.
And you drink?
Oh, I'm temperate. Probably a little more of late.
Never took narcotics?
No. I've tried sleeping tablets, but they did me no good.
I see. Have you anything further to add to this discussion?
No.
Then I must ask you to leave and not come back.
What? Why, what do you mean, Doctor?
Just that. Leave and don't come back until you decide to tell me the truth.
But I've been telling you everything I know.
No, you haven't. There's something you've been withholding. Good day.
Wait a minute. What are you trying to say?
I'm not trying to say anything. I've told you that you're holding something back, some fear that you don't want known. But if you want me to help you, you'll have to divulge everything.
All right. I thought maybe you could help me without my telling, but... All right. I'll tell you what it is.
That's better.
It happens on these mornings when I fail to remember what has occurred the night before. It happens during these spells of flashes and noises.
What happens?
I get this terrible feeling of depression. And then slowly, gradually, the urge comes to me.
The urge to what?
The urge to hurt someone. The urge to inflict pain, inflict injury on someone.
On whom?
Anyone. Any person who comes into my mind. Anyone I see or think about. The waitress in the cafe, my secretary, my chauffeur, my wife, my partner, a laborer. Anyone.
Have you ever killed anyone, Drake?
No, I swear never, and I don't want to. And that's why I'm here. I'm afraid. Afraid of myself. I don't want to harm anyone. I'd rather die.
Would you?
Yes. All right. Now you know. That's my great fear. Something's got to be done about it. You've got to help me.
Very well, Drake. I'm glad you finally told me. Now I know what to do, know where to start.
You don't think I'm going completely to pieces? Mentally, I mean.
No, I don't think so.
You think it's just temporary?
Let's not talk about it anymore.
But what can I do?
I want you to stay away from the business for a week. Don't go near it. Don't think about it. I want you to stay in bed as much as possible. Read something in a light vein. Putter about, if you like, in the garden, say. Anything but business. At the end of the week, I want to see you again. But above all, rest. Rest your mind and your body.
Yes, I understand. And you think that will bring me out of these spells?
I think everything will turn out for the best.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Schultz. I appreciate all this, and I'll see you in a week.
Goodbye, Mr. Drake. Hey, Miss Burton.
Yes, Dr. Schultz.
Did you take down that interview, Miss Burton?
Yes, Doctor. I made a recording of it.
Thank you.
So Henry goes home and stays in bed for 3 days, according to the doctor's instructions. Then, toward midnight of the third evening, his wife Rita comes home and is startled to find him gone.
Jackson?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Drake.
Jackson, where's Mr. Drake?
Why, Mr. Drake is in his room.
But he isn't. He's gone.
Gone? But I didn't see him go out, ma'am.
When did you see him last?
Why, it was about 9:30. I looked in to see if there was anything he wanted before I retired.
What did he say? Was he dressed?
No, ma'am. He was in bed. He said he didn't want anything and that I might as well turn in.
Where on earth could he have gone on a rainy night like this?
Well, shall I go out and try to find him, ma'am?
No. No, never mind, Jackson. You can go back to bed.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Can't imagine why on earth he'd go out when he wasn't feeling well. Hello? Phil? This is Rita. I just came in and Henry isn't here. I don't know. The butler said he saw him at 9:30 and he was in bed. Why would he go out in a storm? What reason could he possibly have? No, I don't think so. I hope he doesn't. Yes. Good night, Phil. Yes, I'll see you tomorrow evening if possible. Good night.
As Rita hangs up the receiver, she suddenly realizes the library door is closed, but a streak of light shows beneath it. She steps quickly to the door and opens it softly.
Henry.
Huh?
What are you doing here?
Oh, hello, Rita.
Why aren't you in bed?
In bed? Why, I don't know.
Who are you phoning?
Phoning? Oh, I was just thinking about phoning the doctor. I wanted to talk to him.
At this hour of the night? It's 12 o'clock.
12? Yeah, so it is.
Wait till morning.
Yes. Anyway, I can't remember what I wanted to say to him.
Where have you been?
Where have I been? I haven't been anyplace.
But you must have. Look at your topcoat. It's soaking wet. And look at your shoes. They're muddy.
That's strange. I don't remember having gone out. I thought I'd been sitting right here all evening.
But it's obvious that you haven't been here all evening. You have been out.
Perhaps so.
This is the second or third time you've come in with your shoes all muddy. Where do you go at this time of night?
I tell you, I don't remember.
I don't believe you.
Whether you do or not, I don't remember where I've been.
It's the silliest thing I ever heard of. A man like you, an intelligent man, walking around in his sleep.
But I couldn't have been asleep. I know that much.
Nonsense.
Oh, don't be so impatient, Rita. I don't like this any more than you do, but I'm sure I'll be all right in a short time. Dr. Schultz will pull me out of it.
Well, I hope so.
Have you been out, Rita?
Why, of course. I told you early in the evening I was going to play bridge with the Parkers.
Oh. Perhaps you did, but I don't remember that either.
I told you just the
Oh,
same.
I'm sorry, Rita. I know this must be very trying for you. It isn't very pleasant to have a man mope about the house all the time.
Better go to bed, Henry, and get off those wet clothes.
Oh, yes. Rita, why don't you go away for a few days? Take a little rest. I know you're terribly upset about all this, and, well, it would do you good.
It wouldn't be exactly right for me to go away at a time like this. What would people think of me?
Oh, who cares what people think? You could go up to the mountains or down to Miami or, well, any place. Maybe by the time you come back, I'll be all right.
Do you want me to go?
I don't want you to go, but I think it would be good for you. You're becoming upset because of me, and I think you'd worry less if you got away for a few days.
Very well. Perhaps you're right. We'll talk about it in the morning.
All right. Good night, Rita.
Good night.
Henry sits for a while, staring at the telephone, then gets up slowly and shuffles up the steps to his room. He pauses for a few moments before Rita's door, then goes on to his own room and goes to bed. The storm continues in its fury, and from his kennel in the backyard, Duke, Rita's Airedale, begins to howl. Finally, the storm subsides. Morning comes, and Henry joins Rita at breakfast.
What's the matter, Henry? You haven't eaten a bite.
No, I'm not hungry. I don't feel at all well this morning.
You do look pale. I've never seen you so haggard.
No?
What's the matter with your hands?
My hands?
Well, yes, you keep staring at them and flexing your fingers.
Oh, I don't know. They seem to... Well, it feels like rheumatism.
Have some coffee.
Yes, I believe I will.
Here you are. Oh, good heavens. All over the floor.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just seem to have no grip. Getting bad, and I can't even hold on to a cup. Rita, what have you decided about that trip? I wish you'd take a few days' vacation.
Oh, you sound as though you want to get rid of me.
I'm only thinking of you.
Very well, if you insist. I'll go up to the mountain place. Maybe it'll do us both some good.
Oh, Mrs. Drake! Mrs. Drake!
Jackson, what on earth are you so excited about?
Something terrible has happened.
Terrible? What do you mean?
I don't know how to tell you it. It's awful.
What are you trying to say?
It's Duke, your Airedale.
What's happened to him?
He's dead. I just went out to the kennel to unhook his chain, and there he was, ma'am.
Oh, good heavens. Well, what happened to him?
He's been strangled. There he was beside his house, and his tongue sticking way out. Oh, it's awful, ma'am.
Strangled? But why? Who?
Well, maybe he got tangled up in his chain, but it didn't appear so, ma'am. Somebody did it deliberately.
Oh, the poor fellow. I can't imagine such a thing.
Wait a minute, Rita. I wouldn't go out there.
Oh, but I must.
Please don't. It'll just upset you. Please don't go.
Very well. But, I'm just sick all over.
Oh, now, Rita, I know how you feel, and it's a shame. Jackson, tell the maid to pack Mrs. Drake's things. She's going to the mountains for a few days.
Henry Drake sits staring at his hands for a few moments, opening and closing them, opening and closing them. Then suddenly he leaves the house and rushes to Dr. Schultz's office.
What is wrong with you, Drake? You were to come here today after tomorrow.
I had to see you, Doctor. Something terrible has happened.
Now. Just calm down. Take it easy. Sit down, Drake.
It happened in the night.
What happened?
Duke, my wife's dog, he was killed last night.
Killed? Well, how did that happen?
He was strangled, choked to death.
Well, who did it?
I must have done it.
You? Oh, come now. What makes you think that?
I can't remember a thing about it. I can remember nothing of last night, but I must have done it because of my hands.
What's wrong with your hands?
They hurt. The muscles are terribly sore, as though I'd been doing something strenuous.
I see.
And look at this mark on my thumb. It's a long cut, as though something sharp had dragged across it.
You mean like a tooth?
Yes. Why not? The dog's tooth.
Certainly does. You really think you killed the dog?
What do you think, Doctor?
Well, I suppose it's possible. But there's no proof. Could be coincidental.
I don't think so. I must have done it. He never disturbed the neighbors that I know of.
Did you like the dog?
Why, of course. I was very fond of him. Don't you see what this means? I've been afraid of something like this. Heaven knows what else I've done when I've been in these lapses. You've got to do something for me.
Drake, I'm going to have to put you through all the tests. It'll take some time, but I think we can get at the root of your trouble.
I'll do anything you say.
We'll start right now. Miss Burton, get Dr. Fenton. I want him to assist me in a complete examination.
Yes, Dr. Schultz.
Now, Drake, just relax and continue staring into this little beam of light. We want you to answer these questions as quickly as possible.
Yes.
You're crossing a street. An automobile suddenly bears down upon you, you see?
Yes.
In an effort to save yourself, you jump out of the way.
Yes.
You jump forward or backward?
Why, backward?
Why?
I can jump backward quicker than I can forward.
Repeat after me as rapidly as possible. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 8, 9.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9.
You have no children,
No.
but you are married.
Yes.
Suppose you had a child. You come home at night and discover your house is on fire. Your wife and child are alone, asleep on the second floor. Will you try to rescue them first or call the fire department?
Call the fire department?
I see. Get all that with the timing, Miss Burton?
Yes, Doctor.
Now, Drake, keep your eyes on the black dot. Follow it closely as it moves. I'm going to call out a series of words. As I call them, you will answer the word or phrase suggested by what I say.
Yes.
Green,
Grass.
roses,
Funeral.
orange,
Sunset.
honeysuckle,
Home.
violets,
Wife.
red,
Blood.
dog,
Hands.
auto,
Wreck.
rain,
Mud.
love.
Hate.
Very well, Drake. Rest for 10 minutes, and we'll proceed to the next test. How do your hands feel?
Huh? Oh, why, about the same.
All right. Come with me, Miss Burton.
So on through the day, at various intervals, the psychiatrist continues his examination. And finally, Drake goes home completely exhausted. For an hour or two, he dozes in the library. Then about 9:30, Jackson, the butler, steps into the room.
Beg pardon, sir.
Huh? Oh, where have you been, Jackson?
Why, no one was here, sir. I went over to visit my brother for a few hours.
Where's Mrs. Drake?
Why, she's gone to Miami for a few days, sir. Said to tell you she thought she'd better go today. Took the 6 o'clock train this evening.
Oh, I see.
Anything you want, sir?
No, you can turn in if you like.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Good night.
All right.
Henry sits staring into the dark for almost an hour. Then slowly he rises, as if in a daze, puts on his hat and coat, slips out of the house, and starts to walk about in the night. Finally, he comes to an apartment house, climbs to the top floor, and knocks on the door.
Henry, what are you doing here?
I want to talk to you, Phil.
Oh, come in. What's the matter with you? Sit down.
I don't want to sit down.
Well, just as you like. What do you want to talk about?
You have your bags packed. Are you going someplace?
Why, yes. I'm driving down to Boston for a week on business.
On business?
Yes, on business. I tried to reach you today, but was unable to. What on earth's wrong with you? What are you staring at?
You sure you're going to Boston?
Certainly I'm sure. What are you laughing about?
You aren't going to Boston. I know where you're going.
I tell you, I'm going to Boston.
I don't believe you.
What are you talking about?
Rita's gone to Miami. Why don't you go to Miami, too? Wouldn't you like that better? I think that'd be very jolly.
Oh, for heaven's sake, stop this nonsense.
Is Rita here?
Certainly not. Why should she be here?
I wonder. Couldn't you think of any reason?
I think you're out of your mind.
Do you? Really?
You certainly act like it.
Oh, but I'm not. I'm perfectly sane.
Oh, crazy people think they're sane.
Maybe I am crazy, but I don't feel crazy. I'm perfectly normal.
You'd better go home. You're in no condition to be wandering around.
Where's Rita?
I don't know where Rita is.
She hasn't been here?
No.
You're lying, Phil. She has been here.
That's ridiculous.
Look, here in the ashtray, one of Rita's special-made cigarettes.
Why, I put that there. I thought I'd try them.
Really? When did you take to using lipstick, Phil?
All right. She was here, but she left to catch a train at 6 o'clock.
And you'll catch the next one, is that it?
She came here to talk about you. She's terribly upset about your condition. She thinks... Well,
What does she think?
she's become afraid of you.
Oh, has she? And what caused that?
Well, Why wouldn't she be upset? You've been acting like a lunatic. She thinks you killed her dog. Did you?
I don't remember. Maybe I did.
I've got to hurry. My train leaves in half an hour.
There's no train for Boston for 3 hours, but the train to Miami leaves in half an hour.
You'd better go home, Henry.
Why don't you admit it? Why lie about it? You're meeting her in Miami.
Get out of here.
You and Rita are in love. I know it. I've known it for weeks and weeks. Last night I found out for sure.
You're crazy.
Maybe I am. But I heard you both talking on the phone. She didn't know I was listening in on the extension in the library. I heard you agree to meet at a certain time. That's what I've been waiting for. Now I know.
All right. What of it? The way you've been acting is enough to make any woman dislike you.
Oh, so you admit it?
Yes. Now get out of here. Henry, put away that gun.
All right. I'm going to leave it right here when I'm through with it. I'm going to kill you.
You insane fool. You can't get away with a thing like this. You can't prove anything about Rita and me. They'll hang you.
I don't think so. Don't you remember? I'm crazy.
I'll fix you. Police department.
Go ahead. Call them. That's fine.
Hello? This is Phil Putnam, Rexley Apartments. There's a madman in my rooms. He's trying to kill me. He's crazy.
What a shame, Phil. You've missed the train.
Well, it's all over, Henry. You can sit down now and wait for the police. You won't have any more mental lapses now, will you, Henry? You won't need to. A slick job, Henry, and very beautifully planned. Everyone knows about your mental lapses, your illness, your desire to harm people. Rita knows about the dog. Your secretary knows about the contracts. And most important of all, Dr. Schultz knows that you've been suffering from a mental disorder for weeks. Oh, there'll be a trial. Your plea will be insanity. You'll go away for a while, and then all of a sudden you'll be cured and walk out a free man. Now we're in the courtroom. Dr. Schultz, the psychiatrist, is speaking.
Mr. Drake came to me with his troubles some weeks ago. Later, Dr. Fenton and I psychoanalyzed him thoroughly. Here is a signed statement of our findings at that time, attached to our findings as of yesterday. Henry Drake was then, and is now, absolutely sane. The whole thing was a plan to escape the death penalty for premeditated murder.
Well, there you go, Henry. The whole thing blew up in your face. A beautiful plan gone haywire. You should have spent less time thinking about your revenge, Henry, and more time studying psychology. Too bad.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production is composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next Sunday, 9:15.
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you the strange story of death in the morning. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening. The makers of Rinso are proud to present The Mayor of the Town, starring Lionel Barrymore.
You know, being mayor in a town the size of Springdale isn't exactly the same as being mayor in a bigger town. No? Well, I guess you'd call it a more personal sort of job. Why, I bet I've been let in on just about every individual family problem in Springdale sometime or other. You see, when folks around here go to the polls to elect a public servant, that's just what they mean. Harlow Wilcox here will back me up in that, won't you, Harlow?
Yes, indeed, Mr. Mayor. And by the merest coincidence, that reminds me of another public servant.
Merest coincidence, my foot. Go on ahead, though.
Well, this servant gets let in on a goodly share of family problems, too. The weekly wash, for instance. Yes, it's the new anti-sneeze Rinso, all right. And it knows how to make short work of the toughest wash day problem. In Springdale, for instance, the water is hard as a rock, but Rinso bubbles right up into heaps of rich, creamy suds that will soak your clothes clean as a whistle, often in as little as 10 minutes. Then a few quick finger rubs on the extra soiled places, and your clothes are ready to rinse. I hope you'll try Rinso soon, wherever you live. And now, the mayor of the town.
Mayor Jimmy Stevens is in the parlor.
Jimmy Stevens?
Mm-hmm.
Is he back from England?
Well, if he isn't, then his twin brother is sitting in there. Come on, see for yourself.
Jimmy, well, I'm glad to see you, son. Come in.
Hello, Mayor.
Had you dinner?
Yes, I headed down to the hotel.
Well, sit down. I heard most of your broadcasts from England. Oh, they were swell.
I'm going back next week. They're not giving commentators much rest right now. Mayor, there's something I want to ask you.
Huh? What?
Well, I'm in a bit of a jam. You see, I brought a kid back from England with me. Thought Mother could take him, but she's had an attack of appendicitis.
Oh, that's too bad.
I just received word today that I had to go back the first of the week to do a new series of broadcasts from London. And that doesn't give me any time to find a home for him. I thought you might be willing to help me out.
Well, in what way, Jimmy?
I want you to take the boy.
Oh, now, Jim, this is no kind of a household to bring a boy into. An old man and an old housekeeper. How old is he?
1,000 years old inside. Actually, about 11. You see, his father and mother were killed. They lived in a small village near Dover. I found them sitting by their bodies. Just sitting there, not crying, not saying a word. So I took him back to London, and then when I left London, I brought him home with me.
Did he want to come?
He never said. He never says much of anything. It's like he was dead inside.
Poor little tyke.
Sometimes he cries at night if he thinks no one's around. And he keeps watching the sky. And when the planes go overhead, his eyes look the way they looked the night I found him.
Where is he now?
Down at the hotel.
Well, does he know that you've come to me?
Yes, he took it a little hard at first. You see, every bit of that love that he had for his parents, he's fastened on me. He follows me every place I go, like a little puppy. He seems to be obsessed with the idea that something might happen to me every time I'm out of his sight.
Well, your leaving must be quite a blow to him.
I've made him a promise that I'd come back. He believes in me, Mayor, and he believes in that promise. But meantime, he needs an anchorage. I know it's a big thing to ask, but...
Well, bring him to me. I don't know what Marilla'll say, but bring him to me. Ronnie, this was my room when I was a little boy. Now it's going to be yours.
It's very nice, sir.
Those books are books I used to like to read when I was about your age. And that baseball bat and ball Jimmy sent over. He thought you might learn to play while he was gone.
Jimmy sent it?
Yeah.
Oh, isn't it a beauty, sir?
It's a fine bat. I taught Jimmy to hold his first bat when he was smaller than you were.
I'll bet he's a topping player. Did you ever notice his muscles, sir?
Did I notice them? I helped him grow them.
Listen, it's a plane. Turn out the lights, sir. Turn them out, quickly.
Oh, now, Ron.
Turn them out. Please turn them out, sir. Please turn them out.
All right. All right, Ronnie. Come here by the window.
But, sir,
Come here, Ronnie. Do you know what time it is? It's 8:30. And you know how I know? That's the non-stop flight. It always goes over at 8:30. I've never known it to be more than 30 seconds one way or the other out since he's been flying. Now, that's a friendly plane, Ronnie. Every night when it goes over, it says, "Good evening, Mayor. It's 8:30. Time for the judge to be arriving for his game of checkers."
We used to watch the planes, Mummy and Daddy and I. We used to go up on the hill and wave at them. But one night the planes came down. The planes came down, and it was the end of the world. It was the end of the world.
Oh, now, child. Come here. Are you too big a boy to sit on my knee?
No, sir.
Well, there we are now. You know, Ronnie, all my life I've wanted a son. Someone to take fishing, to the movies, someone to watch play baseball, and someone to take to circuses, and someone just about your age.
What's a circus?
What's a circus? What's a circus? Why, it's the smell of popcorn and the music of bands. It's elephants and clowns and trapeze artists. It's pink lemonade and a ringmaster with a long black whip. It's cotton candy and peanuts. It's a present that's labeled to all kids in America from P.T. Barnum.
Step right up, ladies and gentlemen, and see the finest woman in the world. Fatima, the queen of the Amazons, who tips the scale at 382 pounds.
Oh, my.
10 cents for 3 balls, ladies and gentlemen. Knock down the milk bottles and win a Cupid down.
Give us 50 cents worth.
Oh, my.
Peanuts and popcorn, candy popcorn, peanut popcorn,
Over here. We'll have a little everything.
Oh, my.
Hot dogs, get your red hot dogs. Hot dogs here. Get your
2 hot dogs here, and 2 bottles of sarsaparilla.
Oh, my.
Right up and ride the Ferris wheel, ladies and gentlemen. Step right up for the tallest, the fastest ride in the world. 25 cents a ticket. 2 bits to...
2, please.
Oh, my.
Hey, pink lemonade. Get your fresh pink lemonade here.
Oh,
2, please.
Oh, my.
I wish I had the spanking of both of you.
I don't know why we should be sick, Marilyn.
Well, I do. Nobody's stomach in the world could hold the stuff you ate.
Why, Marilyn, go away. Please go away.
Open your mouth.
I won't.
Open your
I
mouth.
won't do it.
I took my castor oil, sir.
I hate castor oil.
But it's good for you, sir.
Well, I won't take it.
You aren't very brave, are you, sir?
Huh?
There, you see? Out of the mouths of babes. Open your mouth. There. That's a big man. That's a nice big man.
Marilyn, you're a horrible, designing, unpleasant old woman.
I've always been one to do my duty where I saw it. Them that goes to the circus pays the price. Good night, boys.
Ronnie, you know what we're going to do someday?
What, sir?
We're going to take Marilyn to the circus. Now, you see, Ronnie, you hold the baseball bat between your hands like this.
Yes, sir.
Got it straight? First you spit on your hands, then you rub dirt on them. Then you grip the bat between your hands. Now you throw the ball for me, and I'll show you how to hit it.
Ready, sir?
Ready?
Boy.
Uh-oh.
Come on, Ronnie.
Oh, man.
This is where we take it on the land.
Yes, sir. Isn't the sea beautiful, sir? Isn't the sea beautiful?
Yeah, this is the life, isn't it, son? The taste of salt on your lips and the roll of a deck under your feet, a spanking breeze at your back.
The coast back there. It looks a little like the coast of Dover. The gulls wheel just like that, and the cliffs are straight and tall. My father used to say they were the sentinels of England. Do you know, sir, sometimes I miss England.
Oh, of course you do. Tell me, Ronnie, what do you think about when someone mentions the word England?
Why, I guess I think of Westminster Abbey, the way it looked when my father took me there, and the way I used to ride my bicycle down the hills in Lancashire, where we used to go in the summer. I think of the crowds in Piccadilly and Leicester Square, and I think of my mother and father standing at a gate and me running down a hill to meet them.
Yes, that's what you think of. And I think of casement windows that knew Raleigh and Drake, cathedrals that have known centuries of English prayers, houses that have fathered generations of English dreams. For me, England's the tavern where Shakespeare and Ben Jonson used to sit. And it's the flag that Nelson died for, and Rupert Brooke, and the Duke of Kent. And it's the people, too, the people who fight in the memory of all these things, who've dug their fists into the earth and will die but never give up.
Like my father and mother.
Yes, Ronnie, like your father and mother. They taught you all about England. Now you're going to learn about America. You're going to learn about George Washington and Lou Gehrig and Thomas Edison and James Fenimore Cooper. You're going to have a look at the inside workings of our democracy.
I care not what course others may take, but as for me, give me liberty or give me death. It is, sir, the people's government, made for the people, made by the people, and answerable to the people. 407 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. When, in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bonds which have connected them with another, the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. Beautiful up here on the hilltop, isn't it, sir? The stars are so bright.
Ronnie, I heard you crying last night. I went in, but you were asleep. I didn't want to wake you. Well, you hadn't done that for so long now. What was the matter?
I was dreaming about airplanes. They were big, like black birds, and their wings cast a shadow over the earth.
Yeah?
The bullets came down like rain. The bombs split the earth open, and I was running to escape them. And suddenly, when it seemed I must be killed, I saw a man in front of me, and it was Jimmy, and he opened his arms, and I ran toward him. But as I ran, he fell, and when I reached him, he was already dead, and it was the end of the world. But I didn't care. I wanted it to end.
There. Now, it was only a dream.
He's dead. I know he's dead.
No, he isn't dead. He said he'd come back, you remember? He promised.
Promises don't count for much anymore.
Ronnie, I thought you were happy. I thought you liked America and being here with me.
For a while, I forgot about the plains and how quietly dead people lie on the ground. I forgot that all the promises I believed in were broken.
Because of a dream?
Because I loved my mother and father, and they're dead. Because I loved Jimmy, and he's dead too.
Oh, come now. Let's go down to the house, son. We'll have a game of checkers. Hey, give me a hand. If Jim's all right, if he isn't dead, then would you believe things are all right again? If he isn't dead, would you have faith again?
I might.
Run upstairs and get the checkers, Ronnie. They're in my room.
Yes, sir.
I've been waiting for you. Stayed a long time on the hill.
What is it? You're as white as a sheet, Marilla.
There was a raid in London.
Jim?
He's dead. Says so in all the papers.
Oh, Marilla.
Mayor, are you ill? You look like a ghost. Here, sit down. Shall I call the doctor?
No, I'm all right.
Oh, it's too bad. But don't look like that. It isn't the end of the world.
You're mistaken, Marilla. That's just what it is. It's the end of a world that I've been building.
You know, one of my favorite people in Springdale is Minnie, the mayor's secretary. Well, yesterday I was walking by a grocery store, and out came Minnie, her arms loaded down with packages.
Hello, Harlow.
Hi, Minnie. Going home?
Yes, I am.
Let me carry your packages for you.
Thanks, Harlow.
Well, can this be a box of Rinso?
Aren't you the sly one, though? You know very well it is.
Well, I somehow don't think of you as keeping house in addition to holding down a job.
What do you think I do, live in the park? I am a very good housekeeper, if I do say so myself.
I'll bet you are. Anybody who's smart enough to use the new anti-sneeze Rinso knows plenty about keeping house all right.
Well, you know, the mayor keeps me hopping, so I haven't got forever and a day to spend on housework. That's one reason I use Rinso.
Short work of jobs like dishwashing, for instance. And as I always tell the folks, those Rinso suds are tough on grease, but mighty easy on your hands.
My budget, too. I'm watching that pretty close these days.
That's right. Costs less than a cent a day to use Rinso for dishwashing.
Well, here we are. Thanks for carrying my packages home, Harlow.
You're welcome, Minnie.
Be seeing you.
Bye. I always did like Minnie. There's a girl who knows what she's talking about. And now for Act 2 of The Mayor of the Town.
Ronnie, I brought you some ice cream. It's chocolate.
I'm not hungry, sir. I don't feel very well.
But you haven't eaten anything for 3 days. You can't go on like this.
I'm not hungry.
Son, won't you eat just because I ask you to?
I've got a lump in my throat. Nothing will go past it.
Oh, Ronnie.
We used to play all day in the sun. And sometimes at night we'd play outside until bedtime. There's no place to play anymore.
Well, you can play here as late and as long as you want.
Once I could play at Dover as long as I wanted. But not anymore. Sometimes my mother would come down on the beach with us, and her hair would blow in the wind, and she would laugh. At night she'd come in to tuck me in, and she'd sing. And after a while, I'd go to sleep to the sound of her singing. I never dreamt then. I didn't know about the planes.
Oh, child.
I wish I could hear her sing once more. I wouldn't be afraid to go to sleep then.
Ronnie, I'll take the ice cream down. I'll be back to see you again before you go to sleep.
How is he? Is he all right?
Oh, Marilla.
What are you crying about?
Here. Take this dish. I'm going into my wife's room.
Oh, don't go in that empty, cold old room. Come on down to the library.
I've got to talk to Anne. Anne, you'd know what to do if you were here, wouldn't you? You always knew what to do for broken hearts. He won't eat, and he can't sleep. And if he doesn't, he's going to die. Did you ever see a little boy of 11 that wanted to die? But he's older than I am. And then, he's the son of our hearts. Well, he even looks a little like you sometimes. What can I say to him? How can I reach him? He has to sleep. He has to sleep.
Mayor, who's in the room with Ronnie?
Why, no one.
Well, someone is. Come with me and see. I came up to see how he was, and as I came to the door, I heard a woman singing.
A woman singing?
Yes. Then I came to get you.
Open the door, Marilla. Gently.
Oh, thank goodness. Look, he's asleep. Why, there's no one here.
No, no one at all. But he's asleep for the first time in days. Asleep. And Marilla, sometime, when he wakes up, I think he's going to be hungry. You better fix something.
Could I have some more cookies, Miss Marilla?
Good heavens, you've had 6. You'll be sick.
Did you have a good night's sleep, son?
Yes, I did. I didn't dream at all. Would you like to hit a few baseballs, sir?
Of course I would.
Oh, look, someone's stopping.
Who on earth is that?
It's Jim. Oh, Jim.
Hello, Ronnie. Hello, Mayor.
Oh, Jim.
Oh, you're getting big, son.
Oh, Jim, this is a surprise. The paper said you were missing in the attack Monday night.
I took off by a bomber Monday night, but it was a highly secret affair. I read about my demise in the papers coming down here. I'm sorry you were worried.
They didn't bomb you?
Oh, there were a few bombs flying around, but they didn't come any closer to my eyebrows. I'm hard to hit. Pretty skinny, you know.
I am, too. But I'm getting fatter.
Ronnie's gained 7 pounds.
Well, I'll take him off your hands now. Mother's a lot better, and she said to bring him up.
Take him off my hands?
I'll never be able to thank you enough for keeping them for me. Ronnie, now we're going to do all those things I promised you. We'll go fishing and horseback riding and swimming.
That would be fine, sir.
Run up and start to get your things ready, son. I'll be up in a few minutes to help you.
Yes, sir.
There's a great change in him, Mayor. I don't know how to thank you.
Oh, well, I didn't do anything. I love that boy. I look at him sometimes, at the young English soul of him, clear and level-headed and full of integrity, and I think there's the best of England.
He's a fine boy.
Yeah, I felt a grave responsibility toward him, but he's one forlorn little boy who's been labeled enemy and marked for slaughter. No wonder he's been terrified. No wonder he wakes up crying in the night and winces when the planes go over. This isn't a pretty world to be 11 years old in. His heart is broken because of an incident at Dover.
And the heart of England bleeds because of a million incidents like it.
Yes, I know. Well, he's been happier here, though. He's gone to school, had a few black eyes and bloody noses, but he's been the better for him. He's learned to run freely in the sunshine again. It's enough to break your heart to know that he had to be taught those things. But he's learning them. He's learned that faith can be answered, and that promises can be kept, and that's what we must teach the children of all races.
Oh, so much is gone. So many of the old landmarks, so many of the old traditions. Sometimes I wonder if ever...
Don't wonder, Jimmy. Don't wonder for a moment. The grass will grow over the scarred countrysides. The buildings will be built again, and these youngsters that we shelter in our homes and in our hearts will go back to wiser countries. Everyone who dies for freedom now dies for them, for theirs is the life, blood, and the future of their race. And ours is the responsibility for making the world a safe place for all children again, and then to teach those children how to live in it. Oh, well, I didn't mean to preach at you. I had a son for a few months. I'll miss him. I shall miss him. Here's your hat, and your catcher's mitt, and your football.
Gee, remember when you broke the window?
Yes, oh, what am I laughing at? It cost me $15. Here, put those socks in the corner there.
And remember when we got sick at the circus? The circus is here again. I was hoping that...
Here's your shirts.
Oh, sir, couldn't I stay with you? Couldn't I please stay with you?
Stay with me? Stay with me? Why, boy, but why would you like to stay with me? There isn't much in the house for a young boy. An old man and an old woman and an old house.
It's like home now. It's the only home I have. Oh, I love Jim, too. But I'd like to stay here if it could possibly be arranged, sir. I'd work real hard around the yard, and I'd try not to eat too much so I wouldn't be expensive and...
Ronnie, you've just made yourself a sale. Shaw, what are you crying about?
You're crying, sir.
Nonsense. I've just got hay fever. Come on, let's go find Marillie and Jim. Marillie! Jim! Get on your hats. We're going to the circus. We're going to the circus. Ronnie, hand me the castor oil.
Oh.
Marillie, open your mouth.
Oh, listen. Look, sir. There goes the non-stop right on time. It's 8:30. Time for the judge to be arriving for a game of checkers.
The mayor will be back in half a minute. But first, I do hope you've decided to get a big box of the new anti-sneeze Rinso before your next wash day. Oh, not just on my recommendation, but on the word of the makers of 33 leading washers. For example, the makers of the famous ABC washers. They tell their customers to use Rinso. Now, more than ever, for the washer industry is devoting full time to the war effort, which means no more new ABCs will be made for the duration. But Rinso's short run will be easy on your precious ABC, and you can continue to turn out those glorious Rinso White, Rinso Bright washes week after week. So get Rinso tomorrow, won't you? And now, Mr. Barrymore.
I just wanted to say that whenever you move into a new house, you're mighty pleased when your friends come to visit you. Well, we've moved into a new place on the air tonight, and I can't tell you how much pleasure it gives us to have you join us. As I told you all some time ago, I was delighted when Rinso people discussed the idea of this show with me. Delighted to be part of it, for I regard it as being a vital reflection of the American scene. I'm happy, too, and proud to be on the air for Rinso, which enjoys such wide acceptance in any city and town in the United States. And I'll bet Hawler Wilcox thinks I'm trying to steal his job for saying that. Well, anyway, good night, and thank you very much.
Friends, be sure to be with us again next week for another full hour of entertainment with Bob Burns as the Arkansas Traveler and Lionel Barrymore as the mayor of the town. Mr. Barrymore appears on our program through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios. The part of Ronnie was played by Billy Roy. Tonight's script is written by Miss Jean Holloway. This is Hawler Wilcox bidding you all a very pleasant good night.
Autry. I'm back in the saddle. It's 8:30 and time for the Gene Autry Melody Ranch Show, sponsored in part by Mountain Dew. Hello, sunshine. Hello, Mountain Dew. Where the longhorn cattle feed on the lowlands I'm back. Every time it rains, I think of you. And at the time, I feel so blue.
When the raindrops started falling, my love comes tumbling down, and it's raining teardrops from my eyes. Well, if you see clouds here in my eyes, it's just because you said goodbye. Although the sun is shining, there's no more summer skies, and it's raining teardrops from my eyes. Remember the night you told me our love would always be. I wouldn't be blue and lonely if you'd come back to me. Every single cloud would disappear. I'd wear a smile if you were here. So baby, won't you hurry, 'cause I miss you so, and it's raining teardrops from my eyes. Remember the night you told me our love would always be. I wouldn't be blue and lonely if you'd come back to me. Every single cloud would disappear. I'd wear a smile if you were here. So baby, won't you hurry, 'cause I miss you so, and it's raining teardrops from my eyes. And it's raining teardrops from my eyes. Well, thank you very, very much, friends and neighbors. It's nice of you to drop in on us. When it's springtime in the Rockies, I am coming back to you, little sweetheart of the mountains, with your bonny eyes of blue. Once again I'll say I love you, while the birds sing all the day. When it's springtime in the Rockies, in the Rockies far away. All right. When it's springtime in the Rockies, I am coming back to you. Let us sweetheart of the mountains, with your body eyes of blue. Once again I'll say I love you, while the birds sing all the day. When it's springtime in the Rockies, in the Rockies far away. Well, thank you very, very much there, friends and neighbors, and thank you folks out there in the audience. That was mighty, mighty nice. Well, let's see here now. Oh, no. Hold everything here. Don't tell me, Raindrop.
You guessed it, Mr. Jean. You sure guessed it. Last night, my boyfriend, Rockingham Jones, proposed to me, and I accepted.
How romantic. Well, I'll be doggone. Well, congratulations, Raindrop.
Yeah, that goes for me, too. By the way, Raindrop, just for my own information, what did you do when old Rockingham popped the question?
Well, I took my knee off his chest and quit choking him.
I knew it. I knew it. You females would stoop to anything just to get yourself a poor, innocent man.
Now, wait a minute, round and repulsive. You a bachelor. What do you know about women?
Well, fat lady, I'll tell you. Now, maybe I ain't never bought nothing, but I've sure looked at an awful lot of samples.
Bought a lot of the samples for him, too, haven't you, kid? Now, look here, Patsy. If Raindrop wants to get married, that's her business.
Thank you, Mr. Jean, thank you. I'm glad somebody appreciates the finer things in life.
Finer things in life, she says. Why, Mr. Artery, do you remember last year when Willis Brubaker married Hilda Nettleburr?
Well, yeah, I remember something about it. So what about it?
Nothing, except that was probably the ugliest woman I ever saw in my life. In fact, that's the only wedding I ever been to where all the men rushed up to kiss the groom.
Well, just the same, I can hardly wait for that big, wonderful day. Yeah, when I come walking down the aisle wearing something old, that'll be my mother's dress. Something new, that'll be my new hat. Something borrowed, that'll be my sister's watch. And something blue.
What's going to be the blue?
My face, I bought me a tight girdle. So long, boys.
Love, love, love. You can't buy love. Go can buy most anything, anything but love. True love, true love. So can buy anything but love. The dream of my heart, she refused me. She treated me loveless and cold. The last words she said when she left me were, "You'll never win me with gold." Love, love, love. You can't buy love. Gold can buy most anything, anything but love. True love, true love. Gold can buy anything but love. Believe me, I know what I'm saying. There's no greater riches than love. And no man can buy true affection, because that's a gift from above. Love, love, love. You can't buy love. Gold can buy most anything, anything but love. True love, true love. Gold can buy anything but love. Now, folks, I'd like to tell you a story. A story that all began several years back in the little border town of Mesa Vista. I was working as a deputy United States Marshal at the time, and had just finished an assignment up near Rock Springs when Bob Evans, the district supervisor, called me into his office.
Sit down, Gene.
Well, thanks, Bob. What's on your mind?
Well, to get right to the point, smuggling.
Oh, no. Don't tell me that's all started up again.
Sure has. Bigger than ever.
Narcotics?
Medicine.
Medicine?
New drug called X25, to be more specific. Seems as plenty scarce below the border. As a result, some wiseacre is smuggling it across in a little town called Castega and selling it down there for a terrific profit on the black market.
Holy smoke. Where's it coming from, Bob? Any idea?
Not that for sure, but we've got a pretty strong hunch. Seems 3 weeks ago, somebody broke into a closed ward at the Capital City Hospital, 20 miles north of here, got away with over $100,000 worth of the stuff. We think that's the supply that's going into Mexico.
Makes sense. Okay, Bob. We'll get to work on it right away. In fact, if you've got no objections, I'll leave for Castega tonight.
Good. Check with the commandant of police when you get down there. Oh, yeah, one more thing, Gene. Be careful. The last deputy we had working on this same assignment turned up floating in the Rio Grande with a knife in his back.
Senor Autry, I'm most happy to see you. Sit down, please.
Thanks.
Now then, I suppose Captain Evans has told you most of the reason you are here, no?
Yeah, but I'd like to check the details again with you.
Of course. In that case, let me bring you, how you say, up to date. You see, Senor Autry, as Commandant of Police, I know whoever is doing this business is very clever indeed. For example, first they let some of this X-25 out on the market that is perfect, 100%. Then, when they have gained the confidence of the people, they gradually substitute the diluted medicine. In that way, before the buyer knows it, he is either terribly sick or, as has happened in a few cases, dead.
Well, what about your men? Haven't they been able to dig up any leads, any evidence?
See, but my men are also hungry, senor. The sight of money is oftentimes too much for them to resist.
Sounds to me like a pretty messy situation all the way along the line.
I am afraid that is right. And now, Senor Autry, if you will excuse me, I have an appointment elsewhere. Or I have secured accommodations for you at the Castego Hotel. Perhaps we can talk again in the morning, eh?
Good. In the meantime, I'll do a little checking on my own. Incidentally, for any reason you should want me, why, I'm not at the hotel. You can always check with me through the Sergeant's phone at the Border Patrol Station.
Bueno, hasta mañana then.
Hasta mañana. And thanks for your help.
It is my pleasure, senor. I assure you, adios.
So long.
Saka.
Yeah, boss? What's up?
Oh, it seems our stupid president has called in another one of those meddling marshals.
So what? We just take care of him the same way we took care of the last one.
No, Saka. No, this time I think we shall take care of this marshal in quite another way.
Yeah? How?
Think, amigo. Think. He will be making many trips across the border between here and the state side, no?
Yeah, but so what?
So, why do we not let him transport our medicine for us?
What for? He's the United States Marshal. You must be kidding.
About such matters, I do not kid, Zaka. Listen, the plan is a simple one. You will go to Mesa Vista and make yourself known to Senor Autry in a manner which I will tell you later. You will then receive the X-25 medicine from our regular source, after which you will secrete small quantities of it beneath Senor Autry's saddle whenever he is planning to return here.
But, boss,
I will arrange to have the medicine removed when the marshal arrives. In that way, we run no risk of being detected by the border authorities. Think it over, my friend. The one man who is after the mouse will himself be carrying the cheese.
Of course, at the time, I had no idea the conversation that took place after I left the local police chief's office. In fact, little did I know that 2 days later, I was falling right in with their plan. You see, I'd just been up checking a few records with Captain Evans and Mesa Vista. By 4 o'clock, I'd finished, and was getting a bite to eat before I headed back to the States. When a funny-looking little guy came up to my table and said, "Buenos dias, senor. Your name is Autry, no?" "Maybe." "Why? May I sit down?" "Help yourself." "Gracias. You are searching for the smugglers of medicine? Is that not true?" "What makes you think that?" "Zaka knows much of the city of Castego, and sometimes I hear things that are known to very few." "Yeah? For instance?" "For instance, I know about the business in black market medicine." "What about it?" "You are going to Castego now, see?" "Suppose I am." "In that case, it would be wise for you to check the portito, the doctor, numero 8, Calle del Sol. And now, senor, I must be going. Perhaps we shall meet again." "Hey, wait a minute." "See? How come you're so interested in all this?" "Revenge, senor. Revenge. My brother Ramon was very dear to me. Died because of the bad medicine. This is my way of making things, how do you say, even up." sent for me, boss?
Come in, Zarka. Come in.
How's it going?
Amigo, you will be happy to know we are now in possession of a substantial quantity of the medicine X25. All brought into this country by the Senor United States Marshal Autry.
Good. Because just between you and me, I think he's getting a little suspicion of all them bad leads I've been giving him. Even though you are covering most of them up.
Do not worry. Now that he has served his purpose, we shall dispose of Senor Autry quite permanently.
You mean the same way we did the last one?
No, nothing quite so crude as that this time, Zaka. This time we shall dispose of Senor Autry by a method known in America as the frame-off.
I don't get you.
You will presently. Now then, this afternoon in Mesa Vista you planted another parcel of X25 beneath the Marshal's saddles. True?
Yeah, but I still don't understand.
Hand me the telephone. I want to put in a call to the border station and report a smuggler.
Oh, Tim. Oh. Hi, Tim. How's it going?
Well, hi, Gene. You're just the guy I'm looking for.
Is that so? What's up?
And guess what happened late this afternoon? As a matter of fact, just about 3 hours ago.
Well, don't tell me you became a mother.
Well, no. But something almost as crazy. Some guy called up from Cascaga, and he says, Sergeant Stone? How he knew my name, I don't know. It's all we guys go by is numbers. Anyway, I said, yes, and he says, Sergeant, I can't tell you where I got this information, but it's absolutely accurate. Now, get this, he says. Check under the saddle of a United States Marshal named Autry, and you'll find the answer to all this X-25 smuggling that's been going on. Ain't that a kick? You smuggling medicine.
Hey, wait a minute, Tim.
What's the matter?
Are you sure nobody outside of your family and the Border Patrol Service know your name?
Of course I'm sure. I guess they figure the less anybody knows about our personal life, the less liable we are to bribes. Seems kind of silly, but... Hey, what are you doing?
Hey, Tim, help me loosen this saddle.
You lost your mind? What do you want to do that for?
Skip it. I'll do it myself.
There. Okay, so now you got the horse's saddle off. What's that you got in your hand?
X25, Tim. About $500 worth, I'd say.
What? Where did you get that?
Never mind the questions now. I'll tell you when I get back from the state.
Hey, but this is against the law.
I know it is. Here, keep it for me. I'll pick it up later. Come on, champ.
Boy, come back here, Gene Autry. Come back.
Champ. Let's roll.
Well, Zaka, by now our friend Autry should be safely in the custody of his own organization. Incidentally, I imagine it will be somewhat difficult for him to explain the reason for that medicine being beneath his saddle.
Yeah, I can just see his face now.
Turn around, I'll be glad to oblige.
That's right. And may I suggest you both keep your hands right where they are? Well, well. How's my little informer friend Zaka tonight? You look slightly disappointed. How'd you know where I was?
Still, Zaka, he knows nothing.
I wouldn't say that, Corey. For instance, I know you called the Border Patrol late this afternoon and tipped them off that I was coming through with quite a haul of medicine, hidden under my saddle.
Yeah, I see. You can prove that, I suppose.
Very easily. And since you asked directly for Sergeant Stone...
What's that got to do with it?
Everything. You see, all Border Patrol men are known only by number. However, that first morning I saw you, I told you that if you ever needed me in an emergency, to contact me through Sergeant Stone. That meant that outside of me, Sergeant Stone's family and his employers, the only person who knew his name was to you, Zaka. I've been wise to you for quite some time. I decided to play along with you, though, just to see who was giving you orders. Now I know.
I didn't do nothing. It was him. He was the one that... Zaka! That was a very pretty speech, Mr. Autry. Convincing, too. You have, however, overlooked one thing. I also am clever. You see, I've been expecting this might happen, so I have wisely prepared for it. I am truly sorry it has to be, but certainly you must understand my position. With you alive, I am, how you say, dead. With you dead, Doris is quite alive.
You're right there. But aren't you overlooking this gun in my hand?
Guns are for fools, soldiers, and meddlers like yourself. Unfortunately, your predecessor had to find it out the hard way, just as you will. Now!
You're not hurt, Torres. It's only a flesh wound. It may stop you from throwing any more knives for a while, though.
Now, what do you say we all head for the Border Patrol station? I've got a strong hunch they're going to be happy to see you two. They may just ask you to be their house guest for a long, long time. Take me back to my booth and saddle. Let me see that general store. Let me ride the range once more. Give me my boots and saddle. Let me ramble along the prairie. Roving steers on over with my buddy Slim and Ted. Give me my boots and saddle. Got a hankering to be with a banjo on my knee, strumming a pretty western tune. There's a gal in Cherokee, and she's waiting there for me, waiting beneath the Texas moon. Take me back to my boots and saddle. Let me greet you late morning on the ranch where I was born. Give me my boots and saddle. Till we're back in the saddle again, out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the lowly junction.
Listen again each Saturday night at this time for Gene Autry's Melody Ranch Show, sponsored in part by Mountain Dew. Hello, sunshine. Hello, Mountain Dew.
Toting my old 44, where you sleep out every night, and the only law is right. Back in the saddle again. Whoopie-tie-I-oh, rockin' to and fro. Back in the saddle again. Whoopie-tie.
You're listening. Fabset presents The Great Gildersleeve. The makers of Fabset present each week at this time Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by John Wheaton. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. Homemakers, when unexpected guests stay for dinner or between meal refreshments are in order, are you equal to the occasion? Well, whether the occasion calls for just a snack or for the main dish of a hearty meal, you'll find Fabset is mighty handy to have around. You see, Fabset is the delicious golden cheese food of 100 different uses. Fabset slices so neatly and spreads so easily, it's grand for sandwiches or appetizers, or to serve with fruit. Fabset makes luscious, smooth cheese sauces that turn vegetables, leftovers, or chicken or egg dishes into real party treats. Pabstet is just right for cheese omelets, rarebits, or soufflés. Yes, and Pabstet is nourishing. It's a fine energy food and easy to digest. So always keep a package or two of Pabstet on hand. Whether your dealer has it in the convenient round, flat package. Remember, just ask for Pabstet. Pabst-ETT. Pabstet, the delicious golden cheese food of 100 uses. Now let's join our friend, the Great Gildersleeve, who's risen this morning with the conviction that all's right with the world. After a warm shower, a half-dozen knee bends, a brisk shave, and a hearty breakfast, he stepped out onto the front porch to enjoy a cigar and survey his property.
October. I tell you, Marjorie, there's no finer month in the year. Just breathe that air.
It's wonderful.
Feel that nip in it. Makes you want to get out and do things. Doesn't it, Leroy?
Such as what?
October. Harvest time, frost on the pumpkin, brown October ale, the smell of burning leaves.
I love October.
Look at that maple tree in Mrs. Ransom's yard there. Like a beautiful painting.
Uncle Mort, I believe you'd like any kind of a tree if Mrs. Ransom was sitting under it.
She is? Where?
I was speaking figuratively.
Oh. Well, let me reiterate, Marjorie, that Mrs. Ransom to me is nothing but a neighbor.
You believe in the good neighbor policy.
If we were discussing trees. Look at our own lovely elm. Look at the color of those leaves.
Oh, it's glorious.
Yeah, and you know what's going to happen to those leaves? They're going to fall on the ground.
That's the first law of nature, my boy.
Yeah, and I'm going to have to rake them up.
That's the second law.
I hate trees.
Leroy, never let me hear you say that about a tree.
Okay, I think I'll go over to Piggy.
Did you ever stop to consider what a wonderful thing a tree is? Leroy, I asked you a question. Did you?
No, Unc, but I'll do it the minute I get back.
Come back here. You'll do what?
What you said?
You weren't listening.
I'm listening, Uncle. Only Piggy's waiting for me. We're going to dig a fort.
You dig a fort. You can do plenty of digging right here, Leroy. Just stick around. I have something to tell you. Both of you.
Uh-oh. What is it?
Well, I bought a tree.
Huh? You bought a tree?
Certainly. What's so amazing about that? Everybody ought to have more trees. Why, one of the happiest recollections of my childhood is an old cherry tree we had in our front yard at home. I fell out of it once and broke my arm.
You must have had a jolly childhood, Uncle Mort.
Yeah. What wouldn't I give to be back there now? To be a kid again.
And break the other arm.
Yes, sir. There are two things every boy ought to grow up with. A dog of his own and a cherry tree.
Do you mean that, Unc?
What?
About the dog?
No, but I mean it about the cherry tree. The tree I bought was a cherry tree.
How did you come to get sold this tree, Uncle Mort?
I didn't get sold it. I bought it of my own free will, fully dressed and in my right mind.
Well, where are we going to put it? Where are we going to put another tree here?
Well, you don't understand, my dear. This is a very fine tree. They call it a giant ponderosa.
Holy smokes, how big is it?
Well, the man says they grow 30 or 40 feet high, higher than the house.
What man, Uncle Mort?
The man that sold it to me. He showed me a picture of it.
Oh, you haven't seen the tree?
Why, of course not.
I hope you didn't pay him for it.
Well,
Come on, Unc. How much did he stick you for?
$22.50, and he didn't stick me.
$22.50? Wow, you must have bought a redwood.
Uncle Mort, did you ever stop to think how many cherries you could buy for $22.50?
Oh, you're very helpful, both of you. But the tree will be arriving today or tomorrow. We got to decide where we're going to put it. Now, I thought maybe right out here in front.
Uncle Mort, this is the only sunny spot left in the whole yard.
That's good. Cherry trees need sun. It'll give us some nice shade out here. We can hang a hammock under it.
Hey, that wouldn't be bad. Just lie here with your mouth open and let the cherries drop in. Boy.
Well, of course, we might not have more than a few cherries the first year, but after that... Oh, Bertie.
Yes, sir?
How are you on cherry pies?
Well, I haven't had any complaints so far.
Then warm up your rolling pin. Leroy, do you like cherry pie?
Are you kidding?
Then get the shovel.
Oh, I like coconut custard better.
Get the shovel anyway.
Hey, young, have a heart. Isn't this deep enough?
You've hardly scratched the surface there, Leroy. That isn't deep enough for a geranium.
Gosh, I've been digging for half an hour.
Here, give me that shovel, Leroy. I'll spell you.
Yes, you show them how it should be done, Bertie.
You got to put your foot on it and give it the old heave-ho.
Yeah, that's right, Bertie. Heave-ho. Heave-ho, Bertie. Heave-ho. You're doing fine.
I'm going to have to stop pretty soon, Mr. Gildersleeve, and get lunch.
Is anybody hungry? I'm not.
Well, don't you think it's deep enough now, Uncle Morris? It's up to her waist.
Well, you've got to remember, my dear, this is no two for a nickel cherry tree. This is a giant ponderosa.
Yes, I know, Uncle
And
Morris.
these things have roots. They've got to spread out. Heave-ho, Bertie.
Looks like I'm dug in for the women here. Yeehaw! Leroy, am I spelling you or you spelling me?
Yes, Leroy. While you're resting, give Bertie a hand there.
I don't want to suggest anything, Unc, but how are you with a shovel?
I'm saving myself, Leroy.
So I noticed.
I'm saving myself for the hard work. We got a long way to go yet. These giant ponderosas, you know. Heave-ho, my boy.
But it's up to my chin, Unc.
Chin up, my boy. Heave-ho. Yes, Bertie.
It's getting dark down here. You don't think maybe we can find some?
You're getting there, Bertie. You're getting there.
We struck a pipe or something down here, Unc. Uncle Morris.
Wait a minute, Leroy. What is it, Marjorie?
Freight office called. The tree's there, and they're sending it out.
Oh, fine. Well, we'll have to get busy here and have everything ready. Come on up, Bertie.
Yeah, sir, if I can get up.
Look out, you're starting a landslide. Leroy, give her a boost there. Grab hold of the shovel, Bertie, and I'll pull.
Great day in the morning. I sure am glad to be out that hole in the ground.
Now give me your hand, Unc.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. There you are.
Thanks, Unc.
Now, Leroy, while you're resting, I want you to take that shovel.
Well, here comes Mrs. Ransom.
Mrs. Ransom? Oh, give me the shovel.
Don't tell me you're going to break down and go to work, Unc.
Go dig your fork, Leroy. Give me the shovel. Good afternoon, Mrs. Ransom. Lovely day.
Just glorious. Hello, Leroy. Hi, Mrs. Ransom. Marjorie, honey, you're looking just sweet. Thank you.
Just doing a little landscaping here.
I saw you out the window, and I declare to goodness I was just consumed with curiosity, so I came right over willy-nilly.
Well, glad you did. Where's Willie? Careful, don't fall in that hole there.
Oh, why, Throckmorton. Mr. Gildersleeve, did you go and dig that great big hole?
Well, I had a little help.
A little, he says. Well, it's a lovely hole. But what are you going to do with it? Make a swimming pool?
No, we're going to plant a tree.
A tree? Oh, Throckmorton, then you did remember.
Sure. Remember what?
Oh, what we talked about under the maple tree the other night.
Oh, that.
I love trees. Don't you, Marjorie? Yes, you can't go wrong with a tree. You know, Throckmorton, the boys back home used to have the prettiest custom. They used to carve the girls' initials in the trees. Sometimes they even put a heart around them with an arrow through it. Silly, isn't it?
Leroy, go dig your fork.
I'm getting to like it here, Unc. Well, here comes somebody else. Looks like Mr. Peavy. It is.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Peavy.
Doing a little digging, I see.
Yes, doing a little digging.
That's nice. I do a little gardening myself when I can.
Peavy, you know Mrs. Ransom?
Oh, yes.
Yes, Mr. Peavy and I are old friends.
Yes, I had the privilege of selling Mrs. Ransom a backbrush a few days ago. How's it working out, Mrs. Ransom?
Well, I hardly know that this is the place to discuss it, Mr. Peavy, but it has a tendency to tickle.
Well, they come that way from the factory. You have to work them in. Mr. Stevie and I have one of those brushes. We've had it almost 10 years, and we think the world of it. We wouldn't part with that brush for almost anything you could name.
Yes, well, I'm glad you're happy with it.
Hey, Unc, here comes the old goat.
Leroy, that's no way to talk about Judge Hooker.
Hello, Gildy.
Hello, you old goat.
Mrs. Ransom.
Oh, my, this is an unexpected pleasure, Judge.
Hello, Leroy, Marjorie,
Hello.
Phoebe. Quite a little gathering. What's going on here?
Mr. Gildersleeve is having a tree planting.
Well, what is this, Arbor Day?
I wish I could stay for the ceremonies, but I've got to tend to my marketing.
Oh, must you go?
Yes, but when I come back, I expect to see a shady bower right where that hole is. Goodbye now.
Goodbye, Mrs. Ransom.
Goodbye, Mrs. Ransom.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Mrs. Ransom. You can have the shovel back now, Leroy.
What's the excavation for, Gildy? Are you going to plant this tree or bury it?
No.
What kind of a tree is it?
It's a cherry tree. Any objections?
No. Of course, they don't live very long, but they'll probably live as long as you will.
Listen to me, you old goat. A cherry tree was good enough for George Washington, and George Washington was good enough for me.
You tell him, Unc.
Why, every house in this country ought to have a cherry tree. I hope this tree will be an inspiration to you, Leroy, to follow in the footsteps of George Washington. Do you understand what's expected of you?
Yeah, you want me to chop it down?
You know.
Smart kid. He knows his history, Gildy. That's more than you do.
Hey, Unc, here he comes.
Who?
The expressman. Maybe he's got the tree.
Oh, no. It would take a bigger wagon than that, Leroy. You'd have to send it out on a truck.
Right up here, though.
Oh, he's stopping here.
Well, maybe it's still down at the freight office. Maybe they couldn't handle it. After all, a giant Ponderosa at $22.50.
Mr. Gildersleeve, gentleman right there.
Yeah, something for me?
They sign here.
Wait a minute. I was expecting a tree. They telephoned me from the freight office. You know anything about it?
You sign here.
But what am I signing for? I bought this tree from a fellow who came through here a week ago.
Sign here, please.
All right, I'll sign. But what about the tree? I paid a lot of good money down. If it's all the same to you, I'd like to know what...
No. Now you went and signed in the wrong place. I'll have to erase it.
Just erase it. Well, you got me so darn excited. Now, listen, brother, would you mind telling me...
Bottom line, there. The bottom line.
Your hand's shaking, huh?
Yeah. Now, would you mind telling me what you're delivering, if anything?
Tree.
The tree? Where is it?
Under my arm. Take it, will you, bud?
That little twig? Oh, isn't this awful?
Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few seconds. But first, you homemakers have a big job to do these wartime days. Yes, your job is to see that your families get the foods that help make them strong. So you'll want to know about a food that adds extra nourishment to meals in any number of easy, appetizing ways. That food is Pabstet, the delicious golden cheese food of 100 different uses. Yes, Pabstet offers many quick, delightful ways to add variety and extra nutriments to your menus. One way is with the smooth, rich cheese sauces that Pabstet makes. Just melt Pabstet in a double boiler, stir in a little milk, and season, and you have a grand golden cheese sauce for vegetables, leftovers, all kinds of nourishing food. Pabstet cheese sauce is mighty tasty, mighty nutritious, too, because Pabstet is a nourishing, digestible energy food, rich in milk protein, and it helps provide vitamin A and the important milk minerals calcium and phosphorus. So serve Pabstet often. Remember, it's Pabstet, the delicious golden cheese food of 100 uses. And now let's get back to the Great Gildersleeve and his cherry tree. The neighbors have left, and for half an hour, Gildersleeve and his nephew have been filling in the mighty hole they just finished digging.
Alas, poor Leroy. I knew him well.
Never mind the ham, Leroy. Keep shoveling.
First we shovel it out, and then we shovel it in.
Yeah, that's life, my boy.
It seems a shame to fill up a ditch like this, Unc. Would have made a swell elephant trap.
Yeah, I'd like to trap the fellow who sold me this tree. If that Johnny Appleseed ever comes through here again, I'll hang him from the top of it.
You couldn't hang a midget from it now, Unc.
All right, keep shoveling.
You know, Uncle Mort, I think this tree's going to live.
Oh, really, Marjorie?
Mm-hmm. I've been soaking its little roots in water. Look, there's some green there.
By George, you're right. Look at that green. Water, that's all it needs. Let's get it in the ground quick, huh? Leroy, scoop out a little bed for it.
Okay. A young tree will stand transplanting better than the big one, you know.
Yeah, that's right, my dear. Stick it in the hole, Marjorie, and Leroy, you fill around it.
Hold it straight, Marge. There.
You know, all that digging we did will probably help us. Plenty of cultivation, that's what these trees need, and plenty of water. Now pat the earth around the little roots, Leroy. That's right. Don't pat it too hard. These giant ponderosas are very delicate. You gotta cultivate them and water them. You gotta tend them like a little baby. Nice little tree.
Maybe we ought to take it in the house nights to keep it warm.
Very funny, Leroy. Go get the hose and drag it over here, will you? We gotta give this a good soaking.
Don't you think we ought to use a medicine dropper?
A medicine. Go get the hose.
Okay. Oh, they just like to kid you, Uncle Mort. You are funny, you know.
Oh, you too? Let them laugh. We're lucky to get a tree like this for $22.50.
Hey, out the hose!
Well, drag it over here.
I can't. It won't reach. This is as far as it'll go.
Oh, well, turn on the water. We'll squirt it from there. Here, give it to me. You go turn it on.
Don't squirt it too hard, Uncle Mort. You'll knock the tree over.
Go ahead. Turn it on, Leroy.
It's on.
Stand back, Marjorie. Here it comes.
Uh-huh.
Turn it on all the way.
I've got it turned down as far as it'll go.
Oh, look at that. Is that guy next door taking a bath again?
We'll never reach the tree with that. What's the matter?
Nothing comes out. Look at that dribble.
Oh, you can make it go farther than that. Stick your thumb over the end of it, Unc.
Well, I'll try it. Oh! Leroy, you knew it would do that.
You didn't have to squirt yourself in the face with it, Unc. I'll wipe you off, Uncle Mort.
Never mind. By George, that's the last straw. That's Summerfield for you. You try to plant a tree, you try to beautify the place for a little, and then what happens? No water.
Bertie's been complaining about the pressure all summer.
Well, she should. The water situation in this town is a disgrace. It's a fire hazard. It's a menace to the public health. And it leaves a ring in the bathtub, too. I'm going to go out and do something about it. Come on, Hooker, open up. I know you're in there.
All right, Gildersleeve, what do you want? I'm very busy.
Judge, have you used any water lately?
I never touch the stuff. You come all the way down here to ask me riddles?
I mean it. I'm serious. We can't get any water at my house. We can't get any pressure. It's a disgrace.
Well, don't complain to me. Complain to Clanahan. He's the water commissioner.
What's the use of complaining to Clanahan? He just sits down there at the waterworks on his fat salary playing pinochle while the town goes dry. The man can't even plant a cherry tree.
Well, don't holler at me. I don't play pinochle.
That's nothing to do with it. You might at least ask a visitor to come in and sit down, Hooker.
I don't want you to come in, and I don't want you to sit down. I'm busy.
Judge, look. I've written a letter to the Indicator Vindicator about this situation.
You have?
And I'd like to read it to you.
No. I'm positive it's a fine letter, Gildy, and you must be sure to send it to the newspaper. But if you want to get action with a politician like Clanahan, you'll have to get out and blast.
Blast? What do you mean, Judge?
You want to get up a petition. Go around and get people to sign it.
A petition? You're right. The voice of the people. Oh, that's wonderful, Judge. I'll get up a petition that'll blow his ears back. I'll write a petition that'll go down in history with the Missouri Compromise. Or was it the Mississippi? Good morning, Floyd.
Morning, Mr. Gildersleeve. You're next. Be with you in about 2 minutes.
Thanks, Floyd. I won't require your professional administrations this morning. I shaved myself. But I've got a little thing here I'd like to have you sign.
Well, the wife says I'll sign anything. What is it?
You use a lot of water here, don't you, Floyd? Now, I've got a petition. I'll read it to you. Quote, "To whom it may concern, we, the undersigned taxpayers of Summerfield, believing that the water situation in this town is a crime and a disgrace, and a stench in the nostrils of civic pride, do hereby petition the town council..." What's hissing? Are you shushing me?
The guy in the chair under the towel.
Corey, are you working on me, Ranger?
Yes, sir. Be right with you.
Well, get this towel off me, please.
Yes, sir.
Oh, hello, Clanahan.
Hello, Gildersleeve. I read your letter in the Indicator last night.
Did you? I used your water to shave with this morning. I'm just getting up a little testimonial about it here.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve, but I couldn't possibly sign a thing like that. Mr. Clanahan here is one of my best customers. I'm sorry. Come back later.
Well, if that's the way you feel about it. Goodbye, Floyd. I'll be seeing you, Mr. Clanahan, if you're around. But, Peavy, you know yourself the water in this town isn't any good. It's not even fit to bathe in.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. I bathe in it regularly, so does Mrs. Peavy.
All right, it's fine to bathe in, then.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that either. It's a little slow coming out of the tap, and it's kind of brown, and it has a peculiar taste.
Well, in other words, it's pretty bad water.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Look, Peavy, I'm not asking you to sign the Magna Carta. It's just a little piece of paper asking for water.
I understand.
Peavy, out in my yard, I've got a little cherry tree. A little tiny cherry tree, pushing its tender shoots up through the parched earth, crying for water. Are you going to deny that little treelet life?
Well...
Sign here.
Oh, no, Gildy. I wasn't born yesterday.
Look here, Judge. You're the one who told me to get up this petition.
Sure I was, but I'm not crazy enough to sign it. Why, I'd as soon sign my own death warrant.
I'll be bringing that around yet, you old goat. A fine, upstanding judge.
Well, you know how this town is run, Gildy. It's just too bad. I'd like to see somebody throw Clanahan out. Somebody else, not me.
That's your final word, is it, Hooker?
I'm sorry, Gildy, but that's it.
Very interesting. This is going to be very interesting.
To whom?
To a certain lady who shall be nameless, Mrs. Ransom.
All right. If you're going to play dirty, give me the paper.
I thought you'd see the light, Judge.
You're worse than Clanahan. I'm doing this against my better judgment, you understand?
You never want to trust that anyway. Thanks, Judge.
What's wrong, Martin? Come in, won't you? Come right in. Now, don't tell me you've gone and brought me something again.
Well, not exactly. I brought you a little paper to sign.
Oh, my goodness, I do hope it's nothing legal.
Well, it has to do with the water situation.
Oh, dear, is it bad?
Hadn't you noticed? It's terrible. There's no hydraulic pressure.
Oh, there you go. I just don't know what you're talking about when you talk about things like that. I'm not a bit mechanical, you know.
Oh, well, you don't have to understand it, really. All you have to do is sign it. It's a petition.
Petition? Is that anything like a subpoena?
Well, not really, no.
Because I never did know what a subpoena was. My husband, Beauregard, was a lawyer, you know, and I never did understand him from the day I married him. Oh, but then he never understood me.
Oh.
But we understand each other, don't we, Throckmorton?
Oh, brother.
Come into the parlor, won't you? Now, let's don't talk about petitions and pressures and chemistry and all that. Let's talk about us.
Oh, well, I'll tell you. I've got to get this petition in before the meeting of the town council tomorrow.
Oh, pooh. All you men think about is business.
I know, but let's get it signed first, and then we can go on from there.
Well, I'd love to sign it, Throckmorton. Really, I would. But Beauregard told me I must never sign anything without getting the advice of a lawyer first.
Oh.
Don't you reckon maybe I ought to consult Judge Hooker?
Hooker? No. Frankly, I don't think the judge would understand about this.
You don't?
No. You see, this petition, it all started with that tree I planted. Our tree, Leela. Our little tree.
Oh, Throckmorton, you're sweet. I'll sign it. I'll do anything you say.
Wait. Here's my pen.
After all, you're my air raid warden. I guess that makes it legal, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
There. To Throckmorton with love from Leela.
Huh?
Aren't you pleased?
Well,
I mean, it's all right the way I autographed it.
oh, the town council will love it. With love from Leela. What's that noise? What time is it? Only 6 o'clock. What's going on out there?
Hey, wake up.
Leroy, what's that racket outside?
There's a gang of men digging in the front yard.
In the front yard? Who told them to do that? 6 o'clock in the morning. I'll find out about this. Hey! Hey, out there! Oh, it's you, Clanahan. What do you think you're doing?
You complained about the water, didn't you?
Certainly I did, and I'm going to complain about it again.
You said you wanted action, didn't you?
Certainly I did.
Well, you're getting it.
Wait a minute, where's that tree that was there?
What tree?
No, Leroy. What's the picture?
Oh, it's super, Unc. It's called Here We Go Again.
Here We Go Again? I never heard of it.
You never heard of Here We Go Again?
Well, I've heard of it now.
It's got Fibber, McGee, and Molly in it.
Oh, my little chums. Well.
And Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy.
Well, for heaven's sake, that sounds great. Here's $1. Take your friend.
Wait a minute. There's a guy in it called the Great Gildersleeve.
Never heard. Oh, that's me. What am I saying? Wait a minute, Leroy. I'll get my hat and go with you. Good night, everybody. Here we go again.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by Billy Mills. This is Frank Bingman speaking for the makers of Tab Set and inviting you to be with us again next week at the same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
A word for all you thrifty women who are trying to keep the food budget on an even keel. The product called Kraft Dinner is just your dish. For Kraft Dinner gives you the economical way, the quick way to make delicious macaroni and cheese. Fluffy, tender macaroni, drenched with cheese goodness. With Kraft Dinner, you make it in just 7 minutes cooking time. You see, every Kraft Dinner package contains a special fast-cooking macaroni and an envelope of Kraft grated so you can sprinkle in the cheese flavor in a hurry. And say the family will go for this thrifty, speedy macaroni and cheese. They'll tell you it's as good as any you ever baked in the oven the old-fashioned way. Why don't you get several packages of economical Kraft Dinner tomorrow? Have it on hand in the pantry shelf. A main dish ready in 7 minutes is such a help these busy days. Tomorrow, ask your food dealer for Kraft Dinner. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston.
No, Don, not Jell-O. It's Grape Nuts Flakes this year. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, darn it. The Grape Nuts Flakes program starring Jack Benny.
No, not Grape Nuts Flakes. What's the matter with you?
Oh, yes.
I'll get fired.
The Grape Nuts Flakes program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now we have a new star on our program tonight that I'd like all you listeners to meet. This new star is a favorite with millions of loyal and ardent fans all over America. In fact, this particular star is a morning star. A star that enjoys top billing on a coast-to-coast breakfast circuit. Ladies and gentlemen, I present Grape Nuts Flakes, the breakfast treat that has risen to stardom because of its delicious, distinctive appeal. Yes, friends, Grape Nuts Flakes today are America's fastest-growing cereal. And have been America's fastest-growing cereal for the past 3 years. And why? Because of flavor. A flavor that's malty rich, sweet as a nut, absolutely different from any other cereal in America. And that's because Grape Nuts Flakes are made a different way. They're a blend of 2 luscious grains instead of only 1. Sun-ripened wheat and malted barley. And they're toasted, golden brown and crisp, to bring out the rich goodness of each wholesome grain. So feature Grape Nuts Flakes at your breakfast table every morning. For a delicious and nourishing treat, ask for Grape Nuts Flakes in the big 12-ounce economy size package. Was Pennsylvania Polka played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let us turn back the clock 1 hour and show you what happened on the way to the studio. Jack, in line with the Share Your Car campaign, volunteered to pick up the gang in his Maxwell and drive us all down to the first broadcast.
That's the least I could do.
Anyway, Jack called me and told me to be waiting in front of my house, as he and Rochester would be along just as soon as they'd picked up Max.
Oh, boy, it'll be great to get back on the air again.
Feel good, eh, boss?
You said it. I got spurs that jingle, jangle, jingle as I go riding merrily along. Oh, Lily Bell. Oh, Lily. Well, I'll be... Rochester, put down that banjo. You're driving the car. Put it down, grab hold of the steering wheel.
This is the wheel. I just put strings on it.
Just drive, will you? I got spurs that jingle. Gee, it sure feels good to be going back to work, eh, Mary?
Yeah, but it'll seem funny not broadcasting for Jell-O this year.
Well, it's not so much of a change. After all, it's the same sponsor, same station, same time.
Well, I hope we have some new material. I'm sick of all those jokes about your toupee.
Me too.
And pull it up a little. You look like Veronica Lake.
Say, is that bad? I got spurs.
And another thing. You ought to be ashamed having that big sign on the back of the car.
What sign?
Coming soon. Jack Benny and George Washington slept here.
Well, that's my new picture.
Pardon me, boss, but shouldn't Miss Ann Sheridan's name be on that sign, too?
Well,
Mr. Benny and Washington were such friends it'd be a shame to have anybody else there.
Mary, save those quips for the program, will you? Yes, sir. I got spurs that jingle, jangle, jingle.
That jingle, jingle,
as I go riding merrily along.
As I go riding merrily along.
And they say... Uh-oh, slow up, Rochester, slow up.
What's the matter, boss?
Never mind, slow up. Duck down, Mary, duck down.
What for?
Duck down, duck down. Pardon me, miss. I'm cooperating in the Share Your Car campaign. May I give you a lift to Hollywood?
Like I told you yesterday, no.
Okay. Drive on, Rochester. That's gratitude for you. For a girl. Rochester, take it easy. There's a red light up ahead.
It'll be green, red, and green again before we get to it.
Just take it easy, that's all. 35 miles an hour. That's the new speed limit.
Well, let's get a new motor and have a go at it.
Listen, Rochester, you're going to miss this little car when we're riding around in that buggy I bought. Hey, that reminds me, I've got to get a horse for that buggy.
A horse? Oh, then you gave up the idea of letting Dennis pull it.
That was just a wild thought. Besides, if I ever hit him with a whip, his mother'd kill me. Hey, there's John Wilson waiting for us. Hello, John.
Hello, Jack. Mary.
Hello, Don.
Hi, Mr. Wilson.
Well, hello, Rochester. Well, that's it, Jack.
Right in the middle, over we go.
Don't get cute, Rochester. This isn't a canoe.
Say, Don, I'll bet you're a little nervous about going on the air for a new product.
Yeah, aren't you a little jittery?
No. Why, I'm just crazy about those good old grape nuts flakes.
Don, that's grape nuts flakes. Great. Watch it. Turn here, Rochester. Dennis lives right up the street. I got spurs that jingle,
I got spurs that jingle, jingle.
As I go riding merrily.
As I go riding merrily.
They say, oh, ain't you pretty?
Dennis! Oh, Dennis! Yes, Mother? Hurry up. Veronica Lace is waiting for you. Here's your hat and your music. Thanks, Mother. And here's 10 cents. I'm sure Mr. Benny won't charge more than the bus. Goodbye. Bye, Mother. Here I am, Mr. Benny. Hello, everybody.
Hello, Benny. How are you? Where'd you get the red hair, kid? Well, what are you waiting for, kid? Hop in the car.
I'm not moving one step until I find out if I get a raise this year.
You better get in this car, kid. Kenny Baker is in the tool chest. Now get in.
Yes, sir.
All right, Rochester, we got to pick up Mr. Harris now.
Well, Dennis, you all set for the first program?
I sure am. Oh, by the way, Mr. Benny, I shopped all over for a horse collar, but I couldn't find one to fit me.
Well, don't bother about it, kid. I'm getting a horse. I got spurs that jingle.
What's the horse got that I haven't got?
It's nothing against you, Dennis. I'm just getting a horse, that's all. Now, forget it. As I go right...
Gosh, and I cut holes in my straw hat so my ears could stick through.
Too bad. And they sing, oh, ain't you glad you're single?
Get hot, Daddy.
And that song ain't so very far from wrong. Oh, Lily Bell. Oh, Lily Bell. Oh, Lily Bell. Oh, Lily. Rochester, don't sing while you're driving. Now turn left here and we'll pick up Mr. Harris. Darn it, I told him to be waiting on the corner here.
Isn't that Phil up ahead?
Where?
Right there, and he's pushing a baby carriage.
Oh, yeah. He's talking to a street cleaner.
That's the nurse. She's got a white uniform on.
Oh, yes. Gee, I'll be glad to see his baby. Hey, Phil! Hiya, Jackson. Hello, everybody. Sir, well, get a load of that baby of yours. Ain't she a Lulu, Jackson? Well, I'll be darned.
Let me hold her, will you, Phil?
Here you are, Mary.
There now. Oh, isn't she a darling?
Say, Phil, are those the little booties I sent the baby?
No, they didn't fit, Jackson. You must have had awful big feet when you were a kid.
Hey, I was a rugged little rascal.
Oh, gosh, Jack. Look at those blonde curls.
I used to have curls that made those look like a nickel. Way down to my ankles.
Your arms are way down to your ankles, too.
Never mind.
Jack lived on peanuts till he was 18.
That's so.
Let me hold the baby, Mary.
Here you are, Don.
Careful now, careful.
Don't worry, nurse. Coochie, coochie, coochie.
Gee, she's always laughing. Let me hold her, Don.
Okay, Jack, here you are.
I got her. Coochie, coochie, coochie. Now, don't be afraid. It's Uncle Jackie. Remember, I gave you those booties. Here, Phil, you better take her. Here, take the kid. Okay. Well, come on, let's get going.
Oh, isn't she cute? Coochie, coochie, coochie.
Dennis, put down the nurse. What's the matter with you? Come on, Phil, leave your baby with the nurse and let's get to the studio.
Right with you, Jackson. Oh, nurse, I'll be home about 9:30, so be sure and have my bottle ready.
Your bottle?
Gin through a nipple. It's out of this world, Jackson.
I must try it sometime. Come on, Rochester, let's go. Watch the traffic now.
Say, Jackson, ain't Alice and me got the cutest kids you ever seen?
Sure, cute.
Yeah, Phil, I must congratulate you. That baby of yours is a beautiful child.
And what a disposition, always laughing.
Not while I was holding her, she wasn't laughing.
Well, what are you so mad about? You were holding the kid and she cried a little. That's all that happened. Oh, yeah? Drive on, Rochester, drive on.
Step on it, fellas. We've only got a half an hour before the broadcast.
Hope you brought your pass, Jack. You know, NBC has to be pretty strict for the duration.
Oh, all that red tape is silly. Come on, fellas, follow me.
Just a minute there. Gotta have passes, you know. Gotta have passes.
Passes?
Company regulations. I don't make the rules, you know.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Now, look, officer.
Here's my pass.
Here's mine. Smile and Phil Harris, the Daily Double.
See you later, Mr. Benny.
Okay, kid. Now, look, officer, I left my pass at home. Come on, Mary.
Oh, no, you don't. One more step and I'll grill you.
Yikes, he's got a gun. Now, officer, I'm Benny, Jack Benny. Now, get Mr. Swallow, the manager, on the phone. He'll identify me.
Mr. Swallow isn't in. Keep your hands up, you saboteur.
Me, a saboteur? Me?
What's that package you're hiding under your coat?
That's my lunch, a deviled egg sandwich and a banana. You want a bite? Mary, tell this guy who I am.
I'm Mary Livingston, and he's Jack Benny. Here's my pass.
You satisfied? Can we go in now?
No hard feelings. Rules, you know.
You can put that revolver back in your holster.
Okay. Doggone. That's the third toe today.
Come on, Mary, let's go inside. All that trouble for nothing. Oh, wait a minute, Mary. Here's the fan mail department. I might as well pick up my bundle. After all, I've been off the air 4 months, you know.
Gosh, look at all the mail here. Fibber, McGee, Aldrich family, Bing Crosby.
We all get it. Oh, miss, is there any mail here for me, Jack Benny?
Like I told you yesterday, no.
I knew I'd seen her someplace before. Can't understand it. What's happened to my fans? Why don't they write?
Well, maybe they think you're a military secret.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, hello there, Mr. Benny. How's my favorite comedian today?
Fine. Oh, Mary, I'd like to have you meet Robert Welch. Mr. Welch is the new producer of our program.
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Welch.
I kiss your hand, madame.
Oh, fine.
Oh, pardon me, Mr. Welch. Miss Livingston's wristwatch seems to have got caught in your teeth. Thanks. Now, Mr. Welch, we're in a hurry and I'm nervous today. Now, what studio are we broadcasting from today?
Well, now, let me see. Say, that's important, isn't it?
Well, it certainly is. Now, you're the new producer. Where are we broadcasting from?
Now, let me see. I'm not getting off a very good start, am I?
No, you're not. Now, check on it. Check on it, for heaven's sake.
Okay, check.
Yes, he's so nervous, you know. Oh, here's Wilson. Say, Don, did you find out what studio we're broadcasting from?
Yes, Jack, we're in Studio B across the hall here.
Good. Let's go in and get our rehearsal started.
Oh, I'm afraid we'll have to wait a few minutes, Jack. There's a program rehearsing in there now.
What program?
The Heartaches of Sally Sutton.
Oh, the Heartaches of Sally Sutton? Say, that's one of my favorites.
That program is strictly for housewives.
Oh, it is, eh? Well, Rochester and I listen to it every morning while we're doing the dishes. And their soap doesn't give you the dishpan hands, either. Come on, let's go inside and watch it, huh? Oh, boy, I can hardly wait to see Rochester's face tomorrow morning when I tell him everything before it happens.
Quiet.
And so, chin up, but with tears in Sally Sutton faces the bitter realization that her once happy home is about to be broken up.
That husband of hers has really been playing around, the rat.
Acting on the advice of old Judge Hooper, who lives in the little house at the bend of the road, Sally is determined to have a showdown with her husband, Paul.
And Rochester thinks they're going to smooth things out.
Jack, quiet.
It is midnight, and Sally, chin up, but with tear-dimmed eyes, is awaiting Paul's arrival.
Good evening, sweetheart. Am I late for dinner?
Oh, Paul, how can you call me sweetheart when your mind is on another?
Then you.
Yes, Paul, I know. I found out all about you and that welder at Lockheed.
If you're referring to Nancy Randolph, there's absolutely nothing between us.
Oh, Paul, lies.
I swear it. I've never even seen her in a dress.
Dress or overalls, that Nancy is a siren.
No use, Paul. This is the end.
You mean?
Yes, a divorce.
A divorce?
A divorce!
Jack, for heaven's sake.
Oh, Paul, I've forgiven you time after time. First it was that cigarette girl. Then that telephone operator. Then that model.
And don't forget that usherette.
And then that usherette. I tell you, Paul, a divorce is our only solution.
Very well, my dear. But I'm afraid that our son, Wilbur, must go with me, his father.
No, not that.
No, Paul. Would you take a 10-year-old child away from his mother? You can't do it. I'll fight for it.
Oh, boy, wait till tomorrow morning. I'm going to bet Rochester $5 they're going to get a divorce. It's a cinch.
Please, Paul. He's my child as well as yours.
All right, Sally. We'll let the boy decide. Oh, Wilbur! Wilbur, will you please come in here?
Yes, your father and I would like to talk to you.
Mother, Father, did you call me?
Dennis! Dennis Day, what are you doing on this program?
Well, I gotta make some money someplace.
I don't care, you're working for me. Now listen, kid.
Mr. Benny, please, we're rehearsing.
Well, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we're on the air in a few minutes, and I've got to have Dennis. It's our first broadcast. I got to have the studio.
Oh, all right, you saboteur.
This is a deviled egg sandwich and a banana. Now get out of here. Let us rehearse. Now see here, Dennis.
Yes, Father.
I'm not your father. That's the other guy. Now let's get going around here. Dennis, run over your song. We got to rehearse that.
How can he sing without an orchestra?
Oh, for Phil, where are the orchestra boys?
I don't know. Oh, yes, I put them in Deacon's warehouse for the summer.
Well, get them out. Get them out.
Well, Jack, don't you think I'd better rehearse the commercial once? After all, this is a new product.
Okay, Don, yeah, rehearse it. See, we'll be on the air right away.
Ladies and gentlemen, next time you go to your neighborhood grocer, why not ask for America's most distinctive flake cereal? Toasty, brown, sweet as a nut, Grapes Nuts Flakes.
No, Don, not grapes. That's grape.
Oh, darn it. You will find that Grape Nuts Flakes are a thrifty buy in the big 12-ounce economy size package. So be sure to look for the big red letters on the box.
Don, that was Jell-O. These are white letters, white.
So be sure to look for the big white letters on the box.
They're little white letters, little, Don.
So be sure to look for the little white letters on the box. They spell Grape Nuts Flakes.
There you go again.
Oh, what's the matter with me?
Here they are, Jackson. Here's the boys. Well, it's about time.
Hold everything there. You gotta have passes, you know. Gotta have passes.
Oh, get out of here. Now, Don, watch that commercial. It's all right to say Grapes Nuts Flakes now. But for heaven's sake, don't make that mistake when we're on the air or our sponsor will have a fit.
Holy smokes, does our sponsor have fits?
No, pay attention to the conversation, kid. All right, run over your song. Give him an introduction, Phil.
Okay, hit it, boy.
I'm a wreck already, only the first broadcast.
Be careful, it's my heart. It's not my watch you're holding, it's my heart. It's no, I sent you that you quickly burn. It's not a book I lent you that you never return. Remember, it's my heart, the heart with which so willingly I part. It's yours to take, to keep or break. But please, before you start, be careful. It's my heart.
Hi, we're on the air in 60 seconds. Oh, my goodness. Hurry it up, Dennis. Finish your song. We're going on the air.
Remember, it's my heart, the heart with which so willingly I part. It's yours to take, to keep or break, but please, before you part, be careful. It's my
Good, swell. That song will be okay, Dennis. Now, Mary, pass out the scripts, will you? We'll be on the air in about 20 seconds. Grab your scripts, everybody.
We haven't got any scripts.
Your writers didn't bring them in yet.
What? No scripts?
Stand by, everybody. 15 seconds.
Oh, for Pete's sake, no script.
What are we going to do, Jack?
I don't know. I'll have to ad-lib something. I'll tell you what. I'll start out by saying, hello, everybody, this is Jack Benny. You know, folks, a fun thing happened to me on the way to the studio.
You leave Phil's baby out of this.
I didn't mean that. Darn my writers, a fine spot they put me in. Here I am, chin up, but with tear-dimmed eyes, and no script. They've had all summer to get this program written. One little program.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is exactly what happened before we were supposed to go on the air tonight. And now, for tonight's show...
John, how can we do a show without a script?
You gotta have jokes, you know. You gotta have jokes.
Oh, what's the use? Play something, Phil.
You know, friends, most of us these days are faced with the problem of getting more mileage out of our tires. But homemakers face a different mileage problem. That's how to get more mileage from food by getting more nourishment per spoonful. Well, here's a suggestion for you from the Government Nutrition Program. Eat more of the vital protective foods that you should have every day. That includes whole grain cereals. Cereals such as delicious, toasty brown Great Nuts Flakes. For Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal, so they supply important whole grain food values, including iron, niacin, and vitamin B1. Extra vitamin B1. For Grape Nuts Flakes bring you even more B1 to the ounce than you find in the whole grain itself. And honestly, there isn't a more delicious way to get this grand all-around nourishment. For Grape Nuts Flakes are malty-rich, sweet as a nut, crammed full of wide-awake, flavorful goodness. Remember, you owe it to yourself to start every morning with the proper nourishment. And you can do that and enjoy it with good-to-eat, nourishing Grape Nuts Flakes.
Tell you, it isn't worth it. Oh, gosh, that was the most humiliating experience I've ever had.
How'd the show go, boss?
We didn't have a show, Rochester. No script.
Were your writers over martinis again?
No, they just didn't work. Oh, by the way, Rochester, remind me to tune in on the Heartaches of Sally Sutton tomorrow morning. I have a hunch Paul and Sally are going to split up.
No, boss, they're in love. Mr. Sutton might play around a little bit, but they ain't never going to separate.
Oh, no? Well, I'll tell you what, Rochester. I'll just bet you $5 they're going to get a divorce. And they're going to fight over the kid, too.
Oh, Jack, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Well, he thinks he knows everything. This will be a lesson to him.
The National War Finance Committee presents the beloved mother and father of the Aldrich Family Radio program, Miss Catherine Roth and Mr. House Jameson, in Nazi Eyes on Canada. We reveal to Canada how a German spy traveled across this dominion in 1933 and 34. How under false pretenses he went everywhere, gaining information, seeking out weaknesses in our strength of arms and national unity, and how he returned to Germany to write a book about us and our rich land, to show the German people what a prize this country would be when one day the Third German Reich could claim Canada as one of its conquered lands. During the past 2 weeks, we have had many inquiries as to whether our story of the Nazi spy was truth or fiction. It was truth. We meant what we said. His book, not yet published in English, but translated as a basis for this program, is titled Zwischen US und dem Pol, From the U.S. to the North Pole. The translators, Duncan and Lyle Cameron of Toronto. The author of that book, the renegade who sold the decent name of his ancestors to the German Geopolitical Institute, the Nazi spy who called himself Colin Ross, has been traced across Canada. If the promise made by Colin Ross to the German people that one day Canada would belong to Germany were to come true, and Canadians should lose their freedom, what would be the fate of your family? Ladies and gentlemen, the mother and father of the Aldrich Family Radio program, Miss Catherine Roth and Mr. House Jameson.
Thank you, and hello, everyone, everywhere in Canada. I can't tell you how happy we are to be in Canada once again, to do honor to you who have made such a magnificent contribution to the war.
I'll tell you of another thrill, Kay. the opportunity to play the role of a man who is actually sitting at his radio right now, listening to it.
Indeed it is, House. And I'm to play the role of one of the sweetest women I've ever talked with. A Canadian mother who lives on a ranch out in the foothills of the Rockies. We talked with that family today by telephone so that we might come to know them personally and learn something of their surroundings. May we tell the radio audience about them, Mr. Green?
Please do.
Well, first of all, the mother, Mrs. Cora Stevenson, came to Canada as a girl from Scotland. Lived in Montreal, then Toronto, and finally in High River, Alberta, where she became chief telephone operator, and where a big, handsome rancher won her heart and took her to live on his ranch in the bend of the Highwood River. She'd never lived on a ranch before, and she's just a wee bit afraid of those great open spaces and of living 17 miles from town. But now she wouldn't trade her home in Alberta for a penthouse apartment on Park Avenue.
John Stevenson came to Canada from England when he was a lad of 14. And his first job was planting flowers and potatoes where the Canadian Pacific Station and the Palliser Hotel now stand in Calgary. During the last war, he served 4.5 years with the Alberta Cavalry, much of that time in France. Today, he has a ranch of which any man could be proud. Just 8 miles from the Duke of Windsor's famous EP ranch, with the Rockies as an ever-present background in the western sky. He raises cattle, hogs, and grain as an honorable part in the economic life of wartime Canada.
The Stevensons have 3 children. Edward, who will be 14 this month.
Eddie rides his own horse, named Pepper, herds the cattle, milks the cows, helps with the branding, and he likes fixing the mechanical farm implements so much that he wishes he were old enough to join the Royal Canadian Air Force as a mechanic or pilot.
Winifred is 12, a beautiful girl. I've seen her picture. She rides a horse named Judy, and they tell me she's a magnificent horsewoman. In addition to all she does to help her mother, when branding time comes around on the ranch, she keeps the branding irons hot and passes them over to Eddie and her dad.
And finally, there's Rose Marie, a healthy, happy, rosy-cheeked little blonde of 4.5 years. She doesn't ride a horse yet, but there's a promise going around the Stevenson house that when Rose Marie is 5, she can have a pony of her own. She's lovable and friendly, laughing with those big blue eyes, and all day long she's busy asking questions and finding out things. She's the little Rose Marie anyone would love to have in their heart and home.
And so, there they are, a real Canadian family, whom we shall try to portray as they are today.
And as they might be, if Nazi eyes on Canada were to be followed by Nazi feet on Canada.
Of the paper, John?
Oh, sure. Here, I'll trade you. Well, the war news seems to be better the last day or two.
Those Russians are wonderful, aren't they?
Yes, indeed. The way they've held out at Stalingrad is something to put in the history book.
Did you notice those pictures in Life magazine? The country around Stalingrad looks a lot like this part of Alberta.
Yeah, even the cliffs along the river, just like the bluffs across the river from our house.
You get back to that arithmetic, Eddie.
It's most done, Dad.
And they have oil fields in that part of Russia, too. Just like they are over the hill in Turner Valley.
Well, what about the history lesson, Winnie? Is it done?
Almost.
Get back at the homework then, children. No conversation until it's finished.
Boy, I'll be glad when school's over.
Rosemary all tucked into bed?
Sound asleep long ago. She was a very tired baby tonight.
She usually is. I never saw such a busy child.
She's the most surprising child I've ever known.
What has she popped out with now?
Well, while she was helping me with the dishes this noon, she looked up and said, Mommy, what's disintegration?
Disinter what?
Disintegration. That's what she said. What she meant was disintegration. You remember the minister's sermon yesterday afternoon?
Oh, yes, disintegration of family life. Say, I wouldn't have thought she was even listening.
Oh, you bet she was. She doesn't miss a thing. You ought to hear some of the things she repeats from the radio. Things we listen to after she's gone to bed.
Haven't you ever heard her imitate Mother Aldrich, Dad?
No.
She goes, Henry Aldrich.
Coming, Mother.
Hey, what about the homework, children?
Oh, finished, completed, done, thank goodness.
All set, Dad.
Huh. What kept you so long out at the corral tonight, son?
Well, I was checking up on Pepper, and I wanted to be sure he wasn't hurt today.
Hurt? Whatever happened? Eddie, did you have a fall?
Didn't you tell him, Winnie?
Of course not. I'm no tattletale. Anyhow, why don't you tell him yourself?
What happened, son?
Well, I was riding home from school, and Winnie and I were having a sort of
race. I know. Trying to see whether Pepper or Judy was faster. Well?
A calf came up the bank, and I didn't see him, and Pepper didn't either.
And he piled up into an awful tangle, and Eddie was flying over Pepper,
But no one was hurt, the calf or Pepper or me, so everything's all right.
Oh, dear, I wish you children wouldn't ride so fast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, probably a lot of city mothers and fathers are saying the same thing right now to their children about driving the car.
Only thing is, they haven't much gas, and there's a speed limit. And as long as we have horses and feed for them, we're all set.
Off to bed now, you two. 5 o'clock comes early.
All right, Mother. Here's a good night kiss.
My darling.
Now you, Dad.
Look out for my cigarette and my paper.
You old sweetie, you can't fool me. You'd die if you didn't get your good eye hug and kiss, and you know it.
Good night, Mother. Don't worry about us. We can take care of ourselves.
Good night, Eddie.
Good night, son.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Pretty fine pair of kids.
They grow up so fast, John. Edward's as big as a man and does a man's work on the ranch.
Yeah, and Winnie, anyone from the city would take her to be 15 at least.
Seems like it was just a month or two ago when there were tiny things like Rosemary.
Don't worry about us, Eddie said. Don't worry about us. We can take care of ourselves.
But, John, can they? Oh, I know they can ride. I know they're safe anywhere on the ranch or in the foothills. But are they safe, John? Can they take care of themselves in this crazy world if anything should happen to us?
Well, we've done our best for them, Cora. If good Christian training and understanding and love are the foundation of family life, like the minister said yesterday, then we shouldn't have to worry about our children.
John, what he said about how the Nazis train their children away from family life, and how they take all the little children in the occupied countries and put them into schools and train them to hate their parents and their religion, history of their country.
It's the most vicious thing they've done, I think. Even worse than murder and all the other crimes they've committed. To break up the family, turn the children into soulless little Nazis. Makes my blood boil.
Well, thank God we live in Canada, John. It won't happen to Edward or Winnie.
Or Rosemary. No, Cora, it won't happen here. It can't happen to our children. But it might happen here. It could happen here. We have not won this war yet. And we won't win it until all of us, every one of us, pours into the war effort every ounce of energy, every penny beyond basic living necessities. It has happened in Europe and Asia. It could happen here. And this is what it would mean to the Stevenson family of Alberta and to your family, wherever you live, if we lost the war.
"5 years ago, I preached a sermon from this pulpit in which I pointed out the paganism of Nazi philosophy. We little dreamed then, any of us, that in these few years our own world would be shattered, that we would see our armed forces defeated on our own soil. Once again, it was a case of too little and too late. We failed. And I need not list the things in which we failed. Each one of us is convicted in his own heart of the sins of omission that brought about our defeat. We are a subject nation, a people whose conquerors intend to turn us into slaves. This may be the last time we are allowed to worship in freedom in this little church at the gates of the EP Ranch. Listen then to this plea. Resist with all your power every attempt to destroy our faith our families, and the souls of our children. There must be kept alive within us and within our children the faith of our fathers. Almighty God will show us the way if we have faith, even as he did to the children of Israel. And the Lord went before them by day in a pillar of cloud to lead them the way, and by night in a pillar of fire to give them light. May that light never be extinguished in our hearts. May it never die in this world.
John, dare we disobey them? Can we somehow keep our children here out of the Nazis' hands?
We may not be able to keep them here, but we'll keep them. I promise you, Cora, that so long as I have breath of life, I'll fight to keep them from what has happened in the cities.
But what can we do? School opened almost a week ago. Sooner or later, they'll come here to find out why Rosemary hasn't attended. She's 10 years old now.
We'll go into the hills. Keep on going if we have to, into the very heart of the Rocky Mountains. I've talked it over with some of the others. We'll move the families first and do it by night. Then we'll slip back and gradually drive the cattle from ranch to ranch up into the hills until there isn't a living thing left in the Highwood River country.
Can it be done, John? Is there any way to escape them? They'll hunt us down. Kill us like they did those people in Manitoba.
Quiet. Listen.
The car. It's the Germans.
Must be. No one else is allowed to drive one.
Thank God the children are away on their horses.
I wouldn't be too sure if I were you. That looks like the three of them in the backseat of the car.
What's happened, John? Where are the horses? How did those Nazis get their hands on our children?
Steady, Cora, steady. They're all right. They're not hurt anyway.
Rosemary, Winifred, Eddie.
It's all right, Mom.
Rosemary, darling.
It's the first time I've had a ride in the car in years and years, Mommy. And we went so
You will
fast.
excuse me. My name is Dresser, Ludwig Dresser. I presume I'm addressing Mr. and Mrs. Stevenson?
You are? If you don't mind, I'd like an explanation of why my children came home in your car.
Well, there has been an unfortunate misunderstanding. I'm sorry. The fact is, we have found it advisable to patrol certain areas of this country with cavalry, somewhat like your late lamented mounted police. And we've had difficulty in obtaining a sufficient number of horses. The horse population seems to have suffered a sudden decline, or could they have been hidden in the hills? At any rate, a party of our troopers came across your three children mounted on magnificent animals. They purchased the horses, and at that moment I came along and gave your children what you call a lift, that's all.
Did you sell the horses, son?
No, Dad. They took them at the point of their guns and gave us his money.
That's not money. I've seen that before. Only the Germans can buy with it. They use it to pay Canadians, but won't let us spend it.
It would perhaps be wiser to be more cautious in your statements, Mr. Stevenson.
Eddie, your right arm. What's happened to it?
Broken.
Young man, be quiet.
Winnie, what happened? What did they do to Edward? Winifred, why don't you speak to me?
One of the German troopers. When he dragged me off my tree.
It was a mistake, Mrs. Stevenson. I assure you no harm came to the young lady. It was merely that one of the troopers was so overcome by Miss Winifred's beauty as who wouldn't believe. Your son misunderstood his intentions and was unfortunately injured.
Why, you filthy rat, I'll break every bone in your...
The gun! If you wish your wife to live, you'll be quiet, Stevenson. This trooper will continue to point it at your wife until we are ready to leave. If you make one false motion, you understand.
Mommy, make them go away. I hate them. I could kill every German in the world.
Be quiet, Rosemary.
You will all listen to what I have to say, and you will do what you are told. Stevenson, you will be fined 1/4 of your cattle for that remark you made a moment ago. And deliver those cattle to the railroad within 12 hours. I shall have troopers here to make sure you do it. Mrs. Stevenson, this This son of yours is valuable to us at the moment for the work he can do on this ranch. If we find him doing anything in violation of our laws, we can make equally good use of him in other, less pleasant surroundings.
No.
Further.
No.
This youngest daughter, Rosemary, is it not? Will report without fail at the school tomorrow morning.
No.
If I'm not mistaken, she will soon revise her opinion of the German.
No, I'll not let her handle.
Be silent. Stay where you are. I'll give you something worse than a whip across your face. You understand?
I understand.
Now then, as to your other child, we do not want Miss Winifred to be subjected to another such unhappy experience as she had today. Therefore, we shall place her in the protection of one of our higher schools for young ladies.
No.
Where no harm can befall her.
No.
She'll leave with me at once.
No, you dirty Nazi rat, you never... Cora.
John, thank God.
What happened? What did they do?
You leaped at the German. The trooper shot you.
I've had a horrible dream that they shot you, like he threatened.
Be quiet, John. You must rest.
No.
Get some sleep.
You must tell me what happened. Winifred
They took her away, dear. He said she would be a hostage for our good behavior.
And Eddie? Did they take him?
No. They made him deliver the cattle they demanded. He was at the schoolhouse to ride home with Rosemary.
Then you sent her this morning.
Every morning. For over a week, John. You've been unconscious so long, dear. There's no doctor anymore. Oh, John.
Darling.
John, what have we done?
Steady. Steady, darling. We'll find some way. Somehow, we'll have our family together again.
Mummy, I don't know what to think.
What is it that's troubling you, dearest?
I hate the Germans so much for what they did to Daddy, and for taking Winnie away, and for breaking Eddie's arm. But
what, Rosemary?
Our teacher at school. He is German, but he's kind and he laughs all the time. And he seems to understand. Mummy, why did they teach us lies in the school before the Germans came?
They didn't, darling. They taught only the truth.
How could they when what we're taught now is the truth? And the teacher can prove it's the truth. Mother, why do you pray?
I pray to ask God to bring Winnie back to us, Rosemary. She's been gone almost a year now. And we want her back so very much, don't we?
I guess so. But it's no use praying, Mother. Teacher says that Canadians prayed to God to help them beat the Germans. But the Germans won. So there can't be a God. Mother, please don't kiss me again. It is a sign of weakness and silly sentiment.
What have they done to you, my baby?
You will please not refer to me again as a baby. I am a child of the state. Next year I will be 12 and old enough to enter the Special Youth Corps of the German Overseas Empire. Father, I find it necessary to warn you that it is known you are holding secret meetings with the other ranchers.
Who knows it, Rosemary?
I know it. And I can prove my devotion to my leader in no more glorious way than persuading you to obey that leader, or to denounce you before him. If it becomes necessary to do that, you will be sent to a concentration camp, and I will be given special honor for my devotion to the new order.
John, I couldn't believe it. I didn't want to believe what I saw happening.
I know, dear.
She's not our little Rosemary any longer. Same lovely face. Same golden hair. Everything the same. Except her mind and her heart.
Steady.
It's a Nazi heart now, John. A cold, strange Nazi heart that hasn't any room for us or love.
Steady, Mother, steady. Maybe it'll work out. Maybe she'll come back to us someday.
It'll never work out, John. I know it. When he's gone, Rosemary won't ever again be our child. And now the order for Edward to report in Calgary next week. There'll be nothing left, John. Nothing.
But there will be, Cora. Edward isn't going to Calgary. He's going with us.
With us?
Yes.
But where are we going?
We've stood all we can, Cora, all of us. They've taken our children. They've taken nearly all our cattle and grain and horses. We're going to take what's left and move into the mountains, just as we planned nearly 2 years ago. And if they come after us, we'll fight as long as we can.
All the ranches are in this, John?
Yes, and the oil men who are left from Turner Valley. That'll be the signal when all's ready. The wells just across the hills, they'll blow them, set them on fire. Eddie's watching on the bluffs now.
Dad?
Yes?
The signal. Look at the sky. The whole valley's in flames.
Hurry, Mother. Come on. Don't try to pack anything. We've got to move now.
Just a few things, John. Please, my pictures of the
Oh,
children.
bless you, darling, of course. Bring the horses to the door, Eddie.
They're all ready, Dad. Hurry.
Ready, Mother?
Yes?
I packed the saddlebags with clothes and food last night. We'll swim the horses across the river and drive the cattle up to join the bar you heard.
I'm ready, John. Don't let me look back.
Right there. Come on. Move on. Keep away. Mother, look up. Look up. See that oil burning in the sky? Do you remember what the minister said? Pillar of fire at night.
May that light never be extinguished in our hearts. May it never die in this world.
All right, Eddie. Into the saddle, Mother.
Stand where you are. You're surrounded. Stand still with your hands lifted above your head.
Someone betrayed us.
Come forward and identify these persons, young lady.
These people are Mr. and Mrs. John Stevenson and their son, Edward.
Rosemary.
I denounce them as traitors to the Third German Reich, in which they were given the privilege of citizenship. They have plotted with others to steal or destroy property that lawfully belongs to the state, and to institute a rebellion against our just laws. Heil Hitler!
Take them away.
I have been asked by the Honorable J.L. Ilsley, Minister of Finance, to express to you, Miss Catherine Rott and Mr. House Jameson, his appreciation and that of the people of Canada for your magnificent performance tonight in the interests of a better understanding of the ideals for which we fight.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Ladies and gentlemen, these are days when we must fight, all of us, with everything we have, minds, bodies, souls, and money. Every penny we possess, above the actual needs of life, must be made a part of the commando dagger that will strike into the heart of evil.
Amen. And I say that from the depths of my heart. And I know that conviction is in the heart of the real mother whose role I played tonight. They're out there in their ranch home in Alberta right now. And by radio, we can bring you their voices. The voices of the real Stevenson family now.
Well, Mother, what did you think of it?
It frightened me. I've known that such things have happened to people in Europe. But until tonight, I just haven't let myself think it could happen right here in Canada. That it might happen to my own family.
And you, Edward?
It made me wish I were 4 years older so I could join the Air Force or the Army and get over there and beat the daylights out of Hitler.
And what did you think, Winifred?
I don't suppose a 12-year-old girl can do much to help win the war, but I'll do anything on earth. I'd even give up my horse Judy to keep the Germans from coming here.
Rosemary?
You won't let the Germans come to Canada, will you, Daddy?
No, Rosemary. Nothing else matters now. Just that all of us make sure that with God's help, our families and our Canada will never be under the Nazis.
The story we have heard tonight was based on two indisputable truths: the revelations of the Nazi spy who called himself Colin Ross, and on authenticated stories of what has happened in the occupied countries of Europe, countries that were spied out and written about by that same Colin Ross who spied upon us in Canada. There is but one answer, and that answer requires money for bullets and tanks and planes and ships and guns. That money will be supplied by the self-denial of every man, woman, and child in Canada. Nothing matters now but victory. Next week at the same hour, we shall find out something of the German plan for the maritime provinces of Canada, as revealed in the book by Colin Ross. Here again, we shall learn what is meant by Nazi eyes on Canada. Mr. House Jameson appeared on tonight's program through the courtesy of the Aldrich Family Radio Program. The production was under the direction of J. Frank Willis. This is the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation.
It's Texaco time with Fred Allen. Welcome to the Texaco Star Theater, ladies and gentlemen. Texaco dealers from coast to coast invite you to spend the next 30 minutes with
Fred Allen, Charles Lawton, the Andrews Sisters, Arthur Godfrey, Portland Hopper, and Al Goodman's Orchestra.
It's Texaco time. And here he is. Here he is, back from his vacation, the man his creditors have been waiting for, Fred Allen in person.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, tonight, the Texaco Star Theater opens its fall season with a brand new program. We have all new...
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland. Well, you look nice and relaxed. Tell me, did you have a good vacation?
Yes, Mama and I were at the beach all summer.
Oh, the beach? You had a cabana at Long Beach?
No, we had an umbrella at Coney Island.
Well, how was Mr. Goodman's not laughing as loudly this season. Tell me, how was Coney Island this summer, Portland? Any different?
Yes. This year, the mosquitoes were patriotic.
You mean they only stung soldiers?
No. When the mosquitoes took your blood this summer, they flew to a Red Cross blood bank with it.
Oh, they did, right? Well, I'll have to get going, Portland. You know, our program isn't an hour anymore. It's only 30 minutes now.
It's cut in half?
Yes, the sponsor got the idea from the Reader's Digest. Say, you know who else is back on the air tonight?
You mean Jack Benny?
Did you hear his show tonight? It sounded as though they started out to have a clam bake and the clam didn't show up. Did you hear those crow gags?
Have you got all new jokes tonight?
Well, I did have a whole new show, Portland. I had all new actors signed up, and then that Henry Kaiser came to New York and started hiring people.
Did your actors quit?
Well, you know how radio actors are. Show them a job in a shipyard and they're gone. Who can compete with 80 cents an hour? I mean...
But how can you put on a program with no actors?
Look, I'll get actors. I put an ad in the New York Times just 10 minutes ago. Say, you can't beat that Times for advertising. We're getting action already. Come in.
Fred Allen?
Yes?
We seen your ad in the Times.
Oh, fine.
You're starting a new radio show?
That's right. Are you boys a floating Fred Allen fan club?
Nah, we're Mendelssohn and Brahms. Melodies wrote to order. You name it, we'll steal it.
Your songwriters?
Specializing in swing.
Well, what songs have you written?
I got a girl in Kankakee.
Well, you mean I've got a girl in Kalamazoo.
She moved. We also write theme songs. We got one for you.
Well, who asked you to write a Texaco theme song?
We took a chance.
Oh.
This song will be bigger than I left my hat at the stage door canteen.
Well, what is this Texaco gem of yours?
T is for your tank just made to hold it. E is for your engine that it primes. X is for the extra miles per gallon. A is just a letter, but it rhymes. C is for the Chiefs, both sky and fire. O is for its octane content high. Put them all together, they spell Texaco, whoa, whoa, whoa. The gas that every motorist should buy, it's Texaco.
Fine, that was fine, boys.
Is the song in?
Well, you'll hear from me, boys.
We should live so long. So long.
Well, thanks to that Times ad, Portland, I now have a theme song.
Now, if you only had some actors, you could start the program.
Hey, that's right, too. Where can I get some actors?
Your cry is heard, still your plea. Falstaff's here with fiddle-dee-dee. The Tony Wands of tomorrow at your service.
Well, I'm sorry, Falstaff. I can't use you. You see, I'm having a whole new program this year.
I have oodles of new poems.
New poems won't help, I'm afraid. I need new faces.
Have you heard, when she called me fragrant Malcolm, I knew she smelled my talcum?
No, I haven't heard that.
Or the bathtub said to the faucet, did that drip come in with you?
No, I haven't heard that either.
Put down that live wire, Mother. Sparks are coming out of your bustle.
Now, wait a minute. That has positively done it. That is the priority on the last straw. Now, Falstaff, I'm starting a new show. I'm trying to keep abreast of the time.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem. A poem the entire country should heed.
What is your poem called?
This and That Concerning Fat.
Oh, fat? Well, how does your fat conservation poem go?
My little niece is saving Greece to help defeat the Japs. To help defeat the Nazis, she's collecting bacon scraps.
Yes?
The drippings from each mutton roast she knows make ammunition. The donut fat my niece collects may bomb a Jap position. You, too, should save your fatty waste, your butter, lard, and suet. If my little niece can save her Greece, surely you can do it. When the Axis time at last has come, and the world's restored to peace, the day that Hitler's goose is cooked, my little niece will save the Greece.
Well, thank you, Paul. That is so beautiful. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. Allen.
Yes, Portland.
3 girls who saw your ad in the Times just sent in this card.
This card? Why, the Andrews sisters. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a treat to have you meet the Universal Picture stars and the current sensation at the Paramount Theater, the Andrews sisters. Now, their audition song is Pennsylvania Polka.
Strike up the music, the band has begun. The Pennsylvania Polka. Pick out your partner and join in the fun. The Pennsylvania Polka. It started in Scranton, it's now #1. It's bound to entertain ya. Everybody has a mania to do the polka from Pennsylvania. While they're dancing, everybody's cares quickly gone. Sweet romancing, this goes on and on until the dawn. They're so carefree, yea, with laughter, happy as can be. They stop to have a beer, then the crowd begins to cheer. They kiss, and then they got to kiss again. Strike up the music, the band has begun. The Pennsylvania Reach your the Pennsylvania Everybody has a mania to do the polka from Pennsylvania. While they're dancing all around, everybody's cares are quickly gone. Sweet romancing, this goes on and on and on until the dawn. Oh, ha, ha, ha. Gay with laughter, the happy as can be. They stop to have a beer, then the crowd begins to cheer. They kiss, and then they stop to kiss again. Pick your partner and join in the fun, and it's bound to entertain ya. Everybody has a mania to do the polka from Pennsylvania.
Thank you very much, girls. Say, they were swell, weren't they, Portland?
Yes, the show is going great.
Say, if I only had an announcer now, I'd be all set. Come in.
Is Mr. Allen here?
Why, I'm Fred Allen.
I saw your ad in the Times.
The Times? You don't look like a man who reads the Times.
No, I'm strictly a Joe Palooka man.
Well, I don't know if we can use another Palooka on this program, sir.
I ought to make a great radio announcer.
Well, what makes you think so?
I've tried everything else and failed.
What is your name, sir?
Godfrey. Arthur Godfrey.
Well, all right. You have a portable clack, I see. Well, all right, All right, Mr. Godfrey, I can use an announcer on the program. Now, here is one of our commercials. Would you mind reading this over?
I forgot to tell you, I can't read.
You want to be an announcer and you can't read?
Do you think it'll hold me back?
No, not on this program. I tell you what, you can put our message to motorists in your own words, Mr. Godfrey. You have some words of your own.
Oh, I have some dandies.
Well, let's hear them.
Look, motorists, Every mile counts these war days, because every mile you drive uses up a part of America's stockpile of rubber in the tires of your car. That's why Uncle Sam is asking us to drive only when we have to, and to keep that speedometer needle under 35, to save rubber and keep our cars in service for the transportation we must have. Because, brother, if you was careless today, you was going to be carless tomorrow.
Well, that's excellent, Mr. Godfrey, but this, after all, is the Texaco show. Could you work in a sly reference to Texaco dealers, could you?
Get a load of this, Fred. Your Texaco dealer is the man who can help you save rubber. When he checks the pressure and the condition of your tires regularly, not every once in a while, but regularly, those tires are going to last longer. And what's more, your car's going to last longer, too, when a Texaco dealer takes care of it. How am I doing? Mediocre?
No, but you're working up to it.
Well, how's this? Now, right now, when every mile counts in gasoline consumption, use your Texaco dealer's high-quality gasoline. Texaco Fire Chief or Premium Texaco Sky Chief.
And your parting shot, Mr. Godfrey?
Make a Texaco dealer your car warden. He'll help you care for your car for your country.
Mr. Godfrey, the job is yours. Mr. Goodman, will you stop the music, please? There's someone at the door. Come in. Yes?
I'm Charles Lawton.
Is there something on your mind, brother?
I saw your ad in the Times.
And you are looking for work, are you?
Yes, I thought if you had an opening.
What'd you say your name was again, sir?
Lawton, Charles Lawton.
Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Norton. We can't hire any stray actor who happens to come sniffing around here looking for work.
You mean to work for you, an actor has to be good?
Well, first he has to be cheap. That is first. Now, frankly, what is your rock-bottom salary, Mr. Norton?
I'll take an IOU every week, and Saturday nights you can toss me for it.
Well, that's fair enough. Now, if I hire you, Mr. Norton, you will stay with us, I hope. I'd hate to build you up, you know, and then have you lured away by Ma Perkins or Vic and Sade or some competitor.
Mr. Allen, I'll be with you indefinitely.
Oh, Class 4F, eh?
You're not exactly the commando type yourself.
Well, Mr. Norton...
If you don't mind, old boy, the name is Lawton.
Lawton? You're not Charles Lawton, the Hollywood movie star.
In the flesh, for I'm not overdoing it.
So you're Charles Lawton. Why, you're Portland's favorite actor, you and Slim Somerville. Say, Portland...
Yes?
Here's where we finally got our guest star. This is Mr. Charles Lawton.
Hello, Portland.
Gosh, Mr. Lawton, you were wonderful in the Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Thank you, Portland.
I see you're wearing it in front this year.
Yes. My best is sailcloth. It bellies in the breeze.
Well, tell me, Mr. Lawton, what brings you to New York?
I'm on location for Uncle Samford. I've been on tour selling war bonds.
Say, all of the movie stars seem to be pitching in to sell war bonds these days.
Yes, Fred. Hollywood's doing a great job.
Well, haven't a lot of Hollywood producers and executives given up their jobs to enlist?
Yes, one picture executive was president of so many companies it took him 3 hours to resign.
Say, he must have thrown hundreds of relatives out of work that day. You know, it's a funny thing. It's a funny... Now, we must control ourselves, Mr. Serious business. You know, it's a funny thing. It's a funny thing about Hollywood. You know, lately I have been flooded with offers to make pictures.
I'm not surprised. With all of the good-looking men in the army, they're taking anybody.
So that's it.
Yes, if you want to be a glamour boy these days, Fred, you've got to be a physical wreck.
Well, it looks as though Jack Benny will have a big year this year.
Yes, Jack has just completed 3 pictures.
Say, I heard about this last picture he's just finishing. Benny plays the part of a Republican who goes crazy. He spends all of his time in a fireplace talking back to the president.
Jack is in the fireplace making a fuel of himself.
Was that a joke, Mr. Lawton?
Yes, I stoop to levity on occasion.
You didn't quite make it this time.
If you want to quibble, no.
Well, they tell me that Mr. Benny's 3 pictures are going to open the same night in New York, Chicago, and Hollywood, and that Benny is going to attend all of the openings.
How can Jack be in 3 places at once?
Well, he's sending his toupee to New York, his teeth to Chicago, and Hollywood gets what's left of Benny in person. A basket cake. But tell me, what else is new in Hollywood?
I wouldn't know, Fred. I live a sort of sheltered life out there.
You do, really? You don't reside in a stucco mansion?
No, my little bungalow is a happy combination of squalor and mock magnificence.
Oh, really?
I have a mid-Victorian hen house. I overpowered the architect before he was able to finish it.
Fortunately. You don't indulge in sports?
I played golf just once.
Golf? Well, what happened?
Oh, I went out to the links at the crack of dawn.
Yes.
I teed off.
Yes.
I made 1 hole.
Yes.
I made another hole.
Yes.
Then I covered up both holes and came home.
You were through with golf.
I sent my caddy back to his widowed mother and turned my niblick into the scrap side.
But tell me, what do you do for excitement out in Hollywood?
Oh, some nights I sit around working on my taxidermy.
Oh, you do? You're a taxidermist?
Yes, my hobby is stuffing field mice.
Oh, stuffing field mice. Well, isn't it rather tiring?
It is a little bit strenuous, overtaking them, old boy.
But what? Too bad they didn't get away in this instant. But what other diversions intrigue you?
When I crave a rollicking evening, I take my tiddlywink set and go over to May Robeson's.
Well, that sounds exciting.
Yes, I sit and tiddly and May sits and winks. At 10 o'clock, May rises and curtsies. I put on my white duck Inverness, blow May a lumbering kiss and leave.
Gad, that's living.
Yes. Life to me is the tilt of a buzzard's wing.
You're a born playboy.
I'm hotter than the rear axle of a Jeep.
I can imagine.
Enough about Hollywood, sir. What about this job in radio?
Radio? Radio? A man with your reputation?
Radio fascinates me, Fred. I'd like to be a star in one of those serial programs.
Serial programs? Why?
Well, Fred, things have been going too good for me. I'd like to have a little trouble for a change. If I was a star of a serial program, I'd have plenty of grief.
All right. Of course, first we'll have to get you in the mood, Mr. Lawton. You will have to suffer.
Can you make me feel miserable, Fred?
Well, I think so. Now, close your eyes.
They're closed.
Think of Victor Mature.
Victor Mature, yes.
Now, open your eyes.
All right.
And look at yourself.
Yes.
How do you feel?
Miserable.
Good. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Lawton gets his wish. Tonight he will star in a radio serial. And this masterpiece will go on immediately following Mr. Al Goodman's version of 1 Dozen Roses. Goodman. That was very nice. Now, where's that new announcer? Mr. Godfrey.
Coming, Mr. Allen. Don't hurry me. 35's the limit, you know.
Now, how about another message from Texaco dealers, Mr. Godfrey?
Okay, here's an idea I got from an air raid warden I was talking to the other day. Would you believe it? That air raid warden's got a map that shows every danger point in his district.
Well, that's mighty interesting, but after all, what has that got to do with Texaco dealers?
Well, you see, your car warden, that's your Texaco dealer, has a map of danger points, too.
Uh-huh.
Danger points in your car. That map is the lubrication chart he uses when he gives your car his famous Marfac 40-point lubrication service.
Uh-huh.
He just doesn't give your car a couple of squirts with a grease gun. Your Texaco dealer works by chart, not by chance, and he doesn't miss a trick.
Uh-huh.
That Marfac lubrication service keeps friction from sabotaging your car.
Well, tell me, what does that Marfac mean?
Marfac? It's a super tough Texaco chassis lubricant that won't readily wash out, pound out, or squeeze out. And that's important these days. Make sure your car gets this protection. Get Marfac 40-point chassis lubrication from any Texaco dealer, coast to coast.
Well, thank you, Mr. Godfrey.
You're welcome.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we present Mr. Charles Lawton in the popular radio serial. The real-life story of a man you might have passed on the street this afternoon. The tender human tale, Poor Old Charlie.
Just a song at twilight, when the lights are low.
And now, the makers of Mulligan's No Beef bring you Poor Old Charlie. You remember as we left Charlie yesterday, things looked mighty glum in Centerville. Charlie had just had a mysterious phone call from Midville telling him that the body he found in the dumbwaiter was not his Uncle Norris. Abner Titus, the town banker, had told Widow Prentice that the oil stock Charlie had been left by his cousin Luther had come back marked Noel. And the sheriff had threatened to arrest Charlie on the complaint of Myrtle Trent, the taxi dancer, who said that Charlie's nephew, Balsam Schmidlap, had disappeared after running up a bill for $189 at 10 cents a dance. Charlie's grandfather, Henry, who got his beard caught in the assembly line at the big airplane factory, came home with a propeller riveted to his head and his landing gear retracted. Well, of course, that was all yesterday. Now, today we find poor old Charlie in the kitchen talking things over with his wife. Poor old Mary. Poor old Mary speaks.
Charlie, something's burning.
It's just me, Mary. I've got my leg caught in the oven.
Well, take it out. Smells like it's done.
I guess I'm getting absent-minded, Mary. Seems I'm always putting my leg in the oven.
Look at your toes.
5 clinkers.
Trouble, nothing but trouble.
Come in.
Charlie, I'm sorry to bring you bad news.
What bad news, stranger?
I'm a truck driver. I just ran over your son, Charlie. I'm sorry.
Don't take it so hard, fellow. We have another son.
Thank heavens, Charlie. Goodbye.
We lose more kids that way.
Seems like we was just born to have trouble, Mary. What's that?
Oh, that's Grandpa Henry. He's moaning again.
What's the moaning about?
Well, he bet all his Social Security money on the Yankees.
Old fool, who told him to bet on the Yanks?
Grandpa Henry bet on the Yankees in the Civil War. He won. He's been betting the Yanks ever since.
Come in.
Charlie, I'm sorry to bring you bad news again.
You're that truck driver, ain't you?
Yes. You said you had another son, Charlie.
Yes, I got another son, Rollo.
You did have another son, Charlie.
You ain't run over Rollo.
I backed up.
Stranger, you gotta find another street to drive on.
Why, Charlie?
I'm fresh out of kids.
Oh, shucks.
Trouble, nothing but trouble.
No furniture, no money, Grandpa Henry laying there moaning, no food.
If we was only cannibals, Charlie.
This is a meatless day, Mary. Besides, Grandpa Henry's mostly gristle.
I can't go without food much longer, Charlie.
There's only one man, Mary, who can put an end to all our troubles. Give me the phone. Hello, operator. Give me Centerville 123.
Hello?
Morton?
Yeah?
This is poor old Charlie. You've got to get us out of this, Morton. Mary and me have got more trouble than we can stand. You've got to help us.
I'll be right over, Charlie.
It's about time. He's the only man can stop this misery.
Come in.
Charlie, I hate to bring you bad news.
That truck driver.
Are you back again?
Were you expecting a man? A fellow was running across the street towards your house.
Stranger, you didn't.
I ran over him, Charlie.
At last, our troubles are over, Mary.
Thanks to you, stranger, me and Charlie is free. No more trouble, no more misery.
Thanks to me?
Yes, you've killed the author of poor old Charlie.
Before we close up the Texaco Star Theater for tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you, Mr. Charles Lawton, for joining us here tonight.
I've enjoyed every minute of it, Fred.
You know, you've made such a success of your bond-selling tour, Mr. Lawton, that we don't want you to leave without making a sale here tonight.
Uncle Sam and I are always open for business, Fred.
Well, our little gang has gotten together, Mr. Lawton. Now, we have a check here, and as soon as the program is over, we'd like to do some bond business with you personally.
Oh, that's a very nice gesture, Fred, and thank you, folks.
Good night.
Makes me feel pretty good. Good night, Fred.
Good night, and thank you, Mr. Lawton. Now, next week, ladies and gentlemen, our guest will be wee Bonnie Baker, and from Hollywood, Mr. Roland Young. This is Fred Allen saying good night for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, and reminding you to save your tires when you drive. Don't go over 35. Drive into your Texaco dealer regularly to have your tires checked. Remember, you're welcome. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting
Richard Hudnut of Fifth Avenue brings you the Edgar Bergen Show with Charlie McCarthy. It's Sunday night and time again for Edgar Bergen with Charlie McCarthy, Mortimer Snerd, and Ray Noble and his orchestra. Brought to you by Richard Hudnut, makers of scientific hair preparation. Tonight our guest is the #1 singing star, Rosemary Clooney. And now, celebrating Edgar Bergen Day in Decatur, Michigan, here is Edgar Bergen with Charlie McCarthy.
Bless you all for that applause. And to our new sponsor, Richard Hudnut, bless you for those checks.
Well, Charlie?
Yeah?
Here we are again.
What an opening line. Bergen, we're here to launch the season, not sink it. All right.
This is the first show of our 15th year on radio, and it gives me a warm feeling inside that we have chosen to do it right here in Decatur, Michigan, the very town where I gave my first performance.
Isn't it sort of like returning to the scene of the crime?
Oh, no. Just think, Decatur. I once walked barefoot down these streets.
Yeah. You walked barefoot everywhere until you met me.
Oh, no. And on Sundays, I would dress up in my Buster Brown collar and with my blonde locks streaming down over my shoulders.
Yeah. Well, that stream dried up all right. It's nice that you could get back here for your second childhood.
No, no. I wish you wouldn't give the people the impression that I'm old. At my last birthday, weren't there 35 candles on my cake?
Well, there were on the piece I had, yeah. You keep pitching them, Bergen, and I'll keep knocking them out of the park.
Yeah. Well, joke if you must, Charlie. But when I think of how nice these people have been to me, my friends, I sort of choke up.
Well, I'd let you use my handkerchief, Bergen, but I got a dead beetle tied up in it.
Oh, I'm proud of Decatur. Oh, it was in this very hamlet.
Down, boy, down. All right. This little hamlet certainly produced a big ham.
All right. I am moved to make a speech at this time. How will I begin?
Well, talk about your operation. That's a good opening.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen.
Sure drags, doesn't it?
No. As I look into your smiling faces...
Who's smiling?
Oh,
I've seen happier faces on $1 watch.
All right. As I look into your smiling faces, I remember my life among you. I came here as a baby. Things were rough then.
No talcum powder? No.
It was in this very theater, in the silent picture days, that I played a player piano.
A player piano? Gad, what talent.
Yes. On Delaware Street, there's a little church. And it was in the basement of that church that I gave my first performance. I did bird imitations.
Bird imitations? Oh, no.
Yes. And they were so natural, the birds loved me and followed me.
Well, I've heard people say you were for the birds.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Sonny.
Yeah. Listen to this one. There.
Uh-huh. You did it, didn't you?
Yes. Could you identify the bird?
Well, now let me see. I would say that was a bald eagle crying for his toupee.
No. No, it wasn't.
Was it the mating call of a pair of corduroy trousers?
No. It was the yellow-breasted sapsucker.
No, really?
Yes.
Well, for your sake, I hope it was a female.
Why?
Well, you'll never be able to explain the egg you just laid.
All right, so maybe I laid an egg. But I'm glad I'm here. You know, it feels good to be back home in Michigan. It's just like that song, remember? I want to go back on the farm with a milk pail on my arm, doing what I did again back in Michigan.
When you give yourself a home permanent, lady, be beauty-wise and neutralize. If only your hair could say, ouch, you'd know why it's so important to neutralize your home permanent. Because your hair can be hurt. If you skip neutralizing, you may be doing your hair lasting damage. So take a Richard Hudnut Home Permanent. The home permanent method that gives you the soft, natural-looking curls you want. So quickly, so easily, so safely. Remember, neutralizing your Richard Hudnut Home Permanent takes so little time, and it makes such a big difference. Be beauty-wise and neutralize. Try a Richard Hudnut Home Permanent.
Hello, Mortimer. Well, Aren't you going to say hello to me?
No. Oh, sure. Yeah, of course, naturally. Hello there. Hello there, Mr. Well, hello there. Mr.
Come.
Mr. You know. Mr.
Come now, your mind is wandering.
Well, that's okay. Leave it alone, and it'll come home. Dickory, dock.
No. Well, did anything happen this summer on your farm?
Yeah. Yes, indeed. My cow, Bessie, had a calf.
Uh-huh. Boy or a girl?
Well, I guess Bessie's a girl, or she couldn't have had a calf.
I suppose so.
Yeah. Seems to figure out that way.
Yeah. Vacation time goes fast, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah.
That's the way it goes, all right.
Yeah. Say, Mr. Bergen, who was that feller bellering about beauty as I came in here?
Oh, well, that was Bill Baldwin.
Yeah?
Yes.
Name sounds familiar. Has he had it long?
Oh, yeah. He was talking about Richard Hudnut.
Yeah. Well, you can see he's the gossipy type.
Yeah. Bill was doing a commercial.
Oh, he was?
Yes. You see, a commercial serves to tell the audience about the sponsor's product.
Well, now, that sounds real clever. I wonder why somebody hasn't thought about that before. Oh.
Do you know who our sponsor is?
Well, I think I caught the name was Mr. Walnut.
No. Butternut. No. It's Richard Hudnut.
Yeah, that's the feller.
Yeah. He's our sponsor. Of course, you know what a sponsor is.
Oh, it's the husband of the spinster.
No. No, a sponsor pays for the program.
Well, bless his heart.
Yeah. Mr. Hudnut does so because he wants to tell the people about Richard Hudnut, Home Permanent Wave.
Well, what's that for? To make your home wavy?
No. No, it's so a girl can fix her hair at home to be attractive and wavy.
I saw a girl once. Her hair was straight and her scalp was wavy.
Is that so? Well, perhaps her hair was straight because she failed to use a Home Permanent that had special neutralizer.
Maybe so. I don't know.
Yeah. You see, the Richard Hudnut Home Permanent has a neutralizing agent. You know how it works.
Oh, yeah. The agent comes to the girl's house and neutralizes her. Oh, no.
Neutralization is a scientific process that safeguards and preserves the natural vitality and the resilience of the hair.
Oh, no!
By the way, Mortimer, you have very attractive hair.
Oh, yeah. I've been growing hair for nigh on to 14 years.
What's the secret of your beautiful hair?
I use saddle soap.
Oh, I see. Well, next time I suggest you try Richard Hudnut shampoo. Girls all over the world use that product.
Well, why?
Why? Well, because, confidentially, it helps them to catch a man.
You mean the Hudnut stuff helps them run faster?
Oh, no. No, it's because it makes them look more beautiful.
Oh.
And remember the old saying.
Yeah, that's right.
What? Well, I'll tell you. A thing of beauty is what?
Well, it ain't me, I know that. Well, I think I'll go home and put some of that shampoo on my noodle. Well, toodaloo.
During our 15 years in radio, Charlie and I have had the pleasure of working with many fine singers. The young lady I'm about to introduce now, in the short space of a few years, has established herself as one of the all-time greats. Her record sales are, well, to coin a phrase, record sales. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present Miss Rosemary Clooney.
As I love you, You wouldn't worry me half as much as you do. You're nice to me when there's no one else around. You only build me up to let me down. If you missed me half as much as I miss you, you wouldn't stay away half as much as you do. I know that I would never be this blue if you only loved me half as much as I love you. If you missed me half as much as I miss you, you wouldn't stay away half as much as you do. I know that I would never be this blue if you only loved me half as much as I love.
Lovely, Rosemary, lovely. I was just thinking, when the show's over, how about joining me in a little stroll down Lover's Lane?
How do you know this town has a Lover's Lane?
After we're through, that's what they'll call it.
Well, Charlie, I like you.
You do, putty.
But you see, I'm a woman.
Yeah. Well, even Eisenhower and Stevenson would agree on that.
What I mean is...
Hello, Rosemary. Hello, Charlie. Yeah, hello. I've been having such a splendid time talking to my old friend. Yeah. My, how they love me. Oh, sure. Bertie, do you want to know what the people in this town really think of you? Well, certainly. Well, I found out. How? Well, I wormed them out of the tree. Glasses recharged, Bertie. How? I wormed it out of them with my tape recorder. Tapeworm McCarthy, they called me. So you talk to my old friends about me. Uh-huh. Oh, I'd love to hear those interviews. I probably will blush a little. Oh, boy, are you asking for it? Yeah. Well, Bertie, Ray Noble and I sort of made a production of it, music and everything, and here it goes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the voices you are about to hear are real voices. They are the voices of Bergen's friends. And his enemies.
Who outnumber his friends.
The school teacher who taught him figures.
The girl next door.
Who also taught him figures.
This is Bergen the boy.
Who grew into a man.
Why, say, you know, we had exactly the same arrangement in England.
The first person interviewed was Bergen's old girlfriend.
You know, Charles, looking at Edgar's old girlfriend makes me feel a bit sentimental. Someday I'm going back to England to the girl that I left behind.
Is she waiting for you?
Well, I'm not exactly sure, old boy. She's married now and has 10 children, you see. I won't believe we're through till I hear it from her own lips.
Well, the girl had to do something while she was waiting.
Oh, yeah.
This is the place, Blossom McDougal.
I say, Charles, I'm key to a concert pitch. Edgar's always talked of how beautiful Blossom was.
Oh, quiet. Someone's coming.
Hello, boy.
Rick, don't let it crawl back in the sink. It'll clog the drain.
I'm afraid there's been some mistake, you know. We're looking for Blossom.
Oh, I'm Blossom.
You've certainly gone to Pops.
Well, you're kind of a seedy pair yourself.
Well, old girl, when I do mean old girl, we're here to get your memories of Edgar Bergen, you see.
Bergen?
Uh-huh.
Edgar Bergen?
Yes.
Never heard of him.
Sure left an impression.
You see, when I was young, I had so many boyfriends. Sam, Joe, Harry, Tom, Phil, George. They'd all sit around begging for my kisses.
Really?
Yes. Fellas, where are you now that I need you?
This might help you to recognize Edgar. Here's a recent picture we have of him.
Oh, well, let's see it.
Uh-huh.
Yes, sir. Oh, what a horrible way to go. I remember him. Egghead, the silent Swede.
Bergen said it was a big romance you two had.
He did?
Yeah.
When Edgar came over to see me, all he did was sit around squeaking his high-button shoes. So I finally said, Father has his back turned. Now's your chance to steal a kiss.
What did he do?
He kissed Father.
Good old egghead. Now, Charlie, that's not true. Blossom was crazy about me.
The next voice you hear is that of one of the town's ex-mayors.
How do you do, Mr. Mayor? We should like to ask a favor of you.
Boys, you've come to the right party. From the rock-bound coast of Maine to the sunny slops of California. The name of honest Mike Perry stands for honesty, integrity, and devotion to this great community. If you want a traffic ticket fixed, it'll cost you $2.
Now, look loose and quivery. That's not what we came to see you about.
Well, if it's those stories about honest Mike taking graft, they're lies. I know that after 2 years in office on a salary of $2,000 a year, I retired with over $90,000 in the bank. But I can explain it. How? My wife was a very thrifty shopper.
The old girl must have run into some smashing bargains, old fellow.
No insinuations, Brushlip. Of course, I did make a little money out of the new fire alarm boxes I installed. You had to put a quarter in before you pulled the lever.
Well, that doesn't sound too bad.
Well, the fire engine didn't come till you got 2 plums and a cherry. Burned down a lot of houses, but brought in a lot of dough.
Well, see here, old man, can we get down to business now? You see, we're here to get your recollections of Edgar Bergen.
Bergen?
Uh-huh.
Edgar Bergen?
Yeah.
And what does he do?
Well, he's my partner.
Oh, he's in the lumber business, eh?
Now, look, Lumpy.
Oh, wait a minute, Charles. Now, surely you must remember Edgar Bergen.
Oh, yes, indeed. Why, 20 years ago, on Arbor Day, we planted a tree in his honor. It was so weak we had to put a stick in the ground beside it.
Did the tree live?
No, the tree died, but the stick grew.
What happened to the stick?
Young man, did Bergen ever tell you how you happened to be?
Well, that doesn't. Now, listen, guys.
No. So, before we leave, do you have any other recollections of Edgar?
Yes, I remember he did get into a little scrape with the police.
Uh-huh.
He drove a car that wasn't his.
Did he steal a car?
Well, not exactly. You see, he found it parked in front of a cemetery, and he figured the owner was dead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
The next person we interviewed was Bergen's old school teacher.
She's 87 years old and retired now. Good afternoon, madam. We'd like to talk to you about Bergen.
Oh, thanks. I'll have one.
Have one Bergen?
Oh, I thought you said a shot of bourbon. My doctor says that for my health, I should have just a wee drop before going to bed.
I see.
You know something? I find myself going to bed 4 or 5 times a night.
I bet she uses her hot water bottle for a chaser.
Perhaps we didn't make ourselves quite clear. We should like to hear your recollections of Edgar Bergen, you see.
Bergen?
Yes.
Was he the little boy who dropped the live frog down my bottle? Before I got it out, I'd erased half the blackboard.
I thought I was something with my guided missile spitballs.
Well, that doesn't sound exactly like Edgar. Tell us what kind of a pupil was Edgar.
Oh, Edgar was very good in... he was excellent in... he got good marks in... he was a dope.
Thank you. The prosecution rests. I don't understand it. Those people...
Well, I guess we did a good job of impersonating those people. I hope Edgar falls for it.
Turn that off, Ray.
Hey, he's really going to be really trouble.
So that's it, Charlie. It was all a fake. You hired actors to record all that slander about me. Charlie, why? Why did you have to play a trick like that on our 15th anniversary?
Bergen, if it wasn't for tricks like that, we wouldn't have a 15th anniversary.
Now, here is our lovely guest, Rosemary Clooney, with her second song of the evening, Looking for a Boy.
I am just a little girl who's looking for a little boy, who's looking for a girl to love. Tell me, please, where can he be? The loving he who'll bring to me the harmony I'm dreaming of. It'll be goodbye, I know, to my tale of woe when he says hello. So I am just a little girl who's looking for a little boy, who's looking for a girl to love. If it's true that love affairs are all arranged in heaven, my guardian angel's holding out on me. So I'm looking for a boy about 5'6" or 7, and won't be happy till I'm on his knee. I'll be blue until he comes my way. Hope he'll take the cue when I'm saved. I am just a little girl who's looking for a little boy, who's looking for a girl to
Edgar Bergen will be back in a moment.
shines shine.
Shine up your hair. Get the shampoo with shine in it. Richard Hudnut Enriched Cream Shampoo.
Shine.
Richard Hudnut Shampoo shines up dull hair. Makes use of nature's own beauty secret, real egg formula. Egg is a natural beautifier for dry, dull hair. Scientists agree about that. And when you use Richard Hudnut Enriched Cream Shampoo, you get the natural benefits of real egg formula. How it shines up dull, drab hair. That's why the beauty experts at the Richard Hudnut Fifth Avenue Beauty Salon say, this is the shampoo with shine in it. You'll love using it. It's a smooth, fragrant, liquid cream, and it makes your hair so shiny, so soft, so manageable.
Shine up your hair.
With Richard Hudnut Enriched Cream Shampoo.
Oh, Mr. Baldwin, I just brought in 24 eggs from the farm for Mr. Hudnut to use in his shampoo.
Oh, well, that's wonderful,
Oh, sure,
Mortimer.
sure, yeah.
By the way, how much are you asking for your eggs today?
Well, I'm asking 60 cents a dozen for the big ones and 70 cents for the small ones.
But why do you ask more for the small ones?
Small ones are harder to find.
Oh, Mortimer. And now, here is Edgar Bergen.
Charlie, this is my old friend Dr. Bope, who took care of my aches and pains when I was in grammar school. Doctor, I've heard a lot about Decatur from Bergen. Why is it people from small towns are so proud of it?
Well, Charlie, it may be the feeling that in a small town such as ours, where everybody knows all his neighbors, there is no such a thing as being ignored. Everybody is not only a person, but in this way a personage. We never said there was that boy playing the piano at the show last night. We said that Bergen boy. This belonging and sharing is the precious heritage of all small towns. Heritage that has produced many of our greatest Americans who derive their philosophy from this democratic condition.
Brought to you by Richard Hudnut of Fifth Avenue every Sunday over the CBS radio network at the same time. Tonight's Edgar Bergen show with Dee Benedarius, Gloria Gordon, and Jack Kirkwood was produced and transcribed in Decatur, Michigan by Sam Pierce. Rosemary Clooney just completed making her screen debut in Paramount's Technicolor musical, The Stars Are Singing. This is Bill Baldwin reminding you that Sunday is Fun Day on CBS.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
The Mets presents the World Series. This is Mel Allen speaking from Yankee Stadium in New York. With me are Red Barber and Bill Corum. The three of us are here to give you an accurate eyewitness report of the fifth game in baseball's great 1942 classic. Your radio host is the Gillette Safety Razor Company, which brings you the Kentucky Derby, the football bowl game, all major boxing bouts, and many other events of national interest on its year-round cavalcade of sports. Today's presentation reaches listeners in North America through the combined facilities of the Mutual Network, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, and their affiliates. Our armed forces overseas receive it through shortwave stations WGEO and WGEA Schenectady and KGEI San Francisco. At the moment, the starting pitchers for today's game are warming up below our radio booth. The Yankees are finishing up their infield practice. And shortly, the fifth game of the World Series will be underway. The fifth game and possibly the last game. We'll have to wait and see. You know, there's a train leaving New York tonight at 8 o'clock. The St. Louis Cardinals will be aboard. But whether or not the New York Yankees and your broadcasters will be along depends on the ability of Red Ruffing to coax more magic out of his battle-scarred right arm. Yes, this veteran of 6 former World Series, holder of the World Series record for most pitching wins, 7, having gotten that 7th one in the opening game of this classic, will attempt to duplicate today his best series performance, which took place in 1938 against the Chicago Cubs, when Red Ruffing won 2 games. He'll have to this year if the series is to be resumed in St. Louis on Wednesday. Opposing the veteran will be young Johnny Beasley, who beat the Yankees 4-3 in the second game of the series in St. Louis. So much for the pitchers. Here are the lineups for today's game. For the St. Louis Cardinals, leading off playing second base, Jimmy Brown, who has a series batting average of .235. Hitting second, playing center field, Terry Moore, a series batting average of .286. Batting third, playing right field, Enos Slaughter, who has a batting average on the series of .200. In the cleanup spot, playing left field, Stan Musial, hitting at .286 in the series. Following him in the batting order, catching, Walker Cooper, hitting at .235. Batting sixth, first base, Johnny Hopp, hitting at .214. Coming up in the seventh spot in the batting order, playing third base, Friday Karowski, hitting at .250. Batting eighth, playing shortstop, Martin Marion, hitting at .143. Occupying the number 9 spot in the batting order, of course, in pitching, Johnny Beasley, who won 21 games and lost 6 during the regular season for the Cardinals, has won 1 and lost none in this series. For the New York Yankees, leading off playing shortstop, Phil Rizzuto, hitting at .353 in the series. Batting second, playing third base, Red Ralph, currently hitting at .385. Coming up third, playing right field, switch hitter Roy Cullenbine, hitting at .333. In the cleanup spot, playing center field, Joe DiMaggio, hitting in the series at .353. Charlie Keller bats fifth, playing left field. His batting average for the series, .188. Following Keller in the batting order, playing second base, Joe Gordon. His batting average for the series, .077. Then comes Bill Dickey, catching, hitting at .333. Batting eighth, playing first base, Jerry Priddy, hitting at .143. Red Roughing bats ninth, of course, is pitching. Won 14 and lost 7 on the regular season for the Yankees. Has won 1 and lost 1 in this series. And his batting average for the series, .167. The umpires, back to the plate, George Majorcourt of the National League. At first base, Bill Summers of the American League. At second base, George Barr of the National League. And at third base, Cal Hubbard of the American League. So there are your lineups. The 2 pitchers are still throwing down below, getting ready. Billy Southworth just ran out of the Cardinal dugout to talk to Beasley for a moment. He stopped to talk to his manager. Red Roughing easily warming up to the left of home plate as we look out into the field to the right of the Yankee dugout. The Yankee dugout being to our left, the Cardinal dugout to our right. The groundkeepers in their white uniforms are manicuring the infield, putting on the finishing touches. And it won't be long now before we'll get underway with the 5th game of the 1942 World Series. As to the picture for today's game, well, just let me say this. Wires of congratulations have been pouring in from coast to coast for the splendid observations and keen analyses of Bill Corum throughout the series. And here he is again, the New York Journal-American's fearless sports columnist, Gillette's brilliant Cavalcade of Sports observer, Bill Corum.
Well, thank you an awful lot, and that was too kind of you. All I do is talk out of a little experience in baseball, some 22 years, and a Cardinal rooter since I was a kid, and a Yankee rooter ever since I came to New York, which must make me reasonably impartial, and I hope it does. Just before I came up here to your radio booth, I saw Cousin Ed Barra, who is Mr. Yankee himself in my book, big, solemn-faced, grim, standing down there at the lunch counter in the Stevens room. And I said to him, Cousin Ed, it looks a little bit dark for our side. And he said, not yet. These are still the Yankees, and I still think they're going to win. He said, if we win this ball game today, we'll go to St. Louis, and we'll win out there because the balls we hit up here Saturday that were caught were home runs. But he said, I want to say this is a great ball team we're playing. A bunch of real good kids who hustled all the time. And he said those outfielders, the bigger they make the park, the better for them, which is so true. I've told you several times that to me, the outfield play of Terry Moore in this series has been one of its brightest highlights. Picking up a few of the other players that have stood up, I said yesterday Rizzuto, and he certainly has. He's been a thorn in the side of the Cardinal pitchers and a tremendous shortstop out there. Johnny Hopp, they say he's not a great first baseman. Perhaps he isn't a great first baseman. One of the Nebraska football Hops, he's done a splendid job here. I don't know what a first baseman could do that he hasn't done. He stepped in place of Ray Sanders, who started the season as the Cardinals' regular first backer and was all through that long drive to the pennant that they put on from August the 4th. As I said, he's one of the Nebraska football playing hops. One of his brothers, Hippity, I believe they call him, is now with the Detroit Lions, and he has a younger brother out there on the squad again this year. Johnny was a track man at Nebraska, and there's a great question which of the Cardinals is the fastest, but if it were a track meet and they were going to run 100 yards in spike shoes, I'd have to go along with him. Though several of them can step, and of course several of the Yankees too, and perhaps that fellow Case down in Washington is faster than any one of them in a baseball suit, and likely is. Now, I should say this will be a very good day for Johnny Beasley, and it strikes me that it's like it will be for Roughing, though I think old Charlie could stand one more day's rest, and I know he'd like to have it, and I know McCarthy would have liked to give it to him. He'll be shooting to break his own record, of course, in this game. If he wins it, he will be the first pitcher ever to win 8 World Series games. His count now is 7-1, and he's going into his 9th, and as I say, he'll only be breaking his own record, but it'll be a record that'll stand for many a day if he wins it. Charlie comes out of Nokomis, Illinois, but now lives in Long Beach, California. And I just got a letter from Arthur Robinson, a former New York baseball writer. It came from Cripple Creek. Unfortunately, it didn't have any gold in it, however. And he said Tiny Bonham's name is pronounced I own. And I guess I mispronounced it. He says I own as in I own a Gillette razor. So that's the proper pronunciation of Bonhamtown in California. And I appreciate the correction. I just didn't know any better. But as I say, I'm a little disappointed that there wasn't any gold in the letter coming from Cripple Creek. Now, I believe this game will be worthy of the ones that have preceded it in the series. I think it's going to be, of course, the final acid test for the Yankees. It's this one or nothing, neck or nothing for them now. It isn't likely, almost 100 to 1, that Roughing will pitch any such game as he pitched in St. Louis, because there he was shooting for a no-hitter right down to the finish, as most of you will recall, and it isn't probable that an old fellow, 37 or 38 years old, can come back with such a short rest and do anything like that. But he may not have to pitch that well today. Beasley may not be as good as he was in his game, though he is a strong-armed kid. He can pitch every day. Pitch much more often than Cooper, the other great right-hander on the Cardinal team. Grandpop Charlie's down there in front of me warming up, and so is Johnny. They call him the Bees on the Cardinals, and I can still hear little Jimmy Brown, who has been a little uncertain to feel that holds these Cardinals together. He's the cutie out there, sort of brains, the oldest one of those Cardinal infielders, and while I'm throwing bouquets around, I might say that Marion covers quite a lot of ground and drags balls out of the air and all sides of him, and has played 1,000% baseball, which is remarkable in any World Series for any shortstop to do. The greatest shortstopping I ever saw in a series was done by Leo Durocher against Detroit. He made plays that I've never seen anybody else make in a World Series, and didn't make an error, if my memory is correct. If he did, it was only one, and he made the ones he had to make, and I don't think he made a single error in the series. And, of course, Marion nor Rizzuto, neither of them have had to accept the chances that Leo the Lip had to accept out there. But they both played remarkably fine baseball, and Marion is one of the last of the big shortstops. They used to have him in the days of Hans Wagner, and that reminds me that this man Barra I was telling you about, the man who's Mr. Yankee and president of the Yankees, is the fellow who discovered Hans Wagner. That's one of his stoutest boasts. You can't get Ed to talk much about his current boys, but if you get him opened up on old Hornets, boy, he does love to talk about that. So there's how it looks up here at the Yankee Stadium this afternoon as these two great teams, Yanks and Cards, go into their 5th game.
You folks who follow these Cavalcade of sports broadcasts have noticed a significant change in our commercial messages recently, I'm sure. Let me state the facts, simply and frankly. Production of Gillette Blue Blades has been curtailed by government order to save seals. Furthermore, the requirements of our armed forces for Gillette blades are mounting by leaps and bounds. You don't have to be an accountant to get the answer. Obviously, the supply of Gillette Blue blades for civilians is shrinking rapidly. In fact, a shortage already exists in many important areas, despite all efforts to distribute available supplies evenly. Therefore, when you need Gillette Blue blades, please buy for immediate requirements only and use the blades thriftily. If a man stocks up or is wasteful, he deprives other men of the comfort and economy of shaving with these sharper and longer-lasting blades. From time to time during the game today, we'll give you a number of suggestions that'll help you get more shaves and more comfortable ones from every Gillette Blue Blade. At the moment at home plate are the umpires, together with Art Fletcher of the New York Yankees, Terry Moore of the St. Louis Cardinals. The batting orders are being presented to the umpires. Ground rules are being discussed. Meantime, Red Ruffing and Johnny Beasley are still warming up. The groundkeepers have finished manicuring the infield. 7th Regiment Band out at the flagpole in deep center field, just to the left of the flagpole, are all poised and ready to play the national anthem. We'll have the flag raised in a moment, and then the 5th game of the World Series will definitely be underway. Before the start of this 5th game of the 1942 World Series, which comes to you from the Yankee Stadium in New York City, we're going to pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Mutual.
WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
To give you a quick picture, as we get ready for this 5th game, here's what has happened before to refresh your memory. But in the first game, the Yankees beat the Cardinals 7-4. Ruffing, Chandler, and Dickey for the Yankees. Morton Cooper, Gumbert, Lanier, and Walker Cooper for St. Louis. In the second game, the Cardinals beat the Yankees 4-3. Bonham and Dickey for the Yankees, Beasley and Cooper for the Cardinals. In the third game, which was played at the Yankee Stadium, the first two in St. Louis, the Cardinals shut out the Yankees 2-0. Ernie White and Walker Cooper, the battery for the Cardinals. Chandler, Brewer, Turner, and Dickey for the Yankees. And in the fourth game played yesterday, the Cardinals won it 9-6. Morton Cooper was the starting pitcher. Gumbert, Pallet, Lanier, and Walker Cooper. For the Yankees, Brewer, Donald, Bonham, and Dickey. That's the way the games, very briefly, have gone up until the one today. Red Ruffing has just finished warming up. Johnny Beasley still throwing on his side of the field. There go the umpires to take their stations. Big Cal Hubbard walking down the third baseline of the American League. Bill Summers of the American League walking down the first baseline. George Barr of the National League cutting right through the middle, over the box out to second base, and Big George Major Kurt standing back to the plate. And we're waiting for the national anthem. I believe it's coming right now. Here it is. For those of you who missed the starting lineup, here they are again very quickly as the Yankees start out onto the field. For the St. Louis Cardinals, Brown, second base. Moore, center field. Slaughter, right field. Musial, left field. Walker Cooper catching. Hop, first base. Karowski, third base. Marion, shortstop. Beasley pitching. For the Yankees, in the order in which they bat, Rizzuto, shortstop. Rolfe, third base. Kellenbein, right field. DiMaggio, center field. Keller, left field. Gordon, second base. Dickey catching. Pretty, first base. Ruffing, pitching. The announcement of the battery is coming over the loudspeaker. We'll let you listen. I think they just, here's for the Cardinals.
Catching. The battery. For New York. Ruffing. Number 8. Catching.
There's the announcement of the batteries over the top of the system. And here now to describe for you the first half of the game is one of the nation's top-notch baseball broadcasters. The keen student of the game, the veteran of 7 World Series broadcasts. This makes number 8, Red Barber, a World Series institution who's been bearing down all the way during the series despite a severe sore throat. But it takes more than that to stop the old redhead. The Red House is throat today.
Well, Mel, I think we're going to make it. Thanks a lot, as they say out in some sections of the country, for them their kind words. Jimmy Brown, standing to one side, pitch hitter, to be first up. St. Louis, followed by Terry Moore, then by Country Slaughter. Big Red Rapping, who is now the big Yankee hope, standing on the mound. The only time he's ever lost in the World Series was to one of the game's great left-handers, Carl Hubbell. And he is being faced this afternoon by Johnny Beasley, a 21-year-old rookie. Rapping on the mound, checking his spike position, moving around. Bill Dickey, great receiver, crouches down to give the sign for the game's first pitch. Big Majorcurse, ball and strike umpire, working off the catcher's right shoulder. First pitch, a ball, low. Nothing came down easily with a fastball, and it was low. Ball one. Crowd sort of settled down. The hysteria, just about the opening of the first pitch now, fades away. Manager Southworth, his own third base coach. Brown takes low again. Rapping's behind. Here's a curveball. Ball two. 2-0. The outfield is a step toward right on Jimmy. Stands pretty well back of the plate. When he hits left-handed, he's a switch hitter. The infield is up a step. He's fast. Stepping works, 2-0. Low for ball three. That one just under the knees. 3-0. Ralph walked over from third. Talked to Rapping for the moment. Now the big red-headed right-hander comes down 3-0. Low for ball four. And on four straight pitches without a strike, he walks down. Jimmy Brown on at first. Terry Moore, who plays such a magnificent center field for St. Louis. Stepping in, right-hand batter. The outfield is around toward left on Terry. Infield up a step. Roth is right off third to fix the course of a bunt. Moore has looked down to Southworth. The manager and third base coach see what the sign might be. Stuffing delivers, and Moore takes low outside. Set, though, for a bunt, apparently. Had the pitch been in the strike area. Ball one. Down at first. Very pretty. The utility infielder, who's playing there now, would hack it out with a busted left thumb. Pretty holding the bag. The pitch. Outside and high. Dismissing for ball two. And Rapping has yet to throw a strike. He walked down on the first four pitches. And eyes behind at Terry Moore, 2-0. Moore backs out of the box, looks down to his manager. For the Southworth, see whether the bunt's still on or not. 2-0. The 2-0 pitch is taken for a strike. And pitch number 7 was the first strike thrown by Rapping this afternoon. Moore again looking, see what the sign is. 2-1. Rapping carefully coming down position, checks the runner at first. Delivers. Call strike two. That was a good curveball off the hand. So the Cardinals, apparently, judging from the actions of Moore, especially by the way he looked for a sign after the 2-0 pitch, had the bunt on, and then switched to the take, and it's now 2-2. So we'll see. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Big Red delivers. Moore swings and misses. Strike 3. And Rapping, having to right himself, after missing his first 6 pitches, came down with the next 3 and struck out Moore swinging. Now it is one gone, and the infield is not looking for a bunt so much. Country Slaughter is the batter. The 10 hitter, they play him forward toward right. Rapping throws. A call strike. A curveball right in there, and it's 0-1. One man out. Brown on at first. Mike Gonzalez, first base coach. Pretty holds the corner against the runner. Rapping stretches, comes into position. Delivers. Slaughter swings as a ground ball to second. So it's Gordon. 1 out at second. Throw to first. Double play. A hard-hit ground ball right at second baseman Gordon, who flips to shortstop Rizzuto, who was standing on the keystone. The relay on to first baseman City, and it was a double play. That's the first double play completed by the Yankee infield so far in the series. The Yankees had another double play, which was made from the outfield. And so that winds up nothing across. And the double play 4 then erases the base on ball. Second baseman to the shortstop and on to the first baseman. 1, 2, 3, and out of there. And now the Yankees, who of course have to win and still win if they wish to win the World Series. Have Rizzuto to be the first hitter, followed by Ross, and then by Sullenbine. Johnny Beasley steps to the mound, and this strong, young 6-foot rookie right-hander is ready to go. And you think that Beasley was nervous about pitching this ball game today? Well, he was so nervous that he just lay down in the clubhouse and took a half-an-hour nap before he came out to work. That shows an ability to relax. You don't find that very often. Highly strung, competing athletes just at the moment. Now, Rizzuto, that 3 hits yesterday. He was hard to handle. Steps, always a threat for a bunt. Kowalski up close by third. And Phil takes the curve low. Ball 1. First man up, last the first inning. No score. Roughing walks the first hitter. Looked at the start as though his control hurt him, but he righted himself, struck out more, and got started to crack into a double play. Rizzuto takes the fast call, strike. 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. The outfield, Wood left. Infield up the steps. Rizzuto's fast. Kowalski's up on the inside grass, inside third. Rizzuto swings. There's a line drive to the left field corner. Musial going back. He can't get it. It's a home run. And Phil Rizzuto, one up that line drive, solidly just inside the left field foul marker, solidly into the seats about 5 rows back. Musial had no chance at all. Now it is 1-0 in favor of the Yankees, and the hitter is Red Ralph, who takes a ball low inside for ball 1. Rizzuto now has the most hits of anybody playing in the series. That was his 7th. That's the 3rd home run here in the series, and they've all been hit by the Yankees. This is the first one that Teller didn't hit. Ross takes a strike. That's right off the hand, and it is 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Outfield toward right. On Bob. You don't hear him call that very often. His name is Robert. But what's happened to his first name is what's happened to mine. There's a high foul going back into the stand. Strike 2. 1-2. Red digs in right off the plate. 1-0. Favor the defending world champion. And Rizzuto said that there was plenty of life left in the Yankees. He sees the first possible offensive gesture and slammed it into the left field stand. Rock swing, fouls it off, straight back onto the netting. 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Crowd now, aroused, moving around, seeing another bit of battle right here in the making. The Yankees certainly accepted the challenge in this 5th game just as quickly as they could. Rock swings as a bounding ball hit down to second. Brown up with it, throws to first, in time, but 2 steps. And Rolfe is out. Second to first. Now it is 1 man out in New York. And Roy Cullenbine, quick hitter, we're back left-handed, stepping in. Outfield moves around toward right on Roy. Young Beasley. Third Doc. Doc, brown eyes. Steps, pumps. Throws. That's call strike right off the hands. Over the inside. Waist high. 7-1. 1-0. Favor the Yankees. Rizzuto lining a home run. Not a high fly ball. A solid line drive. Little fella has power. Roy swings and misses at a slow curveball. Strike 2. Apparently he had it in his mind he was going to hit that pitch no matter where it was. And when the string was pulled by Beasley, Cullenbine tried to slow down his swing but couldn't. 0-2. 1 man out, nobody on. Beasley works, Cullenbine swings as a ground ball fair by first. Hap picks it up, runs for the bag and wins. Bill Corum was talking before the game began. about the speed of Hop, and he scored it right there. Racing into the bag with a ground ball for the putout. And a veritable wall of noise goes up as Joe DiMaggio steps in. Right-hand batter. Outfield is deep. Down toward left. There's a called strike. Stepping in one. No balls, one strike. Infield is deep. The score 1-0. Favor the Yankees. 2 men out for them. Nobody on. Last the first inning. Curveball low outside. 4-1. The umpires are in the same rotation now they were for game one. That means Major Trace back of the plate working balls and strikes. Summers at first, Barr at second, and Hubbard at third. The alternates remain Dunn and Basil. See the pitches 1-1. A curve swung on, belted out into left center. No, it's Terry Moore under it, waiting. And takes it for the out. 1-1. Rizzuto hammering a home run, the first Yankee batter up. Last half of the first inning. And so it is 1-0 in favor of the Yankees. That ends the first inning. Lots of you listeners, hundreds of thousands of you, are regular Gillette shaving cream users. So please bear with me while I tell the others what a heap of shaving comfort they are missing. Now Gillette can't afford to miss a trick when it comes to making shaving easier. And take it from me, these shaving creams are everything you have a right to expect from this company. Either one, lather or brushless, is number one in its field. I mentioned lather cream first, so let's talk about it. Gillette lather cream holds quantities of water to soften your beard and speed your razor. It's made with 3 beneficial oils, has a pleasant scent, and leaves your face feeling good and looking great. Now that's true of Gillette brushless cream as well. It is free from grease, rinses off instantly, and never gums up your razor or drains. Peanut oil makes it particularly bland and pleasant. You get super shaving comfort. So for tops and luxury, at no extra cost, ask your dealer for Gillette shaving cream, lather or brushless. 25 cents. The second inning, Dan Musial first up, followed by Walker Cooper, then by Hop. Big Red Roughing sets it his second win in this series. His 8th all-time in World Series competition. Now it's a 1-run lead. Delivers. Right over. Third ball. Below the knees. Called strike. Musial stands about as far back in the box as a left-hand hitter can stand. He's long-legged and takes quite a step forward. Roughing throws. Waits the fastball outside. And it is 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Red so far has been throwing more step pitches just the start of this game than he did at game 1. In game 1, he was using primarily his fastball. Delivers, does change the pace. It's over but high. Ball 2. 2-1. And as Dirk William pointed out, stepping well along in years for a ball player, is pitching really on short rations as far as rest goes. User swings, and there's a high pop fly back of short. Rizzuto under it, waiting. Takes it. And Musial pops up to short. 1 out. Up the second inning. The score 1-0. Favor the Yankees. Walker Cooper stepping in. Big rangy, 6-foot right-hand hitter. He's been a very timely batter for the Cardinals so far in this series, getting hits when they meant something. Swings, and there's a line drive through the middle for a base hit. It's a solid single for Walker Cooper. He sort of stepped back a half step and timed one of Ruffing's 3/4 speed curves. Hit it right through the middle. That's the first Cardinal safety. Single in the center. Now the Cardinals, with 1 man out, the second inning, have the tying run at first base. The Yankees lead 1-0. Standing Hop. Stocky. Left-hand batter. From Sedgwood back and forth. Outfield step toward right. The infield halfway up. Hop swings. There's a pop fly back of short. Rizzuto dancing underneath it. Takes it. Out number 2. Walker Cooper never stepped off first base. There he stands. 2 men out. And here's George Karowski stepping in. After around toward left. Karowski pulls. Walker Cooper first, good to go on anything, 2 out. All strike, right off the hand. Nothing fitting inside and tight for the fast one. Strike 1.
backward, hauling it up and back at third. That's very quiet here at the stadium. The pitch swung on. There's a high drive deep out of the left. It's way out yonder, and it is foul, but way up into the stands and just foul. Well, we'd no sooner said that this batter pulled him than he pulled one just a shade too much. When that one was struck, you knew that the distance was plenty to get it up into the stands. But it was a question of whether it would be fair or foul as it went out close to the line. So naturally, every eye was on the umpire. Foul. So it's a very long second strike. Roughing pitches, Karachi swings, and there's a short fly ball going into right center, and Gordon is back and pulls it down for the out. Second baseman goes back to get it. No runs, one hit, one man left. 1-0 favor the Yankees, and that ends the first half of the second inning.
Leadoff man for the New York Ball Club will be Charlie King Kong Keller. This guy blasted 26 home runs. As Marty Marion told us on the pregame show, he and Keller used to play against one another in the International League. And Keller had 108 runs batted in, 6 less than DiMaggio, but what a good 1-2 punch among their number 4 and 5 hitters.
And don't forget about Joe Gordon. He had 18 home runs, 103 RBIs, and a 322 mark. When you look at the RBI total of the 4, 5, and 6 men in this New York lineup, they are killers. 114, 108, and 103, and all in the double figures. Keller digs in. He's a strong left-handed batter. The left fielder bats for the first time here this afternoon. Beasley gave up the leadoff home run to Rizzuto. They're playing Keller to pull. The first one is low and away, ball 1, as Cooper returns it to the mound. Beasley kicks in front of the rubber as he tries to get a hole popped away out there.
You can tell when Beasley is right. There'll be a lot of ground balls, and he'll make good use of that inner defensive hits.
Curveball inside. That's ball 2 on Charlie Kelleher, the leadoff man for New York, who leads 1-0 here in the second inning. Into the wind. Beasley fires. Ground ball right side. Brown has an easy hop and an easy play as he fires to the first baseman, Johnny Hop, and 1 down.
Well, backed up on that ball a little bit. He asked for trouble, but he got an a la carte hop, and he threw him out. 1 down.
That brings in Joe Gordon, right-handed batter. And now the Cardinal outfield switches around to the left side. Musial is tucked into the left field corner. Moore is in left center. He's deep because it's a very, very deep center field here in Yankee Stadium.
One of the most distinct first ball hitters in the game, Joe Gordon.
From the wind, Beasley fires high and away. Gordon was really jumping out after that one, but evidently the book is out on Joe Gordon, and they stay away from the first. Beasley steps off the hill. Now he's back on top. Cooper gives the sign. Into the wind. Here's the second pitch, and a ground ball to the shortstop. Slats has an easy one. Up, over, and out as Marion takes care of Joe Gordon. 2 down.
Someday that Marion's going to throw a handful of pebbles over to first base. He's always picking up pebbles around that shortstop position. He's going to forget to throw one away and throw it over to first someday.
That's 5 in a row now, set down by the Cardinal right-hander, John Beasley. And it brings in Bill Dickey, the New York catcher. 2 homers on the year, 37 RBIs, but a good batting mark of .295.
And I wonder if here's the ball outside to Dickey. I wonder if the Cardinal fans down in Arkansas are rooting for Dickey or for the Redbirds.
Half and half. Here's the next one by the right-hander Beasley, and it's upstairs inside, ball 2. 2-0 now on Bill Dickey, the left-handed swinging catcher of the New York Yankees. Beasley
Looks on, gets his sign, goes to the wine. Here it is. Ground ball, right side. Brown, tough play, gets the short hop, but gets his man. And that is 6 in a row set down by the Cardinal right-hander, John Beasley. I think the organist here is rooting for the Cardinals. He's playing the March of the Cardinals, written in 1942 by George M. Cohan. After 2, the Yankees on top, 1-0.
1 run, 1 hit, and no errors for the Yankees. First Yankee batter up, 2-0. And you have the Cardinals all expecting a bunch. Karowski drawn in close, and Rizzuto instead just started one right on the nose. Hit the ball right where the signature of Will Harris is, and drilled it on a line into the left field stand. The American League ball, of course, is being used here at the American League ballpark. As was pointed out by Mel Allen 2 broadcasts ago, down in St. Louis, which was the National League park for this series, why the National League ball was used. And also, where any rules differed in interpretation between the 2 major leagues, the National League skating held at St. Louis. And the reverse is true. American League skating, different of interpretation, have held here at the stadium. Ball right-handed shortstop. First man up, 3rd inning. Be followed by Mr. Beasley, and then by Jimmy Brown. The outfield is straight away on Marion. Likewise, the infield. Roughing. Quickly rubbing up the ball. 1-0. Over the Yankees. Red delivers. Fastball high inside. That's by the lettering on Marion's uniform blouse. Ball 1. In the slight swooping crowd, bunts down to a first. It is foul in the air, and Pretty grabs it with one hand. There was a try to put the bunt down toward first for a base hit. It was fouled, and Pretty tore all the way through the coach's box, and leaning down in front of his knees with one hand, his left hand, grabbed the low fly. 1 out. And Mr. Beasley stepping in. He hits him right-handed. Nothing throws. Fastball swung on a net. Beasley spun all the way around. Big veteran throws. Over. Soft serve. Ball strike 2. Third is working very easily. You can see by the way he's pitching that he's been on that mound before. Red delivers. Fastball right over. Ball strike 3, and Beasley just turns and walks away. This is the second strikeout for Ruffin. Second strikeout in the game. 2 up, 2 away. And the Cardinals now start their second go-round. Jimmy Brown, who began the ball game getting a walk, is up. 2 out. Base is empty. 3rd inning. Brown is 6 hitter hitting left-handed. Ball strike. That was a fastball coming in over the outside. 0-1. Brown waiting. He's a very businesslike little fellow. Swings and hits the sharp one through the mound back to second, and off of Gordon's glove and into center field. Brown is around first and holds on. Gordon runs out in center field and recovers it himself. Short there. That was a smash that Ruffing went down for. Couldn't touch. Gordon got a glove partially on it behind second base and deflected it into short center. It is scored, of course, as a base hit. A single for Brown off the second baseman's glove. Hit number 2 for the Cardinals. Terry Moore, who struck out swinging in the first inning, stepped in, and Ashton had the ball examined. The umpire made the search and put over. 2 men out. Brown, the runner, first base, nothing in position, delivers. Low with a curve. Ball 1. Moore backs out. Steadies his hands, rubs the palms together. Ruffing steadies the runner at first. Delivers to the plate. All strike 1. Change of pace with Dakota just over the inside, off the hand. 1-1. 2 men out. Brown, of course, ready to go on anything. Cardinals trailing. Yankees leading 1-0. Rizzuto, the first Yankee batter, line drive home run. Ruffing delivers. More swings. There's a fly ball into right. Columbine back 2 steps, turns, and the right fielder takes it easily. A run, 1 hit. A man left. It is 1-0, favor the Yankees, and that ends the first half of the third inning. To handymen, a special message from Uncle Sam. We're talking to you fellas who can work with tools. Men like radio operators, electricians, sheet metal workers, garage mechanics, watchmakers. You know America is fighting a mechanized war, and behind every aviator, every tank crew, there must be dozens of maintenance men to keep planes, tanks, and other equipment in first-class running order. That's your job, and it's squarely up to you if you are 18 to 44, single or married. So go to your nearest Army recruiting station and ask for enlistment as a specialist. You'll have unusual opportunities for service and advancement. Men, this is most important. Your services are needed now, so don't delay. Go to the Army recruiting station nearest you right away. First up for the Yankees, in the last half of the third inning, is Yuri Pretty, to be followed by Red Ruffing, who is an excellent hitter in his own right. As you've observed through the play of the series, when he wasn't pitching, he was McCarthy's number one pinch hitter. And then Scooter Rizzuto. Beasley gave us the home run to the first batter that he faced, and then retired the next 6 in order. Pretty, stocky-ish, right-hand batter. Played the full, slightly round toward left. Beasley throws, Pretty takes fastball inside, above the knees, ball 1. Ross Tucker walking up and down. He's the third base coach for the Yankees. Earl Holmes, back at first. Beasley delivers. Serve over but too low. Ball 2. 2-0. Beasley leans down. Goes to the rosin bag. Now the cool, confident young right-hander. Delivers. Ball 3. Pretty ran up as though he would be bunting. Then got out of the way of it. Ball is high inside. First time the Beasley's been this far behind. 3-0. 3-0 pitch is over. Laid right through there and taken. 3-1. Now Pretty backs out. Takes a look. Sees the initiative is taken away from him. There's a general rule in the ball game. Those go up to hit unless they are ordered otherwise. And let's see. The 3-1 pitch is ball 4. And Pretty very coolly stepped to the back of the box, just as far away from the plate as he could get, and still remain legally a batter, so that he wouldn't be close to the target. And he was walked. This is the first walk given up by Beasley. And now there comes a commotion through the stands. Red Ruffing steps in. There's a round of applause from the public address announcer named Ruffing. And Red bunts, foul. And he backs out of the box after fouling off the first pitch from an attempted bunt, which stopped back on third umpire Major Kirk's right foot. Ruffing cuts his eyes at the first base coach. At least the bunt's still on. Red says something to Major Kirk about that bunt hurt. They're always hurt. The pitch bumps down toward first. Hop up to the first to second. In time for the fourth to throw to first. Double play. Ruffing in trying to advance City to second base with a sacrifice, sputtered into a double play. Hop firing the ball, he's the first baseman. To the shortstop, that's Marion, who rifled it back to first base. And the ball was taken at first base by second baseman Jimmy Brown. So the first baseman to the shortstop to the second baseman. That's two out and Rizzuto up. Takes the fastball inside. Ball 1. And so each pitcher has given up a walk, and each walk has been dissolved in the midst of a double play. That's the third double play the Cardinals have come up with so far in the fall practice. Beasley delivers. Rizzuto swings at a high fly ball, belted into left center. Terry Moore is going back to center fielder and makes the catch. Well out. Deep left center field. So that was quite a double play. Nothing of course for the Yankees, who lead 1-0, and that ends the third inning. Until Gillette technicians developed the sharpness comparator, a costly instrument which measures keenness with a beam of light, razor blade quality was partly guesswork. But now, with the aid of this photoelectric device, Gillette craftsmen predetermine edge characteristics.
This is one of many reasons for the unmatched keenness and uniformity of today's Gillette Blue Blade. The sharpest, easiest shaving, and longest lasting on earth. Roughing is just getting out to the mound. Territory to limbering up and pitching the fourth inning. And this fifth game of the 1943 World Series is coming to you from Yankee Stadium in New York. And we'll pause now 10 seconds for station identification. This is Mutual.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Face-to-face roughing in the fourth inning will be Slaughter, followed by Musial, then by Walker Cooper. It is 1-0 over the Yankees. The first batter is Udo in the first inning. A home run. The closest the Cardinals came to getting back in the game was when Kowalski almost hit one but pulled it foul in the second inning. Slaughter, who hit into the double play in the first inning, bounces, swings, and has a high drive going deep out toward right. It is gone. Another home run, and it's 1-1. On Ruffing's first pitch, Slaughter really put the wood to it. There was no question where that ball was. It was in there. Cullenbine never so much as turned around. The ball was so far back it couldn't have gone any lower than the lower stands, otherwise it had to go into the upper. Stan Musial takes the pitch low. Ball one. Got that first pitch to Slaughter. Too good, as pitchers will say. And Slaughter really jumped on it. And it's now a brand new ball game tied at 1-1. Musial swings as a high fly ball. DiMaggio is waiting for it in right center field, and the center fielder takes it. And it is one man out. And so everything, you might say, is even keel. A first inning home run by Rizzuto, which is a low line drive that carried well up into the left field stand, and a high, well-hit drive into the right field stands by Slaughter, and each home run has come to open an inning. The home run by Slaughter is the only four-masser hit by the Cardinals. The Yankees have hit 3.
Now it's Walker Cooper, got a base hit his first time. A run home on the Slaughter homer, and one man out as Musial flies out to deep center. Ball one to the Cardinal catcher. Part of the brother act on this Cardinal ball club with Mort and Walker Cooper. Pitch is swung on. There's a ground ball to first base. Jerry Purdy grabs it, waves the pitcher away, steps on, unassisted put out. 2 men gone.
I'd hate to get on the wrong side of the Cooper brothers. How about you, Mr. Buck?
Get in between the two of them, brother.
They actually agitate and look for somebody to come after them.
There have been cases where Mort Cooper has knocked some hitters down and the batters start mumbling at home plate. And Walker will remind them, don't forget I'm back here, kid. If you go out to the mound, you better turn around and have a look. The batter is Johnny Hop, and ball one is in the dirt and gets away and scoots back to the screen.
Catchers usually try to protect the pitcher, but when it's the case of your brother out there, it's double duty.
And now ball 2 to Johnny Hop. Hop popped out his first time up. We're in the fourth. We're tied now. 1-1. 2 outs, and the base is empty.
There's a Hopkins hit on one bounce to second. Gordon up to it. Goes to first, and Hop is retired. Second to first. 1 run. 1 hit. That is Henna, and it's 1-1. That ends the first half of the fourth inning. Men, to get extra service, comfortably, from every razor blade you use, follow these easy steps. First, wash your face with soap and plenty of water to remove grit and soak the trouble. Then apply shaving cream. And if you use lather, rinse it up thoroughly, dipping the brush in water frequently. When you realize that a dry whisker is almost, if not equally as hard as copper wire, you can see the importance of saturating your beard as a barber does. Another thing, never wipe a Gillette Blue Blade. To avoid damaging the edges through needless handling, clean the blade by loosening your razor, rinsing under hot water, and shaking dry. Believe you me, if you do just what I say, you'll get a top-notch shave out of every blade and enjoy comfort you've never had before. The last half of the fourth inning, Ross to be first up, followed by Cullen Vine, and then by DiMaggio. And Johnny Beasley is now an even turn once again after pitching behind 1-0 since the first inning and the first start that he faced. Now it's ready to go. Ross bounced out in the first inning, second to first. Outfield round toward right. Beasley delivers on Ross' side. Goes Beasley up the mound, feeling the bunt close to first, and pass wild in the right field. Ross is going on to second base, and there he makes it. They're waiting for the scoring. A beautiful drag bunt inside the first base line. Beasley fielded it, and he had to throw in a hurry. It is doubtful if his throw, if Percy could have gotten Ross. It was that close. But his throw, instead of being good, was wide. Was on the far side of first base, and went out along the right field line. Second baseman Brown finally overhauled it. It is a bunt single, and an error charged on the pitcher's throw. That is the official score. A bunt single for Ross, and an error charged on Beasley. And the Yankees are threatening in the last to fourth. Ross is in scoring position at second base. Nobody out, and the big hand moving in. There's Columbine. The bunt, high into the air toward first, and Huck cannot quite get up to it. The ball dropping just before it reached the coach's box. An attempted bunt foul. Outside, but couldn't get it. You got the scoring on Ross. A bunt single, beautiful drag, down toward first base. And he dances without stopping on the second on the pitcher's wild throw. An error charged against Beasley. That's the first miscue of the ball game, and that is hit number 2 for the Yankees. Ball tied. It's 1-1. Beasley delivers. There's a high curve outside, and it is ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Columbine, good-sized fella, takes high after looking as though he would bunt, and it is ball 2. 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike. Columbine has given every indication that the Yankees are playing for 1 run. Nobody has to give an indication. They're certainly playing for 1 game today. Roll. A third ball. Ball 3. 1-1. Roy steps back in. He's a quick hitter. Batting left-handed. Nobody out. Ross leaning down off second. This is the last series for Ross. Come what may. Takes over baseball coaching in Yale next year. Columbine swings. There's a high fly ball into right center. Moore going back, and he makes the catch. There's Ross trying at second, moving on to third, and makes it easily. Ross gets to third by the time the Terry Moore throw gets to second base. So the Yankees, after the count, went decidedly in favor of the batter, 3-1. He fought the sacrifice, apparently, and had Columbine hit. And he drilled a 400-foot fly ball to right center, which Terry Moore pulled down. And Columbine just advanced Ross after the catch on the third. So, the game is tied 1-1. DiMaggio up. And the Palmer infield is up slightly more than halfway, which is asking a lot of infielders to stay in this close to DiMaggio as hard as he hits. Outfield is deep, around toward left, Ralph off third. DiMaggio swings there, the line drive to left, it's a base hit. In comes Ross to score, and DiMaggio is on at first base. A solid single. And the Yankees, for the second time, lead by 1 run. That is the 7th hit for DiMaggio. And that 7th hit are getting in runs for the Yankees, as Rizzuto's home run was his 7th hit of the series. And it is 2-1 favor the Yankees, and Cavalcade digging in. Swings, and there's a line drive in right field for another hit. DiMaggio around second is turning to third. Slaughter throw is cut off at short. Keller ducks back to first base. Just in time as shortstop Marion throws over to first. And two solid singles back to back. DiMaggio selects, getting in the second Yankee run to put them ahead 2-1. And Keller, solid single to right, sending DiMaggio around to third. And with one man out, the Yankees are ahead 2-1, and they have runners on at first and third. And both of the Yankee runs ought to be scored as earned. And Southworth trots out the mound. Cardinal skipper to talk to young Johnny Beasley. Those activity in the vigorous bullpen. DiMaggio sliding into third base, not knowing that throw would be cut off behind him at short. Ripped a knee in his trousers, but he, of course, can't leave to get it fixed right now. It's not a large tear. Joe Gordon stepping in. The infield is up 2 steps to the Cardinals. Outfield around toward left. Beasley now is in the tough spot, delivers. Fastball low. Ball 1. 1-0. DiMaggio walking down off third. Johnny Keller off first. The pitch. Gordon takes a strike. It's in there. 1-1. Beasley rubbing the fingers of his right hand across the front of his uniform. Takes the sign. In position. Delivers. Gordon swings as a ground ball foul. Back to third. By 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And I would say that this game, as it has gone along so far, has been a very grim battle between these two clubs. Nothing much said. In other words, there's been not even a protest on a called ball or a strike. Everything is just moving along. They're swinging. And the young right-hander on the mound. Delivering. Gordon swings and misses. A clear curveball. Strike 3. Well, as Southworth starting out the mound to talk to his young right-hander again. Probably to remind him about how he wants him to pitch to Vicky. And I'll say this. Right in a World Series ball game, in a spot like that, with the Yankees beginning to unload line drives, to suddenly on Joe Gordon come down with that soft, slow curve, you got to believe in yourself. And Gordon probably surprised by seeing such a soft pitch coming up, was swung a little off balance and missed it. Catcher Walker Cooper went out to the mound, talked to Beasley. Now he's back. 2 out. Last half of the 4th inning, 1 run in, it's earned. The Yankees ahead 2-1. Dickey up. And 3 singles here in the 4th inning. Dickey swings as a ground ball to the right of the shortstop. Is up to the first, the second, in time for the 4th on Keller. And Keller is fourth at second base. He drops back to the second baseman. 1 run, 3 hits, 1 error. But the run is earned all right. And as the error was not of the out-making variety, just allowed an extra base, which the 2 singles had probably more than made up for. 2 men were left. And that ends the 4th inning. And ladies and gentlemen, let's take our thoughts away from baseball for just a few seconds. And remember that in practically every corner of the world, there are our men, our boys, maybe the kid from right around the corner, maybe somebody from your immediate family. Men in all branches of our armed forces are risking, and if need be, giving their lives for us. This is a war that we must win, and its cost will be high anyhow. But thanks to the blood donor program of the American Red Cross, some of the cost in life can be reduced if we, as civilians, phone our local American Red Cross chapters, find out how we can cooperate, where we can go and when to give a pint of our blood to assist in saving the lives of our men everywhere.
Whitey Kowalski, who hit the good big foul ball, second inning. Just missed, being fair. His first up in the fifth inning. And Red Ruffin for the second time. Now has a 1-run lead. 2-1 favor the Yankees. Nebraska takes the fastball outside. 4-1. Outfield deep. Round toward left. Ruffin comes down. Nebraska swings. There's a high fly out into left. Keller signals, I'll take it. He's under it. And he takes it. 1 up, 1 gone. Top of the fifth. Ball is snapped around the Yankee infield. There's no activity now in either team's bullpen. But up here in the radio box, Allen is getting all warmed up, loose and ready, bringing the last half of the ball game. That's Marion. Right-hand hitting shortstop. Takes a strike, rubbing right through there. Nothing in 1. 1 man out, nobody on. First half, fifth inning. The Yankees ahead 2-1. Marion swings and misses me, really, with a wind-up. Ruffin well ahead of him. Looks down into the base for the moment, figuring out what his next pitch will be. Throw, swing on, and lined out to right center field. Cullenbine going over, makes a nice running catch at it. And Marion is retired. High line drive to deep right center. 2 up, 2 away, top of the fifth. And Beasley is walking up. He's very calm, that fellow. Ball set, spreads his feet. Looks at a third strike. Third inning, Ruffin delivers. Fastball right over. All strike. Outfield has moved in a couple of steps. Red delivers. That's 2 swinging. And there's Beasley going all the way around again. Second and 2. 2 out. The score 2-1. Favor New York. Beasley, right-hand hitter. Digs in. Nothing worse. Slow curve, it misses outside. It's by a pitch. 1 and 2. Red took a couple of steps off the mound toward the dugout after he delivered that ball, thinking he had a third strike. 1 and 2. Pitch stays low. The pitch come on and has a broken bat, a drive in his head right, in for a base hit. And Beasley hits an outside pitch, flips his bat, and hits a low fly ball single into right. And 2 out. He's the runner at first base. This is hit number 4 for the Cardinals. Each Card now has 4 hits. Jimmy Brown, who has a walk and a single, steps in. Good hitter. Batting left-handed. After round toward right. Ruffin delivers. Brown swings, and there's a high foul ball. Nope, it's going to be fair by third. And Red Rock takes it just there inside the third base side. No run. 1 hit. 1 man left for St. Louis in the top of the fifth inning. 2-1, favor the Yankees. Stepping in is Mel Allen, who on his second World Series for Gillette and his first, in which he has done play-by-play, has distinguished himself handsomely. Mel, the good reports on your work are coming in from all corners. Great ball game going. And you're the fellow to tell us about the last half of it. Come in, Skyrocket.
Thanks, Red. I'm glad the old voice is still hitting on the cylinders, even though it's not hitting on all of them. That's the severe sore throat which you've been operating under. It's a swell job. As we come into the last half of the fifth inning, ladies and gentlemen, the Yankees are leading by 2-1 in this very decisive game of the 1922 World Series. The Yankees must win in order for the series to be prolonged. And should they win, sixth game will be played in St. Louis on Wednesday. But if they don't win, it's all over. Here we go in the last half of the fifth inning with Jerry Pretty leading off. He'll be followed by Charlie Ruffing. Then will come the top of the batting order, Phil Rizzuto. Pretty, in the third inning, his only time at bat thus far, drew a base on balls. Back to right-handed. Had a batting average of 143 on the series. Johnny Beasley goes into the windup. In comes the pitch to Pretty. Jerry takes it right in there for a called strike. Half-speed ball, got that inside corner, belt high. Waddy Kowalski's at third, Marty Marion at short, Jimmy Brown at second, Johnny Hop on first. Walker quickly back to the plate, Johnny Beasley pitching. Pretty set to the next pitch, here it comes. He takes it to high one outside, ball one. 1-1 the count on the Yankee utility first baseman. General all-around utility man playing first base now in place of the injured Buddy Hassett. Outfield playing into toward left. In comes the pitch. Pretty swings, knocks the ground ball out to short near the bag. Marion goes over, picks it up with his glove hand, close to Hop in time for the out. Run away as long-limbed Marty Marion raced over near second base. Stuck out his gloved hand, pocketed the ball in the glove, and while still going at top speed, fired over to Johnny Hop in time to retire Pretty for out number one. And here's Charlie Ruffing. In the third inning, after Pretty had drawn a base on balls, Ruffing attempting to sacrifice into second, bunted into a double play. Back to right-handed. Johnny Beasley's first pitch to Ruff. Swung on and missed. Strike one. Ruffing cut hard at it. Cut over the pitch. Outfield plays Ruffing to hit toward right center a little bit. Johnny Beasley ready. Throws. Ruffing takes it over the outside corner for called strike two. Bit of a let-up ball. Walker put in the trap, giving the stand to Beasley. Johnny working fast, ready. Here's his pitch. Ruffing takes it low. Ball one. Tries to cut to change his mind. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Phil Rizzuto on deck. 2-1 the score, favor the Yankees. Last half of the fifth inning. Beasley goes into his windup, rocks in the box. Here's his pitch. Ruffing swings and taps one slow and down third base line. Kowalski coming in fast, picks it up, makes his throw, but not in time. Ruffing is safe. Kowalski was playing a very deep third. Ruffing swung hard, tapped the pitch. It rolled lazily down the third base line. Too far away for Beasley to go over to make the play. Perhaps came in fast, fielded the ball through to Hop, but not nearly in time, and Ruffing is safe at first with a base hit. The fourth for the Yankees off Beasley. However, Ruffing had to really tear down the baseline, and that may have taken its toll. Make that the fifth hit for the Yankees. Here's Phil Rizzuto, back to right-handed. Had a home run in the first inning, tried to carry more in the third. 1 out, Ruffing leads off first. Here's the pitch. Rizzuto swings, smacks one to Hop. He comes up with it. Throws over to Marion, low in the third, gets away from him. And Ruffing is safe at second, and Rizzuto at first. And oddly enough, here's what happened on the play. We didn't have time to crowd it all in to the description. We wanted to give you the result first. Ruffing had a short lead off first. Rizzuto hit an outside pitch and drove it right to Johnny Hop, who's on the bag with Ruffing. And Ruffing, who was standing right beside Hop, Hop could have almost turned around and tagged him. Hop elected to throw to Marion. And his throw, Ruffing was nowhere near second base. The throw was into the dirt, bounced off Marion's chest and rolled over near second. Of course, Jimmy Brown had raced over to back up the play at first. And so Ruffing lumbered on down safely to second, and Rizzuto is safe at first. The error is charged to Johnny Hop on a wild throw. That's the second error charged to the Cardinals. Ruffing's on second. Rizzuto's on at first. The batter is Red Rolfe. It's 1 out. Rolfe bats him left-handed. Here's the pitch. Red takes the curve. Low inside. Ball 1. Rolfe grounded out to Jimmy Brown in the first inning. Beat out a drag bunt in the fourth. Went on down the second, and Johnny Beasley's wild throw past Hop. 2-1 favor the Yankees last half of the fifth inning. Struck by Beasley pitch. Rolfe takes another one inside, ball 2. Roy Kellenbine is on deck. Charlie Ruffing on second. Phil Rizzuto on at first. Phil's been on that base a lot of times during this series. Without an opportunity to check the records, we are inclined to say he's been on base as much or more than anyone. Here's the pitch, and it's over the outside corner, fastball for a called strike. 2-1 the count now on Red Rolfe. Outfield playing Steps to go toward right. In center field. Way over toward right and right. And they're watching the slice to left side. It's very close to being sort of a straightaway. Johnny Beasley takes his stretch, takes his energy. His pitch, Rob swings and fouls it off at the left plate, going up into the stand, into the upper deck. Strike two. The Lord stood up in the field boxes of the upper deck and made a nice catch. Got a round of applause from the folks sitting around him. 2-2 the count now on Rolf. McCarthy is playing very close to that third baseline. Marty Marion over near second base in a couple of steps. Jimmy Brown in 4 or 5 steps to second. In what you might call double play position. Johnny Happ at deep first, running at first baseline. Beasley taking his time. Roughing a short lead off second. Phil Rizzuto a short lead off first. Now Beasley takes the stretch. The runners widen their lead. Here's the pitch. It's swung on to Downer. Hit out to Jimmy Brown. Brown big hit. Picks it up close to first. Got in time, and all hands are safe. Downer, Jimmy Brown. A potential double play ball was booted by Jimmy. He picked it up. His throw to first, though, was not in time to get Rolf. And it's an error charged to Jimmy Brown, and the bases are loaded. Roughing on third, Rizzuto on second, and Rolf on first with one out. And the batter, Roy Cullenbine, who grounded out to Hop in the first inning unassisted, fly to Terry Moore deep in right center in the fourth inning. 2-1 is the score at the moment, favor the Yankees. It's the last half of the fifth inning. Outfield deep toward right and center and right. Watching Cullenbine to slice to left center. Beasley into the windup. Here's the pitch. Cullenbine takes it high for ball one. Cardinal infield is laying back in double play position. That's what they're hoping for. Wandy Karofsky wide at third. Backs a couple of steps behind third base. Marion the deep short. In about 3 or 4 paces. Over near second. Time has been called for a moment, and here comes Billy Southworth out of the Cardinal dugout to talk to Johnny Beasley. So time has been called here for the moment in this last half of the fifth inning. Billy wants to go out to talk to his youngster, try to calm him down. That's a favorite trick of managers. They have the youngster out on the mound. He gets into hot water. Like to go in there and calm him down a little bit. You remember when Johnny Vandermeer pitched his second no-hit game over at Ebbets Field against the Brooklyn Dodgers in the ninth inning. He grew wild, issued several passes. Bill McCarthy, the Reds, went out, talked to him, settled him down, and he finished up and got his second no-hitter. Now we're all set to resume action. Here's the pitch to Roy Cullenbine. It's inside for ball two, backing him away from the plate. 2-0 to count on the Yankee right fielder. One away. Last half of the fifth inning. Beasley's trying to get Cullenbine to hit on the ground of the infield somewhere if he can. Ruffing is on third. Rizzuto's on second. Rolf is on first. Beasley into the lineup for the 2-0 pitch to Cullenbine. Here it is. Roy takes it. A strike one call over the outside corner. 2 balls, 1 strike. Cullenbine reaches down, gets a little dirt on his hand. Wipes his hands off in his trousers now. Steps back in a hitting position. Walks quick into the top to give the sign to Beasley. Runners are leading off slightly. Beasley still looking in. Shakes off the sign. Okays the next one. Goes into the windup. Runners lead. Here's the pitch. Cullenbine takes it high inside. Ball 3. 3-1 the count now. On deck is Joe DiMaggio. 2-1 favor the Yankees. Last half of the fifth inning. Tough spot for young Johnny. Bearing down, trying to get out of it. Cullenbine up there trying to do something about getting more runs in. In comes the pitch. It's swung on. It's a pop-up. Back up third. There is Marty Marion reaching out back to third in short left under the ball. The runners hold. The catch is made, and there's 2 outs. The infield fly rule prevailed and was called by the umpires. And there goes Billy Southworth out again to the mound to talk to Beasley. Young Johnny, under the pressure of the situation, came through nicely on Roy Cullenbine to get him to pop out to Marion. Out on the grass in short left. 2 down. Southworth talking to Johnny, trying to calm him down, keep him free and easy. Walker Cooper comes in from back to the plate to talk to him. George Migdicott starts walking out to the mound to speed up the action. Now Southworth leaves the mound and goes back to the Cardinal bench. This could very easily have been the turning point of the game. and might yet be. Either way you look at it. Beasley gets out of it, Autry doesn't. 2 out. Ruffing on third. Rizzuto on second. Ralph on first. DiMaggio the batter. Beasley into the windup. Here's the pitch. DiMaggio takes it. Strike one called. A curve. Fast one over that outside. Beasley gives to Rosenbach. It looks good. Standing on the rubber. Goes into his windup. Runners lead off. Here's the pitch to DiMaggio. Joe takes it. Outside. Ball one. Started to cut at it. Changed his mind. He saw a curveball shooting too far outside. 1-1 count now. And DiMaggio, the outfield deep over toward left. Very exciting and very tense moment. The last half of the 5th inning. Young Johnny Beasley bearing down. DiMaggio awaiting the pitch. Beasley ready into his windup. Here it is. DiMaggio swings and sends a smash to Kraft, and one hop. He takes it, steps on third for the out. And so young Johnny Beasley came out of that one in magnificent fashion. No runs, 1 hit, 2 cardinal errors, 3 left on, score 2-1. Favor the Yankees. That ends the 5th inning. In the whole field of precision manufacture, there is no more delicate operation than production of the Gillette Blue Blade. The specialized machines and scientific instruments required for this work have been, for the most part, designed and built by Gillette's own technicians. This explains why, with the nation at war, Gillette is called upon to produce some 68 different machine tool parts for America's leading tool maker. This 5th game of the 1942 World Series is coming to you from the Yankee Stadium in New York City. We'll pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Mutual.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
So we're ready now for the 6th inning, and young Johnny Beasley will long be remembered for having come out of that tough situation. Bases loaded. 1 out. He got rid of Cullenbine and DiMaggio to retire the side without a run, and so the Yankees saw a tremendous opportunity to go fading away. As we go into the first half of the 6th inning, it's Terry Moore leading off for the Cardinals. He'll be followed by Enos Slaughter. Then will come Stan Musial. Wrapping into the windup. Here's the pitch to Terry Moore. Swung on. The drive to left field for the base hit. Johnny Keller waiting for the ball in the roll. Picks it up. Throws into second. And Terry Moore holds it first with a line single to left. And here is Enos Slaughter stepping in. That for Terry Moore was his 5th World Series hit. 2-1 favor the Yankees, first half of the 6th. Enos Slaughter up there hit into a double play in the 1st inning, but hit a home run in the 4th. First pitch to him is swung on to a line drive out to right field for a base hit. Terry Moore around second on his way to third. The throw goes into second, holding it first is Slaughter with a single. And so the Cardinals, spurred on by their great defensive stand in the last half of the 5th inning, have come to life. And the first 2 men facing roughing here in the first half of the 6th have belted line drive singles. Moore's to left, Slaughter's to right. And we have Terry Moore on at third, Enos Slaughter on at first, nobody out, and the batter Stan Musial. And now a little activity is beginning to take place in the Yankee bullpen. Musial back from left-handed, pops out to Rizzuto in the 2nd, slides to DiMaggio in the 4th. Stretched by roughing the 6th. Musial swings and hooks a pop-up. Back at short, on the grass goes Phil Rizzuto. He's under it, and he makes the catch for the out. It comes running into the infield with the ball. There's no advance. 1 away. And here's Walter Cooper, who singled to center in the 2nd inning. Grounded out to Jerry Pretty unassisted in the 4th. Been a tough man up there for the Cardinals in the clutch throughout the series. He's driven in 3 runs. Right-handed batter. Terry Moore on third. Enos Slaughter on first. 1 out. First half of the 6th inning, 2-1 in favor of the Yankees. The Cardinals threatening to tie or go ahead. Ruffing takes the stretch. Here's the pitch to Cooper. Outside, ball 1, curve ball. Outfield playing Cooper. Just a little bit toward left. Harry Moore comes up the line from third. Enos Slaughter has his lead off first. Jerry Pretty's on the bag with him. Ruffin takes the stretch, checks his runner's pitches. Tripper swings and hits a high fly ball along the right field line. There is Roy Cullenbine racing over near the line. Moore at third, ready to tag up. There's the catch. Here's the throw into the plate, but Pretty cuts it off close to Rizzuto, and it's over his head out into center field. There goes Slaughter racing to third. Moore has come in to score. DiMaggio fields the ball, throws into the plate, and the score is tied up at 2-2. Tripper hit a high fly ball along the right field line with the outfield toward left. Cullenbine had to run a long way, made the catch. Moore tagged up, came in to score. Cullenbine cut loose with his throw to the plate after hesitating for a moment. Jerry Pretty cuts the throw off, threw down to Rizzuto as Slaughter, who was on first, tried to go to second on the throw to the plate. And when the throw from Pretty to Rizzuto was into the dirt, bounced away from Rizzuto, and Slaughter kept running, went all the way around to third. We'll check with the official score to see what they're going to call it. Score is tied up now at 2-2. And the batter is Johnny Hopp. That's him left-handed. Slaughter's on his third. Pretty is charged with an arrow, the wild throw. Here's the pitch swung on. There's the drive to deep right center field. DiMaggio's racing back. He's getting under it now, and he makes the catch for the out. And so for the Cardinals in the first half of the sixth. 1 run, 2 hits, 1 Yankee error. 1 man left on base for St. Louis, and the score at the end of 5.5 innings, all tied up, 2-2. And that ends the first half of the 6th inning. You know, you can tell by the cheering today that the fans are pretty evenly divided here at Yankee Stadium. And wherever you go, the same thing's true about Gillette shaving cream. Yes, sir, Gillette Lather has millions of boosters, and so has Gillette Brushless. Now, if you prefer brushless, here's the shaving cream for you. For Gillette Brushless contains delicate peanut oil and is a lot better in many ways. It speeds shaving, stays moist on your face, and lubricates the blade. You skim off your whiskers without any smart or irritation. Some more things. Gillette Brushless is greaseless. It can't gum up your razor or clog costly plumbing. So take it from me. If you want a new experience in shaving ease and luxury, get yourself a tube of Gillette Brushless for $0.25. Better still, ask for the giant-size economy tube, only 33 cents. Coming into the last half of the 6th inning, with the score tied up at 2-2, for the Yankees will have Charlie Keller leading off, then will come Joe Gordon, then Bill Dickey. So it's a brand new ball game once again. Seesaw struggle. The Yanks led 1-0. The Cardinals tied it up at 1-1. The Yanks went ahead 2-1. The Cardinals have tied it up at 2-2. Phil Rizzuto hit a home run in the first inning to give the Yanks the lead. Then Enos Slaughter came back in the fourth with a home run to tie it up. In the last half of the 4th inning, the Yankees went ahead 2-1. The Cardinals just tied it up. So here's Charlie Keller stepping in. Grounded out to Jimmy Brown in the 2nd inning. Single to right in the 4th. That's him left-handed. Johnny Beasley looks in to get the sign from Walker Cooper. Outfield very deep toward right to Keller. In comes the first pitch. Charlie takes it outside. Ball 1. Terry Moore is back very deep. A little bit toward right center. Young Johnny Beasley leans forward, starts his windup. Here's the pitch to Keller. Charlie swings and drives one to deep left field. There is Sam Musial racing way back. He's getting under it and makes the catch for the out. One away as Keller drove deep to Musial in left center field in the direction of the 402-foot sign. Drive good for about 350 to 75 feet. Coming up now is Joe Gordon, who grounded out to Marty Marion in the 2nd inning, struck out in the 4th. A 2-2 ball game, last half of the 6th inning. Gordon back from right-handed, stands very deep in the batter's box. Here's the first pitch to Joe. Fastball outside, ball 1. George Majorkirk calling balls and strikes. Bill Summers umpiring at first, George Bard second. Al Hubbard at third. Outfield pulled over toward left for Gordon. In comes the next pitch to Joe. He takes it, strike one, it's called. Fastball right over there, let her high. 1-1 to count on the Yankee second baseman. One out, nobody aboard. Bill Dickey's on deck. Gordon batting. Beasley ready. Here's his pitch. Gordon takes a sweeping curve low inside. Ball 2. 2-1 the count now.
Art Fletcher's coaching back at third. Earl Combs back at first for the Yankees. Both of them hauling up to Joe Gordon's plate. Beasley all set. Here's his pitch. Gordon swings and smacks one hop to Kowalski at third. Whitey takes it, throws over the hop. In time for the out. Full hop off the back just for a moment, but he managed to step back on it ahead of Gordon. So there's 2 outs as Gordon grounds out Kowalski to hop. Coming up now is Bill Dickey. He's rounded out to Jimmy Brown in the second inning, and number 4 to play in the fourth. Bill Baxton left-handed. 2-2 to score. Last half of the 6th inning. Dickey steps in. Beasley adjusts his step, puts the ball out of his gloves. There's a sign from his battery mate. Into the windup, and here's the pitch to Dickey. It's outside, ball 1. Jerry Pitty is on deck to hit next if Dickey gets on base. Crowd has settled down, rather quiet at the moment. Watching this thrilling struggle out here, this bitter struggle. In comes the pitch. Dickey swings and fouls the pitch right at the plate. Strike 1. 1-1 the count. Watch Skipper takes the ball up, hands it to George Macy first. George gives it to once-over lightly, says it's all right. Ball stays in the game. 1 ball, 1 strike from the Yankee catcher. Bill Dickey. One of the greatest catchers of all time. Beasley all set. Overhand, change of pace, pitches outside. Ball 2. 2-1. Beasley hits up his trousers, goes to the Rosenberg, looks around the afterwards. Benny Southworth did a magnificent job in that last inning of calming down the young right-hander in that tough spot. Here's the pitch to Dickey. Swung on. There's the drive going deep out the right field corner. Getting back, he's getting under it, and makes the catch for the out. So that's all for the Yankees in the last of the 6th. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left on, out in order. And the total, 2 runs for the Cardinals, 6 hits, 3 errors, 4 left on. The Yankees 2 runs, 5 hits, 1 error, and 5 men left on base. That ends the 6th inning. 50% of every ship, tank, and gun is made from scrap metal. Your country needs all your old metal, rubber, rags, manila rope, burnout bags to make war materials. So round up your junk, sell it to a dealer, give it to a charity, or take it wherever you see the red, white, and blue official Salvage Depot sign. Throw your set into the fight. Well, we're getting into the latter stages of this game that may be the decisive game of the 1942 World Series. A break either way now may turn the tide. Score is tied. A little different spelling on that one. 2-2 as we go into the first half of the 7th inning with Kowalski, Marion, and Beasley, the first 3 men to face Charlie Rapping. Kowalski popped out in the second inning to Joe Gordon and flied to Charlie Keller in the 5th. In first, getting himself around Tipper, drove one high and deep into the left field stand, just curved foul over the poles that disappeared into the stand. Drives the long ball. Outfield playing him toward left. 2-2 the score, remember. First half of the 7th inning. Veteran Charlie Rapping into the windup. In comes the pitch to Kowalski. Inside, ball 1. Backing Kowalski away from the plate, out of the batter's box. Rapping blows with his pitching hand. Now he's ready to work. Into that easy windup. Right on pitch. Inside, ball 2. 2-0 to count on Kowalski. The ball game is to the stage now where you can't afford to let anybody get away from you. Kowalski stands ahead of Rapping. 2-0. In comes the pitch. Strike 1 call. He got that outside corner fastball. 2 balls, 1 strike. Kowalski takes a look at Billy Southworth, working at third. The hitter takes time. Rapping easily into the windup. Here's his pitch. It's swung on. It's a high pop-up foul. Back to first. It may go into the stands pretty. He's racing over near the field boxes. He leans in, but he can't make the catch. He came very close to getting himself on that ball, however. Strike 2. 2-2 the count. Foul went just to the right of the Cardinal dugout. Cardinal dugout is really alive. All the boys out on the top step, hollering. Rapping goes to the rosin bag. Has a new ball, working on a little bit.
Kowalski steps out of the batter's box, gets the ball in his hand. This ball game is waxing tougher and tougher as we go right down to the final wire. 2-2 to count. Roughing set. Here's his pitch to Kowalski. Swung on as a line drive, but fouled in the left field stands. He hit it well. Folks really scattered away from that one. Kowalski pulled it too much. Vicious line drive. And another new ball into play. Whitey Kowalski leading off for the Cardinals, first half of the seventh inning. A 2-2 ball game, all tied up. Roughing set for the next pitch. Here it is. Kowalski swings and smacks another one foul down the third baseline in between Billy Southworth and third base. Ball comes off the little wall out there out in the left field. Charlie Keller fields it, throws it in to Big Sal Hubbard. Umpiring back to third. Roughing wanders in back the hill, looking around the outfield. Kicks it out, knocks some of the rubber, blows in his pitching hand. Rubbing up the top of the ball right now. Whitey Kowalski digging into plate. As that bat cocked up over his right shoulder, waiting to pitch. Here it comes. Swung on, there's the drive out in the center field. DiMaggio lazily under it, and he makes the catch for the out. And there's one away now for the Cardinals in the first half of the seventh inning. Stepping into bat is Martin Marion. Fouled out to Jerry Friddy in the third inning. Slides Roy Cullenbine in the fifth. This loose-limbed right-handed hitter steps in with that two-tone bat. The only player who so far in the series has used that type of bat. Not that it's any different than the other bat other than coloring. Red Ruffing's first pitch to Marion. Strike one called. Over half speed ball came in over that inside corner. Outfield playing Marion to hit to all fields. Good to say playing him straight away. Ruffing into the windup, comes in with a slow pitch which is fouled off to the left of the plate, just missing the upper deck and dropping down below. Strike two. So Ruffing stands ahead of Marion. No balls, two strikes. Crowd laying back rather silent, awaiting the big break that must come one way or another before the issue is decided here in this ball game. Ruffing all set, throws. Marion takes a fast throw outside. Ball one. 1 ball, 2 strikes from the Cardinals shortstop. 1 out, nobody on. 7th inning, score tied 2-2. Johnny Beasley's on deck. Jimmy Brown, who will follow him, is in the batter's circle. Ruffing all set again. There's his pitch. Shot on, change of pace, swung on, lifted foul over near the Cardinal dugout. Dickey, after the 10, get it, drops into the stands just behind the St. Louis dugout. 1 ball, 2 strikes, still to count. Ruffing feeding Marion right a slow step. Wasted the pass outside the curve, then came back pulling the string, hoping to get Marion on it. Almost did, but Marty managed to get enough of the bat on it to foul it off. So Red is out there working hard, bearing down. This is a must game for the Yankees. Yankees right-hander in his wind-up. Here's the pitch to Marion. Swung on and foul off again. Another one of those slow pitches. Comes off to the left of the screen, down below. Crowd getting quite a chuckle out of it. Getting a kick out of one fan down below to the right, too. Stands up and hollers in a screamy sort of voice. Ruffing checks the time, Dickey. 1 out, nobody on. First half, 7th inning, score tied 2-2. Ruffing may wind up. Here's the pitch. Marion swings and hits the top up. Out in the short left, Phil Rizzuto racing out. Keller coming in. Phil says he has it, and he makes the catch for the out. So there are 2 down for the Cardinals in the first half of the 7th inning. And here's young Johnny Beasley stepping in. Getting a nice round of applause from the fans. He's done a magnificent job. In trouble, but getting out of it. Beasley took a third call strike in the 3rd inning, and then punched a single to right in the 5th, breaking his bat in the process. Ruffing's first pitch to Beasley, swung on and missed, strike 1. Johnny really swings from the heels. Time call for a moment, steps out of the batter's box, strikes his handkerchief from his right hip pocket, dries the palms of his hands, now steps back into hitting position. Ruffing all set for the next pitch to Beasley. Here it is. Beasley swings and he misses. Strike 2, the fast inside pitch up under the hand. Seems as if he swung at that in self-defense more than anything else.
hear that quick shout. Roughing is taking his time, standing out in back of the rubber. Rubbing up to cover the ball, looking around out in the right field. Turns around, faces into plate. 2 outs, nobody on. Roughing into the windup. Here's his pitch. Fastball swung on and missed. Strike 3. That's out number 3 for Roughing. Out in order for the Cardinals in the 7th. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. And the score at the end of 6.5 innings, still tied 2-2. Say, if you've never heard of a Vickers hardness tester, it's not surprising. There's only a handful of these costly laboratory instruments in the whole country. Yet Gillette uses 3 of them in daily production to check the temper. Here's one good reason. Gillette Blue Blades far outlast the ordinary kind. This 5th game of the 1942 World Series comes to you from the Yankee Stadium in New York City. We'll pause 10 seconds for station identification.
WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Coming into the last half of the 7th inning of this 5th game of the World Series, score is tied at 2-2. We'll have the lower part of the Yankee batting order coming up, Fitty and Roughing. Then we'll pick up Phil Rizzuto. It'll be the top of the batting order for the Cardinals when we go into the first half of the 8th inning. Fitty bats him right-handed. He walks in the 3rd inning, grounded out to Marty Marion in the 5th. Johnny Beasley, standing on the rubber, looks in to get his sign from Walker Cooper. Starts his wind-up, and in comes the pitch. Fitty takes one high inside, ball 1. There's the rhythmic applause by Yankee supporters calling for a rally. Beasley pitches, Fitty swings and sends the bounder out toward short. Marion comes in, picks it up on a nice hop, throws the hop in time for the out. 1 up and 1 away for the Yankees in the last half of the 7th inning. Here's Charlie Roughing coming up. Bunted into a double play in the 3rd inning, singled in the 5th. Getting a nice round of applause, too. Rough back to right-handed. Beasley all set. Rocks in the box. Here's his pitch. Roughing takes it. The curveball low, ball 1. 1 ball, no strike. Outfield playing Roughing, step or so toward right and center and right. Watching him to hit to left center. Beasley taking his time. Nice set for his next pitch to Red Roughing. Here it is. Charlie swings and drives one foul back to first base, going into the right field stands. Into the upper deck. The fan in the box tried to make the catch and dropped it, and it went on down below into the lower stand. 1-1 the count on the Yankee pitcher. Beasley, after having trouble in the 4th and 5th innings, settled down. He came out of a terrific jam in that 5th inning. In comes the pitch. Roughing swings and fouls it back. Strike 2. Bases were loaded on Beasley in the 5th with only 1 out. Hollenbauer and DiMaggio coming up, and he got rid of those 2 batters without permitting a run. Final right-hander into his windup. Overhand fastball. Strike 3. Over that outside corner. Called. Roughing started to swing, checked it, but up went George McGee with the right hand anyway. That's the 2nd strikeout for Johnny Beasley. 2 away, and here's little Phil Rizzuto, who started the Yankees off in the 1st inning by lining a home run into the left field stand. Slide to Terry Moore in the 3rd, but safe on an error by Johnny Hop in the 5th. Phil bats him right-handed. 2 outs, nobody aboard, last half of the 7th inning. Beasley pitches. Rizzuto looks at an outside one, ball 1. Red Rolfe is on deck. Will hit next if Rizzuto gets on base. Little Phil has been a big figure in this series. Next pitch to him, outside, ball 2. 2-0 time in the Yankee shortstop. Whitey Krosky's in close to 3rd to watch for that bunt. Not playing in quite as close as he has been, but still close enough. Outfield over toward left. Beasley working fast now. Comes in with the pitch, and it's in there for a called strike. 2-1. 2-2 the score. Last half of the 7th inning. Beasley looks for the sign, has it. Here's his pitch to Rizzuto. Swung on and missed.
Strike two. Still cut hard. 2-2 the count now. Rizzuto steps out of the batter's box for a moment, gets a little dirt on his hands. Back in the hitting position he goes. Beasley adjusts his cap, takes the ball out of his glove. Starts his windup, rocks in the box. Overhand fastball low, ball three. So the string is run out on Rizzuto, 3-2. Beasley backs up off the rubber a little bit, picks up the rosin bag, throws it down, kicks the rubber. And looks in, checking, trying with his battery mate. Rizzuto digs in, awaiting the payoff pitch. Here it is. Field swings and sends a ground ball out toward short. Past Marion, out to center field for a base hit. Terry Moore fields the ball in the hole, boots it momentarily, but picks it up quickly to throw in the second. And Rizzuto holds on at first with a single to center. His second hit of the ball game and his 8th of the series. He's the number one man in hit production. Has more hits than anyone else. Came up to today's game batting at .353. So there are 2 outs. Rizzuto on at first base, and the batter, Red Ralph. Ralph grounded out to Jimmy Brown in the first inning. Beat out a drag bunt in the fourth, a safe and an error by Jimmy Brown in the fifth. Batsman left-handed, chokes his bat about 2 inches or so. Rizzuto leads off first. There's a quick throw over to first. Rizzuto comes back safely. Phil danced off the bag like he might try to go down. Try to steal second. There's another quick throw over to first, but not in time. Johnny Beasley is trying to hold Phil on. Phil has stolen 2 bases in the series. Struck by Beasley. Here's the pitch. It's right through there for a called strike. With 2 outs, a man on first. It's entirely possible that a steal sign might be given out. That would put a runner in scoring position. So Beasley's trying to hold Rizzuto as close to first base as possible. Johnny hops on the bag there with him. Beasley takes his stretch, checks Rizzuto. Here's the pitch to Rolfe, and it's high for ball 1. 1-1 on the count from the Yankee third baseman. Roy Cullenbine is on deck. He'll hit next if Rolfe gets on base. Red steps out of the batter's box, checks with Art Fletcher at third for any sign. Beasley all set now, takes his stretch. Here's his pitch. Rolfe swings and drives one in deep right field. Enos Slaughter racing way back for it. He's going to get under it, and he makes the catch for the out. And so that's all for the Yankees in the 7th. No runs, 1 hit, no Cardinal errors, 1 left on. And the score at the end of 7 innings, 2-2. That ends the 7th inning. Right across the nation, men and women are waging the greatest conservation campaign this country has ever known. Americans are doing without many things and learning to make other things give double service. Now, here's a good way to get extra shaves from every Gillette blade you use. It's something like crisscrossing the tires on your automobile for extra mileage. You see, today's Gillette Blue blade has marks resembling the Roman numerals 1 and 2 on the end. You can spot them readily without taking the blade out of your razor. Thus, it's easy to distinguish between the edges and give both equal use. And that's the point. Give both edges equal use by shaving one side of your face with one edge, the opposite side with the other. This way you get a number of additional shaves from every Gillette Blue blade. And that saves blades, saves steel, saves money. Here are your 7-inning totals. Cardinals 2 runs, 6 hits, 3 errors, 4 left on. The Yankees 2 runs, 6 hits, 1 error, 6 men left on base. And so we're set now for the first half of the 8th inning. And, brother, don't you think the tension isn't terrific? Cardinals need but this game to win the World Series. The Yankees need this game to keep the series going. And here we are, all jammed up and deadlocked at 2-2, going into the first half of the 8th with the top of the batting order for the Cardinals. It's Jimmy Brown leading off. Terry Moore will follow, then Enos Slaughter. And the veteran Red Ruffing, trying to keep his teammates in the running, goes into the windup, and here's the pitch to Jimmy Brown. And it's strike 1 call, the fastball right through the middle. Jimmy Brown walked in the first inning, had an infield hit in the third, popped out to Red Ralph in the 5th. Switch hitter bats left-handed against right-handed pitching. Ralph in close to third, to watch it bunt, roughing into the windup. Here's the pitch. Jimmy Brown swings and smashes it past Rizzuto out in the left field for a base hit. Keller comes up to the ball, throws into second, and Jimmy Brown drives the single between Ralph and Rizzuto in the left for his second hit of the ball game. And the 7th for the Cardinals. That brings to the plate Terry Moore, who struck out in the first inning, flied to Cullenbine in the 3rd, and singled to left in the 6th.
That's the right-handed. Rolfe in close on the grass, prepared to watch for the bunt. Brown moves off first, to stretch by Ruffing. In comes the pitch. Moore shortens up, bunt toward first. Pitty comes up to the ball. His throw is to Gordon at first in time for the out, with Brown being sacrificed to second. So the Cardinals now have the potential tie-breaking run in scoring position on second base, with Enos Slaughter stepping in. Slaughter hit into a double play in the first inning, hit a home run in the fourth inning, a tremendous shot deep into the right field stands, lower deck. He singled to right in the sixth inning. Bats him left-handed. On deck is Stan Musial. So Red Ruffing is in hot water. One out. Jimmy Brown on second base. And Enos Slaughter the batter. One of the toughest hitters for a pitcher to face. Ruffing takes the stretch, checks down, pitches to Slaughter. Strike one, it's called. Fastball over the outside corner. Ruffing bobs the ball around his pitching glove, blows in his hand. Looks going to get the time from Dickey. Takes the stretch. Jimmy Brown wanders off second base. Here's a pitch to Slaughter. It's swung on. It's a high pop-up floating foul. Back to third. It's going to go into the stands. Just misses the upper deck and drops down below. Strike two. 4 balls, 2 strikes. Spencer Slaughter the batter. One out. Jimmy Brown on second base. 4 tied. 2-2. All the Cardinals out in front of the dugout in the top step. Intently watching the action. Hemsley and Gomez over in the left-hand corner of the Yankee dugout. Prince Selkirk in the right-hand corner. Ruffing taking his time. Now he's ready to take the stretch down. Moves off second. Here's the pitch. Slaughter takes it inside. Ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count on the Cardinal right fielder. And you can just feel the seething tenseness throughout the thousands of people here at the stadium today. They're comparatively quiet, but just waiting, anticipating something. Wondering when it's going to happen, because something must happen sometime or other before the afternoon is over. In comes the pitch for Slaughter. High outside, ball 2. 2-2 the count. Red Ruffing working methodically and carefully on Slaughter. Realizing his propensities as a big strike hitter, and a great hitter all the way around. 2 balls, 2 strikes to count. Jimmy Brown again moves off second base. Ruffing taking his time, looks at Brown. Brown steps back towards second. Ruffing still looking at him, taking too much time, and Slaughter steps down to the batter's box. Time has been called for the moment. After these boys out here really batting away. Now all set, Ruffing into the stretch. In comes the pitch to Slaughter. It's swung on. It's a pop-up. Out toward short. Phil Rizzuto is getting under it. Brown goes back to second. Rizzuto waiting, and he makes the catch for the out. And they're 2 down. And the batter, Stan Musial, who popped out for Rizzuto in the second inning. Fly to DiMaggio in the fourth. Popped for Rizzuto in the sixth. And it was in just the spot, the very same sort of spot that Musial came up in the second game of the World Series, in the 8th inning. Memory serves me correctly. With a man in scoring position and got a single. Sent the Cardinals out in front. Here's the pitch. He swings and fouls it off with left to the plate. Strike 1. There were 2 outs. When he got the base hit that drove in the run that won the ball game. Score was tied at 3-3 at that time, you remember. Charlie Keller had just delivered a home run in the first half of the 8th inning, tied up. And then with 2 outs in the last half of that 8th inning. And a man in scoring position, Stan Musial drove one right through the middle, right out over second base. And that proved to be the winning run. Ruffing takes his stretch pitches. Musial swings and sends a bounder out toward second. Gordon comes up with it, throws to Pitty in time for the out. And so that's all for the Cardinals threat in the 8th inning. No runs, 1 hit. No Yankee errors. 1 man left on for St. Louis. Score still tied at the end of 7.5. And that ends the first half of the 8th inning. You know, shaving can be a tough job unless you go about it the easy way. And fans, I'm telling you, that's the old Gillette way. Now, here's what I mean by the old Gillette shave. You use the Gillette blue blade in your Gillette razor, of course. But first, you prepare your beard with Gillette shaving cream, either lather or brushless. Which type do you like?
Take your pick. Either of these Gillette creams is topped by all out. Gillette Lather Cream contains 3 beneficial oils and saturates your beard with a rich, creamy lather that stays moist all the while you're shaving. Gillette Brushless holds the water, too. Softens beard in a jiffy. It's greaseless, has a pleasant scent, and can't clog razor or grains. So for the keeps of shaving luxury, ask for Gillette Shaving Cream, lather or brushless, 25 cents. Now we're all ready for the last half of the 8th inning. Score tied, 2-2. Roy Cullenbine leads off for the Yankees. Then will come Joe DiMaggio. He will be followed by Charlie Keller. Young Johnny Beasley on the hill. Just going to get that sign from Walter Cooper. Cullenbine hit Listen 3 times at bat. Beasley into the windup. Pitches. Cullenbine takes it. Strike one call. Fastball over the inside corner. Cullenbine grounded out to Hop in the first inning. Fly to Terry Moore in the 4th. And popped out to Marty Marion in the 5th. Final right-hander into the windup. Here's his pitch. High outside. Ball 1. Sort of a half-speed ball. 1-1 the count now on Cullenbine. Outfield very deep. Terry Moore a step or two toward right. Dana caught a very deep right field. Musial watching Cullenbine to splash left center. Beasley throws. Cullenbine looks at the high one outside for ball 2. Ball popped out of the middle of Walter Cooper. Rolls over near Joe DiMaggio in the batter's circle. Cooper goes over to pick it up. 2-1 the count on Cullenbine. Last half of the 8th inning. Score tied 2-2. Beasley starts his wind-up. In comes the pitch to Cullenbine. Roy swings and grounds one foul down the first base line behind Earl Combs. Ball comes off the field box barrier. Johnny Hop takes it, flips it over to Bill Summers, umpiring first base. Into the count. Beasley taking his time. Now he's all set. Cullenbine digs in. Here's the pitch. It's swung on to Downer, hits to Hop. He beats it for a moment, picks it up, a race for the bag, flips to Beasley just in time for the out. Hop tried to race Cullenbine to the bag, but saw that he might not be able to make it, then flips to Beasley, who covered first in time for out number 1. Coming up now is Joe DiMaggio. DiMaggio flied to Terry Moore in the first inning, single to left in the 4th to drive in a run. Hit to Sarowski in the 5th inning for fourth play at third, Sarowski on the 5th. 1 away. Charlie Keller's on deck, DiMaggio up there. Beasley into his windup. In comes the pitch. First curve swung on the drive. The deep left center stand. Musial racing wheel is going to get under it, and he makes the catch. The ball took a certain swerve down, but he held on to it. There's a 375-foot drive to the deep left center. Musial dashed way back. Right in front of the ball at the last second. It dipped. Sort of sinker fashion. But Musial followed the ball all the way and grabbed it for the out. There are 2 down. And here's Charlie Keller. Grounded out to Jimmy Brown in the 2nd inning. Single to right in the 4th. And flying to Musial in the 6th. Score tied at 2-2. Keller digs in. First pitch to Charlie. Swung on, he missed. Strike 1. He really swung from the heels on that one. No doubt about what he was trying to do. Beasley all set again. Pitches. Keller swings and hits a high hopper down toward first. Beasley takes the ball and steps on first for the out. It was a high, slow hopper down the first baseline. Johnny Hop had to come in from a deep first. Beasley went streaking over toward the bag to be in position to cover. And suddenly he stepped in front of Hop as he was going at top speed, grabbed the ball, and in all the same momentum went on across first base to retire Keller. And so at the end of 8 innings, we're all tied up, 2-2. Getting set for the 9th. You know, every Gillette Blue Blade is ground and honed in filtered oil. And this is just one of the costly, exclusive processes involved in producing the smoothest finish, easiest shaving edges ever known. Well, here we go. End of the 9th inning. It may or may not be the last inning of the ball game. It may or may not be. the last inning of the 1942 World Series. All we can do is sit here and watch and tell you what happened. It'll be Walter Cooper leading off. Johnny Hopp will follow, and then Whitey Kurowski. And the last of the ninth, Gordon, Dickey, and Pretty. So that's the picture, quickly and briefly, as we get set for this all-important ninth inning. Cooper bats him right-handed. Red Ruffing goes into the windup. Here's the pitch to Cooper. Strike one called. Slow curve over the outside corner. Cooper single to center in the second. Grounded out. Pretty unassisted in the fourth. Fly to Kellenbein in the sixth. Bats him right-handed. Ruffing into the windup. Here's his pitch. High inside. Ball one. 1-1 the count. The crowd is doubled up in anticipation, in tenseness, and excitement, ready to boil over at the first opportunity. Ruffing pitches, Cooper swings and fouls it off high to the left of our booth into the upper deck. Strike two. New ball in play. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Ruffing taking his time, nice set. Into his windup. Here's the pitch to Cooper. Swung on, there's a drive over second base for a base hit. DiMaggio fields the ball in the roll, throws into second, and Walter Cooper lines a single to center to start the ninth inning for the Cardinals. That brings to the plate Johnny Hopp. Hopp bats him left-handed. Great drag bunt at it. Red Ralph comes in on the grass at third to watch for the bunt. Ruffing throws the ball into Dickey, who wants a new one and gets it. That's the 8th Cardinal hit off Ruffing. Solid single to center by Walker Cooper. Cooper leads off first. Ruffing takes the stretch, checks the runner. Here's the pitch to Hopp. He shortens up and takes it outside for ball one. Tried to bunt but changed his mind. Little activity in the Yankee bullpen. Whitey Kurowski's on deck. Ruffing takes the stretch. Here's the pitch. Hop bunt, but fouls it right at the plate. Strike one. 1-1 the count. Ruffing kicks the dirt flat in front of the hill. He walks back to the top of it. Bill Dickey walks around and back to the plate. Johnny Hopp is out of the batter's box for a moment, looking at Billy Southworth. Now he steps in. Ralph comes in way on the grass. Cooper leads off first. Pretty on the bag, goes in the stretch by Ruffing. Here's the pitch. Hopp shortens up, bunts right out in front of the plate. Ruffing goes in, picks the ball up. His play must be to first, to Gordon, in time for the out, with Cooper taking second on the play. And that play was rather close at first because Hopp is a speed boy. Ruffing took his time throwing over and just did get the ball over ahead of the runner. And here's Whitey Kurowski stepping in. Pop to Gordon in the second, slide to Keller in the fifth, and to DiMaggio in the seventh. Kurowski bats him right-handed. 1 out, potential tie-breaking run, and possible winning run on its second base in scoring position. Time call for the moment. Ruffing wants a new ball and gets it. First half of the ninth inning. 2-2 the score. Walker Cooper on second base. 1 out. Whitey Kurowski the batter, to be followed by Marty Marion. Ruffing rubbing up to cover that ball. Adjusts his cap, steps on the rubber. Bill Dickey into the crouch, back to the plate, giving the sign to Red. Ruff all set, takes the stretch. In comes the pitch. Kurowski takes one low, ball one, fastball. Yankee right-hander taking lots of time in a tough spot. Into the stretch. Here's his pitch. Kurowski swings and drives one foul up into the upper deck, back to third. Running on the count on Kurowski.
Time to call for the moment. The ball bounded off the barrier, the upper deck, and rolled out in the left field. The game held up until Charlie Keller come in and threw the ball over to Cal Hubbard. Roughing goes over the rising bag. That steps up on him a hill. Walker Cooper leads off second. One out. Karowski the batter. Stretched by Roughing. Here's the pitch. Karowski swings and drives one deep left field. Going. It is gone. In there for a home run for Whitey Karowski. And Whitey Karowski crosses the plate after having hit a home run. He was denied earlier in the game when his tremendous drive went to the left of the foul pole. This time he was not to be denied and drove one just inside the foul pole for a home run, throwing Walter Cooper ahead of him and putting the Cardinals out in front 4-2. And that may be it. That may be the blow. Here is Marty Marion. First pitch, right through there for a called strike. That may be the blow that sends the World Championship flag flying at Sportsman's Park in St. Louis. At the moment, it's flying at the Yankee Stadium. Roughing's next pitch to Marion. He shortens up, takes it over the outside corner for a called strike. No balls, 2 strikes. That's the third home run hit in the game. Slaughter and Karowski for the Cardinals, Rizzuto for the Yankees. Roughing into the windup again. Here's the pitch to Marion. Swung on. It's a high pop-up near the mound. Dickey is out under it, waiting for the ball to come down, and he makes the catch for the out. So Marion pops out to Dickey in fair territory in front of the plate for the second out. Up comes Johnny Beasley. Beasley bats him right-handed. Struck out twice and singled once in this game. Roughing pitches. Beasley swings and misses. Strike one. 4-2 now in favor of the Cardinals. First half of the ninth inning. Roughing throws. Beasley swings and hits a high pop-up out into short center. Rizzuto drifts out, getting under it, and makes the catch for the out. And so for the Cardinals in the ninth. 2 runs, 2 hits, no Yankee errors, nobody left on base. So we come into the last half of the ninth inning with Gordon, Dickey, and Fitty coming up. Johnny Beasley, 3 outs away from pitching the St. Louis Cardinals to the World Championship. Joe Gordon will lead off. Bill Dickey will follow. Then will come Jerry Fitty. And so the Cardinals on the verge of making World Series history. After having lost the opening game, they struck back viciously to take the next 3, and now are but 3 outs away from making it 4 straight over the Yankees. Beasley limbering up on the mound. Joe Gordon standing just to the left of home plate, ready to step in. Whitey Karowski, who was denied a home run earlier in the game when his tremendous drive just went foul, came through at a more opportune moment for the Cardinals. In the ninth inning, score tied at 2-2 and 1 made aboard. Into the left field stands it went, and the Cardinals lead 4-2. And here's Gordon stepping in. Johnny Beasley goes into the windup. Here's the pitch to Joe. Gordon swings and misses. Strike 1. Gordon grounded out to Marion in the second. Struck out in the fourth. And grounded out to Karowski in the sixth. Beasley rocks in the box as he goes into the windup. Here's the pitch. Gordon swings and fouls it off into the upper deck. Strike 2. No balls, 2 strikes. Joe Gordon the batter. Johnny Beasley standing ahead of him.
Young right-hander for the Cardinals goes into the windup. Here's the next pitch to Gordon. Joe takes it inside. Ball one. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count. Young Beasley all set. Here's his pitch. Gordon swings and drives one out in the left field, and Musial's after, but can't get it. It's in there for a base hit. Musial takes it in one hop, throws quickly into second, and Gordon holds it first with a single to left. And here's Bill Dickey coming up. The paid attendance today, 69,052. Total receipt, $266,858. And so, we're ready here right now. Dickey up. In comes the pitch to Bill. Strike one call over the inside corner. For the third straight game at the stadium, it has been better than 69,000 people. 4-2 favor the Cardinals, last of the ninth. Joe Gordon on his first base. Bill Dickey the batter. Jerry Pretty on deck. Beasley stretches pitches. Dickey moves away from one inside. Ball one. The ball rolled a foot or two away from off Cooper, but not far enough to let Joe Gordon take any chance of going down. 1 ball, 1 strike. Dickey the batter. Last half of the ninth. Cardinals out in front. 4-2. Beasley takes his stretch pitches. Dickey swings and sends a bounder out to Jimmy Brown. Brown beats it, and all hands are safe. Jimmy Brown has been charged with an error. We have a runner for Dickey. That's Stainback. Stainback is going in to run for Dickey. Jerry Pretty's up. 4-2 favor the Cardinals, last of the ninth. Beasley stretches pitches. Inside ball, and there's a throw down to second base, and out at second is Gordon. Tipper cut loose with a beautiful throw to Marty Marion, who put the ball on Joe Gordon, trying to dive back into second, and Gordon was cut off. And there's one away. With the sacrifice on, Gordon took a big lead off second. Pretty shortened up the bunt, but the pitch was inside. He took it, and Tipper, without hesitating even a fraction of a second, cut loose with an accurate, fiery throw right down to Marty Marion, and Joe Gordon was caught off second base. So there's one out. Came back on first. The stretch by Beasley. The pitch to Pretty. Right wanted Paul right through there. Joe Gordon took a headlong dive in between the legs of Marty Marion, trying to get back to the bag, but he couldn't do it. Beasley again takes the stretch, checks the runner, pitches. Low inside for ball 2. 2-1 on Pretty. Last half of the ninth inning. Cardinals 4, Yankees 2. Stainback takes the lead off first. Beasley stretches, pitches. Pretty swings and puts a missing foul ball back at first. Johnny Hop's going over, but he can't get it. It's into the stands. Down to 2-2 now on Pretty. George Selkirk is in the batter's circle and may hit for Red Ruffle. 2-2 to count. Beasley taking his time right now. As he finds his Tipper, takes his stretch. In comes the pitch. Pretty swings and hits a little pop-up to Jimmy Brown, who falls down. He makes the catch. Has no chance to make a play at first. His Stainback comes back to his first base. Little looking fly ball over the head of Beasley, but Jimmy Brown dashed in for and took just a couple of inches off the ground for the second out. And here's George Selkirk coming up to bat for Charlie Ruffing. One out between the Cardinals and their World Championship. Billy Southworth, in a little conference with Mike Gonzalez, now runs out to the mound to talk to Johnny Beasley. They probably were discussing just how to pitch to Selkirk. There With 2 outs here in the last half of the ninth, Cardinals out in front 4-2. Bill Kirk up to bat for Ruffing. Little Constance at the mound. Southworth talking to Beasley. Well, Skipper out there. Now Southworth goes back to the Cardinal dugout. Skipper back to the plate. And George Selkirk steps in to pinch hit for Ruffing. All the fans are standing up to have a good look at what may be the last play of the 1942 World Series. The pitch is swung on to ground ball, hits down toward second, bounds up, and it throws to Hop, and the World Series is over. Fans are dancing out on the field, mobbing the Cardinals. The Cardinals players are happy. They're hilarious. They're slapping each other in the back. They all run out to grab Johnny Beasley. And it's a bedlam of excitement as far as the St. Louis Cardinals are concerned. World champions of 1942. Bill Corum is shouldering his way through the press section and will be here just a moment for microphone for his summary of today's game. Before Bill settles himself in his seat and takes over, I'm anxious once more to register a most important point. Today, Gillette's production is cut way down by government order to save steel. At the same time, military requirements are constantly going up, so the supply of razor blades for civilian use is growing more and more limited. Therefore, when you buy Gillette Blue Blades, please restrict yourself to a limited quantity and use them thriftily. By all means, don't stock up, even though you may have done so before, and be really tight with every blade, getting the maximum number of comfortable shaves. And speaking of comfortable shaves, I'm again bearing down on this fact. In all the world, there isn't another blade as sharp, as easy shaving, or as long-lasting as today's Gillette Blue Blade. Well, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. It's all over but the shouting, and the shouting is really going on, especially in the Cardinal Clubhouse. But here to give you his observations, his analysis of this final game of the 1942 World Series is the best man I know to give you an analysis and bring you up to date on the whys and wherefores and how come. Bill Corum.
Well, the best analysis I know, Mel, it was in the cards, and it had to come out. This ball club started on August the 4th the drive to the World Championship, and when they got within one game yesterday, I don't think anything was going to stop them. Not even the superb, the wonderful pitching of Red Ruffing, one of the great masters of the game, pitching baseball as good as he ever pitched in his entire career, couldn't beat him back today. And this story will make great reading in Reading because a fellow named Whitey Karowski, with a bone out of his arm, a fellow who actually perhaps shouldn't be playing baseball, broke it up because he was a Cardinal playing as the Cardinals play. I never saw anything more typical than the throw from Walker Cooper through to Marion to catch that runner off second base in the ninth inning of the way these Cardinals go. They just won't stop. The Yankees fought them back and beat them back and did everything that a ball club could do, but that's the way this bunch of kids play. You can't head them off. They just keep coming at you. And certainly today, game boy Johnny Beasley, well, he was just all the pitchers in the world. I mean, I don't, in this time of war, like to say anything about courage and things like that in athletics. But that fella had a heart as far as sports go. Well, it just made you stand and cheer. He actually really had to give the Yankees, the mighty Yankees, 6 outs in the 5th inning, and yet he did it and turned them back without a run. Imagine that. The bases loaded, errors behind him, so it looked as if his ball club was actually going to crack wide open, and he just stood out there, this 21 or 22-year-old kid from down in Tennessee, and pitched such baseball that it made your heart warm, making the 2 best hitters on the Yankee ball club in such a spot, are 2 of the best, I should say, to make that absolutely correct, go out harmlessly when his ball game was at stake. Had it not been for those errors, the Cardinals probably would have won a little bit easier and less spectacularly, but that's the way it went, and the Yankees made some too, you know, at least one in a critical spot. It was a home run ball game today, whereas we hadn't had any home runs before. I believe that in every last inning they played, to show you again the typical way the Cardinals go at this game, in every last inning they played, they scored their last time at bat. Now, they didn't have to come to bat in the 9th inning once in St. Louis, but they did score in the 8th, and they won here in the ninth, starting off the Yankees with Peter Rizzuto's home run. The leading hitter of the series, I'm sure, with 8 hits, and a ball player every step of the way here. The Yanks just tried everything they had in the box, but they couldn't beat back this bunch of kids. It was the old story, a truism, but the story of the series, youth will be served, and it was served here this afternoon. And as I say, you can't say too much in praise and credit for Southworth and for his team and for the spirit that carried him there, because it was the typical American spirit, the kind of spirit that'll win this war for all of us, the kind of spirit that American boys have, and you have to give it to them, and to the victors belong the spoils, and they should have them. And the Yankees should also have all the praise that can be heaped on them for playing as only the Yankees will right through to make this 5-game series perhaps the most colorful and dramatic and tense in all the history of 39 World Series play. I tell you again, it just couldn't have been very much better, and this crowd is out there on the field still with banners holding them up for the press box and ringing bells, and it was something to see. To me, it was dramatic, a little bit on the heart-touching side, to see Bill Dickey, my great and good friend, walking out probably for the last time to Red Ruffing to talk to him in those crutches out from behind the box, up the catcher's position in his own quiet way to talk to his old battery mate who had been there so many years, serving him up to him. Two as fine fellows as ever played baseball. I think Dickey's going into service now, and if he isn't, he's getting almost through with his baseball career because of the march of the year. And the same is true of Ruffing, bidding for his 8th World Series victory here today. He came close, so very, very close, but the better team won, and the better team was the Cardinals. Now the totals, I just got here. I'll read them over for you. St. Louis, 4 runs, 9 hits, 4 errors. That's a lot of errors, and 5 men left. New York, 2 runs, 7 hits, 1 error, and 7 left. Repeating, 4-9-4-5 for the Cardinals. New York, 2-7-1-7. The time of the game was 1 hour and 58 minutes, and 69,052 people saw it. That's the story, fans, and the 1942 World Series is in the book. But Gillette's Cavalcade of Sports goes on right through the year, bringing you the top events on the sports calendar month after month. Our next scheduled feature will be a banner line heavyweight boxing bout between Bob Pastor and Jimmy Bivens from the Cleveland Arena, Tuesday, October the 20th. So tune in your mutual station at 10 p.m. Eastern Wartime, October the 20th, when Don Dumpty and yours truly, Bill Corum, will be at the mic to bring you a word picture of what promises to be a thrill-packed bout. Until then, smooth sailing, smooth shaving, and good afternoon from your hosts, the Gillette Safety Razor Company, Red Barber, Mel Allen, and Bill Corum. This is Mutual.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another world who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message. Fellas and girls, don't ever get the idea there's nothing you can do to help win this war. Just because you can't join the Army or Navy doesn't mean that you can't be part of this big fight to preserve the American way of life. No, sir, not at all. There is one big important thing you can do, and I'm going to tell you about that right now. You see, aside from the fact that we can't all be soldiers, sailors, or Marines, because we're too young or too old or something, it's necessary for a good many of us to stay right here where we are. As a matter of fact, Uncle Sam says that for every man in the armed forces, there must be 11 people back home to keep them well supplied and to see that everything runs smoothly. It's sort of like a civilian army that cooperates with the armed forces to help win this war. And that's where you come in, you and I.
for we're all members of this civilian army. And the best way we can help our boys at the front is to buy war-saving stamps and bonds and buy them regularly. Now, how does that help? Well, let me tell you. It helps our government to finance the war. It helps to buy the guns and tanks and planes and all the other things the Army, Navy, and Marines need to knock out the Japs and the Nazis. For instance, every time you buy a 10-cent war-saving stamp, your dime will pay for 5 bullets. And every 5 10-cent stamps buys enough fuel oil to carry a destroyer a full mile. So you see how important it is for you to buy a war-saving stamp every time you've got a dime. So see if you can't get Mother or Dad to give you a dime every day or every other day with which to buy war-saving stamps. Talk about this with all your friends. Ask them to buy war-saving stamps regularly. Ask your mother and dad and all your neighbors and relatives to sign Minuteman pledges. Do all you possibly can to build up the sale of war-saving stamps and bonds. And that is what you can do to help win this war.
And now, the adventures of Superman. Superman, in his disguise of Clark Kent, Lois Lane, girl reporter, and Jimmy Olsen, Kent's young friend, are now in Arabia, where Lois vanished in a crowded street in Mecca. Later, the girl reporter appeared in the doorway of an old and abandoned mosque and promptly disappeared again. Returning to their hotel, Kent and Jimmy and their newfound friend, Sir Mycroft Bittersweet, a Shakespearean actor, saw Lois talking to a man in the lobby of the hotel. When Kent spoke to her, she slapped his face and went up to a room 24, by the way, registered in the name of a Countess Wojcicka. Going to their own room 19, Kent, Jimmy, and Sir Mycroft found Lois slumped, unconscious in a chair. How could Lois be in 2 rooms at the same time? Leaving Sir Mycroft with the unconscious girl in room 19, Kent and Jimmy made their way down the hall to room 24. Opening the door, they burst in unceremoniously, only to find another surprise.
Jumping Jiminy, do you see what I see?
Yes, Jim, I do, but I don't believe it. I can't believe it. Forgive me, gentlemen. I don't wish to be rude, but is it customary to invade the privacy of one's room in so high-handed a manner?
Mr. Kent, who can this be? This one's wearing a beard and a monocle, and Jiminy, look at the length of that cigarette holder.
Is it also customary to add insult to injury by commenting rudely upon the appearance of the person whose privacy you have invaded?
There's something very strange here.
Strange indeed. I should say, sir. I suggest you and this insolent boy leave my room at once.
I understand how you feel, but you don't understand.
I understand that you have had the audacity to enter my room.
No, wait, please, let me explain.
I am not interested in your... On second thought, perhaps I am. Explain what excuse you might have for bursting in here as you did.
Well, first of all, we mistook a young woman in the lobby for a friend of ours, Lois Lane, who disappeared earlier in the day. We understood that this girl was registered here as the Countess Wojcicka and that she occupied this room.
The Countess Wojcicka does occupy this room.
Well, and what are you doing here?
I, my dear boy, happen to be the Count Wojcicka, the Countess's husband.
What? You are the Countess Wojcicka's husband?
Oh, really, sir?
Who is the man in the red fez? Something wrong, Count?
You two are starting this stupid business of the man in the red fez?
What's he talking about?
I will tell you what I am talking about. Then I will tell you to get out of here and stay out. This joke has gone far enough.
What joke? What are you talking about?
When my wife and I arrived in Arabia over a week ago, we received an anonymous note warning us to be careful of a certain man in the red fez.
Golly, the same man we saw in the hotel lobby only a few minutes ago.
Have you quite finished?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Traveling toward Mecca, we've stopped in many places, of course. And in each new place, we've received another note, all of them saying the same thing. Be careful of the man in the red fez.
Then you don't know who the man in the red fez is? You have no idea?
Of course I have no idea. And I tell you frankly, I'm sick to death of this stupid joke.
Oh, now, wait a minute. If you really don't know who he is, what was he doing in this room 10 minutes ago?
Friend, I'm afraid you are out of your mind.
Oh, but he's not. I was with Mr. Kent when he entered this room before.
Now, look here, sir. A lot of things have been going on here you obviously aren't aware of. To begin with, the man in the red fez was sitting in that chair over there 10 minutes ago. Not only that, but he claimed this was his room and said he had never heard of the Countess Wojcicka.
You almost make me believe you. You sound very sincere.
I am sincere, but I've got to make you believe this thing isn't a joke. As a matter of fact, I'm convinced something is going on here that's pretty terrible, something we've got to stop.
What sort of thing?
I don't know. That's what I've got to find out. Tell me, what does your wife look like? Have you a picture of her?
Yes, but she'll be out in a moment. You can see her for yourself.
You mean she's here now?
But of course, she's in the next room dressing for dinner.
She wasn't here a little while ago.
10 minutes ago, as a matter of fact. The man in the red fez said she wasn't anyway.
I assure you she is here now, and she was here then.
Would you ask her to come out for a moment?
Of course, I will call her, and... No, I will not. This is utterly absurd. I will not disturb her. She must have had a fatiguing day shopping in the bazaar.
Then would you show us the picture you have of her?
Oh, yes, I will do that. And then, if you will, please go. We've had so much trouble, we want no more of it. We are refugees, you see. We escaped from Poland just in time.
I understand, and I'll try not to bother you more than is necessary.
Here's the picture. An excellent likeness of my wife.
Why, it's Lois Lane. That's who it is.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Your wife is almost a perfect double for this friend of ours, Lois Lane.
Well, that's highly interesting. Now, if you would please go...
No, not yet.
Now, look here, if you don't leave this room at once...
Listen to me. Your wife is in danger, grave danger. I begin to see a few things now. The man in the red fez following us in the bazaar. Lois's disappearance. Don't you see, Jim? They thought Lois was the Countess with Jessica.
Sure, that must have been it. They took her to that abandoned mosque. But why did they let her show herself in the doorway?
Who knows? Perhaps they had a little mystery to the game they're playing. The fortune teller, the strange music leading us on toward the mosque. Lois appearing in the doorway, all an attempt, Jimmy, to convince us that Lois, or the Countess as they thought, was in the hands of a power stronger than ourselves.
I get it.
Then they discovered their mistake. They realized that Lois was not the Countess with Jessica. They knocked her out and brought her back to our room. That's how she happens to be lying unconscious in our room this very minute.
But what in heaven's name would they want with my wife?
You're a wealthy man, I take it, Count.
Of course.
There is such a thing as ransom.
Ransom?
As I see it, the man in the red fez is a member of a band. He may be the head of it, for all I know. But there's one thing I'm sure of. They're after the Countess. Once they get her, you'll pay dearly before you get her back.
I must get in touch with the police here in Meg at once.
Now you're beginning to talk sense.
Those warnings I received in the... hello, operator. Give me police headquarters. Yes, quickly, please. Those warnings, they really meant something then.
No doubt of it.
Who could have sent them? Who? Hello? The chief of police, please. This is Count Jessica speaking. Thank you. As I was saying, sir. What is it? Why do you look at me?
Hang up, quick.
Hang up? What do you mean?
I mean, put that phone down.
Mr. Kent, what...
Oh, you must be out of your mind. Hello, is this the chief of police? This here. Hey, you, Mr. Kent, give me back that phone.
Gosh, Mr. Kent, what's come over you?
I just thought of something. Do me a favor, Count Jessica. Step into that dressing room and ask your wife to come out here.
I told you before I will not disturb her.
Well, if you won't disturb her, I will.
Wait. I don't know what you're driving at. Very well. I will ask her to come here myself. Stephanie, my dear. Come here a moment, please. Stephanie! I can't explain, but
she's not there, just as I suspected.
But she was in there only a few minutes ago.
I don't think she was. How do you know she was in there?
Why, I was about to enter her dressing room when she called out to me. She said, "I'm dressing, darling. I'll be out in a minute." Don't you see? She must have been there.
Oh, she was there, all right, but the man in the red fez was with her, forcing her to say just that. Is there any other way out of that room?
Yes, there is another door which leads to the corridor.
And that's the way they went.
The police, I must get them now.
That's exactly what you must not do.
What? My wife has been abducted by a band of cutthroats. I must do something to save her.
Call in the police and you'll never see your wife alive again. Don't you see what's going to happen? You'll get a ransom note telling you to leave a sum of money at a certain place. You'll also be warned not to get in touch with the police. If you do, your wife's life will be forfeit.
Then what am I to do?
I don't know yet. I've got to have time to think, to figure out a plan. Wait a minute, I'll answer that. Hello? Well, yes, Count Jessica's here. Certainly, just a moment. It's the police calling back to find out about that call you made. Now, say anything you like, but stall them off.
You sure?
We'll need them later, but not now.
Very well. Hello? Yes, this is Count Jessica. Yes, I did call you. Well, I'm sorry, but I was forced to hang up. Well, I wanted to know if I had to have my visa looked over by the local police again. Yes, I know usually it is not necessary, but I thought I heard someone say... I see. Well, Thank you very much. Good. What? Oh, no, there was nothing else I wanted to talk to you about. Nothing at all.
Golly, Count Jessica, don't take it too hard. We'll find a way to help you.
I cannot help myself. My wife is very dear to me.
I can understand it. It's amazing that she should bear such a striking resemblance to Lois Lane. Oh, Lois ought to regain consciousness by this time. Come on, let's get back to our room.
May I come with you?
Oh, by all means, Count.
I hope you will forgive my seeming rudeness when you first came in.
That's all right. What's our next step, Mr. Kent? Find out everything Lois can tell us and then try to get on the track of these kidnappers. There's hardly any doubt Count Jessica will receive a ransom note soon.
They certainly must be a clever band. My gosh, we went into that mosque only a minute or two after Lois had been seen standing in the doorway, and she was nowhere to be found.
It's true. I practically tore that place apart brick by brick.
What?
I stood by while Superman pulled the place apart. No sign of Lois anywhere. They must have taken her out through a side door and escaped under cover of darkness.
Yeah, it was pretty dark by that time.
Lois will be able to throw some light on it. Now, here's our room. Now, come right in, Count. Well, what in the world?
Jumping Jiminy.
Lois! Sir Mycroft!
Mr. Kent, don't tell me they're gone, too.
What has happened to Lois and Sir Mycroft? What evil power is drawing a web of mystery closer and closer about our friends? There are thrills and surprises in store for you in our next episode, so be sure to be with us. Listen tomorrow and every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Tune in and follow the adventures of Superman.
Did you ever stop to think why American machine gun crews make such good scores in their battles against the Japs and the Nazis? Their teamwork, their super marksmanship, comes from practice. Practice every day until they can hit the bullseye practically every time. But that much practice eats up an awful lot of bullets, and that's where you come in. You buy bullets for machine gunners every time you buy war stamps. 5 bullets for every 10-cent stamp. So get behind your team by buying stamps just as often as you can. If you think of anything more exciting to buy for your dime than 5 .45 caliber bullets. 5 bullets for American soldiers to use in protecting your home from the Japs or the Nazis. So get going. Get your stamps today and every day.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a plane! It's Superman!
Follow the adventures of Superman every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Superman is written and directed by George Lothar and is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. This is Mutual.
Mutual Broadcasting Company presents Eyes Aloft.
Army Flash. 1, multi-motor, high, scene, 18 Gabriel 4, overhead, northwest.
Eyes aloft, under the sky, watching the planes flying the lanes up above.
Eyes aloft. Eyes aloft. The 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces, in cooperation with West Coast radio stations, presents this series of programs honoring the 150,000 volunteer observers and filter center workers whose round-the-clock vigilance keeps watchful guard of the Pacific Coast against attack by enemy planes.
Eyes aloft, night and day,
time, 23 hours,
our USA.
Ken Carpenter speaking. Tonight, the 8th edition of Eyes Aloft includes the great American story of loyalty. You'll hear the Gordon Jenkins Orchestra and the Sportsmen in a musical salute to the Navy. The presentation of the weekly Gold Trophy Award. True stories of observers and filter center workers. And here is your popular Eyes Aloft narrator to take over the ship, Gane Whitman.
At the tone, Eastern Daylight Time, 23 hours, 1 minute, 45 seconds.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
3 hours.
Let me ask you something.
1 minute.
How would you
50 seconds.
describe loyalty?
Well, just take a second and try to answer that in your own mind.
At the tone, Eastern Daylight Time, 23 hours, 2 minutes, exactly. Universal Time,
well,
3
friends,
hours, 2
here
minutes,
is the way one man
5 seconds.
interpreted loyalty. His name was Robert Rake.
Observatory,
Robert Rake lived on a farm a few miles out of McMinnville, Oregon.
23 hours.
It was a good farm in the heart of the fertile Willamette Valley. On the Rake farm, there were grain and hay and also livestock.
20 seconds.
All that meant work. One Saturday night last January, Robert Rake's farmhand
At the tone, Eastern
Well,
Daylight
Mr. Rake,
Time,
I'm
23
leaving
hours,
here tonight.
2 minutes,
You all
30
right, Jim?
seconds.
I hope you'll be able to pick up some other hired help in town right away.
2 minutes,
You need at least one
35
other man to help you run this place.
Yes, I know,
U.S.
Jim.
Naval Observatory,
You know, it's hard to get farm help now.
At the tone,
Men are going to
Eastern
Portland and
Daylight
Vancouver
Time,
to work in the
23
shipyards.
hours, 2 minutes,
That's where I'm heading
45
for.
seconds.
Make some money for a
Universal
change.
Time,
Well,
3
I
hours,
suppose I can't
2
pay
minutes, 50
Jim,
seconds.
I wonder if you could sort of stay on
U.S.
for
Naval
one more
Observatory,
week.
Master
Till I hire
At the
me a new
tone,
man.
Eastern
When I
Daylight
make up my
Time,
mind to
23
do
hours,
something,
3 minutes,
I better do it, Mr. Rake. I wouldn't be much good
Universal
working for you another
3
week. I'd
hours,
be itching to get
3
into the
minutes,
city.
5 seconds.
Well, you see, Jim,
U.S. Naval Observatory, Master
feeling well lately.
At the
I
tone,
noticed the other
Eastern
day when we
Daylight
were
Time,
moving that hay
23
around the
hours,
barn,
3
you
minutes,
kind of got worn out
15
awful
seconds.
fast.
Universal Time, 3 hours,
never mind.
3 minutes, 20 seconds.
I'll make out here somewhere. Well, come
U.S.
on up to the
Naval
house and I'll
Observatory,
pay your
Master
wages
Clock.
today.
At the tone, 3 minutes, 30 seconds. Universal Time, 3 hours, 3 minutes.
Well, I'm much
35
obliged. It's been a pleasure working for you.
U.S. Naval Observatory,
Mrs. Rake, you sure put out good meals.
At the tone,
sorry to have
Eastern
you leave,
Daylight
Jim.
Time.
He's going to
23
work in the
hours,
shipyards
3
in
minutes,
Portland.
45
I don't
seconds.
know who's going to run the farm
Universal
pretty
Time.
soon.
Well,
3 hours,
I'm going to go.
3
I'm
minutes,
going to thumb my
50
way into the city. Oh, and
U.S. Naval
Mr. Rake,
Observatory,
Yes, Jim?
Master Clock. At the
you better
tone,
take it kind of
Eastern
easy.
Daylight Time.
Don't work too
23
hard.
hours,
Yeah, he does
4
have to
minutes.
be careful.
Exactly.
I've been telling him.
Universal
Now he
Time,
has more
3
work
hours,
piled on him.
4 minutes.
Well, I'll be
5
all right.
seconds.
So long, Jim. Drop in and
U.S.
say hello if you ever come
Observatory,
through this
Master
way.
Clock.
Thanks, I will.
At the tone, Eastern
Bye,
Daylight Time. 23 hours, 4 minutes.
Oh, dear, this
15
just
seconds.
seems like the last.
Universal
I
Time,
hate to ask
3
you,
hours,
Minnie, but
4
till I can get
minutes,
somebody,
20
you
seconds.
might have to help me with the chores.
U.S.
Well,
Naval
hell,
Observatory,
we have to
Master
hire
Clock.
somebody right
At
away
the
for the
tone,
real heavy
Eastern
work.
Daylight Time.
You can't do
23
it.
hours, 4 minutes.
Bob, I want you to
30
go
seconds.
see the doctor tomorrow.
Universal Time, 3 hours, 4 minutes.
Anyway, I won't
35
have time
seconds.
for a few days.
Well, one
Naval
thing sure,
Observatory,
you're going to have to
Master
drop those night
At the
watches at
tone,
the observation
Eastern
post,
Daylight
Bob.
Time. 23
Now, I
hours,
insist on
4
that.
minutes.
No, Minnie, I
45
can't
seconds.
stop that.
Universal
We're part of the
Time,
community.
3 hours,
We
4
have to
minutes,
accept our
50
share of the
seconds.
responsibility.
Well, all I can
U.S.
say
Naval
is plenty of people
Observatory,
around aren't
Master
giving
Clock.
any help.
At the tone,
You could lay off
Eastern Daylight
temporarily
Time.
at least.
23 hours,
You're
5
going to need
minutes.
rest and
Exactly.
sleep night.
Minnie,
Universal
I'm
Time,
going to keep
3
right on
hours,
with that
5
observation
minutes,
post.
5
They
seconds.
leave me there.
A week later, Robert Rake's wife did persuade him to see his doctor. When the doctor learned of all the work and the long hours that Mr. Rake was putting in, and after an examination, he served an ultimatum.
Mr. Rake, let's face this thing squarely. I've faced the situation. But what can a fella do if he can't hire help?
Which is more important, keeping up your farm or going on living?
Yeah, but if I don't keep my farm operating, what will I live on?
I don't like the sound of your heart today, Mr. Rake. You need rest. Plenty of it. You can't keep up at this pace. Now, I don't want to unduly alarm you, but I'm very serious about the warning I'm giving you. You're just going to have to take it easy.
Well, I'll watch out, Doctor. I'll try to take it a little easier.
But Robert Rake kept on going. January passed, and February. On the night of March 5th, Robert Rake got up from a short sleep, dressed, and got himself ready to go over to the Carlton observation post to take his regular midnight to 7 a.m. watch. He left Mrs. Rake sleeping. Outside of the house, he heard the cattle down at the corral, restless. He went down.
There must have been a bobcat sneaking around, making them nervous. I see that all these bars and the gate are up solid.
Bob, is that you?
What? Minnie,
I thought you were up to the house asleep. What you come down for? It's cold tonight.
Bob, what are you doing?
When I come out, the cattle sounded nervous. Came down to look around. Must have been a cat or something.
Now, Bob, let me go take your watch at the post tonight.
Why, of course not, Minnie. You go on now and get back up to the house and get to bed.
Oh, you never stop work anymore. I'm so worried lately.
Well, now, don't. Now, you get on inside. You just got on your slippers and the ground's cold and wet. You'll catch pneumonia.
Don't you worry about me. Bob, you only got about 2 hours sleep tonight. I wish you'd let me go take your watch, please.
No, Minnie, honey, thanks. It's something I always want to keep doing as long as the little post keeps running. I mean, well, it's just the way I feel about it. Now, you run along. I'll take the car and drive on over to the post. See you in the morning about 7:15.
Yes, Bob.
Good night, honey.
Good night, Bob. Good night.
On the night of March 5th, Robert Rake arrived at the Carlton observation post a few minutes to midnight. He took over, and the other observer went home. He settled himself to pass the night, to listen, wait, watch for the approach of any plane that might pass over his post. 1 o'clock. 2 o'clock. And then, at about 23 minutes after 2 that morning, the weary heart of Robert Rake stopped beating. The angel of God came and took him to guard another post, a heavenly post on high. Had to be made. Mr. L.H. Klein, chairman of the Yamhill County Aircraft Warning Service, long distance 4th Fighter Command headquarters in Portland, talked with Lieutenant Robert Clark, ground observation officer of that area.
Lieutenant Clark?
Clark speaking.
This is Lou Klein down in McMinnville. I have some unfortunate news, Lieutenant.
Oh? What's that, Lou?
One of our most loyal observers passed away last night while standing guard at the Carlton Post.
Oh, no. Who was it?
Robert Rake. Heart gave out. It was just a case of overwork. Some of our observers tried to get him to take a layoff, but, well, he wouldn't.
So he died on duty, just like any true soldier.
Yes, Lieutenant. I called to ask if it isn't too much, do you suppose the Army could provide a guard of honor for the funeral?
Give me the day and hour, and I'll have officers and soldiers there to dip the colors, Louis. Robert Rake has been a part of the Army protecting this country. He's entitled to the last rites of the Army. Yes, a military guard will be there.
The afternoon of March 7th, 1942. A drizzle of Oregon mist fell on the bowed heads of several hundred friends out at the cemetery. There, beside the grave, as the casket lowered, an Army color guard slowly dipped the stars and stripes, the flag of the country that Robert Rake had loved and had served to his end. Robert Rake had been a living symbol of loyalty. May his life inspire others to dutifully carry on the task of helping to guard the land we love. The 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces pays tribute to men and women like Robert Rake.
Each week, the Gordon Jenkins Orchestra and the Sportsmen join our Eyes Aloft theme song with a fighting song of some branch of the military service. Tonight, they complement the Navy. Listen to Eyes Aloft in medley with Fighting Sons of the Navy Blue.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching the sentinels cry. But a modern 20th century Paul Revere must watch the sky. Eyes aloft, night and day, we'll help protect the USA. We've got the will to fight for what we know is right. Allegiance to a cause that's true. From California to the rugged rocky coast of Maine, we're fighting sons of the navy blue. The ship of state sails on with battle flags unfurled. The stars and stripes come into view. We hold the beacon light of liberty for all the world. We're fighting sons of the navy blue. Beware, you pirates and buccaneers, we'll sail wherever we please. Take care, or Uncle Sam will never rest until he's won the freedom of the sea. But if it's war they want, we've got just what it takes to make democracy come true. We've got the ships, we've got the guns, we've got the courage too. We're fighting sons of the Navy blue. One by land and two by sea was once the sentinel's cry. But a modern 20th century Paul Revere must watch the sky. Eyes aloft, night and day, we'll help protect the USA.
Since we first presented the thrilling Eyes Aloft theme, we've had hundreds of requests for copies of the song. We're glad you like it. And here is Ken Carpenter to chat with our musical director and the composer of our theme, Gordon Jenkins.
Well, Gordy, I go around half the time humming that tune to myself. It really has a catchy melody.
Well, I've dreamed up lots of melodies in my day, Ken, but I catch myself humming Eyes Aloft myself. You know my humming.
Yes, I do. Well, seriously, Gordon, how'd you get the inspiration for those swell lyrics? You wrote the lyrics and music both, didn't you?
Yeah, it was a solo job. As far as getting the inspiration for the lyrics, I think all any songwriter would have to do is to go out some night to some isolated little observation post, stand around and look up the sky and listen for that possible plane.
You did that, Gordon?
I went out and visited several different posts before I wrote the song. I wanted to get the spirit of the observers who were doing this tremendous job, and I visited a filter center, too. The people who are carrying on this job really were the inspiration.
You know, I like that line, one if by land and two if by sea, was once a sentinel's cry.
Well, that's a little bit of early American history work, then.
Oh, I see. How about that modern 20th century Paul Revere must watch the skies?
Well, 150,000 of them are doing that right now on our Pacific coast.
That's right, but what we want to know, Gordon, is when is the song going to be published?
Well, I don't know, Ken. Do you think enough people are interested in buying a copy?
Well, we get a lot of mail, but then I know it takes a lot of sales to justify publication.
Well, I'm not interested in making any money on the song. As a matter of fact, I own no rights to the song now.
Yes, I heard what you did this week.
Well, since the 4th Fighter Command has accepted it as the official song of the Aircraft Warning Service, I've signed over title, all rights, any profits that may result from its possible publication. That's the way I want it to be. Other people are donating their services. What I did is little enough.
All right, now, Gordon, we're going to say thanks to you for writing such a swell song, and then I'm going to explain to the folks about the rest of your plan. How about it, people, a good hand for composer Jenkins? Now, we're asking all those who are interested in securing a copy of the song Eyes Aloft to drop us a penny postcard. Now, understand, your card is not an order. We merely want to find out how many people would like to be able to go into their local music store and buy the published song. If enough of you respond, as we have every reason to believe, then we're almost positive the song will be published and distributed. And here's the really swell part. All profits from the song will go to build one or more observation towers for communities who have poor post facilities and deserve help. If you're interested in the song Eyes Aloft, just drop a postcard to Eyes Aloft, care of the radio station to which you're now listening. But do it right away. All right, now, Gain Whitman, let's get on with the show.
Once again, we present one of our features, the McKinley Diary. Excerpts from the little notebook written by observers at the McKinley, Oregon Post. A post located in the geographical center of the Pacific Coast area. A post which seems to typify the spirit of the Ground Observer Corps. Indian summer has come to the little valley mountain. Mornings are crisp, days warm and languid. Early evenings serene with the soft, low-hanging haze of fall. Through the valley, there is a feeling of peace and contentment. Peace? Oh, but the people of the valley know better. They know that the nation is at war, and that they are an integral part of the nation's war. In the valley, many a service flag hangs from the farmhouse windows. A new flag will go up soon now. For last Friday, P.S. Easton, one of the original observers of McKinley Post, went to Portland to take his oath and become a member of the Army. Mr. Easton served in the Aero Squadron in the First World War. And here inside the little unpainted post building, see, here on the table, is the now famous diary. We'll turn a page. Find the last entry made by Mr. Easton. Here we are.
September 21st, 1942. Monday, 1 a.m. Goodbye. Tonight, I am spending my last long watch at the observation post. For soon I am leaving to follow the urge of the call that entices me most. My friends will cheer and my enemies jeer at the impulse that drives me along. And only time can tell if I'm right or if perchance I am wrong. The men and the women who watch through the night, the observers who watch through the day, are certain their country is still in the right and will win in the ultimate fray. But soldiers are needed to strike at the foe, are needed for patching the plains. And I must respond to my country's call, though leaving my loved ones' pains. I am hoping that someone will volunteer to watch through the hours I've filled, lest an enemy flight bring destruction and fright to hearts that soon may be chilled. My sorrow with leaving my own loved ones, I only am able to tell. Tonight, I am spending my last long watch. So McKinley Post, farewell. P.S. Easton.
Now for our last true life story of the evening. It is the night of July 14th. The observation post atop a brick building located on Land's End, the rocky promontory that juts itself into the turbulent ocean waters at the entrance of the Golden Gate. Two observers, Saul Argento and Bill Stappenhorst, were on duty. The night was cold, densely foggy. Foghorns wailed their ominous calls into the night. Suddenly, at exactly 2:30 a.m., the two observers were surprised to hear the rattle of machine guns down below them and toward the beach.
Hey, what's that noise, Bill?
Why, it's machine gun fire.
Oh, and they have a cop.
What you mean, Tom?
Machine guns. Maybe the Japs are flying in to attack San Francisco.
Hey, maybe that's it. We got a report right away.
Oh, they're coming in by boat, I guess. They established a beachhead right down below us here.
Yeah, we could be mistaken about this. I don't hear any airplanes.
Oh, we could be mistaken, yeah, but I don't think so, though. Make that report, Bill.
Yeah.
Nobody's just to go around shooting machine guns off in the middle of the night without meaning some business. It's the Japs, I bet you.
Yeah, I think that... Hello. Army Flash. No, wait.
What's the matter, Bill?
Listen, operator. This is 23 Duke 91. Now, this is something special. Machine guns down below us on the beach. Let me talk to an officer. No, we aren't reporting an airplane. Yeah, transfer my call.
Well, what happened? You going to talk to an Army officer? Get him? Oh, good.
Yeah, this is different. You can't tell some filter operator, machine guns, high, heard, northwest. Hello? Yeah. Okay, Lieutenant. Yeah, I'll tell you all we know.
Tell him we hear machine guns.
Well, Lieutenant, we're sitting here, and we hear all of a sudden the machine guns start shooting.
Tell him it's a commando raid. They're landing down on the beach, maybe.
Well, Lieutenant, we think the Japs may be trying to establish a beachhead right down below us. Okay. Yeah, we'll stick right here. Yes, Lieutenant. Goodbye.
What did the Army say, Bill?
Now, let's check at once.
Hey,
Oh, listen to that. It's a machine gun.
Yeah. It's closer this time.
Hey, maybe one of us should have slipped down over there and try to see what we can see, eh?
No, Lieutenant ordered whoever was on duty here not to leave the post.
Oh, we got it. That sense we wouldn't both go. Oh, I take it this time. Hello? Yes, Major. Well, they just to shoot again. No, we don't want to make any mistake. Positively, we hear a machine gun twice. Last time, much closer. Maybe they're coming up the cliff now, eh? Yeah, you bet. We stick right here on duty, Major. Okay, Major. Goodbye, Major.
Who was that?
I don't know. It was some major, he says, some head guy. He says they get right on it and investigate. He says we turn in the only report so far.
Well, Sal, I think we're going to see some action.
Well, maybe we hear it, but maybe we don't get to see or nothing. Doggone a fog. Hey, you hear?
Yeah, let's think about that. It's a machine gun, all right.
Doggone a dirty little yellow chap. I like to get my hands on him myself, I tell you what. They come here to shoot at America. Dirty little yellow chap.
In the next few minutes, the phone in the observation post was kept busy. Immediately, Army intelligence called for a report. Quickly following was a call from Navy intelligence. Less than 15 minutes later, the observers, Carl Argento and Bill Stappenhorst, heard the voices of men in the distance, heard the arrival of equipment, but through the fog they could see nothing.
By golly, that army should get here quick, eh?
Yeah, you're telling me.
Hey, let those chaps know who is trying to act smart.
You hear that? A cannon.
You telling to me, huh? Give them everything down there, soldiers.
Our boys are starting to blast into those little yellow bellies.
Oh, they're only over here just a little way.
Yeah, maybe we'll get a shot right through our observation post.
Well, let them shoot. We hear everything and see nothing.
Now, let them have both barrels, Army. You take care of them.
4 minutes after 3 a.m. Gotta remember that hour, so I tell my grandchildren I hear first the shot of Jap attacking the United States. That dirty little yellow Jap.
Not once did Carl Argento and Bill Stappenhorst think of leaving the observation post unattended. They knew their duty, and they remained, taking the phone calls that came rolling in for more information. At 3:55, all of a sudden, emergency lights flared up on the rocky hillside, but the fog was almost impenetrable.
Hey, Bill! Look down there. Can't see much, but there's much better with those lights on.
Yeah. Well, where'd the lights come from?
Well, how should we know? The army bring them, maybe. Hey, look! A lot of men running around. By golly, they know what they're doing, all right. They sure go into action fast, Bill.
All through the night, Stappenhorst and Argento remained faithfully at their posts. Finally, a murky dawn came, and at 6 a.m., they were relieved by the next watch.
Hey, you fellas hear what happened tonight?
Oh, what happened, Saul?
The Japs tried to land right down below us here.
Yeah, we made the report. The Army arrived, and there was a bunch of trucks and guns.
Are you two guys dreaming?
It's the truth. We didn't see any Army trucks or guns.
Well, they left and went to some other place, I guess.
You birds aren't trying to give us a scare.
Hey, look, I trust in my heart. I'd shake your hand. I'd do anything to make you believe the Japs tried to make a raid on our landing tonight.
We called the Army, I tell you. They were here before we could hang up the phone almost.
Well, I'll be doggone. Looks like we're right in the middle of things. Hey, maybe this aircraft warning service was kind of needed after all.
By golly, I go home and see my family so they won't be worried about me. Come on, Bill, let's get the car and go back to the city, eh?
You don't want to walk down to the cliff and take a look, Sal?
Well, if that army of ours is down there fighting, they don't want us civilians getting in the way. We better not get too curious. Come on, Bill, let's go back to the city.
Back in San Francisco at about 7 o'clock, Bill Stappenhorst pulled the car up alongside the curb on Market Street to let Carl Argento out. Paper boys called wildly.
Hey, wait 1 minute, Bill. I'll buy a paper. Maybe tell all about our raid, eh? Hey, boy, Fibber. Hey, over here.
Hey, bring this in.
What's it say, Sal?
Hey, look at this headline. Patrol boat ashore.
Yeah, but what about the Jap raid?
Here, let me sit down a minute and look.
What? Well, that's a flashlight picture of the boat up on the shore.
Oh, it says Land's End. That's where we were. I mean, that's where it was. I mean, it's...
Now, hold the paper still, Sal. Let me read.
In fog, early this morning, a patrol boat was washed onto the shoals at Land's End. A captain fired machine gun shots as a signal for help. A Coast Guard boat arrived within the hour and fired its lifeline cannon and brought the crew to safety. Complete story on page 3. Well, I'll be doggone.
Well, how do you like that? No jobs, eh? Hey, maybe we didn't do so much after all, eh?
Oh, wait a minute, Sal. They might have been Japs. We were ready for them. We made the report.
Oh, I don't know. Well, maybe we did a pretty good job after all, eh? You know, sometime we might have really call up and report those dirty little yellow jobs, eh? Who knows?
Yes, Sal Argento and Bill Stappenhorst had been on guard, ready to warn if it had been a Jap raid. Actually, they made the report that sent the Army into action to check the situation. The Army, in turn, immediately notified the Coast Guard of the shipwreck, and help was sent in time so that not a single life was lost. Most important, Sal Argento and Bill Stappenhorst stuck to their jobs, stayed at their posts, proved loyal and dependable in the face of what appeared to be an actual enemy invasion. And that's the spirit back of the entire aircraft warning service.
Each week, we present the National Broadcasting Company's Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award to some outstanding observation post or filter center. Here now is Captain Smith to make this week's presentation. Captain Smith.
This week, we proudly present the Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award to that loyal group of men who operate the Land's End San Francisco Observation Post. It is a post with an enviable record for high efficiency. It is manned entirely by men who served in the last war, who take their responsibility seriously. Again, this group of men prove their value to their country, this time in the role of volunteer civilian soldiers. The 4th Fighter Command salutes the Land's End observers.
This is Gane Whitman saying goodnight to the 150,000 Aircraft Warning Service volunteer citizens who keep constant vigil of our home front so that America will be safe from any attack by air. Good night.
Eyes Aloft is written and produced by Robert L. Redd. Music is composed and conducted by Gordon Jenkins. This is Ken Carpenter, charging you to always remember, Eyes Aloft. Remember, if you want our theme song published, drop a postcard to Eyes Aloft, care of the station to which you are listening. Eyes Aloft has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, the cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Tonto's life is in danger! Oh, Silver! Away!
Tonto was alone in camp. He wakened at a whinny from Scout. Instantly alert, wondering the cause of Scout's uneasiness, the faithful Indian companion of the Lone Ranger listened to the night noises in the woodland clearing. Suddenly, those noises stopped.
Men come here, Scout. Come on all sides. That white cricket. Stop noise.
He knew he was surrounded, but by whom? Then suddenly...
Close in, boys! Don't make a break. We got you, Redskin. Shoot him if he moves. Throw up your hands. What's the matter, you fella? Grab him. You ornery horse thief.
Me not struggle. You fella make big mistake.
Yeah, there's no mistake. How about it, Jim? Is that paint horse yours? Sure it is. That's the horse that was stolen from me. I'll bet all I got on it. Throw more brush in that fire so we can see this place.
I'll do it, Red.
Rope that Redskin. We'll make him tell where the rest of the stolen horses are hidden. Right. Stand still, Redskin.
You fella got ranch around here?
You're doggone right. We've all lost horses.
Hey, fellas. This Redskin's got a partner. Look, there's signs that two men use this camp.
Where's your partner?
Me not horse thief.
Never mind the lies. I know the truth. Why, you're caught right here with the goods. That's my horse there.
That's not true.
Well, I can prove it. Red, come over here. What is it, Jim? Let me prove that this paint is my stolen horse. Sure. Go ahead. We want to make sure of things. I'll prove it's mine, and my name isn't Jim Jones. You remember, Red, the other day when I was painting my house with yellow paint? Sure I do. Well, my horse came alongside and got a smear of paint on his rump. Now, look. You take a look and see if there's not some paint there. I'll move the critter to the fire. Come on, you stubborn animal. He is a stubborn cuss, Jim. Come on, now give me a hand with him. Get over there.
That's my horse. Him named Scout.
No use you trying to lie out of it, Redskin.
Here, Jim. I'll fetch a brand from the fire so we can see.
Yeah, good enough. Now, take a look, boys. There's a smear of yellow paint, just like I said. Jim's right. Now, you boys make sure, but I'm going to have a look at the saddlebags that are on this tree.
It's the same color paint that Jim Joe's used for his house.
Oh, there's no doubt of it.
This must be his horse.
He described the horse to us ahead of time. Remember?
Sure. He had the description right down to a T.
What about it, Redskin? You ready to confess to horse stealing? Me not steal horse.
Denying it, huh?
Look here, Injun. There's been horses stolen from all of us ranchers. We suffered plenty from horse thieves. Now, we don't figure you're as much to blame as the man that works with you. He's not a redskin, is he?
Me not talk.
You tell us where the stolen horses are and where we can find this partner of yours, and we won't hang you.
Me not talk.
You'll sure as thunder hang if you don't talk.
Hey, fellas, look here.
Take a look at what I found. The ornery polecat stole other things as well as horses. Look what I found in his saddlebags. My spurs, the fancy ones that I had hanging in my saddle shed.
Yeah, silver ones.
And here's a good hunting knife that was in my saddle shed. Got my initials on it, see?
Was that in the saddlebag too, Jim?
Yeah. Why, this doggone redskin's been prowling all over my place. I reckon if you boys want still more proof, I can supply it.
Oh, we got proof enough, Jim.
I had a hunch I could find this critter. You see, that horse always had a special long stride, so it wasn't hard to follow the tracks to this woods. And the campfire led us the rest of the way.
Redskin, you're slated to hang.
Me not horse thief.
Boys, remember, we want to be triple sure we've got the right man before we hang him.
Well, all right, Hank. There's more proof, as I said. You can match the footprints of this redskin against the footprints near my saddle shed. Look, moccasins, see?
Jim's got it right. I remember him showing me the footprints of a man in moccasins.
All right, then. Who's got a rope?
Here's one. Noose already in it. I'll put it around the engine's neck.
Yeah, make sure it's fixed right. Yeah. Let me have the end. I'll toss it over that branch up there. This is as good a hanging tree as any we'd find.
No more wood in the fire. We want to have plenty of light to see what we're doing.
Gents, hold on a minute.
What is it, Hank?
Well, taking the life of a man isn't something to do casual.
That's the Easterner talking out of you. You'll get over that when you've been out here a while longer, Hank.
But the Indian says he's not a horse thief.
You don't expect him to confess, do you?
Well, I don't know if
Hank,
we're doing...
If you don't want any part of this, you can clear out any time you want. The next time you get into trouble with horse thieves, don't come to us looking for help. We agreed to stick together.
Well, maybe it'd be better to go to the law.
Law? What's the law? Old Parker. He hasn't caught a crook in the 3 years he's been sheriff. He jugged the Redskin, and the Redskin's pals have bust him out of jail. Now, you let me handle this.
Stand clear. There's the rope. Grab that free end now.
I got it. You, Redskin, get to the back of that paint horse you stole from me.
Me not steal him.
Lift him to the horse, fellas. He can't mount up with his hands tied. Lift him up.
Hoist him now. That's it. Grab his leg on that side.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Here's a branch to slap the horse.
Now, wait a minute, boys.
Now what do you want, Hank?
Well, let me speak to him once more. Look here, Redskin. We aren't a pack of killers. We're just ranchers that have been robbed. Now, if we could get back the horses that have been stolen from us, we'd be willing to turn you free. Wouldn't we, boys? Well, at least we wouldn't hang you. Where are the horses?
Me not steal 'em.
Come on and tell us. Where's your partner?
Me not talk.
It's no use, boys. Red, slap the horse out from under him. Let the critter hang.
Scout, not move.
We'll see. Get up there.
Scout, not move.
Slap that critter again.
Get along there. Get up.
Maybe master a horse make 'em mine. You say this your horse? You tell 'em go.
Get up there. Get along with you. Get along, I tell you.
You not master. You not owner. Horse not obey you. This horse named Scout. Him my horse.
I'll get the rope.
Who's that? Hey, where is he? Scout, get him up, Scout. This way. Come on,
No use, boys. We can't see for them trees and dark.
That must have been the engine's partner.
Get our horses, tail him. We've got to run him down.
Hold on, Jim. Wait a minute, boys. Listen to me. Jim, are you dead sure you didn't make a mistake?
You saw the proof.
But the paint horse wouldn't pay attention to you or Red. But the minute the engine spoke, golly, did you see the critter travel?
The man that shot that rope in two. Where'd he come from? Who is he?
I don't know or care. But I'm going to get after those two. You men can come or stay as you please. If I've got to run those horse thieves down alone, I'll do it.
We're with you, Jim.
Come on, boys. Get to the horses and get after
The sheriff was a troubled man, hounded by the ranchers who had suffered heavily at the hands of horse thieves. He had tossed sleeplessly for hours. Then finally, as he dozed, he was suddenly wakened.
Hey, what? Let me go. Where's my gun?
Take it easy, Sheriff. I want to talk to you.
But who?
You don't need a light. You can hear in darkness, and you don't need to see me.
But who are you? What's the idea of busting into my house like this? What in Tunket
I
you...
want to know about those horse thieves.
Horse thieves? Well, now I'm awake. Now I am awake. What do you know about them? You tell me.
Nothing. I'm here to learn.
And who are you?
Jim Jones tried to hang an Indian.
Oh, yes. I heard about it a little while ago. That redskin stole his paint horse.
That's not true.
Hmm?
I was with the Indian when he stopped at the Jones ranch. Jones saw both the paint and my white stallion. He had ample chance to learn what the paint looked like.
Yeah?
Tonto left footprints near the saddle shed where he went to water his horse. Then Jones led the ranchers to try and lynch my friend.
Your friend? The redskin?
Yes.
But I understand there was evidence. A blob of yellow paint.
Which Jones himself could have put on the horse when he found it.
But there was a knife in the saddlebag. And spurs that belonged to Jim Jones.
Both of which Jones could have put there when he claimed to find them.
Doggone the way you tell it. But it sounded like proof that couldn't be shaken when the ranchers told me about it.
Just how many horses have been stolen?
200 and more.
From whom?
Red Tarbuck, Jim Jones, Hank Fielding, Sam Blake. Why, from almost all the ranchers around here.
How long ago was the first horse stolen?
How long ago?
Yes.
A couple of weeks. Since then, there's been thefts most every night. First from one ranch, then from another.
Always horses?
Yeah.
No cattle?
Never so much as a heifer.
Well, isn't there any trail to follow?
The ranches are so cluttered with hoof marks that a trail wouldn't show very much. One horse's hoof looks same as another.
All right, Sheriff. Thanks.
Hey, now, hold on. Don't you start away till I got my turn at asking questions.
Go ahead, Sheriff. Ask all you want. But don't light the lamp and don't leave the side of your bed.
Yeah? Who are you? Where'd you come from? Why are you so interested in that redskin? Well, answer me.
Hello, Silver.
Doggone it all. He's gone.
The Lone Ranger hurried to the shadows and back of the row of buildings on the town's main street. Tonto was there waiting for him.
Well, Tonto, I talked to the sheriff and learned that almost every one of the ranchers have lost horses.
Isn't that right?
When those men quit their search for us, they reported to the sheriff. They'd built a pretty strong case against you, Tonto.
Me know.
Yeah, but why? Jim Jones seemed mighty anxious to hang you. I wonder if he didn't want the hunt for the thieves to be called off. If Scout had obeyed those men, you'd be dead.
You come just in time.
At first, I knew there were men in our camp. I heard them trying to make Scout move. If he had, well, you'd have had your neck broken.
Scout, plenty smart.
Jim Jones knows about these thieves, Tonto. He must. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so anxious to hang an innocent man.
How we make him confess?
I don't know. Are the ranchers still over there in the cafe?
Them there now.
All of them?
Jim Jones, Red there, fellow named Hank, many others.
All right, then. What's the matter, Silver?
Keep your hands up. We've got you covered.
The sheriff.
Close in, boys. Capture him.
We get him.
No, Tonto, no. They have us surrounded. Don't shoot. These men are lawmen.
This plenty big mistake.
Oh, you shoot fighting now. Don't you shoot and you won't be shot. Take their guns, boys.
All right.
You're the one that was in my house.
Yes, I am. I told you the case against Tonto was a flimsy one. It still is.
We'll see about that. Boys, take him inside the cafe. We'll let Jim and Red look him over and see what they've got to say.
This Indian's the one we captured, all right. He got away.
Well, I got him again, and his masked partner along with him. Take the mask off that one, boys.
Now, 1 minute. We're not guilty, and we'll prove it by showing you how Tonto was framed and naming the leader.
He was not framed. I know.
Now, wait a minute, Jim.
What is it, Red?
Boys, listen to me. The masked man's right. He's not the horse thief. Maybe he can name the real one, but he don't need to take the trouble. I'll confess, I stole all the horses.
Red,
you don't know what to
Red,
say.
now hold on, Red. You're a doggone liar. You're saying that to save these two. I don't know why you're confessing to it. Why you want to save these two, but you're not the thief. We won't let you confess.
Why'd you do that, Red? What'd you confess for? You know it ain't so, Red.
Boys, I've made my statement. It stands as is. Take it or leave it.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. When the sheriff captured the Lone Ranger and Tonto and took them before the ranchers in the cafe to charge them with horse stealing, a rancher called Red suddenly confessed.
No one believes you, Red. Well, son, you've got no reason to steal horses. You're the richest man in the valley.
You heard my confession. If you want to jail anyone, you've got to jail me.
I'll be hanged if I'll jail you. You've got to prove you stole those horses before I'll believe a word of it. Where are the horses?
Where? Well, I sold them.
Who to?
I don't know. They're way off by this time. The cash is in my bank account.
Oh, a pack of lies to save this masked man.
If you jail the masked man, you gotta jail me, too.
But I
know enough of the law to know that, Sheriff. You can't jail a man who claims he didn't steal the horses and let go free the man who claims he did. Now, can you?
Well, I was never up against anything of this sort. I'm doggone if I know what the law says.
It's no use, Red.
Jim, keep your mouth shut.
The masked man knows the truth. I confess to the stealing.
What's that? Jim Jones. Are you trying to make me think you had a hand in it, too?
I'm your horse thief.
Jim, if this don't beat all I ever...
Give me those guns.
Hey,
Now stand back, all of you. Back there, against that wall.
You can't get away with
Save your
this.
breath, Sheriff. Get your guns, Tonto.
Let me get him.
Boys, close in.
Hold quiet. Move back. Back some more. Jim Jones, Red, you two step forward.
And what if we don't?
I'll help you.
All right, I'm full.
Never mind grabbing me by the shirt. I'll do what you say.
Take their guns, Tonto.
Let me get him.
What the Sam Hill's the matter with you? You heard me confess to the horse stealing. What more do you want?
I want the truth, and you're not telling it.
Well, of course he isn't. Jim Jones is no thief. I'm the thief.
Neither one of you can tell where the stolen horses are.
I said I sold them.
You didn't, Red. I sold them. I sold them and put the cash away.
That's enough.
Me got the guns.
Take them outside, Tonto. We'll go to a new camp where we can make them talk.
You hear what Lone Ranger say?
Lone Ranger? Great guns, that's who it is. The masked man's a Lone Ranger.
You go outside.
Sheriff, you'll make a mistake if you let any of your posse try to follow us.
No, this ain't right. Ain't fair or square. You're doing me wrong. First, I got 4 men to charge with horse stealing. 2 of them self-confessed. And next minute, I got none at all.
And not one of the 4 is a real thief.
But I have...
Perhaps the real thief will be found after we hold a meeting. Ready, Tonto?
Fellas on horse, ready to ride.
Get started then, I'm with you.
Get after him. Get him back. I want all 4 of them.
Get him yourself. That's the Lone Ranger. Let's see what he can do.
In a new camp some distance from town, the Lone Ranger permitted Jim Jones and Red to dismount.
Easy, big fella. Got a fire going, Tonto. No one will find us here.
No one follow us from town.
Why'd you do this? What are you after?
The truth, Jones. You're going to give it to me.
No matter what he says, Jim Jones isn't a thief.
Neither are you, Red. Why did you confess?
That's my business. I've got nothing to say except that Jones isn't a horse thief. I know why you think he is. He tried to frame Tonto.
Sure I did. I wanted someone to hang so the whole thing would be cleaned up and the rest of the ranchers wouldn't want the sheriff to keep hunting clues.
Now listen to me. You did enough lying in the cafe. Now we'll get some truth. Sit down there.
There's nothing to discuss. I said I was...
And I said sit down.
All right, then.
You too, Red. And sit next to each other so I can watch you both.
The following day, the sheriff was in his office when Tate Raft, one of his deputies, sauntered in from the hitch rack.
Well, how'd the office go while I was away, Sheriff?
Oh, good enough, Tate. Can't complain. Had a little excitement last night.
Yeah? How's that?
Well, the ranchers thought they was in the track of horse thieves.
Yeah, the horse thieves that have been operating around here?
Yeah.
Did they get them?
They trailed a redskin to a camp in the South Woods. Claimed there was a lot of evidence against him. His moccasins fitted footmarks that was found around Jim Jones' saddle shed.
Uh-huh.
And the horse the redskin had, a paint, was like one of the Jim Jones string. It even had a smudge of paint on it. Paint like Jones used on his house. For a time, I reckon the boys was dead sure they'd captured the horse thief. It didn't turn out that way.
Who was the redskin?
He wasn't the thief. He got away all right without too much trouble.
Say, it's one of the boys didn't string him up. You know, Sheriff, it seems to me Jim Jones himself might be involved in horse stealing.
Oh, why should he be? He's got plenty of cash.
I don't know about that. I've heard he hasn't as much as folks think he's got.
As a matter of fact, Tate, the evidence did point to Jim Jones.
Have you investigated him any?
Not yet. I wanted to sort of think it over for a time.
Wasn't any more horses stolen last night?
No, hasn't been a robbery since you went over to Pine Flats. But you never know when it'll break out again.
That's right.
Since you left 3 days ago, the Lone Ranger's turned up around here.
The Lone Ranger?
You've heard of him, haven't you?
Sure. Who hasn't heard of the Lone Ranger? What's he doing around these parts?
Looking for thieves.
Horse?
Yeah.
I see. Has he got a lead?
Says he don't need one. He's just waiting around in town to see the horse thief trap himself.
Trap himself? How can he do that?
Here's a good one, Tate. Sit down, let me tell you.
Yeah.
You know, the last horses that was stole was took from Jim Jones.
Yeah, so I heard. There hasn't been a robbery since then, huh?
No.
I suspected at the time that Jones robbed his own livestock to throw off suspicion. Everyone else but Jones has been robbed.
Here's what happened.
Yeah?
It's going to be funny. Wait till I tell you.
Well, go on, tell me.
Jones came here with horses he'd bought real cheap. Now, you know a man can buy real cheap horses if he doesn't insist on a legal bill of sale.
Did Jones buy stolen horses?
I'm not saying. But the fact is, those horses had an old brand on them. A brand that could hardly be seen. It was sort of a secret brand, see?
Huh?
Well, when the Lone Ranger came here and told how certain parties were buying stolen horses, he and Jones got to comparing notes. And here's where the funny part of it is. These certain parties that are buying from the horse thieves are going to buy back their own stolen horses.
What?
Won't that be a humdinger? And they'll come right in here with blood in their eyes, hunting the critters that sold them back their own horses that had been stolen. Don't you see? We don't have to do a doggone thing but just sit back and watch what happens. That's why the Lone Ranger's hanging around here. Well, I'm going to take a walk. You watch the office till I get back.
I'll watch things.
Bye.
There goes the sheriff, Tonto.
Me see him. Now we see what deputy and office do, huh?
Are there ranches where we can reach them in a hurry?
All ranchers in town. All waiting cafe.
Good. Look, Tate's leaving the office. He's hurrying to that house across the street. Come on, Tonto.
Hey, what's the hurry? You needn't knock the door down, Tate. Jake, take this note and travel fast. You know where to take it. Get there as fast as the best horse will take you.
What's the matter? Anything wrong?
Got to change the plans. Now, don't waste time. I've got to get back to the office. The sheriff will be back in a minute. Hurry.
Leave the door open, boys. We won't be in this office long.
Sheriff. Oh, hello there, Jones. Hi, Red.
Tate, we want to talk to you.
A masked man.
You bet it's a masked man.
It's the Lone Ranger.
Come on, Tate. You're riding with us.
Riding?
Following the man you just sent out with a message.
Man?
We saw you. I baited you, and you took the bait. Come on, you polecat. We'll see where your partner leads us.
Oh, wait, listen.
Come on.
Ouch, wait. Let go of my neck.
There's your horse. Get on him.
I will. But tell me
you know what about.
Mount up, men. There's Tonto at the top of the hill. He's watching the messenger. He's a big fella. Come on, Silver.
The Lone Ranger, Tonto, the sheriff, Tate, and the ranchers rode in pursuit of the man whom Tate had sent out with a message. They rode 2 hours at a loping trot, much against Tate's will. Then they came to a valley where more than a score of fine horses were corralled and guarded by 2 men.
Well, those your horses?
It's mine. And mine.
Hey, I see my horses, too.
They're shooting, boys. They've asked for it. Let them have it.
Don't kill them. You'll need them as witnesses against their leader. Take them alive. Come on, Silver.
With the Lone Ranger in the lead, the ranchers raced into the valley, firing into the air. They quickly surrounded the rustlers, forcing them to surrender.
Don't shoot. We give up. You got us. We surrender. Tate, you double-crossing polecat. You led the law here to try and save your own dirty neck.
No, Jake. I couldn't help it.
Save your talk for court. Rope 'em, boys, and don't be none too gentle.
All right, you got me, Sheriff. You told me yarn about Jim Jones having stolen horses, and I believed you.
Sure you did, you crook. You thought the Lone Ranger knew who you were selling horses to. You thought you'd sell them to the ones they'd been stole from before Jones got them. And your guilty conscience trapped you.
But who talked? Someone must have known about me. I'd give everything to know who it was.
No one.
You see, Tate, Jim Jones had been made to believe that his friend Red was a thief. To save Red, he tried to frame an Indian.
I'm sorry about that. I don't know what I'd have done if the Indian had died. I never knew I'd go that far for Red.
When I realized that Jim had framed the redskin, I figured Jim was guilty. I'd sooner confess and hang myself than see Jim Jones hang.
Friendship, Tate, is something you wouldn't understand. You see, Jim and Red were partners in the Indian Wars. Each is alive today, well, because the other saved him. Each was ready to confess and hang to save his friend.
Yes, they did confess. Then the Lone Ranger took things in hand. Got them together and found out that you was the one that gave each of them the idea the other was a thief.
And no one told on me?
No, Tate.
You dumb galoot. You shut up. If you hadn't been such an addlehead, you wouldn't have sent me here. Then they wouldn't have followed me here.
I couldn't help it. Save it. We've heard enough talk. Get them back to town, boys. We'll see what the jury says about them. Where's that masked man now? Hey, hold on there, mister.
We'll meet again, Sheriff. Good luck to you.
Hey, hold on. Wait a minute. I want to tell that redskin that I'm sorry.
Hold on, Silver.
Wait.
That's no use, Jim. Those fellers don't wait for thanks. But you can bet your life they were glad to help you.
Oh, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Starring Madeline Carroll in an original radio play entitled I Was Married on Bataan on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Bataan, Corregidor. Today these names stand like banners of our defiance. For the stature of American manhood was measured on Corregidor and found tall and unafraid. But American women, too, passed through that Philippine ordeal, and it is their heroic story, and a true story, that Cavalcade tells tonight. Lieutenant Dorothea Daly Engel, United States Army Nurse Corps, has set down her experiences in an article written for the October American magazine under the title, I Was Married in Battle. In a radio play written by Arthur Miller and based on Lieutenant Engel's own record of events, the DuPont Company presents Madeline Carroll as Lieutenant Dorothea Engel in I Was Married on Bataan on the Cavalcade of America.
I know what a man's chances were on Bataan after the lines broke. And yet, he is alive somewhere on those islands. He did not die. I know. My name is Dorothea Daly Engel, First Lieutenant, United States Army Nurse Corps. I sailed for the Philippines on an Army transport on June the 6th, 1941, with 20 other nurses. It was pleasant there near Clark Field. During the day we did our work, routine, plenty of supplies, and not many patients. At night sometimes there was music and dancing. I remember the music they played that night. I'll never forget that song.
Say, lady, didn't you bring your shoes?
My shoes? Why, sure I brought
Well,
my...
why aren't you dancing?
Well, I'm not very good at solo.
Oh, neither am I. I guess we'd better dance together then, huh?
All right.
I like girls medium to short, you know that?
Why?
Oh, so we can see eye to eye.
Well, you're taller than I am anyway.
Why are you looking at me like that? You know me?
I'm trying to remember.
Isn't that funny? I'm trying to remember, too.
Have you ever been in Hamilton, Missouri?
Never heard of it. Ever been in New Orleans, Louisiana?
Never heard of that.
First thing you know, you're going to outwit me, and then I'll be mad. You been out here long?
Just landed a couple of days ago. What do you do here?
You mean in the Philippines?
Yes, there's no fighting. What do you do?
Oh, polish up the cannon, get sunburned.
Peaceful, isn't it? Isn't it?
Say, would you... could we go outside? There's a nice veranda out there. I really don't like to dance.
Oh, is that what you've been doing?
Oh, come on. Now, young lady, my name is Emmanuel Engel. They call me Boots. As you see, Lieutenant.
Dorothea Daly. Good evening, Lieutenant.
Good evening, Lieutenant. Usually I don't talk like this.
How do you talk, usually?
Could I tell you something silly?
You're a funny fellow. Sure, tell me something silly.
Well, look at the moon. The stars. So quiet out on that big ocean. Now, I wonder sometimes whether it's really quiet or whether we're all deaf. You just came here. How does it seem to you?
Why? Do you think there'll be war?
You know, Dorothea, you say war in such a peculiar way.
How do I say it?
Oh, like a little girl. For the first time in my life, I don't care for war. Looking at you, the sound of the word makes me very cold inside.
But you're a soldier.
Always. I always want to be a soldier, but right now I just...
Let's go inside.
Sure, let's. Well?
Please don't talk about war anymore tonight.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get you down.
No, it's just that I suddenly feel in a terrible hurry, as though all of us should be running somewhere.
Maybe it's just the moon.
Yes, it's so terribly red. Come on, let's go inside.
Ah, good morning, nurse.
Morning, John.
Oh, nurse.
How's the foot this morning?
Oh, nurse. When you come to my bed, I got no feet. I got no hands, no arms, no nothing. Just a heart palpitating.
Smoking too much you are, young man. Let me see the foot.
Here. Ain't it a beauty? When are we going to get married, Lieutenant?
Doctor will have to look at this swelling.
Oh, that's no fair. I made a date for Saturday night.
Marrying me today, date with somebody else Saturday night. What do you want, perpetual reconnaissance duty?
Good morning, Knight.
Good morning, Doctor. Will you look at his foot? It's swollen.
Sure. How'd you sleep, soldier?
It's all I do around here. Can't I get out? Oh!
That hurt?
Hurt? No. Oh!
That hurt?
No. I just got hiccups.
Well, you're not getting out of that bed for a week. Now, just try to occupy yourself. Time can pass quickly enough. See you later.
Okay. Guy would think I had 7 different kinds of influenza or something.
My! Look at all those planes. Now, don't try and get off the bed.
Oh, let me see him, will you? I love him.
Well, all right. Just lean on the window here. Oh, they're so pretty coming out of the sun that way.
Yeah. Wish they'd let me fly. I'm too old. One of these days. Hey, where did they come from? They ain't ours.
Get back in that bed.
I tell you, they're not our planes, guys.
Get all the patients out of here and under the building.
Look at them. They're putting on their uniforms. They won't stand
Now,
up
listen,
there.
you men. You're going below the building.
Yeah, I'm going back to my outfit. You can't shoot no jets in a hospital.
All right, nurse. Wheel the ones that can't walk. Get them out of the building. Hurry now. There'll be wounded coming here.
We got the invalids under the building, and soon the wounded came from Clark Field and other places. All day, all night. Again the next day we worked. cutting off blood-soaked sleeves, treating burns, shrapnel wounds, fractures. And I went through it as through a dream, because every time they brought another man in, I was there to see if it was Boots. And I knew then that I had to find him. Working there among the dying and the wounded, it seemed so obvious to me, so natural that he must be searching for me, too, somewhere.
Attention, please. Attention, please. All patients and the staff will be evacuated at once. We're going to Manila. Proceed with evacuation.
Say, nurse,
Yes?
come here, will you?
You feeling badly again?
No, I'm all right. Say, did I hear them call you Dorothea?
Yes, my name.
Dorothea Daly?
How did you know?
You know a lieutenant named Engel?
Yes. Do you know Boots?
Say, the lieutenant gave a lot to know where you are, Lieutenant.
Did he say that?
Well, I guess that's what he meant.
Where is he? Is he hurt?
Well, last I saw of him, he was all right. You might catch him in Manila.
Manila? Thank you so much. We're going to Manila. That's where we're going. When we arrived in Manila, I went to all the barracks I knew of. He was not there. I looked into every truck that passed, every car. There was only one place left, the officers' club. I headed that way. And walking through Manila, it suddenly seemed so strange that I should be searching in the middle of a war for a man I hardly knew. And yet I was so sure that, had he been killed, I would mourn him the rest of my life. Every time I turned a corner, I wanted to halt and wait, afraid that in a moment he would pass where I had just been. I ran toward the officers' club. I ran along the streets as though I could catch him before the war did. Everything was moving so fast, so terribly, terribly fast. Is Lieutenant Engel here, please?
Everybody's gone over to Bataan. Including me in a minute.
Bataan? But Bataan is the last ditch. We're not that far gone, are we?
We're losing Manila, Lieutenant. If I were you, I'd stay close to my outfit every minute now. A girl like you oughtn't to lose her way with the Japs so close.
I hurried back to my headquarters. Now it seemed so silly and unreal. Like a dream where you grasp a thing and it evaporates in your hands time after time. And I saw now what before was not so clear. The war. The war had caught us. It was upon us like a great dense fog. And to get through it into the clear, we would have to fight. That we would never really find each other until we had won this war. And won it forever.
Dorothea, where have you been? Get up on the truck.
Sally, I've just learned that he's in Bataan. The whole army's moving there.
Well, that's just where we're going now.
We are? Thank God.
Do you realize what it means? Bataan is the last stop. After this, there's no room for retreating.
We came here to work, not weep. What are you going to do?
Work.
Nurse, we'll have to keep moving these boys to keep them out of the sun. Just keep moving them under the trees.
Yes, Doctor, I've been doing that.
And be sure to give Dickinson and Drake their injections now.
Yes, Doctor.
And change the dressing on those four over there. And when you're through...
Doctor,
What? What's the matter?
Could I be sent up to the front lines?
How much closer to the front do you think you can get?
Well, where's the field artillery? The Fort McKinley men?
Some of them are fighting at Maraveli's, I think.
Could I...
I beg your pardon, Doctor. Could you tell me where... Dorothea.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Better get those injections going.
Right away, Doctor. Boots, you were looking for me?
All over the Philippines. All over the world.
Wait, I've got to work. Stay next to me. Help me move these men.
Sure.
Are you hurt at all, Boots?
Me, never.
Boots, you'd better wait near the tent. I'm all shaky. I can't look at you and work. Please.
I've got so much to say to you, Dorothea.
Oh, Boots, I think I'm going to cry. Go. Please don't make me look at you.
All right. All right, but hurry. Listen.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it nice when those guns quiet down for a minute? Let's sit here, huh?
Yes. The jungle's always so alive at night. Look at that monkey. Wonder if he knows he's in a war. Come towards us.
Hey, Jap.
Look at him go.
Too bad the Japs don't run away like that.
Don't they?
Dorothea, we're losing this war.
No, not for long. We'll get back at them.
Sure, but not this week. Not next. Maybe not for 5 years.
What are you saying?
I'm saying that time isn't waiting for us. We're two little stones hurtling over Niagara Falls. When I think of tomorrow, all I see is a whirlpool. Dorothea, we're being licked right now, this minute. We'll never hold the Philippines.
Boots, don't say that. We're Americans. We're a piece of the United States. How can we lose? We can't.
Little girl, we've been living on our fat. These Japs are out for murder. They strike when we're sleeping. They don't wait till we wake up. They're knocking the daylights out of us.
So, what do you want to say?
I'm going back to the front tomorrow night.
Oh.
Do you love me, Dorothea? I have to know that.
You know that.
If there was time, I'd call at your house with a box of candy, wearing my Sunday suit. There'd be a couple of months of movies and dancing by the lake, and pretty soon we'd both be so used to the idea it wouldn't be so hard to ask you.
I'm used to the idea, Boots. I was used to it the first minute I saw you. If somebody had told me last year that I could say these things to a man after knowing him so little, I would have blushed. But blushing's like a luxury now. Now I guess there's only time for the truth. And we'd better say it quickly.
Would you marry me? Would have to be right away.
Not tonight.
We could go to the chaplain.
No. Give me one night to dream of it. And let it slowly fill my mind. Like the smell of flowers. The way I always thought it would be.
Oh, but darling, the Japs fly low. Soon they'll know there are wounded here. They'll dive on us, shoot. Maybe tonight. Maybe before tomorrow ever comes. Dorothea.
Give me this night, Emmanuel. At least for these few hours, let me walk toward you slowly. Let me have this one last night, so that our marriage won't seem like a sudden clasping in the dark. Tomorrow, Boots.
All right, then. Tomorrow. If tomorrow comes.
You are listening to Madeline Carroll in I Was Married on Bataan, the true story of Lieutenant Dorothea Engel on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont. As our play continues, the chaplain and the bridegroom are waiting outside the tent where Dorothea is dressing for her wedding.
Now look at you. Do you mean to tell me you're going to your wedding in that shirt? Why, that's scandalous.
Well, my gown hasn't arrived from Paris yet. What'll I do, call the whole thing off?
Oh, say, I've got a clean khaki shirt, almost no wrinkles in it.
Oh, this one'll do. Or will it? Why is it so quiet this morning? You know, when they forget to bomb us for an hour, my nerves go to pieces.
Get out that shirt, Betty.
Right.
I can just see the papers tomorrow. The bride wore a white satin gown trimmed with hand grenades. Admiral Tojo promised to come and pour the lead, but was unavoidably detained.
Let's hope. Here, put this on, Dorothea.
Oh, thanks, Betty. Do I look very awful?
Say, in these khaki overalls, the wonder is he'll be able to tell you from the rest of the army.
The chaplain's waiting right outside, Dorothea.
I'll be right there.
Okay. You better hurry, though. There'll probably be planes coming over soon.
All right. I'll be out in a minute.
Is he going back to the front right away?
I guess so. Yes.
Now, don't cry. For Pete's sake, you'll get him all upset.
I won't cry. All right. Open the tent flap, Sally.
There you are, m'lady. Now, out you go.
Oh, Boots.
Buck up, Lieutenant. It'll all be over in a minute.
Oh, my hand, Boots.
Folks, there's a bombardment starting, so we'll have to hurry. Are you both ready?
Yes, Father.
I'm ready, Father.
Good. Emmanuel, wilt thou take Dorothea, here present, for thy lawful wife, according to the rites of our Holy Mother the Church?
I will.
Dorothea, wilt thou take Emmanuel, here present, for thy lawful husband, according to the rites of our Holy Mother the Church? For better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, till death do us part.
Till death do us part.
I now join you in marriage. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen.
Boots!
Here I am. Take it easy, Mrs. Boots. Hey, catch your breath.
Oh, I thought you'd go before I could get away.
Well, I've only got about 1 minute.
I heard our lines are breaking. They say that...
Lady, you don't seem to realize Lieutenant Engel is moving up to the front. Good news from now on.
Oh, Boots, be careful, won't you? Don't catch cold.
Listen, whatever happens, no matter what you hear about me, only believe one thing.
Yes, Boots.
I'm coming back to you. Wherever you are in all the world, I'll find you again. That's all you're going to believe. You promise?
I promise.
Now tell me to go.
Go at the truck, Lieutenant. We're off.
Tell me, Dorothea. Say it.
Go. Go and beat them. Knock them out of the sky. Push them back into the sea. Goodbye. Goodbye, Boots. Beat them. Beat them.
Hey, Dorothea, what are you standing here for? I've been looking all over for you. We got to pack.
Pack? No,
Come on, will you? We're leaving Bataan tonight. They're shipping us across the bay to Corregidor.
Then we've lost Bataan?
For a while, I guess.
I can't leave him here, Sally. How will I find him again with an ocean between?
We've got work, Dorothea. There's no time to talk like this.
Time. We must count our lives in seconds, he said. I guess now our time's run out.
Attention! All nurses are now to go to the elevator. You'll be taken to the surface of the rock. The boats are already up there, unloading the wounded men from Bataan. We're under a full-scale air attack right now. When you reach the surface, go about your work. Take cover only if the planes come directly over. Otherwise, do your duty.
Dorothea, get behind here. Get your head down. You all right?
Yes. Come on. Let's get them off that boat. Look, that soldier's waving at us down there. Sally, he's waving.
No, he's much taller than Boots.
Easy with that. Nurse, help me with this boy.
He'll be all right. It's just the shoulder. There, put him down there. That's better. Better get these arrows out.
Right. There we are. Better hurry with these men.
Captain.
Yes.
Did you know a Lieutenant Engel, artillery?
No, I never heard the name. All right, easy with this fellow. Easy.
We worked all night taking them off the boat. And always I looked toward the Bataan shore where so many men were waiting to cross the bay for Corregidor. And suddenly from out of the jungle offshore, a mass of men came running. Our men. And they dived into the bay and swam. I tried to make out the faces in the water and on the beach. And we kept working as some faces disappeared in the waters of the bay. And others fell on the beach and did not move anymore. And then for a while it was quiet. The boat tied to the rock was empty. And the beach was still with no one moving there anymore. Night fell quickly as it does there. And I stood waiting on that rock, watching the hills beyond the Bataan shore. And whenever the branches of a tree swayed, my heart leaped. But time that always moved so fast for us on these islands moved now faster still. and a motorboat came. And I remember climbing down into it with some others. I remember sailing southward through the mouth of the bay. I remember the hills falling away into the sea, and Bataan lost on the horizon. And then I was flying upward in a plane toward home. I know what his chances were. But wherever I am in all the world, I will return one day to Corregidor and find him there. I will. I promised, and I will.
Thank you, Madeline Carroll. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Carroll has a special message later in the program, which all of you will want to hear. Meanwhile, we have a story to tell. A story of chemistry in the war. The propeller shaft of an ocean-going vessel is packed with a square braided cord. And this braided packing, the highest grade, has generally been made of long fibered flax. But most of America's flax for this purpose has been imported from other countries. And today in wartime, when we need more of it than ever before, we can't get the necessary long-line flax. So it's important news that DuPont rayon technicians can now supply American industry with a rayon for packing that is equivalent or better than flax. The new DuPont rayon is called rayon tow. It got its name from the fact that after being extruded through the spinneret, it is towed away from the spinneret in untwisted, endless lengths by deft mechanical fingers. And this is one of the reasons why this man-made material has made flax yield its place for packing. Where originally the fibers of wool or flax or hemp are all tangled, the thousands of fibers of DuPont chemical tow are in line, parallel. Here's how rayon tow replaces flax. A few months ago, manufacturers supplying wartime industry became alarmed over the shortage of flax for pump packing. Industry must have pumps and accumulators and shafts traveling through fluids, water, brine, cold oil, and so on. Pumps must have packing. Where was the packing to come from with no high-grade long-line flax available? The DuPont rayon technicians turned their attention to the problem. Quality flax had long fibers, and a DuPont rayon tow called Type 126 had long fibers. In fact, they could be made a mile long if needed. Experiment packings were made up. Manufacturers under wartime pressure gladly volunteered to test them. In 6 months, a number of tests were made that would normally have taken years. One old-line manufacturer of packings tells us, quote, "We have even gone so far as to have rayon tow packing tried on low-pressure steam and in circulating pumps. It is our contention and experience that rayon, made up properly, shows no wear of equipment and stands up in service the equal or better of flax packing. And when we say flax, we mean long line." End of quote. Other tests show that in an accumulator stamping out metal parts, rayon packing under 3,500 pounds pressure lasted 2 months, where the very best flax lasted 2 weeks. In a steel mill, rayon tow has reduced packing consumption 20%. So important is this packing to America's wartime effort that we take this means of suggesting that any manufacturer of packing, any engineer or user of packing in our Cavalcade audience who may be facing a serious shortage, write at once to the DuPont Rayon Division, Wilmington, Delaware. Here is a success story typical of industrial chemistry. A natural material replaced by a man-made product, available in almost unlimited quantity and better than the original material it displaces. So that after the war, rayon packing will be generally accepted throughout industry as one of DuPont's better things for better living through chemistry.
Scores of the interesting and exciting contributions of chemical science to the war effort are described in a special issue of the DuPont magazine, just being sent to customers and friends of the DuPont Company. To our Cavalcade listeners who would like an exciting behind-the-scenes glimpse of chemistry at war, the DuPont Company will be happy to send a copy of this DuPont magazine free of charge. Just write to Radio Section, DuPont Company, Wilmington, Delaware.
And now the star of our play, Miss Madeline Carroll.
Thank you. A play is usually finished with its last line. but not our play of tonight. The story of American nurses will go on through this night and all the days of war that await us. The immediate need for trained and experienced nurses who will serve with either the Army or Navy is acute. If you are a graduate registered nurse, single and under 40, won't you enroll for service with the armed forces and inscribe your name on this roll of honor? Your Red Cross chapter can give you details. In the name of those heroines of Corregidor, offer your services now. Thank you.
Next week, ladies and gentlemen, Orson Welles returns in a special event on Cavalcade. He appears in a new kind of program celebrating the birthday of the New World, a program inspired by Samuel Eliot Morrison's current bestseller, Admiral of the Ocean Sea. Next week, Orson Welles in Admiral of the Ocean Sea. On tonight's program, the part of Lieutenant Emmanuel Engel was played by Kenneth Delmar. The orchestra and musical score were under the supervision of Don Voorhees. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from DuPont.
This program has come to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Author's Playhouse. Presenting Antoine de Saint-Exupéry's deeply stirring account of France at war, Flight to Arras. Those days in June 1940 were fateful days for France. They were fateful days for the whole world. Knowing their doom, Frenchmen went to war to make a gesture. And yet, something may come of a gesture. And what it meant for one man is told by the brilliant author and airman Antoine de Saint-Exupéry as Author's Playhouse presents this tale of the spiritual significance of A Flight to Arras.
Ran into a patrol of them at 28,000. Controls frozen. What could you do?
Well, I've always said...
It's funny. They must have had at least 80 searchlights hunting for us.
It's like flying through a room full of pillars.
And then he tried to land. There's undercarriage half shot away. Guns jammed. Not a chance.
What do you say, Jean?
Oh, hello, Rene. Come sit down. I'll do some card tricks for you.
All right.
Here. Take a card.
Anyone?
Yes, anyone. Look at it. There. Now remember what it was and put it back in the deck.
All right.
Jack of Hearts, Rene?
Oh, that's it. Do it once more.
Very well. Here. Three of Clubs?
You're a marvel, Captain. How did you do it?
Well, first you shuffle the deck, and then when you spread them out, you...
Captain Jean and Lieutenant Rene, report to the Major.
Did you know it was our turn, Captain?
Hokkaido flew this morning.
Oh, yes. I remember.
The fact that we had been sent for meant only one thing. We were ordered out on a sortie. We had reached the last days of May 1940, a time of full retreat, of full disaster. Crew after crew was being offered up as a sacrifice. It was as if you dashed glassfuls of water into a forest fire in the hope of putting it out. 50 reconnaissance crews were all we had for the whole French army. 50 crews of 3 men each. And out of that 50, 23 made up our particular unit. Now, after 3 weeks of fighting, 17 of those 23 had vanished. Our group had melted like a lump of wax. Statistics? Yes, these are statistics. They are the measure of our defeat and the defeat of our country. But they are also the measure of another thing. They show how France fought.
Afternoon, John. Hello, Renee. Sit down. Clerk, fetch me the weather reports. I suppose you know why I sent for you?
Sortie, I suppose.
Yes. Well, it's very awkward, I know. But the staff people want it done. They very much want it done. I argued with them, yes, but they want it done, and that's that.
Yes, of course.
Things being as they are, well, there's no use worrying about it.
No.
You'll probably not find it so difficult. Here's your course. They want a photography sortie at 3,300 feet, and then, here at Arras, a bit of reconnaissance at 2,000. Tank parks, you know. Arras is really the important thing.
Yes, I see.
If this sortie bothers you, Jean, if you don't feel up to it today, why, I can...
Oh, no, Major.
You've been having it quite steady these days, you know.
All of us have.
Yes, I suppose so. I just thought that if you...
No, Major.
Well, then, there's nothing more. Lieutenant Renee, you lay out your course and, well, perhaps you'd better get along and dress now. I want you off the ground at 5:30.
Very good, Major. See you this evening, then.
Yes, of course. Good luck to you.
Thank you, sir.
This sortie has got on his nerves, too.
Hmm.
What do they take us for, sending us off on these low-altitude sorties? What's the use of it? By the time we get the information back, the troop columns will be somewhere else. The tanks, everything. The whole face of the land will have changed. What good is the information? What is the use of sending us out?
I don't know. I wish I did.
If it weren't so useless, so completely useless.
An awkward sortie, the Major said. In one which is not awkward, 1 plane out of 3 manages to return. Naturally, the ratio is not the same when a sortie is nasty. I go to my room and prepare to dress. Item by item, I piece together my flyings. Is my mind filled with spiritual thoughts of the war of the Nazis against civilization? Not at all. I think in terms of immediate details. I think of possible wounds, of going down in flames. I think of the absurdity of flying over German-held Arras at 2,000 feet, of the futility of the intelligence we are asked to bring back, of the interminable time it takes to dress in these clothes that remind me of men made ready for the executioner. And I think of my gloves. Where the devil are my gloves? You there. Have you seen my gloves? No, not those. Have a look in my bag.
Sorry, sir. Can't find them.
Oh, you fool. Why don't you keep check of those things?
Sorry.
Of course you're sorry. But that doesn't bring back my gloves. And orderly, have you got that pencil?
Pencil, sir?
Yes, pencil. I asked you to get me a pencil. I have been asking you for 10 minutes to get me a pencil. Haven't you got one?
Here it is, sir.
Here. Tie a string around it and then knot it around this button. Yes, what do you want?
Lieutenant Renee, sir. Gunner and I are ready.
Oh, I'll be out in a moment. Can't you tie that knot? Is it impossible for you to do a little thing like that?
There you are, sir.
Yeah. Well?
They're warming her up, Captain.
All right. Nothing keeping us. Let's go. Everything shipshape, Renee? Worked out your course?
Yes, Captain.
And you, Gunner? You seem to be looking rather cheerful.
I'm all ready, sir.
I wish just once, the General Staff would fly its own sortie. Sitting behind
Here
their
comes
desks.
Captain Vessin, sir.
Who? Oh, Vessin.
Hello, Jean. Sortie?
You might know.
That looks bad. Very bad. Very bad indeed. How are you going out?
By the town of Albert.
Oh, I thought so. I knew it. Bad business.
Now stop talking like a fool. What's up?
You'll never make it. You'll have to give up this sortie.
Give it up? Oh, that's fine. We'll give it up, just like that. Poof.
You'll never get through, I tell you.
And why shall I never get through?
I'll tell you why. There's 3 groups of German fighter planes circling permanently over Albert. One at 18,000 feet, another at 25,000, and a third at 33,000. They fly in relays and hang on until they're relieved. You fly straight into a German net.
In short, Captain, what you're trying to tell me is that the Germans have an air force, and that this sortie is not altogether advisable, eh? Isn't that it? Well, we know it here. Why don't you go and tell it to General Staff?
I'm just trying to warn you, that's all. You should know what you're getting into.
We do.
Well, good luck then, anyway.
Yes. Come on, you two. Let's push off. Funny about Vessin. It wouldn't have cost him anything to be a little more cheerful. Why couldn't he have merely said, oh, by the way, the Germans have a few fighters over Albert? It would have amounted to the same thing.
That's his way, I suppose.
Is she all set?
Ready to go, sir.
All right. Pile in, you two. Here, hand me another helmet. I told you 20 times that my own won't do. It's too tight.
But this is another helmet, sir. I sent back your old one.
Oh, sorry. Give me a boost, will you?
All right. Up you go.
Check your intercom. Can you hear me, Renee?
I hear you, Captain.
You, Gunner. Hear me?
Yes, sir. Clearly.
Renee, can you hear the gunner?
Clearly, Captain.
Gunner, can you hear Lieutenant Renee?
Yes, sir. Clearly.
What makes you stutter back there? What are you hesitating about?
Sorry, sir. I was looking for my pencil.
Gunner, have a look at your oxygen bottles. Air pressure normal?
Yes, sir. Normal.
In all 3 bottles?
All 3, sir.
All set, Renee?
All set, Captain.
Gunner?
All set, sir.
Let's go.
Altitude 12,000. Airspeed 296. Compass 313 degrees. Check, check, check. It is strange, this union between plane and man. I sit here among a clutter of accessories. Oxygen tubes, heating connections, the speaking tubes that form the intercommunications between the crew. I have 103 instruments to watch, and I sit here depending upon them for my life. I am wedded to them for the present, as a man is wedded to a woman. I watch them anxiously, lovingly, eager to obey their least signal. And the mask through which I breathe, that too is strange. It attaches me to the plane by a rubber tube as indispensable as an umbilical cord. The plane is plugged to the circulation of my blood. It is part of my body. And the bullets which penetrate it seem to tear my own flesh. I check the oxygen flow. We have been rising fast and are 22,000 feet already.
Oxygen all right, Renee? How do you feel?
First rate, Captain.
You, Gunner. How's your oxygen?
All right, sir.
Oh, Gunner, no good-sized town behind you in your cone of fire?
No, sir. All clear.
Check your guns. Go ahead, let fly. Work all right?
Works fine, sir.
All of them?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Airspeed 3.5. Compass 313. Check your dials, levers, guns, firing button. Regulate your oxygen flow. Check one end against another. Right rudder. Now try left. Good. The controls are not sluggish. I am beginning to feel a quiet glow of comfort, and it all comes to this. I am working at my trade now. At this moment, the war between the Nazis and civilization is reduced to the scale of my job. Checking these instruments, manipulating them, will bring victory or defeat, I think of nothing more than this now. And it is right to feel this way. For the sexton's love of God becomes a love of lighting candles. Each candlestick, blooming one after another, testifies to his love. And so the war for me.
Captain?
Yes?
Too much drift to port. A little kick to the right.
Right.
Oh, Captain.
Renee?
We're crossing our lines now. I've started my camera. What's your altitude?
3,300.
Hold it.
Off my course there. He was right. I was drifting too much to port. But I didn't want to. That's the strange thing. Consciously, I wished to stay on my course, but my body registered its disapproval of the idea. With the eye of my body, I could see the town of Albert far ahead, and I remember there are 3 levels of fighter planes over it. My body begins to remember every sudden crash of the past, every laceration and fracture it has suffered. It remembers flames and the long, cutting whips of tracer bullets. My body is afraid of blows, and it automatically shuns Albert. The moment I leave it to itself, it drifts to port. Every laceration and fracture it has suffered, it remembers flames and the long, cutting whips of tracer bullets. My body is afraid of blows, and it automatically shuns Albert. The moment I leave it to itself, it drifts to port. A strange thing, this body. I am one who believes that the spirit of man alone is important. Yet here is a body that dominates the spirit and makes it afraid. It is difficult to understand. I am beginning to wonder why I am here. What do I accomplish by risking my body in a thing like this? What use is there?
Captain! Captain!
Yes?
6 German fighters on the port bow.
Gunner?
Sir?
You hear the lieutenant? 6 ahead, port bow.
Yes, I heard.
Have they seen us, Renee?
Yes, backing toward us. 1,500 feet below.
Hear that, Gunner?
Yes?
How near are they?
About 6 seconds, Captain.
On our tail in a few seconds, Gunner. Gunner, they're crossing broadside. There.
Don't see them yet, sir. Yes, I do now.
I've lost them myself. Are they after us?
Yes.
Rising fast?
Fairly fast.
We're heading into the sun. May lose them that way. Hang on. Still after us, Gunner?
They're still coming.
We gaining at all?
Well, no. Perhaps.
Are we losing them, Gunner?
I believe so. Yes, we are, sir.
Renee?
Captain?
Nothing.
Anything the matter?
Nothing. I thought... No, nothing.
Captain?
Yes, Gunner?
I think we've lost them.
Sure?
Very sure. They're banking down.
Thank God. Thank God. Nothing. Just talking.
Well, we're alive anyway, Captain.
Yes. For the time being.
We are alive. Even for the time being, it is good. There is only a profound sense of gratitude inside me, something able to be expressed. A scene is suddenly brought back to me from boyhood. The present falls away from me like dirt from a washed body. I am a boy once again, alive with the blind wonder of being alive, and this memory rises up before me, fresh as the afternoon it happened. I stood in my father's fields, watching 2 hawks circling over a pigeon. The pigeon, all unaware of them, was flying toward its cote in our barn. And then the hawks dropped downward, and the pigeon sensed that death was upon him. He beat his wings in a desperate effort to reach the barn, and just made it. The hawk swooped low and then climbed upward into the sky again. I can remember that now, and it takes significance in my brain. Death is all about one, and there is no escape. And then, suddenly, a way is opened and life stretches out again like fields in the morning sun. It is something definitely to think about.
Captain, the camera work is nearly finished. Give me a few minutes more and we can make for Arras.
Say when.
Arras, the second half of our mission. Low-altitude reconnaissance. The pigeon escapes the hawk only to meet the charge from the shotgun. Well, since there is no escape, we may as well do our job as workmanlike as possible. Still, why should it be this way?
You may drop down now, Captain.
Very well. Going down, gunner.
Flying to Arras is like this. You have lost altitude over your own zone. Now you head north again and the earth spills out below you. The highways are swarming with refugees. Yesterday they were people of France, gathering their grain from the fields, breaking their dead in homes of peace. Today they are refugees, people without a nation. Somewhere in the north of France, a boot has scattered an anthill and the ants are fleeing. These are your people. And sitting here in the cockpit of your plane, you feel their pain rise up to you through the intervening space. It is a pain old as the heart of man. It does not stir you to anger as it should. It merely impresses you more than ever with the mark of defeat. Your nation is in flight below you. Your nation is defeated. Can personal victory help one bit? Can the success of your mission count for anything in all this defeat? Once, all this earth below you was yours. Now it is divided into your lines and theirs. Twilight has come at last, and all the plain is blue. It streams out below you with all the warm intimacy it had for you in other days. There are trees looking like hedges, and green fields. There are the barns with stored-up grain and the little houses with red-tiled roofs. Is it possible that there is a war? Everything is so peaceful, almost within reach. I can handle all the good things of the earth. There are the plum trees with their blossoms. There is the wet-smelling earth. There is the wet alfalfa moving under my wings.
174, Captain.
174.
Beginning to get a bit nasty, Captain.
Yes.
Better start zigzagging.
Right.
Up ahead lies Arras. It is burning, and at first it is merely a red plume against the background of night. Then it becomes a constant flame. Then it grows slowly, little by little, into a great block of flame licking at the sky.
Made it. Renee, how much more of this?
Stick it out 3 minutes, Captain. Looks bad, though.
Think we'll get through?
No, but stick it out.
This is Arras. 1,000 guns below cutting loose at you. Hundreds of thousands of phosphorescent bullets threading the air to you, like stalks of wheat, like rapidly flashing knitting needles, like seeds of wheat blown from the mouth of a thresher. They rise toward you, billow out, surround you in a network of golden wire. This is Arras. The fabric of your wings is shredding. Your gas tanks are pierced like sieves, the rubber coating alone saving you. The body of your plane staggers under each blow, wrenches, seems about to burst.
One more minute, Captain. Just one more.
This is Arras.
The clouds are low, Captain. You might try for them. It's all over now.
Yes, Renee. You all right?
Yes.
Gunner, you're not hurt.
Okay, sir.
We're in the cloud now. Renee, check our course.
Yes, sir. 240, please. We shan't be able to come down out of it for more than about 20 minutes. I'll pick out some landmark along the Seine then.
Good. How were things back there, Gunner?
Not too bad, sir.
Wasn't too hot for you?
No, I guess not, sir.
Still 240, Renee?
Yes, sir.
We are alive, all of us. Somehow we have come through the shadow when we had given up. Death had touched our bodies, and having escaped death, we knew that the body is merely a tool in man's service. Flames strip away flesh, bullets strip it away, but they strip away the worship of flesh, too. Man, in that instant, ceases to be concerned with himself. He recognizes of a sudden what he forms a part of. He does not lose himself then, he finds himself at last. For man is a knot, a web, a mesh into which relationships are tied. Only those relationships matter. The body is an old crock that nobody will miss. This is true, and I have learned it only because I have come back from Arras.
Captain.
Yes.
That'd make it 2:46.
2:46. Think we can come down now, Rene?
10 minutes more. Better wait the 10 minutes.
As you say. Rene?
Yes?
What will you do tonight, when we land?
I don't know. Have a good fight, I suppose. Perhaps I shall challenge Lacordaire to a game of chess tonight.
Lacordaire is a good player.
Yes, but I shall beat him tonight. I know.
How about you, Gunner? How will you celebrate?
I think I shall eat 3 extra slices of ham. I'm frightfully hungry. Yes, and play the phonograph, too. How about you, Captain?
I shall have a pipe, too. Yes. And I shall go for a walk. You have no idea how much I wanted to feel solid earth under my boots today.
Yes, I know.
I want to walk through the village to the outskirts and listen to the crickets chirp. Cheerful things, crickets. Do you ever listen?
Captain, look. Down there. It's the Seine, do you see?
Yes. Yes, I see.
We're almost home again. Imagine. I never thought...
You never thought you would see it again, did you, Rene?
No, Captain, I didn't.
Nor did I. But we must not think any more about it. We're back. We're really back this time.
This day I have led Rene and my gunner beyond the bourne at which reasonable men would stop. We have seen France in flames. We have seen the sun shining on the sea. We have grown old in the upper altitudes, and we have played with the dust of enemy fighter planes. And after that we dropped earthward again and flung ourselves into the Holocaust. What we could offer up, we have sacrificed. And in that sacrifice we have learned more about ourselves and our country than we should have done if we had spent 10 years in a monastery. And we have learned this. There is no importance in the body. It is something to be burned and scourged and broken. It is something to be defeated and shamed. We know this now, and France knows it. For it is our bodies that are going down before the Nazis, our bodies alone, because the spirit of France shines as it always has. For we went to war knowing full well that it signified disaster. Did we refuse battle simply because it meant defeat? We knew what the end would be, but even so we fought. With us, spirit conquered intelligence. France played her part, and her part consisted in offering herself up to be crushed and seeing herself buried for a time in silence. But we know that someday this silence will be broken. Life always bursts the boundaries of formulas. Despite its ugliness, defeat will prove to be the only path to our resurrection. To create a tree, I must first condemn a seed to rot. After that, life gathers itself and thrusts its way upward despite all barriers. And I say this, we have planted the seed now. We have condemned it to rot by this our defeat. But through sacrifice, futile as it may seem, through the sacrifice of each plane, each crew member, each soldier, we will give the seed life. We will give it nourishment. Even in our defeat, we will do this. And one day the seed will flower, and the long silence will be broken, and France will speak to men again, this time in words of triumph.
Presenting Hop Harrigan, America's ace of the airways. CX-4 calling control tower. CX-4 calling control tower. Standing by.
control tower, back to CX4. Wind, southeast. Ceiling, 1200. All clear.
Okay, this is Hop Harrigan coming in. Fellas, doesn't the roar of that plane give you a thrill? Doesn't your heart beat a little faster every time you see one of Uncle Sam's giant birds flying high over the rooftops? I'll bet it does. And I'll bet you know how those planes are playing the biggest part of any single instrument in this quick-moving war. And those boys piloting our nimble-wing P-40s and our long-range flying fortresses, believe you me, they know how to fly. They know how because they've spent many hours in learning how to fly. Learning to fly well enough to be entrusted with a man-sized job of winning this war. The Army and the Navy Air Forces know you can't become a flyer overnight. It takes many, many months of preparation. Many months even before a cadet is allowed to touch a plane. That's why the Air Forces so heartily endorsed the program of pre-flight training in high schools. These courses make it possible for you fellas in high school, even though you're only 16 to 18 years of age, to begin learning now, as part of your high school course, the things you would start learning if you enlisted in either the Army or Navy Air Forces. Pre-flight training in high schools includes courses in physical training, military drill, aerodynamics, meteorology, navigation, and other subjects that airmen must know. Fellows who take these courses in high schools save themselves and the Air Forces many valuable hours later on if they should enlist as air cadets. And you can do that, too. Remember that even if you never fly one of Uncle Sam's bombers or fighter planes, the knowledge you gain from your high school aviation courses will fit you for the peacetime expansion of aviation in which America and American men are going to play a worldwide and leading part. Pre-flight training courses are now being formed in high schools all over the country. Find out if your school is offering them. If not, speak to your principal about it and ask him to include them in the curriculum for your next semester. If you want more information, write to the United States Office of Education in Washington, D.C. America needs flyers. And now to our story. Substituting as a British intelligence officer, Hop Harrigan is in occupied France on the trail of a new type German airplane cannon, which is being mounted on Messerschmitt 110s. However, Colonel Strauss of the German Gestapo tricked Hop into not only revealing his mission, but implicating a number of loyal Frenchmen who have aided Hop. Imprisoned in the Calais jail and freed only through the intervention of a young French girl, Lisa Collard, Hop is now in Paris with Lisa. At a little cafe in Montmartre, the hill section of Paris, owned by the huge and kindly Madame Dommage, Hop and Lisa, the latter disguised as a boy, are enjoying their first real food in days. Listen.
The potage, it is good, mes enfants.
C'est délicieux, madame.
Monsieur, I hardly know how to say this, but these days in unfortunate France, it is customary to pay for the meal before one eats.
Oh, of course, Madame Dommage. Here's a wad of bills. You take it out of this.
Oh, not the money, monsieur. I trust you for that. But the food tickets. I must have a ticket for everything I sell.
But we have none, madame.
What? You have none? Sacre nom de chien. This is a monstrous crime. You're cheating me. I am robbed. Gendarme!
Oh, what's she yelling about?
She's calling the police.
What is it? What is it? What's going on here, madame? These two thieves. They eat my food and do not give me a ration ticket.
Oh, that is a serious crime in occupied France. In the name of the German Army of Occupation, you are arrested. Arrested? Oh, what for? For not giving this poor woman her food tickets. In 30 years in this district, I have never made an arrest. But this is a serious crime.
But monsieur, the tickets we left in Lyon, where they live.
Oh, that is bad. If the tickets are in Lyon, Madame Dommage, it is obvious that this man and this boy cannot give them to you.
And with what am I to get food to cook? With excuses?
Ah, Madame Dommage, these are hard times. Tickets or no tickets. Why should Frenchmen fight with Frenchmen, huh? What for? Are we not all happy?
Oui, that is true. But my tickets!
Oh, they are in Lyon, no? Madame Dommage will go to Lyon for them?
I should go to Lyon, why?
Of course not. So I am sure that you would not ask me to make an arrest after 30 years. And what is a ticket, more or less, Madame Dommage? Oh, thank you, monsieur.
This is what happens when an honest woman meets with thieves. She goes to the police, and the police, they are fools. Sacre.
No arrest, Madame Dommage, no arrest. And now, before I go, I must tack up on this wall this new German poster.
No tickets, eh bien. What? Another poster? What do they want now, those Nazis?
An Englishman and a little girl. They came from Calais. They are in Paris, and the Gestapo is offering 50,000 francs for their arrest.
So my soup is no good, monsieur. Even without the ticket, eh?
Oh, no, Madame Dommage. It went down the wrong way. Well, that is finished. It is a lucky thing you came from Lyon, eh? If you had said Calais, I might have been suspicious. Eh bien, now I must go. Au revoir.
Merci, madame.
Do not thank me. Thank the gendarme, you old fool. Well, you are hungry, you have no ticket, you have cheated me of the ticket for the soup. You may just as well cheat me of the ticket for the cabbage. I will bring no ticket for the ration.
Oh, if once more we are frightened like that up, I will die.
Yeah, it was a close call, all right. Say, maybe we better get out of here in a hurry.
No, I do not think so. The best thing to do is what you call sit tight.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Uh-oh, here comes someone out of the kitchen. A young Frenchman.
Bonjour, monsieur.
Bonjour.
You mind if I sit down? Merci. I am Laroche, one-time student at the university. Now the only waiter in Paris who can work for Dommage.
How do you do?
You said your name was...
We did not say, monsieur.
Oh, well, I will call you the unknown. Say, Madame Dommage.
What do you want, little mouse?
You think maybe you will collect the 50,000 francs, huh?
I do not want blood money. Here is the cabbage.
That smells good.
Before you eat, I will have the money.
Okay. Here, take it out of this 100 francs.
Merci beaucoup.
Oh, 100 franc note. That is not bad.
It is any business that concerns you, perhaps?
No. Here. Catch this, my boy.
Stop playing your silly games, monsieur.
That is all I wanted to know. Madame Dommage.
Oui.
We have distinguished company.
What are you talking about?
The young boy, madame, the little one here, is not a boy, but a girl.
What? How do you know?
When I threw the rolled paper at you, Mademoiselle Collard...
What do you call her?
Oh, I am not the stupid gendarme, Monsieur Harrigan. I am clever.
Sometimes it's not too good to be clever.
That's still Harrigan. I am your friend. I want to help. I knew Brigitte a long time ago.
Who are you?
You mean these two are the ones of that poster? The Nazis are looking for them? Oh, I do not believe it.
Of course. I knew it instantly. Harrigan is dressed as a French farmer and does not have even a single callus on his hands. I throw something at this so-called young boy's lap, and he throws his feet apart. Only girls do that. They make a lap with their skirts to catch the object. But a boy, no. He puts his legs together to prevent the object from falling between them to the floor. Voila, he is a girl.
Well, I guess we're unmasked, Lise.
Tell me, Harrigan, is there any way we can help?
So these are the ones on that poster, eh? And I, big fool that I am, was going to turn them over to the gendarme. Why did you not say something?
Can we help, Harrigan?
You said we. Who are the rest?
Oh, we have a large group, Harrigan, of Frenchmen still loyal to the real France.
Listen, Laroche. You know I'm working for the British. And you must know I'm here on something important.
Yes. But what is it?
Gee, I don't know whether I ought to tell you this, but I'm here to get my hands on one of the new German Messerschmitts. The ones with the cannon.
I see. No, there I can do nothing. A small raid I can arrange. Even murder. But to steal a plane, no. Now, let me think. No, I can do nothing. But someone... I think maybe if he would...
Who?
Joly, publisher of the Paris Gazette.
Joly? But he is a Nazi. He works for Hitler.
No, Mademoiselle Collard. He's one of us. He's our strongest link. I think it might be wise for you, Harrigan, to meet with Joly. And the sooner the better.
Oh, but he cannot go around Paris like this. Sooner or later they will catch him.
True, Dommage. So he will not appear on the streets until dark. And then only for a little while.
Well, where'll I meet Joly?
In one of our favorite meeting places, Harrigan. In the sewer, beneath Joly's house.
Oh, in the sewer.
Isn't that where they met during the French Revolution?
Oui. Only the Nazis have guards posted there after dark. We must be very careful.
Okay.
How will I get there? I will take you. Madame Dommage will hide you until nightfall.
Oui.
Then I will take you through our underground sewers to the Jolet rendezvous. Now I must go to make the arrangements. Au revoir. It is now 6, so I will see you at 9 o'clock tonight.
Hop, it is 9 o'clock.
Yeah, I know. Jolet should be here.
Oh, I do not like the smell here, Hop. And I am a little afraid.
Oh, there's nothing to be afraid of, Elise. Except that of all the places in Paris, I think I like this least. This is as pretty a trap as could be planned. Well, look, there's no way out of here. This is a dead-end wall.
Oui. What we call a cul-de-sac.
Whatever that is.
Do you think maybe that Jolet will not come?
Hello, told us he'd be here, didn't he?
Oui, but why did La Roche leave us here alone?
Hey, did you hear something?
No, only the water.
I hear it again. Listen.
I hear nothing.
I hear voices, Lise. Maybe it's Jolet.
Shall I call to them?
Oh, no, nothing to worry.
We have all night in this filthy sewer. What's your hurry? What do you mean all night? We make once a cold, and then we sit there and dry. Already I've caught cold.
Not two soldiers.
Maybe they'll pass by. Here, quick, stand against the wall.
Must we go to the very in, Rudolph? That's far. It's only a few feet. There's a board that closes off the sewer or the house of the newspaper publisher. Shine your light, Rudolph. All is clear, we can turn back. Yeah, good idea. I'm anxious to get back. I hope we find no one.
Pressing back into the shadows, Hop and Lisa attempt to escape the searching white beam of the German soldier's flashlight. There's no place to run, no place to hide. If the Nazi patrol advances any further, discovery is inevitable. What can our friends do? Don't miss tomorrow's exciting episode, same time, same station. Tune in and fly with Hop Harrigan, America's ace of the airways. Hop Harrigan is a top-notch flyer, an expert. You fellows know what an expert is, but let me quote Webster's dictionary. An expert is one who is skilled. In other words, someone who does his job just a little bit better, the fellow who has that extra something. How did Hop get to be an expert in such a skilled and highly technical field as aviation? There's only one answer. He was thoroughly trained in the groundwork, the fundamentals, while he was still a youngster. You air-minded high school juniors and seniors, you boys who want to join the Army or Navy Air Forces when you're a little older, you boys and girls who are looking ahead to a career in aviation, all of you can get the necessary basic training by taking the pre-flight training courses now being established in high schools in the United States. If pre-flight training courses have not yet been started in your school, get your folks, your friends, your high school principal interested. If you want additional information, write the United States Office of Education, Washington, D.C. America needs flyers.
CX-4 to control tower. CX-4 to control tower. Standing by.
Control tower to CX-4. All clear.
Okay, this is Hop Harrigan taking off. See you tomorrow. Same time, same station.
Hop Harrigan is a copyrighted feature appearing in All American Comics magazine. Hop Harrigan has come to you from New York. This is the Blue Network.
Are you there? Well, we're here.
Swan's a soap that's pure and gentle. Come on, swing to Swan.
Swan, the new white floating soap, presents the Burns and Allen Show with Paul Whiteman. Our singer, Jimmy Cash, your old friend Bill Goodwin, the 6 hits and a miss, and the stars of our show, George Burns and Gracie Allen. And now to the Burns house where we find George and Gracie.
Well, Gracie, isn't it nice to be back home again?
Oh, yes. Everybody's been so sweet to us. Wasn't that a wonderful homecoming party our neighbors gave us last night?
Say, that was quite a party.
Yes, I love those games we played. Wasn't it a ride when they blindfolded me and I tried to pin the tail on the donkey?
Yeah, it's a panic.
Oh, that reminds me, dear. Would you like another cushion under you?
No, thanks. I heal pretty fast.
And wasn't it fun when we took turns acting out famous events of history? They never did guess ours.
No, they didn't do that.
It was easy, too. The purchase of Manhattan Island from the Indians. I just stood there and you gave me $24.
That's right.
I can't understand why everybody thought it was Moses getting water out of a rock.
Well, neither can I.
Are you sure you don't want another cushion, dear?
No, what for?
Well, you're sitting there tilted.
I always sit that way.
I would have enjoyed the party last night a lot more if you hadn't been so mean to me, though.
I was mean to you?
Well,
When?
remember when they wanted me to make a little speech because I was the guest of honor?
Yeah.
And I asked you to hold my plate of chicken salad and my cup of coffee?
Well, I held them, didn't I?
Well, yeah, but when I finished my speech, you were the only one who didn't applaud.
Gee, I'm a dog.
Oh, you never treated me that way before we were married. You used to be the sweetest, the most thoughtful man in the world. Every 10 minutes you told me how beautiful I was.
Oh, don't I still do that?
No. And you don't realize that a woman loves to be told she's beautiful. Even women who aren't beautiful love to be told they are. Although there, of course, I'm only guessing.
From now on, I'll tell you you're beautiful.
Well, I should hope so. My goodness, it isn't as if I were asking you to lie to me.
Of course not, of course not.
Oh, now, you were cute when you courted me, though. You were so charming and so handsome. Of course, that was a long time ago.
Naturally, yes.
George.
Yes?
Do you remember our first date?
Uh-huh.
I was so excited. I was hoping you'd bring me flowers because Mama had such a lovely remembrance of her first date with Papa. He brought her flowers and she saved every one. She pressed them between the pages of a book.
She did, huh?
Uh-huh. You brought me chocolates, remember?
Mm-hmm.
My, I'd love to see them today. I wish I could get that book open.
Gee, that box of chocolates certainly brings back memories. We just started keeping company then.
Mm-hmm.
I was in vaudeville playing Altoona.
Yes.
Right after the show, I'd rush back to New York to keep a date with you. I'd tell you all the jokes in the show, and you'd laugh and laugh.
Yeah. You said I was a lot different from the people in Altoona.
Well, I didn't bring them any chocolate.
Oh.
Yes. Hey, every time I came to see you, that tall fellow would always be sitting there. What was his name?
Oh, that was Joe Spencer, your rival.
Ah, Joe Spencer, what a rival. Flappy ears, big buck teeth, and no chin.
Yeah. For the longest time, I didn't know which one of you to marry.
It's a nice TL for me.
Remember how shy and backward Joe was? He was so bashful.
Mm-hmm.
He's married now and got 6 children.
Yeah, bashful, yeah.
Oh, were you crazy about me in those days? Remember every time we went to a restaurant, you'd take your spoon and write, roses are red, violets are blue, Gracie Allen, I love you, and the mashed potatoes.
Well, you got bigger helpings in those days.
Dear, we had so much fun when you used to take me out on dates. But now how do you treat me? Just like I was married to you.
But we are married. A preacher conducted a legal ceremony and pronounced us man and wife.
Well, he certainly killed a beautiful friendship.
Yeah, we were buddies.
Wouldn't it be wonderful if
Playmates.
all... Yes.
We were, yes.
Wouldn't it be wonderful if all...
You are my very dear friend.
Yes. Look, wouldn't it be wonderful if all married couples could recapture the thrill of their courtship?
Well, it certainly would.
Well, we can.
How?
Ask me for a date.
Gracie, that's silly.
Oh, please, George. After all, when you asked me to do something nice for you once I married you, didn't I?
Gracie, married people don't ask for dates.
Well, you're very mean, George. I just asked you for a simple little thing.
Well,
not like I'm asking for a mink coat or a veil or something like that.
Okay, I'll ask you for a date.
Oh, all right. But you, just like you used to, huh?
Okay. Honey, what are you doing tonight?
I'm busy.
You're busy?
Sure. I'm popular.
Well, I'm glad. Then you're going out with somebody else.
No, George, you didn't do it right now. You have to go out and come in like you were coming from Altoona, like you used to do, full of jokes and everything.
Look, Gracie, I'm a
Oh,
grown-up.
now, George Burns, please.
All right, I'll do it. At least that Joe Spencer with the buck teeth won't be sitting here.
Oh, still jealous, huh? Well, anyway, dear, count to 50 before you come in. I want to print a little bit.
All right. Well, I wonder if other husbands have to go through things like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
Hello, George.
11. Hello, Bill. 12, 13, 14, 15.
You going out?
No, I'm coming back. 16, 17, 18, 19 from Altoona. 20, 21.
George, have you gone crazy?
No, 22, 23. You see, I'm not married to Gracie. I'm her boyfriend. 24, 25,
Oh, well, that
26,
clears it up completely.
27, 28. I thought you'd catch on. Go right in. 29, 30.
George.
What?
That's to you, 31, 32.
Wise guy. 33, 34, 35, 36. Oh, well, 49, 50. Let her sue me.
Why, look who's here, George Burns.
Well, here I am. Back from Altoona. Full of jokes and full of pep.
Oh, come on in. And just look who's sitting on the sofa.
I know, it's Bill Goodman.
No, it's Joe Spencer.
Oh, no.
Say, what's going on? Gracie told me I'm supposed to be Joe Spencer, but who's he?
Well, Joe Spencer and I used to be rivals for Gracie's hand. I guess you know who lost.
Yeah, Gracie.
Very comical. He's screaming that
Good,
fellow
well,
there.
come on, George. Ask me for a date.
Oh, all right. How about a date, baby?
Well, Joe was here first, weren't you, Joe? Well, weren't you, Joe?
Oh, yeah, that's me, the rival. Gracie, don't go out with that broken-down comedian.
Broken down comedian? Why, I killed him in Altoona. They held me over for a second day. Gracie, go out with me and we'll have a million laughs. Get this one. Do you know how to make a Venetian blind?
Yeah, stick your finger in his eye.
Oh, he's so sorry.
Gracie, go out with me and I'll come over every night and help you wash the dishes. And with Swan, the new white floating soap that's a regular suds and whiz. The soap that suds faster than other floating soaps, even in hard water.
Gracie, go out with me and you'll have a laugh a minute. Get this one. Do you know what fellow in the army wears the biggest hat?
The fellow with the biggest head.
Yeah.
Gracie, go out with me and I'll show you how Swan helps you with every soap and water job in your house. And you'll find that Swan will help keep your hands beautiful, too, because it's as mild as the finest Castile soap, pure as an angel.
Look, Gracie, I know a million gags. Get this for a buck. Did you hear the one about the absent-minded professor who got into his car,
stepped on his wife, and kissed the starter goodbye?
He's a screaming asshole.
Gracie, listen, go out with me and I'll show you how Swan breaks in two, so you can use half in the kitchen for your dishes and housework, and the other half in the bathroom for your tub or shower. What do you say, Gracie? It is a date?
Look, Gracie, I'm not going to keep this up all night. You're going out with me, or aren't you?
Oh, well, it's hard to decide. Let me see. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I think I'll go out with Mo.
Mo? Well, that's enough for Joe. Think I better blow.
Well, don't forget to shut the door.
Joe.
Oh, go. Gracie, what was that Mo?
Oh, nothing. I just made that up to get rid of Joe.
Oh, I see.
Well, anyway, George, now you and I can go out together.
Yeah, that'll be swell.
Oh, George, this is going to be so much fun. It'll be just like it used to be.
Mm-hmm.
We'll go to a movie,
yes.
and then we'll go to a restaurant, and then go dancing.
Yeah, just like it used to be.
And then, oh, I almost forgot. Here's the money.
Oh, just like it used to be.
Here's the money, yeah.
This is Paul Whiteman. The boys and I have cooked up what we consider a rather tasty arrangement of Serenade in Blue. And it features the fine singing of Jimmy Cash. Jimmy, it's kind of up to you.
When I hear that serenade in blue, I'm somewhere in another world alone with you, sharing all the joys we used to know many moons ago. Once again your face comes back to me, just like the theme of some forgotten melody in the album of my memory, Serenade in Blue. It seems like only yesterday, a small cafe, a crowded floor, and as we dance the night away, I hear you say forevermore, And then the song became a sigh, forevermore became goodbye, but you remained in my heart. Oh, tell me, darling, is there still a spark, or only lonely ashes of the flame we knew? Should I go on whistling in the dark, serenade in blue?
Oh, Judge, this is going to be so wonderful. We're actually going to have a date, and we won't let on we're married at all.
All right. We won't tell anybody we're married.
No.
Now go upstairs and get dressed.
Oh, I feel so young. I feel just like I'm 17.
Gracie, you look like you're 17. And I feel like I'm 19. How do I look?
Well, I'm going up to get dressed.
All right. So I look like I'm 20.
Anyone doesn't know just put my heart in beside them. You can do the one I love. Well, if it isn't Herman, my darling little ducky. Now, don't bother Mama, Herman. She has to powder her nose. Would you like to have Mama put some powder on your nose? Oh, you love it. Hold still. Hold still now. That's a good ducky. Well, most of it stayed on. Now settle down and go to sleep, darling. Mama's going out on a date tonight. What's a date? Well, that's what people go out on when they're courting. It's lots of fun. Well, of course Duck's going to have dates. Some night you'll have a date with a pretty little girl, Duck, and you'll sit on her front porch for hours and hours. And then you'll reach over and hold her wing. And she'll put her head on your shoulder and snuggle up real close, and you'll kiss her. And then you'll tell her good night and go home. You'll say good night and go home. Oh, honestly, Herman, there are times when I worry about you.
Gracie, aren't you ready yet?
Coming, dear. Good night, Herman. Well, how do I look?
Swell. But the seam in your stocking is crooked.
Judge, you mustn't look at my ankles. We're not married, you know.
All right, we're not married. Let's go. Well, where do you want to go?
Oh, well, now that's your problem. Mother always told me that when I had a date with a man, I should let him make all the decisions.
I see.
And she told me that I should do the same thing when I had a date with you.
Oh, fine. All right, let's go bowling.
We'll go to a movie.
The man makes all the decisions.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, you, Gracie.
Oh, it's Mrs. Fowler. Hello, Francis.
Oh, darling, I have the most amazing thing to tell you about Clara Bagley you ever heard in your life. You'll die. You'll absolutely perish.
Really? You know George, don't you, Francis?
Oh, yes, I met your husband. Well, now, you know, I'm the last one in the world to talk about anybody, Gracie.
Well, George isn't my husband. We're not married, you know.
But Clara Bagley's brother-in-law was in town last week, and without a doubt, You're not married.
Now, wait a minute, Mrs. Fowler. You see, you don't understand.
Well, I think I'm beginning to.
Oh, well, you see, we're waiting for George to become of age.
Well, for heaven's sake, what age are you waiting for him to become?
You see, we're only pretending.
Pretending? All these years?
Well, we're in no hurry. You know what I always say, rush in without fear and fools will tread on you, Angel.
Yeah, that's what she always says. Look, Mrs. Fowler, this was all Gracie's idea.
That's right. Blame the woman, you cad. Well, goodbye.
Cad? Now you've done it. Now that whole club of yours, they'll be going around and saying we're not married.
I never believe anything they say anyway.
Well, okay, come on, let's go to the movies.
All right, dear.
Well, what do you want to do? Want to take a bus or want to walk?
Oh, I'm your date, Judge. That's your problem. Oh, taxi! Taxi!
Fine. Taxi. What an idea this
Cab
was.
lady?
Oh, yes. The Paramount Theater, please. Get in here.
All the silly things.
Well, we're off. Isn't it thrilling, George?
Yes.
George.
Yes?
Not sit so far away. Come on, let's cuddle.
Gracie, let's not be silly.
Oh, well, darling, you don't think young couples drive in taxis just to go places, do you?
No, I suppose not.
Well, you can hold my hand if you like.
Gee, thanks, kid.
Oh, don't squeeze it too hard. Remember, I hardly know you.
All right, here's your hand back.
Oh, I didn't want you to do that. George, would you like to kiss me?
Oh, now, Gracie, please, this is...
Well, I think if you wanted to, I'd let you.
Look, Gracie, this is...
Hey, Mac, you know something?
What, driver?
I've been in this racket 17 years, and this is the first time I ever seen a man put up the battle.
You mind your own business and just keep driving. Darn the silly idea, anyway.
George, I think it's wonderful. I feel so unmarried.
Well, believe me, you acted, too.
Oh, stop the car. Stop the car.
Stop the car? What's the matter? What happened?
Well, look at that beautiful dress in Magnum's window. Georgie.
Oh, no, I can't buy it for you. You're only my date, and we're not married, you know.
Georgie.
What?
How about a 10-minute furlough?
Oh, no.
With 6 hits and a miss, we've made an arrangement of one of the most charming of the currently popular tunes, Be Careful, It's My Heart.
Days had left the movie theater and are strolling toward an ice cream parlor, just as they did on their first date together.
George, when we go in, will you order the same thing tonight you ordered for us on our first date?
No.
Oh, my, what a thrill I got when you said to the man, 1 vanilla soda with 2 straws, please.
Oh, I couldn't order a thing like that now, Gracie. It would embarrass me to death.
Well, you've got to. Everything must be exactly the same.
Oh, but Gracie, I'm a...
please, George.
Well, all right, come on.
Hello, folks. Sit right down here.
Thanks.
Very funny thing. 2 of those silly high school kids were just sitting there. What do you think they ordered? 1 soda with 2 straws. Did you ever hear of anything sillier? Oh, the whole time they were in here, I was trying to guess whether it was love or the 15 cents. Well, what would you folks like?
Who? Us?
Sure.
Well, tell him what we'd like, George.
Yeah, what do you want?
Bring us a vanilla soda and 2 straws.
Well, anyhow, with you, Bud, I don't have to do any guessing.
Oh, just get the soda, Bud, and never mind the conversation.
Okay, that was vanilla, wasn't it?
Yeah, vanilla.
Oh, you know, we serve a scoop of ice cream in our sodas.
So what?
So would you like 2 spoons, or will you wrestle her for that?
For 2 cents, I'd jump over that counter and certainly
Oh, now,
give you...
George, remember, this is our first date. This is a wonderful idea of mine, isn't it?
Sensational.
No, honest, sweetheart, I wouldn't tell you that if I didn't mean it.
Oh, Mr. Goodwin. Well, George, look who just came in.
Oh, hello, George. Hello, Gracie.
Hello.
Oh, come on, sit down with us, Bill.
Hey, Bud, are these people friends of yours?
Well, what if they are?
Just a minute, I'll get you 2 more straws.
Oh, go.
George, Gracie, I want you to meet my fiancée. What'd you say your name was, dear?
Nancy Barr. Fiancé. Why, Joe Spencer, I'm ashamed of you. Joe Spencer? Oh, you must be mistaken. Oh, no, I'm not. I know him. I know his wife, and I know his 6 children. His wife and his 6 children?
Well, now, wait a minute, honey. I can explain.
Never mind explaining. Joe Spencer, Why, this wolf here told me he was Bill Goodwin from the Swan Show.
Well, but I am, honey, honest. Look, Swan is the new white floating soap that's a baby gentle whiz for suds. See?
Oh, everybody knows that.
Well, now, wait, honey. I can tell you something about Swan that everybody doesn't know. Do you know that the Swan people will send you a swell encyclopedia, complete in 1 volume for only 25 cents in a Swan wrapper?
They will?
Yes. And not only that, this encyclopedia has exactly 832 pages, plus 8 pages of maps in color. And do they know that Swan's encyclopedia covers 15,000 subjects? Why, that's more than 1 million words on everything from A to Z, including art, science, history, and geography. Would I know that if I weren't Bill Goodwin?
Oh, I know that, and I'm not Bill Goodwin.
Oh, yeah? But do you know that this encyclopedia contains a special March of Events section? A complete discussion of world events right up to September of this year.
Hey, Bud, how can you get this book?
Well, just send your 25 cents in a Swan wrapper to Swan, Box 25, Racine, Wisconsin.
Can anybody get one?
Sure. Anybody who sends a quarter in a Swan wrapper to Swan, Box 25, Racine, Wisconsin.
Can your wife and 6 children get one?
Oh, sure they can. All they have to do... My wife? Now, wait a minute. Look, Nancy, let's leave it to George Burns. He'll tell you I'm Bill Goodwin.
Well, I'd rather not get mixed up in this, Joe. You see, I...
Joe?
Don't you ever speak to me again.
Now look what you've done.
Oh, so what, Bill? There are plenty of girls.
Not like Nancy, George. She's different. She's the only girl I've met who isn't a riveter.
Nancy! That'll be 15 cents for the soda, Bud.
How much?
15 cents for the soda.
Well, there you are.
15 cents out of 15 cents.
Come on, Gracie, let's get out of here. Where would you like to go?
Well, that's your problem, dear. You work it out any way you like as long as we go for a walk in the park.
Walk in the park. The park is a mile long.
But it's so romantic.
It's after 11.
But there's a full moon.
I'm too tired.
Look, Daddy, you mind the fountain, I'll take
Oh,
it.
shut up. Gracie, we've been walking through this park for hours.
Here come a boy and girl with their arm around each other. Isn't that sweet?
Emily, the time has come when I must speak. I know I'm not worthy of you, Emily. Oh, I know I'm less than the dirt beneath your feet, but I can no longer remain silent. Tell me, Emily. I must know. Will you marry me? Will you, Emily? Will you, Emily?
Oh, wasn't that a beautiful proposal, George? You know, it reminds me of the way you proposed to me.
Did I say it like that?
Well, certainly. Oh, you changed one or two words, but it was the same beautiful thought.
Really?
Uh-huh. You took one of my little hands in yours and you looked in my eyes and you said, Gracie, we've been in vaudeville now for 2 years. And it's costing me plenty for separate hotel rooms. Let's get married.
Yeah, I was irresistible in those days. Let's sit down on this park bench. My feet are killing me.
All right. George, you know what?
What?
You haven't kissed me all evening.
Well...
Oh, you know, it was on a park bench just like this that you first kissed me.
Was it?
Don't you remember how it happened?
Well, not exactly.
Well, I'll show you. You had your arm around me. Well, go ahead. Put it around.
Okay.
And then you asked me for a kiss, and I said no. And then you stole a kiss anyway. Oh, go ahead. Steal one. And then...
Oh! Why, you almost broke my jaw.
Oh, remember now?
Yeah, it all comes back. Come on, let's go home. I've had enough of this. Gee, I'm tired.
Well, home at last.
Uh-huh.
It's been a most enjoyable evening, Mr. Burns. Or may I call you George?
Call me George, call me Sam, call me anything. Let's go in the house. I'm tired.
Well, good night.
Good night.
Oh, now you can't come in. It's after 12.
But, Gracie, I live here.
Are you forgetting, dear? This is just a date.
Well, where am I going to sleep?
You made the date, George. That's your problem. Good night.
Well, I just hope, folks, that you won't forget to send for your encyclopedia. On the level, it's the biggest quarter's worth I ever saw. And say, if your children have school homework to do, they'll find this encyclopedia a real help. So why not send for one tonight? Just send your quarter and Swan wrapper to Swan, Box 25, Racine, Wisconsin. That's Swan, Box 25, Racine, Wisconsin. Do it tonight, huh? Remember, Swan now brings you two of radio's top shows, George Burns and Gracie Allen every Tuesday night, and Tommy Riggs and Betty Lou every Friday night on another network. And now till next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you? Good night.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, McGee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with It's Fun to Be Free. Why do you say it's my duty to conserve my things, make my chairs and icebox and linoleum last longer? I had a lady ask me that question last week. Maybe it's been in your mind, too. Well, the answer is simple. Making an icebox or a chair or a piece of linoleum takes materials and labor. Servicing them takes labor, too. Now, is it more important for these materials and man-hours to be used in making articles for your home or planes and tanks and ships? Well, the answer is really simple. That's why the government and businessmen both keep telling us, take better care of the things you have, make them last. And that's why I add, wax your things to make them last longer, to protect them against wear. There are over 100 uses for Johnson's Wax in your home. Your floors, furniture, woodwork, your leather goods,
Enameled surfaces, windowsills, lampshades. Wax them for protection, for beauty, for labor saving with genuine Johnson's wax polish. Things at 79 Wistful Vista have settled down to the usual. And here in the living room... Oh, excuse me. There's the phone for either Fibber, McGee, or Molly.
Answered, McGee. It's probably for you.
You answered. It's probably for you. I'm way ahead in this game, and I think I can beat this guy.
What guy?
Me. I'm playing solitaire. Now, let me see. The red ace can go...
Oh, dear. 79 Wistful Vista, Molly McGee speaking. Who? Well, heavenly days, Otis Cadwallader.
Oh, this Cadwallader. Why, what's he doing? What does he want?
Where are you, Otis? At the railroad station. Well, can't you drop out and see us a few minutes?
If that guy steps one big foot in our front door, I'll pin his ears back so far he'll have to wear a snood.
Oh, I'm so sorry you can't come out and see us, Otis. Next time you come through Wistful Vista, plan on staying a few days.
Hey, cut that out. Tell him to climb back on that train. They never start without a jerk anyway.
Yes. Well, it was so sweet of you to call, Otis. It really was.
See.
McGee's going to be terribly disappointed that he didn't see you.
Oh, I can master my grief, baby.
Yes, Otis, and thank you so much for calling. Yes, have a nice trip. Goodbye.
I hope he has a nice trip at the top of a flight of stairs. The lug. Out of 130 million people in this country, he has to call us up.
Oh, stop it, dearie. Otis is a very nice boy, and you know it.
Mm-hmm.
He was one of your friends in high school.
He was just a casual acquaintance. I only knew him not to speak to. Rat.
Well, I think it was very nice of him to call us up. You're just jealous of him because he used to be one of my boyfriends.
I ain't either jealous. Him and his raccoon coat and Stutz Bearcat. His old man that was worth $1 million. What did he have that I didn't have?
A raccoon coat, a Stutz Bearcat, and $1 million.
He was a dirty little snob, and you know it. I despise that guy.
Well, stop scowling at the telephone and calm yourself.
Okay, but don't invite him out here, ever. I don't want him around.
McGee, for goodness sakes, don't get so wrought up.
Well...
You know Otis doesn't mean anything to me.
Well...
But I had to be polite to him, didn't I?
Well, yeah. But I don't have to be polite to him. That Paloo could be in the army right now, except a wolf don't belong in a foxhole. And besides that...
Oh, my goodness, I wonder if he changed his mind and came out for a while. How does my hair look?
He won't remember his own. Let him in and I'll go to work on him.
Well, you answer the door, McGee. I'll run up and change my dress.
Hey, don't change your dress just right. Hey, Molly. Oh, sure. If this is Cadwallader, I'll put the chill on him so fast he'll go out of here on snowshoes. Come in. Now, look here, Cadwallader.
Hi, mister.
Oh. Hi, sis.
Gee, what you looking so mad about, mister?
I was expecting to welcome an unwelcome visitor, sis.
Who?
Oh, just an old acquaintance.
Oh.
And if anybody asks you, should old acquaintance be forgot, in this case, the answer is yes.
Why?
Because in this case, sis, the old acquaintance is a drip of the first water. Frankly, he's a character which would steal the raisins out of your rice pudding.
Oh. I wouldn't care. I don't like raisins.
Oh, you ought to like raisins, sis. They're full of iron. Don't you know the human body couldn't survive without minerals?
Sure. Everybody's chock full of minerals.
Uh-huh.
My daddy says my mama has a heart of gold, Uncle Harry has the soul of a copper, and you're the brassiest man he ever knew.
You old man better lay off the wisecracks, sis. One of these days he'll hear somebody's knuckles knocking on his front teeth.
Oh, yeah? My daddy isn't afraid of you, I betcha. He said you'd be a sucker for a left hook.
Oh, is that so? Well, you tell that old man of yours...
Say, listen. He used to be a prize fighter, he did.
Oh, he did. Oh, he did. Well, you tell that old man of yours that I know he's just kidding. I can take a joke.
I got one.
You got what?
A joke?
Is it fit for my ears, sis?
Well, it's a big joke, if that's what you mean.
Okay, well, huh? Oh, well, go ahead. Probably won't be any worse than we'll hear in the next 20 minutes anyway.
Okay, you ready?
Ready.
Why are fire engines red?
Well, Miss Bones, why are fire engines red?
Because 2 times 6 is 12. There's 12 inches in a foot. A foot is a ruler. Queen Mary was a ruler, and Queen Mary was a boat. A boat crosses the ocean. The ocean is full of herring. Herring rhymes with Goering. Goering is a Nazi. The Russians chase the Nazis. Russians are red. Fire engines are always Russian, so fire engines are red, I betcha.
6 is 12, 12 is a dozen, 6 dozen herrings cross the ocean. Oh, that ain't right. 2 times 6 is 12, 12 men on the jury, fire engine goes rushing past, Goering is a herring.
McGee, what are you muttering about?
Oh, I'm just trying to remember something is all. Hey, are you sure Otis Cadwallader isn't coming out here tonight?
Why, certainly. His train was leaving in 10 minutes. Say, I hope he doesn't think we brushed him off.
I don't care what Cadwallader thinks, if he does, which I doubt. When brains were passed out, he must have been behind the door. That guy's got such a low forehead, he uses his mustache for eyebrows.
Now, he isn't so bad. In fact, he was voted the handsomest man in the senior class, you remember?
Sure, I remember. And who counted the votes? The class secretary. And who was the class secretary? Otis Cadwallader. The muzzler.
My goodness, what are you so bitter about? I don't remember that Otis ever did anything to you.
Well, I just don't like him.
Well, I gathered that. But he's probably miles away by this time, so shall we go to a movie or something?
Well, that's a good idea. What's at the Bijou?
Pride of the Yankees.
I didn't know they had any pride left.
Well, they balanced the bill with Abbott and Costello. They're a couple of cards.
Oh, boy. Are you thumping them in there tonight? Well, wait till I get my hat.
Oh, dear. Peek out and see who that is, McGee.
Mrs. Uppington.
I wonder what she wants.
I don't know, but we might as well invite her in. She'll stand out there till the cows come home, and I'm in no mood for milking. Come in.
Oh, well, if it isn't Abigail Uppington. Hello, Abigail, dear.
How do you do, Mrs. McGee? And Mr. McGee.
Hi, Abby. Won't you take a chair and let your hip-hips hooray?
Thank you, no, Mr. McGee. I can't stay but a moment.
Fine.
I just wanted to tell you how sorry I was that you couldn't come to my party last night. It was my birthday, you know.
Oh, McGee, do you hear that? Yesterday was Abigail's birthday.
Well, what do you know?
Why, I just can't imagine you a year older, Abigail.
Thank you.
Many happy returns, Uppy. I'm sorry I wasn't there to sample those birthday cakes.
Cake, Mr. McGee? There was only one.
Oh.
You mean they got all those candles on one cake? How old would you say Abigail was, McGee?
Well, I was looking at her reflection in the mirror just now, and I'd have said she was about 27.
Oh, Mr. McGee. Isn't he sweet, my dear? 27.
But, of course, in a mirror, everything is reversed, so 27.
Well, I hope we'll be able to come to your next party, Abigail. So many of our friends...
That reminds me, speaking of your friends, guess who called me up from the railroad station this evening to say hello?
Not Otis Cadwallader.
Oh, my gosh. Do I have to hear about him again? Take my advice, Uppy, and don't have anything to do with that linthead. He's poison.
Oh, really, Mr. McGee? I've met Mr. Cadwallader. I consider him a very charming gentleman. From a fine old family, too.
I always thought so, too, Abigail.
Fine old family, my clavicle. They're selling his family tree in the petrified forest for 2 bits a hunk. Otis is the only sap that didn't congeal.
Now, take it easy, McGee. Take it easy and open the door for Mrs. Uppington if you must go, Abigail.
Yes, indeed. I just wanted to say that we missed you last night.
Incidentally, Uppy, not that I want to be inquisitive, but how many candles were there on that cake?
Well, it was strictly in accordance with the conservation program, Mr. McGee.
Oh.
No one, you know, is supposed to go over 35. Goodbye.
You know, McGee, I'm very fond of Abigail in a cautious kind of way.
Yeah. But remember how she was always kind of incinerating that we were unfit to associate with.
You mean insinuating, dear?
I don't either. Insinuating means something that makes something reasonable, like insinuating circumstances.
No. That's extenuating.
Go on. Extenuating means sticking out.
Oh, you're thinking of extending.
Well, then what does incinerating mean?
Burning.
Well, that's what I said. She always had me burning the way she used to incinerate, that we weren't the kind of people that were fit to stand with.
Hello, folks. Say, I've got some news for you.
You have, Mr. Wilcox? What is it?
If you mean that new mustache of yours, Junior, it's no news. I saw it last week. Just barely.
Well, I think it's very becoming on you, Mr. Wilcox.
Thanks, Molly. But about my news. I was downtown a little while ago to see the freight agent about a shipment of Johnson's self-polishing glow coat from Racine.
I bet you told him how it was so easy to apply and saved hours of housework and was particularly important right now when it's our duty to conserve and preserve things because it gives new life to linoleum.
McGee, quiet.
But he's right, Molly. How'd you know I told the freight agent that, Fibber?
You tell everybody. You're a regular old gossip about glow coats. Can't you think of anything else? Baseball, golf, the latest books, or football?
Ah, football. That's for me. Football is my dish.
See, Molly, he has his human side.
Oh, you like football, Mr. Wilcox?
I love it. Why, when those little tads come trooping into the house after an afternoon of football in a dirty corner lot, think how easy it is for Mother to simply wipe up those muddy footprints with a damp cloth. If the kitchen linoleum has been protected with Johnson's glow coat. Why, I think football is the greatest character building.
Oh, Junior, whoa. I'm sorry I brought it up.
Say, what was the great news you had for us, Mr. Wilcox?
Yeah.
News? Oh, well, when I was talking to the freight agent, who do you suppose got off the train? Otis Cadwallader.
Cadwallader again. There's a guy I strictly despise, Wilcox.
You do? I always liked Otis myself. What's the matter with him?
Oh, he is nice. McGee's just jealous of him, Mr. Wilcox.
Doggone it, I am not jealous. I don't like him because he's too egotistical. Always talking about himself. It's I all the time. I don't trust a guy whose eyes are so close together.
Okay. You don't have to like him on my account. I just thought I'd mention seeing him.
Well, it was nice of you to tell us, Mr. Wilcox. Say, would you care to go to the movie with us?
I'm sorry, but I can't, Molly, thanks. I'm meeting my wife at the beauty parlor.
Oh, is she getting a permanent?
No, she's going to pick me up there. I'm having my mustache trimmed.
Oh.
Go on.
No, he looks pretty good with a mustache at that.
Yeah, but I don't know why women like men who wear them.
Hmm?
Personally, I don't like to be kissed and brushed off at the same time. Now, come on, get your hat and let's go.
Okay, the window's all locked?
Yeah, well, maybe I better go and see. Even though our sugar is in the jar marked salt, you never can tell when somebody might... Oh, dear, come in.
Hello there, kids. Hey, I just seen a friend of yours down to the depot. Her named Candace Oldwaller.
Yes, we know, Mr. Oldtimer. Thank you just the same. And his name is Otis Cadwallader.
And his name is Mud for my money. And he's no friend of mine, Oldtimer. I haven't got any use for him.
That so? Seemed like a genteel young feller to me, Johnny. Mighty nice-spoken man.
I always thought so, too.
Sure. He's a nice-spoken guy. It's always the clunks that haven't got anything to say that are so careful how they say it. Give me a guy that blurts things out.
That's the kind they gave me.
Well, I'm sorry, kid. I knew you knew this feller, so I thought I'd let you know.
Well, it was very nice of you to tell us, Mr. Oldtimer, but he called us up from the station.
And I hope the thread broke when he tried to pull his nickel back, too. Cheap tin horn sport.
You really got a hate on for him, ain't you, Johnny?
He gets under McGee's skin, Mr. Oldtimer. And if you'll notice his skin, you can see it's too tight for more than one person.
That's pretty awful, daughter. But the way I heard it is even worse. The way I heard it, one feller says, t'other feller says, he says, that Fibber, McGee, and Molly program, is that weekly? Well, says t'other feller, kinda. Just kidding, of course, Johnny. Grandpa enjoys your show a lot.
What does your grandfather do, old-timer?
He's a crystal gazer, Johnny.
Oh, you mean he tells fortunes?
No. He just gazes at his crystal and says, I don't hear these programs as clear as I used to. Maybe I better get me a battery set.
King's men, attention, forward, hut.
In the Army for the Navy, from Alaska to Suez. In the Marines or in the Air Corps, every man has a message for you fellows at home. Here is what he says. Please won't you leave my girl alone? Please won't you leave my girl alone? I'm far away in the Army and she is all I've got. I'm far away in the Army, and though she cares a lot, I'm far away in the Army, and you're Johnny on the spot. Please, won't you leave my girl alone?
Mary Lou, that guy next door to you, I'm writing him a big, long letter. I know him, and he knows you, but I don't want him to know you any better.
Now all you 3 A's and 4 F's, be careful what you do. If you'll stay away from my girl at home, then I'll agree that when I see that Mademoiselle from Armentières, I'll bring her back to you. A Mademoiselle from Armentières, parlez-vous. Ta-ra-da-da-da, ta-ra-da-da, ta-ra-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, inky-dinky, parlez-vous. Every time I forward march, I march another mile away. So, buddy, if you're a buddy of mine, then all that I can say is, please, won't you leave my girl alone? She hasn't got a heart of stone. I'm far away in Australia, and she's my guiding star. While I'm away in Australia, don't carry things too far. Remember, I'm in Australia thanks to her and FDR. Please, 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 won't you leave my girl alone?
Please note my very gentle tone.
She's mighty full of devotion, 'cause I'm the only one. Says who? Now don't be getting the notion that something can be done. Says you. Remember, when I come marching home, I'm coming with my gun. Says me. Now will you leave my girl
Somebody at the door, McGee. We never will get to the movie this way. I wonder who this is.
Probably some other busybody to tell us they saw old worm-faced Cadwallader at the station. Come in.
Oh, Mayor Latrivia.
Good evening, Mrs. McGee. I won't stay but a minute. I see you were going out.
Hello, McGee.
Hi, Latrivia, old man. You come for some advice about running the city or something? Well, sir, in the first place, our water system.
No, I don't need any of your advice, McGee. I merely want an opinion.
Well, he's just as free with opinions as he is with advice, Mr. Mayor. Give the mayor an opinion, dearie.
Why, certainly. Now, my opinion of our traffic lights, Latrivia.
That isn't what I want an opinion on, McGee. Would it be too much to ask for you to keep quiet a moment?
What is it, Mr. Mayor?
I want to start a citywide, yes, a statewide campaign against hoarding. I want to tell our citizens that we've got a hard and bitter war ahead of us. And it's got to be one for all and all for one and not every man for himself.
Well, that's very good. And my opinion...
I want to tell our people that it's not only unpatriotic, but downright stupid to rush out and load up on things every time there's a rumor of a shortage or news of rationing. Hoarding sometimes causes a shortage of things that otherwise might be plentiful. If we're going to do our fair share in this fight, we've got to take only our fair share of available commodities.
Well, I think you're perfectly right, Mr. Mayor.
You think that message all up by yourself, Latrivia?
Yes, I did, McGee. I have a knack for that sort of thing, you know.
Oh, isn't that wonderful?
Oh, for me, it's quite simple, Mrs. McGee. As easy as kicking a little puppy off the sidewalk.
What, you did?
Did what?
What kind of a puppy was it?
You ought to be ashamed of yourself, Latrivia. A man in your position, kicking a little dog around like that.
I didn't kick any dog.
Well, puppy then. After all, a puppy is a dog.
But I didn't kick any puppies. I merely used it as an illustration of how easy it was to do something.
Well, all I gotta say is any man who finds it easy to kick a poor little puppy...
But I didn't kick any puppies. There wasn't any puppy. It was just an expression.
I'll bet his expression was pretty pathetic when you kicked him, too. To me, a man who doesn't love dogs...
But I do love dogs. I have 3 dogs of my own. I wouldn't harm the hair of a dog's head.
We didn't say you kicked him in the head. That would be too brutal even for you. Now, we won't report this incident to the SPCA, but in the future, if I ever hear of you kicking a puppy off the sidewalk...
I tell you, I didn't kick any puppy. I'm not a man who goes about mistreating animals, and I
Oh, so you don't consider kicking a puppy mistreatment?
Of course it is.
Ah, then you admit it.
Certainly. No, I don't. I admit that kicking a puppy is mistreatment, but I don't admit that I ever descended to... Never mind. Let me out of here.
Where are you going?
I'm going out and find a puppy and kick it off the sidewalk!
You think he really is?
Of course not. Latrivia's a very tender-hearted guy. He wouldn't do that.
I guess you're right. Well, come on, let's go to the movies.
Oh, we can still get good seats, won't it?
Oh, that's what you said the last time.
Well.
And we sat so far back in the balcony, Hop-Along Cassidy looked like he was riding a mouse.
Okay, I'm ready. What night is this at the Bijou? Prosperity Club, bingo, free dishes, or door prize?
None of them. This is the night they have the good picture.
Well, let's go. I want to see.
Well, I guess fate doesn't want us to see a movie tonight. Come in.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee.
Oh, hi, Wimp.
Hello, Mr. Wimple. We were just going out to the movie. You want to go with us?
Oh, thank you ever so much, but Sweetie Face doesn't approve of me going to the movies without him.
Oh, come on. You're of age, Wimp.
Why does she object, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, she says I always get into some kind of trouble. Last time I got so excited at a picture, I swallowed the prize in my caramel popcorn.
Heavenly days, what was it?
I think it was a little bitty whistle, Mrs. McGee. Because every time I coughed, a boy would hand me a newspaper or a taxi cab would pull up. And once a girl slapped my face. Oh, was I ever embarrassed, I'll say.
Say, look, why don't you call your wife and ask her to go to the movies with us, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, thank you, Mrs. McGee, but this is Sweetie Face's class night.
Oh.
She's teaching a regiment of commandos how to fight dirty.
With a knee in your back and a thumb in your eye, eh, Wimp? Where'd she ever learn those tactics?
Oh, she just picked them up.
Mm-hmm.
She goes to all the Dollar Day sales. But Say, I almost forgot.
Forgot what, Mr. Wimple?
What I came in here for. I met a man at the railroad station who wanted me to give you his regards. His name was Otis...
Cadwallader. That guy again. That snake. That weasel. That dirty little snob.
Oh, my goodness. Doesn't he like Mr. Cadwallader, Mrs. McGee?
Well, what do you think?
Wimple, if you ever mention that nincompoop's name to me again, so help me, I'll choke you with your own spinal cord.
Just as you say, sweetie face. I mean, Mr. McGee. But my goodness, what did he ever do to you?
Well, he didn't do anything, Mr. Wimple. McGee has always been jealous of Otis.
I am not jealous. I just don't like him. I despise him. I hate him.
But why?
Yes, I'm beginning to wonder that myself,
Well...
McGee. What is all this raving and ranting?
Well...
Why do you hate Otis Cadwallader so much?
Well...
Well, what?
Well, I borrowed $10 from him once and never paid it back.
I hear so many women wishing they could be doing something more to help in the war. I usually ask them, are you feeding your family good, nourishing food to keep them healthy and strong for war work? Are you keeping yourself and your home attractive? Are you cooperating with the government in things like salvage and taking good care of your things? If you are, don't worry, you're helping a great deal. Because if each of us keeps his own house in order, the whole country moves forward. At this point, may I suggest that one easy way to take better care of your things is by protecting them with Johnson's wax polishes. Floors, furniture, and woodwork are not only made beautiful, they're actually safeguarded by occasional waxing. Wax your windowsills, too, and your shoes and luggage. In fact, there are over 100 labor-saving uses for Johnson's wax in your home alone.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just got a wire from RKO telling us that our new picture, Here We Go Again, with Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy, Gildersleeve, Mrs. Uppington, Wallace Wimple, and Ginny Sims, will open at 9:30 a.m. Saturday morning, October 10th, in RKO Theaters. Tickets are on sale now at RKO Theaters from coast to coast.
Oh, say, McGee, did they leave in that jitterbug dance I do with Otis Cadwallader?
Cadwallader, that rat, that dirty little...
McGee.
Huh?
Not now. The show's over.
Huh? Oh, yes. Good night.
Good night, all.
The characters of the old-timer and Wallace Wimple heard on this program were played by Bill Thompson. This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Ironized yeast presents Lights Out Everybody. It is later than you think. My name's Arch Oboler. All my life, I, even as you, have been fascinated by stories of the unusual and of the dark mysteries of the past. This is a story that touches on the supernatural. And no matter how calm you may feel at the moment, perhaps soon you won't be quite so calm.
Frank, is that good?
You're telling me. Hey,
I got another one. Now, this farmer had a daughter.
Oh, no, Frank. Enough's enough. You watch your driving.
Go on. This bus drives itself.
Hands on the steering wheel, sweetie pie.
Oh, yeah?
Till the rain stops.
Well, what if it rains all the way down to Mexico?
We'll stop.
Oh, gee. You sure got a nice set of tires on this.
Yeah. That's one thing about that ex-husband of mine. Kept everything he had in perfect condition.
For, me?
That's your face.
I wonder if he'll follow us.
What'd you say?
Sam, follow us.
What for? He got the divorce, didn't he? Anyway, how's he going to follow me? When that judge got through paying me off alimony, there wasn't enough left in the account for Sam to buy roller skates.
Yeah, that's right.
Sure. I'm going places. He ain't. He's stuck with the kids.
Yeah. Oh, how do you like that?
What?
Look, up ahead.
Well.
That's the first thing on wheels we've seen on this road since noon.
Hey, what kind of a truck is that?
I don't know. You think I got eyes like an eagle?
No, a wolf.
Oh yeah? Well, I'll catch up to him.
Hey, wait a minute. Maybe you better not pass it.
Why not?
Goofy-looking truck. Maybe Army.
Are you kidding?
Well, I mean...
Go on. Do you think that's all them Army guys got to do? They think about sticking out their hands and asking, hey, where's your death card?
Oh, for Pete's sake, Frank.
Oh. You're just needling me, huh? Now, Millie, lay off. I told you before. No more of that draft stuff.
Look,
if
Frank,
you want a tin hero in a uniform, you got the wrong guy,
Frank,
baby.
the truck is...
No draft boards roping me. No, sir.
Frank.
I'm getting so far away they
Frank,
won't
will you
even be
listen
able
to me? Truck ahead. Look.
Huh? Well, how do you like that?
I don't.
Danger. High explosive.
The minute I saw the red color of it, I knew it was something.
So what?
Yeah, pass him up.
Oh, you know me. All right, get over there, get over.
Look at the guy, staying right in the middle.
Come on, one side.
Is he deep or something?
How do you like that guy? Hogging the middle of the road.
Who does he think he is?
Get over, hey, you.
Come on, scare the pants off him.
What do you mean?
Come on, cut around him.
Hey, wait a minute. I'm not loaded with dynamite, he is.
Well, you're going to follow him all the way? Cut around the shoulder, you got room.
Okay.
Get over there, you big bum!
Shove over, I'm coming through.
Frank, look out! He tried to kill us.
Yeah. Run us off the road. A guy loaded with dynamite tries to run us off the road. Millie, what's the matter with you? What are you just looking like that for?
Frank.
Yeah, I know it was a close one. But it was your idea, passing him up. So he's gone on ahead of us. So what?
Didn't you see?
See what? What?
The driver of the truck. He didn't have a face.
All right, I've heard you once, I've heard you 100 times. So let's not talk about it anymore. Go on, take another drink.
Bottle's empty.
Well, there's another one in the black suitcase. Reach back.
I don't want any more.
Okay, then. So it's gone on ahead. The road's clear. We're on our way, so forget it. Without a face.
Yeah. Crazy, huh?
Sure. What's the matter, baby?
See, seeing things.
Yeah.
Like the song they sing over the radio. I ain't got nobody.
Other baby, laugh it off.
Sure. That's going to spoil our fun, huh, Frank?
Oh, you're telling me? Listen, once we get over the border...
Frank.
What?
Ahead. Look ahead, the truck.
Well?
It's there again.
I see it. I got eyes.
But it's that truck.
So what? I've been going fast. I caught up with it. This time I will pass.
Oh, no, Frank.
What do you mean, no? 4-lane road? You can't block me off this time.
Frank, don't. Turn off.
What are you talking about?
Another road. We'll take another road.
This one's the shortest one. We're staying right on this. I'll leave that guy standing still.
What's the matter?
The engine, No, that's all right. Gee, how you like that? It was almost up to him. If the engine would... Now I'll pass that buzzard.
Frank.
What's the matter with this car? There. It's all right again. Well, how do you like that? The second time in a row. Just when I was going to pass him, the engine cuts out.
Yes. Let him go.
Huh? What do you mean, let him go? There. It's okay. This time I will get around.
Yes, pass him up. I want you to pass him up.
I will. I'll be your son.
What happened again?
You're telling me? Say, what kind of a car did that husband of yours have anyway? This thing's crazy. Just when I'm going to pass him up, the engine cuts out. When I fall behind, it's all right.
Something wrong with engine?
Sure. What do you think I've been talking about? Well, I've had my belly full.
You mean we'll go some other way?
I told you this is the shortest road. Look. Downgrade. Now I'll do it.
What?
Pass him going on down a hill.
Oh, no.
If you think I'm going to follow behind a dynamite truck the rest of the day, you're crazy.
But, Frank...
What's the matter with you? First you want us to pass him, and then you don't. He's going downhill in gears. I'm catching up to him as if he was standing still.
Look out, he's cutting to the left.
So what? I'll pass him on the right. All right, you road-hogging buzzard. Pull over there. Pull over, I'll knock your ears back on you.
Frank, what is it? Why did you stop?
Didn't you see?
No, my eyes. I was scared. I kept them shut. Frank, what is it?
The truck.
The driver. Frank, you saw what I thought. The face.
No, Millie. As sure as we're sitting here, I'm telling you, there's nobody driving that truck. Just nobody.
How long are we just gonna sit here?
I need another drink.
There ain't any more. Frank, before, when I thought I saw something goofy in that truck, you said I was seeing things.
Huh?
Well, maybe you did too. I mean, the rain and both our nerves being jumpy, so maybe we're just seeing things.
Yeah, seeing things. Yeah, maybe that's it.
All right. Then let's get going, will you? Just sitting here in the car in the rain. Let's get moving.
Okay. You know something?
What?
I feel okay now.
With what you poured down, you oughta.
Goofy. That's what it was. Plain goofy. A crazy truck driver tries to block us off, and I see things. You see things. Goofy. That's what it is.
Yeah. Rain's sure making it dark fast, huh?
Know what I'm going to do?
What?
The next crossroads I'm going to turn off.
But you said
so I changed my mind. Cut to the right, and the next road going south we'll take.
Frank.
What?
What if they stop us?
Who?
The cops.
Oh.
The border patrol, whoever they got guarding the border.
I told you, that guy will meet us at Nogales, and for $200 he'll show us a way. Don't you ever listen to me?
All right.
That dirty truck-driving buzzard.
I never want to see a red truck again as long as I live.
Red? Yeah. Once we get over the border, we'll paint it red all the way down to South America. Hey, baby?
Yeah, that's what I want. Fun the rest of my life.
I told you. You'll get it. Oh, here's where we turn.
Hey! Well, I think how Sam used to worry about these tires.
Ah, that chump.
Patriotic duty to save me, he said.
I'll bet you he had an American flag embroidered on his chest.
Oh, Frank. Oh, gee, you make me forget anything. How far do we go this way?
I told you. Next road, we'll swing back south and...
Right.
I see it.
Parked up there.
Here.
What are you gonna... Why are you pulling up behind?
Gonna wait.
Wait.
You don't think I'm gonna ride past him again, do you?
Then what?
We'll wait. Just wait.
Frank.
Yeah?
Getting dark.
Yeah.
Just sitting here. Rain. Frank, is there somebody in that truck?
There must be.
Who, Frank? Who?
The glove compartment. Open it.
Huh?
I'll give it.
What? Knife.
Yeah.
Who?
I'm gonna find out who that guy is up there and why once and for all. Come on. Come on, come with me.
Oh, no.
You come with me.
My arm.
Come on. I'm telling you, I've had about all I can take.
Stop dragging me along.
I'll tell that guy. Crowding us off the road. Fall into a silly place we go. I'll tell him.
Frank, let go of me. I don't want to go up there. Let go of me.
All right, mister. All right, come on out of there. Now, you see, Millie? There is a guy driving. Come on, you. Get out of there. All right, I'll drag you out. Come on, open that door. Climb down out of there. All right. I'll open it for you. Oh no!
The red truck has disappeared in the distance, but the man and woman sit there in the moving automobile with a frightened beyond words, while around them the rain beats down the lonely road.
Millie, stop crying. Stop crying, I tell you, stop it! Keep moving. That's all. Keep moving.
If we only get to some houses, people.
Yeah. First house we come to, we'll stop. Sure. Wait till it's light again. People. Safe where there's people.
People will help us, Frank. Anybody will help us.
Yeah. Get the people. A car. Haven't seen a car. Not for miles.
As long as we don't see him.
It's all right. No truck could keep up with us as fast as we've been going.
He could.
No. We'll keep on driving. And that'll be that. You hear me? That'll be that.
I think you're more scared than I am.
Shut up. Look.
What?
No, we're still alone on the road. Lift up your face. Look, see on the horizon? The lights? Oh, I'll bet you that's no galleys.
Oh, Frank.
Sure. Once we get there, it'll be all right.
Are you sure, Frank?
Sure. Lights, people, a drink. That's what we need.
Yeah, I don't want to sleep tonight.
Huh?
I said I don't want to sleep tonight. If I close my eyes, I'll see.
Shut up, I don't want to talk about it.
I gotta talk about it. Yeah, talk about it now and then. I'll get it all out from inside me and I won't think about it anymore.
Shut up, I tell you.
You gotta tell me. In the truck. What I saw, was it really...
Shut up! You blasted woman, shut up! Oh, now what are you crying about?
Let me alone. I walk onto my kid for what? For you to yell at me?
Okay, forget it. Look, lights in the skies. They're getting brighter. Oh, we're getting closer, all right.
No.
What?
Car ahead. Did you see?
What are you talking about? There's nothing there.
I saw. There, I saw it again. Red taillights.
So what? It's another car. We're getting nearer town. That's swell. That's what we want, ain't it? Other cars, people, that's what we want.
Frank!
Red truck.
No.
Blast you. Shut up. You hear me? You gotta give me a chance to think. All right. Go on and cry your busted eyes out. I'll get out of this. I will. The rain stopped. Lights ahead. The town. Oh, once I get there, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to ditch you. You hear that, Millie? I'm going to ditch you. Sure, all that's happened. That thing up there. It's you that's brought it on. You're just a hoodoo to me. Get rid of you and I'll get rid of him up ahead. Go on, cry, who cares? I'm ditching you, baby, and there's nothing you can do about it. Sure, follow him. Get to town. He won't get into town, he couldn't, but I will. And then out you go, baby.
You dirty rat.
You take your car and go right back again, baby. Once we get to know galleys, I don't want any part of it or you. Hey, look. Gone.
What?
The truck ahead. It's gone. Put on the spotlight. Yeah, gone, just like that. The minute I even talk about getting rid of you, it's gone.
You walk out on me and I'll kill you.
Yeah? Bright lights, here I come. Clear road ahead.
You're not going to ditch me.
You're in the ditch already, baby.
Sam won't take me back.
You got me crying.
I'll fix you. I'll tell you running out in the draft.
Yes, you will.
I'll yell it so loud they heard it back on State Street.
Maybe I'll have to shut your mouth.
Touch me and I'll tear your eyes out.
All right, baby. I've had enough today. What's happened? What I saw in that truck, it all adds up to one thing. No matter what I gotta do for it, I gotta get rid of my hoodoo. You. Yeah. Even if I have to kill you.
Frank.
You're gonna be smart, eh, baby?
Frank, behind us.
What are you talking about?
Behind us.
Huh? The car? So what?
Him.
You're crazy.
Him, I tell you. Following us.
Nobody's following us. Getting near a town. It's another car. So what?
Oh,
shut up. I'll show you. Put on speed. Leave behind. I'll show you.
No. It's no good. Getting closer.
What?
Closer, I tell you.
No. Go faster. It's not for us.
He's closer, Frank. He's closer.
You're crazy. You're trying to drive me crazy.
Frank, it is the red truck. It's him.
No, stop saying that.
Him.
No.
Rear vision here. Look at it. Faster! Go faster!
Yes.
Don't let him get me, Frank. Faster! He's getting closer. Faster!
I can't. Push down to the floor.
Faster!
Can't.
Frank, he's right behind us. Gonna ride over us.
Back. No.
I'll stop him.
Back.
Frank! Turn the wheel! Frank! He can't drive! All right!
Hello, Sergeant. This is Reardon. About that crash just outside Nogales. Yeah, I've been all over it, and it still don't make sense. Empty road, no skid marks, no nothing. And it looks as if this sedan must have been the only car on the road. Yeah. And yet it's crushed flat like a 75-ton tank rolled over it. I'm telling you the truth, Sergeant. The whole automobile crushed flat like a tin can. And then it must have caught fire. No. What was left of them was burned to a crisp. Huh? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm coming in. One thing more, Sarge. There's a funny thing. All around the car where we found it, there are hoof prints. Yeah, As sure as I'm standing here, I'm telling you the car was crushed flat, and the body's burned, and the marks like hoof prints burned in the road like something walked around watching them burn. Okay. I was just telling you. It don't mean a thing to me. What the devil?
Mr. Obler.
Yes?
What was in that truck? Was it really, really?
Well, I can only repeat the title of tonight's story. What the devil?
It is later than you think.
The Raleigh Cigarette Program from Hollywood, starring Red Skelton, with Ozzie Nelson and his orchestra, Harriet Hilliard, Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Truman Bradley. Smokers, here is a simple yet conclusive color test. A dependable guide used by experts to determine which tobacco is best. Yes, and it proves beyond question the superiority of Raleigh cigarettes. Compare the open ends of a pack of Raleighs with any other cigarette. You'll see at a glance the tobaccos in Raleighs are unmistakably more golden in color. Experts will assure you that these golden tobaccos are choicer, more expensive. There is proof beyond a dispute that Raleighs do give you the very finest quality. And not one alone, but 31 of these superior tobaccos go into Raleighs, blending their rich seasoning qualities into one distinctive flavor. No other cigarette can boast a more careful blend. No other cigarette gives you Raleigh's unrivaled richness, smoothness, mildness. Raleighs give you valuable coupons, too, redeemable for dozens of luxury premiums, cash, or the equivalent in war stamps. Yes, indeed, it pays in many ways to smoke Raleighs. Get Raleigh cigarettes. And his orchestra. And now we bring you Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's brilliant young comedian, the star of our show, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much. That's our armed forces in the audience tonight as our guest. Well, thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, Red. Red, what's the good word, anyway?
Good nerd?
Yeah.
Well, Truman, this is National Newspaper Week, so let's take time out and pay tribute to our newspapers.
Good idea, Red. Good idea. They really do a swell job.
You said it, boy. They finally got Dick Tracy away from that dam.
You know, Red, there's more to a newspaper than just the comic sheets.
Yeah, when they do that.
You know, I remember when I was a kid, what a kick I used to get out of throwing the papers, missing the porches.
Yeah, you know, I'll never forget one guy on my route. Was he a fast reader?
Fast reader?
Yeah, before the paper even landed, he would read the whole thing, fold it up, and give it back to me.
Gosh, Red. Who was he?
Henry J. Kaiser. Boy, what scraps we used to have when we were kids. We used to fight over to see who'd get the best route, you know. One day I came home with every other tooth missing.
Every other tooth missing.
Yeah.
That must have been tough.
Yeah, it came in handy, though, whenever my mother wanted to scallop the edges of a pie.
Tell me, Red, what paper did you sell?
I sold the Vincennes Sun.
Say, that must have been quite a newspaper.
Yeah, I'll say it was, boy. It was printed on white paper with white ink.
Wait a minute, Red. White ink on white paper?
Yeah, that was for rainy days. It was too soggy to read anyway.
Hello, Red.
Hello, Ozzie. Hey, did you sell newspapers when you were a kid?
No, I was strictly a magazine man.
Oh, Ladies' Home Companion?
No, but my father was.
Say, I'll bet you used to get in some good fights when you were the other newsboys, didn't you?
No, I always wore glasses.
Oh, weak eyes, eh?
No, weak fists.
Oh, those were the good old days, though. And the nights weren't bad either. I remember how I used to run home every Saturday night with my 65 cents.
And put it in your piggy bank?
No, lose it to my old man in a crap game.
Hello, Red.
Hello, Harriet. We were just talking about kids with newspapers.
Oh, when I was a kid, it was my job to wrap the newspaper around the canary's cage every night.
Hey, that was my job, too. Hey, one day I stuck the paper in the cage upside down, see? And the poor canary nearly went nuts trying to find out if Hoover was elected.
Say, Red, somebody told me your name was in the paper last night, so I read it clear through to the last page.
Was my name there?
Yep, I finally found it in the personal column.
Personal column, huh? What did it say?
It said, Lost, beautiful Irish setter, mahogany color, answers to the name of Red.
You know, I love those columns. They're really great. I saw one just the other day. It says, Gentleman with car wishes to meet lady with retread. P.S. That's tires, not face.
Mr. 5 he's 5 feet tall and he's 5 feet wide. He don't measure no more from head to toe than he do from side to side. Mr. 5 got 15 chins and a line of jive. He's a mellow old cat, a real half-fat. He be Mr. 5. That man can really jump it for a fat man. He's solid murder, Jack. There's no way of knowing whether he's coming on or going. Mr. 5. He's slightly plump on the solid side. He don't shake it no more from head to toe than he do from side to side.
Mr. 5 got 15 chins and a line of jive. He's a mellow old cat, a real half-fat. He'd be Mr. 5. That man can really jump it for a fat man. The only trouble is there's no way of knowing whether he's coming on or going. Mr. 5. He's slightly plump on the solid side. He don't shake it no more from head to toe than he do from side to side.
Harriet and Autry and the boys knocking out Mr. Rocheaudet. How are you, wonderful Smith? Say, what's new?
Mr. Skelton, could you loan me $10 on my last month's salary?
Oh, wait a minute. I pay you every week and good money.
Yes, sir, it's very good money. But do you think there'll be a Confederacy again?
Well, wonderful, where have you been, huh?
Well, I got a job on the side, Mr. Skelton, but I can't stand it.
You can't.
I'm all wore out.
Yeah, how long have you been working?
I start tomorrow. Yeah. But I've been pretty busy, though, with that Stop a Rumor campaign.
Stop the Rumor campaign? Is that so? What have you done?
Well, a fella out of a boarding house was making eyes at my gal.
Yeah.
I sure stopped that rumor.
Yeah. What'd you do?
I give him a Central Avenue sandwich.
Central Avenue sandwich? What's that?
A neck between 2 slices of razor. Feel kind of bad about Miguel. Oh, she come up north on the Greyhound.
Say, that's quite a bus ride.
What bus ride? This was a real Greyhound.
You mean to tell me that your girl rode up here on an animal?
Yes, sir. Anybody want to buy a swayback racing dog?
She sounds like quite a gal. Wonderful. What does she do?
Oh, she's a spit welder over at Lockheed.
Spit welder. You mean spot welder, don't you?
Just wait until the next P-38 flies overhead. You'll find out.
Well, you know, since the war, people are working at jobs that they never knew anything about before. You know, you take Clem, the fellow from the country. I hear he has a job now as a night watchman in a bank. Well, here I am. Yeah, I'm a night watchman in the Hope and Trust Company. Boy, and being a night watchman is no fun. I get tired of talking to myself all the time. Especially when I get such stupid answers. There's that old time clock. Tick-tock, 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 tick-tock. Sometimes I wish it would go tock-tick, just see what would happen. Well, I guess it's time to punch the clock. Must have punched it too hard. Oh, well, I didn't like its face anyway. Uh-oh, somebody's trying to get in.
Hello, Clem.
Well, What's the matter, little pumpkin? You look a little sad.
Well, Clem, I feel like quitting this scrub woman's job.
Yeah, what for?
Well, this new mop don't clean very good.
Well, maybe you better go back to dipping your head in the pail and then nose diving around. Here, let me help you clean up around here.
You sure you're strong enough?
Well, sure, I'm sure. Here, feel my muscles. Go ahead.
Say, I bet you eat lots of jelly, don't you?
Uh-oh, the telephone. I'll get it. Hello, this is the bank. Okay, goodbye.
Who was it?
It was the bank president. He told me he was sitting at the table talking to the folks, and all of a sudden he realized that he didn't set the burglar alarm, so he's coming right over. He talks pretty fast, you know.
You know, I'd be scared if you wasn't here, Clem. You're such a good watchman.
Yeah, I know. There's nobody who can watch like me because my head turns all the way around. Look, I'll show you.
Why, Clem, that's wonderful.
Really?
Now unwind it.
Okay. Oh, doggone, I broke my mainspring again. You know, Daisy June, it's nice just sitting here holding your hand in mine.
Oh, Clem, that's the soap you're a-holding. This here's my hand.
Oh, give it to me. Give me back the soap, will you?
Gosh, Clem. You know, that burglar alarm worries me. Why, a man could sneak right in here and rob the bank. Clem, somebody's climbing in that window, and he looks mighty suspicious.
He does?
Sure, look what he's got a covering his face. A mask.
Yeah, well, ask him about that. Hey.
What do you want?
How's Tonto?
Quiet, you.
Say, we've been expecting you. It's a good thing you remember that burglar alarm ain't set, boy. Somebody going to rob the bank.
Hey, did you say the burglar alarm isn't set?
That's what I said.
Well, I'll have to open the safe and set it. Now, let me
Okay.
see. I'll need my blowtorch, my drill, my jimmy.
Clem, this guy's a crook.
How you know?
What would a president of a bank be a-doing with a jimmy?
Well, there's nothing wrong with that. Even the President of the United States has a Jimmy.
Mister, why don't you go home?
Hey, you're a mighty pretty girl. I'll just kiss you for good luck, eh?
Clem, ain't you gonna do something? Stop him! Stop him!
Nope, never interfere with a wolfie. That's my motto.
Now, look, sweetie, when I robbed this bank, see, that you and me slammed together.
I knew he was a crook. Well, for Pete's sake, do something, Clem.
Anything?
Yes.
Okay, I'll just knock my knees together.
Now, what good did that do?
I don't know, but it feels good.
Clem, look, he's a-getting away.
Well, let him go. Good riddance.
I'll stop him. Where's my broom?
Here, now, take it easy, Daisy June.
There, you bad robber. Take that. And that.
Take it easy. I ain't the broom.
Well, so what? We knocked him down, didn't we?
Well, so we did.
Hey, what's going on in my bank?
Hey, we just caught a crook. Look.
Well, so you did. Clem, you're going to be rewarded for this.
Oh, yeah?
Name your price.
$100.
$100? What for?
Well, Lana Turner's going through here on a war bond drive, and if you buy $100 bonds, she'll give you a kiss.
Oh, Clem, what do you want to kiss her for?
Oh, wouldn't you like to know? Then we have a lady and her little boy. He wants to earn some pocket money, so he's taking a soapbox and opened up a lemonade stand. So, Harriet, you be my mother, and I'll be the mean widow Ken.
Junior!
Hello, Mommy.
How on earth did you get so dirty?
Well, me and that widow girl next door was playing house down in the coal bin. And then we start throwing the furniture at each other. Hey, what you doing, Mommy?
I'm washing the windows.
Hey, I know a quick way to clean the windows.
You do?
Sure.
How?
First you take a rock and then... It's simple once you know how. Hey, come on out in the kitchen, Mommy. Can I borrow a dish pan?
What for?
Well, I opened up a lemonade stand out in front of the house. I want to make myself an easy dime.
Just a moment. Where did you get the lemons?
Well, I could answer that, but it would only lead to biff, bam, boom.
Never mind. Where did you get the lemons?
I got it with that quarter I found last night.
Oh, did you find a quarter last night?
Yes, that same one you lost last night.
Junior, you told me you couldn't find it.
I couldn't till you stopped looking. And then I moved me widow foot, and there it was. Hey, can I borrow that pan, Mommy?
Now, you let that pan alone. You have one pan full of lemonade now.
Okay. Yeah, it's dark in here. What happened to that electric light bulb that used to be in this socket?
Junior, get away. Don't stick your finger in there.
I electrocuted me with a bonnet. I electrocuted me with a bonnet.
You didn't electrocute yourself. It barely tickled you.
Well, what do you know? Me widow ears lit up.
Junior, why don't you be good? How many times have I told you about things like that?
I don't know. I thought you were keeping score.
Now, you go on outside.
Okay.
Oh, look, I see somebody coming down the street.
Oh, boy, a customer. I ain't going to make the money.
And don't slam the door. You might break the glass.
Okay. Might cheater. Lemonade, ice cold lemonade.
What are you selling there, Sonny?
Why don't you pay attention?
Ah, lemonade. Is it fresh?
Yes, it is.
But what are those crumbs floating around the top of it?
Well, I didn't have any sugar, so I put in a couple pieces of cake.
Tell me, how much is it?
It's a nickel and a dime.
What's the difference?
Well, with a 10-cent glass, we notify you folks.
What about the 5-cent glass?
Oh, we just kick a little dirt over you.
Well, I can tell you're only kidding, aren't you?
You don't know me very well, do you, sir? Well, here's your glass.
All right, thank you. Here goes.
Okay. Making faces at me. Don't make faces at me.
Stuff sour.
It is?
Pour it on those bushes there.
Well, what for? The bush not doing anything to me. Hey, look, I'll go in the house and get you some sugar and sweeten it up a little bit. Oh, the sugar, the sugar. Uh-oh.
Junior? Did you break something? Meow. Meow. Oh, that darn cat again.
It always worked. Junior,
look, you can stay out for 10 minutes, and then you have to come in and take your nap.
Okay, I take the man eat sugar now. Oh, the sugar man. Well, where'd he go? Oh, look, a kitty cat. Come here, kitty. Come on. Here, you want a drink of lemonade? Come on, I owe you a drink on account of this morning I drank you saucer of milk. Come on, I'll hold you up by your tail. Here, stop scratching me. Get away. Ah, look what you done. You fell in me lemonade. Get out of there. I said drink it, not take a bath in it. Look at him swim. Oh, a customer. Cat.
What are you selling, my little man?
At times I wonder.
Oh, lemonade.
Yeah.
Is it good?
Huh?
Is it good?
It's the cat's whiskers.
Well, I'll have one glass.
Okay, here it is, but drink it fast.
Thank you. Oh, I can't see without my glasses on. You just open my purse and take out a nickel, will you?
Now, she ought to know better than that.
I don't know why this tastes so strangely.
But we do, don't we, folks? It's the cat's fault.
Do you mean to say there was a cat in there?
In there? He's still there. Look at him swim!
What makes him swim so much?
I don't know. I guess the ice cubes keep him going.
Goodbye.
Okay, I wonder what I could do to make this stuff taste better. Nobody like it. I know what I will do. I will put some of Pop's medicine in it. That stuff that makes him think he's Orson Welles. If I do, I get a whipping. I do it. I know. Why were you hiding it in this bush over here? Oh, boy. It's ripe, too, boy. It's really ripe. Now it's all set, but no customers. I was standing out in the middle of the street and forced a car to stop. That's what I was doing. Must be a tourist. He missed me. Uh-oh.
Junior, get out of the street. Car might run over you and ruin the tires.
Okay. Don't yell at me. It scared me, too.
Oh, now see what you've done. Here comes the policeman.
Hello, folks. Well, what have we here? Lemonade stand.
Yes.
May I have a glass?
Sure. Now to see what Pop Stuff has done for the time. Brace yourself. Drink it down.
Okay. Hallelujah! Where did you get those delicious lemons? Say, what's in this anyway?
Here, let me taste it.
Well, I'll be right back, folks.
Junior, where are you going?
I'm going in the house and get some music on the radio and make some sandwiches because this is how them Hollywood parties start. I've ever heard Rosso Day played, believe me. What do you say,
Red, speaking of folks who have jobs they never had before, I'm a book salesman now.
Is that so, Truman?
Yes, Red. It's very interesting work, too.
No kidding.
Yeah, in one of my books it said that King Tut journeyed to darkest Africa and came upon a weird tribe of savages.
Oh.
And as he approached them, he heard in the distance their strange native chant like this.
Hum 7, baby needs new shoes.
You know, I think I met those natives last night.
And then King Tut was amazed at the reaction of the tribal chief. The king presented him with bags of gold, fine silks and rich colors, hundreds of expensive gifts. But do you know what that tribal chieftain said?
No, what did he say? As if though I didn't know. We've been doing this for about 3 hours.
For Red, he said, Ugh, slog, pugoo.
He didn't. Right in front of everybody? What does that mean?
Fully translated, it means, all I want is Raleigh cigarettes. All your gifts are found in Raleigh's. First, Raleigh's more golden tobaccos. You can even see that Raleigh's more golden by comparing the open ends of a pack of Raleigh cigarettes with any other brand.
Is that all he said in one sentence?
That's not all. Second, he said the smoothness and richness of the fine silks are found in Raleigh cigarettes because no less than 31 fine tobaccos Go into Raleigh's exclusive blend.
Windy old bird, ain't he? I'd like to get him to write a telegram for me sometime.
And third, the chief said the valuable coupons that come with Raleigh cigarettes get him all the expensive gifts as an extra value. Really luxury premiums, dozens of things.
Say, who wrote this history book you read, Truman?
I did. How do you like it?
Oh, it's all right. The part about Raleigh's is true, but all I can say is ooka bugga wugga.
What does that mean, Red?
Well, fully translated, it means get the pack with a coupon on the back, or you know who will get the sack. Now, getting back to people working at things that they know nothing about, we have J. Newton Numbskull, the gentleman hobo. He always knows an easy way to make the money.
Taxi, mister?
Yeah, I'm a human being. Sorry, Bob. Hey, could you tell me where I am?
Yeah, sure. You're at 46th Street and Broadway.
Never mind the details. What city is it? Say, don't you remember me?
No, I don't think so. So you haven't been imbibing, have you?
Imbibing? No. You don't get this way from tilting pinball machines.
Hey, wait a minute. I do know you now. You're J. Newton Numbskull, the gentleman hobo.
Yeah.
When did you get into town?
Oh, not long ago. I've been standing on this corner for an hour waiting for a girl to come by and drop her handkerchief.
What for?
I got a cold.
You know, you ought to be ashamed of yourself, J. Newton. Just look at you. You're all run down.
I'm in as good a shape as you are, and believe me, that ain't saying much.
Yeah, then why are you standing on your knees?
Listen, my feet get tired.
Where you been, San Quentin?
Yep.
What was it this time, Newt? Forgery?
Yep. I couldn't remember whose picture went on them $10,000 bills.
Well, whose picture's supposed to be on them?
I don't know. But the FBI convinced me it wasn't Mickey Mouse.
Well, what are you doing in town, J. Newton?
Well, I came up here to see my old girl. You know, I've been over her house for supper, and we've sat around for hours eating olives.
Well, didn't you just blow kisses at each other?
No, just the pits.
Where are you heading, J. Newton?
Down to the post office. I bought me some new mail-order teeth.
Well, what's in that package under your arm?
That's my lunch. You see, the teeth came COD.
Oh, you're going down to get them out, huh?
No, I'm broke, but the postmaster's a nice guy, and he lets me eat my lunch there.
Well, I'll see you later. I got to cruise around and pick up some fares. I'll see you later.
Yeah, I think I'll pick up some fares, too. I'll go in the taxi business. Taxi!
Did I hear you say taxi?
That you did.
Well, all right. Take me to Grand Central Station.
Okay, hop in.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Where's your car?
Well, I had a taxi once, but the rubber shortage came and no tires. And I was running around on my rims.
That's sort of noisy, wasn't it?
I'll say it was so noisy you couldn't hear the pedestrians yelling for help. Boy, it made such deep ruts in the street that trolley cars used to follow me home at night.
I know, but if you have no cab, how are you going to take me to the station?
Hop on, brother. You're going piggyback.
What about my luggage?
Stick it on the back. I'm using my grandmother's bustle for a trunk rack.
So you're a human taxicab.
That's me, brother. Pardon me.
What's that?
Cheap gas. Come on, hop on, brother.
What do I hold on to?
Well, if you don't overdo it, you can use my Adam's apple for a saddle horn.
Okay. Well, I'm on.
Well, here we go.
Yeah, careful now. You almost hit that pedestrian.
Yeah, too bad we're in a hurry. I'd go back and trample on him. Hey, look out. Look what's coming. Run for your life. Run.
Now, what's the big idea of running inside this house?
Didn't you see it?
See what?
A woman driver. It's okay to go out now. She found a parking space.
Don't anyone leave this room if you smoke a pipe. Listen.
Pipe smokers, for the very best in smoking tobacco, get Sir Walter Raleigh. It's smooth and mild, packed with a rich, nut-like mellowness. Sir Walter Raleigh never bites your tongue. It burns even and cool right down to the bottom of the bowl, because it's a perfect blend of selected burleys, carefully cured and aged, and precisely crimp-cut. And the aroma of Sir Walter Raleigh is always welcome. Try the quality pipe tobacco of America tonight. Sir Walter Raleigh.
Remember, we'll all be back again next Tuesday at the same time. Red Skelton, Ozzie Nelson and his orchestra, Harriet Hilliard, Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Truman Bradley. Meanwhile, listen to Raleigh's Tommy Dorsey Show tomorrow night over these same stations. Until next Tuesday, then.
This is Red Skelton saying goodbye now, and thanks for listening. Good night, Mummy Doll, and remember, give the servicemen a ride.
Red Skelton is heard on this program through the courtesy of the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios. This program has been broadcast to the armed forces overseas and has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.